with a resounding thunderclap echoing across the globe. The once azure sky became enveloped in an infinite expanse of purple lightning, casting an apocalyptic scene. Countless pedestrians gazed upwards in terror at the flickering arcs of violet in the heavens, while those indoors hastily abandoned their tasks to peer through windows, their faces etched with fear at the bizarre transformation above, oblivious to the cause of this phenomenon. Just as the world struggled to regain its composure from the initial shock, the purple lightning coalesced into a vast, indistinct visage hovering in the sky. More astonishingly, every individual outdoors could perceive it, a feat of technology beyond the capabilities of any nation on Blue Star. Once the colossal purple face materialized, it spoke, its voice resonating like thunder in the minds of all inhabitants of Blue Star. Congratulations, civilization of Blue Star. You have been granted the rare opportunity to participate in the Galactic Lord's commendation ceremony. We shall randomly select 10,000 life-bearing planets from across the countless primitive worlds in the galaxy for this selection process, with 1% of the population from each planet entering the multi-species battlefield. This will be a selection that is open, fair, and just. People of Blue Star, this is the greatest opportunity you have ever encountered. Those who survive until the end shall receive the personal endorsement of the Galactic Lord, becoming the masters of Blue Star, the rulers of your civilization. Good luck to you all. As the thunderous voice faded, the purple visage dissipated, replaced by a countdown. 10, 9. What is happening? Is this the work of an extraterrestrial civilization? What is this Galactic Lord, this commendation ceremony, this multi-species battlefield? The level of technology displayed here is beyond the reach of any nation on Earth, so the conclusion is clear. This is our first encounter with an alien civilization. We are not the only planet with life. We are not alone. What a lengthy monologue filled with nonsense. A Galactic Lord? This is quite the jest. What do they intend to achieve? 1% of the population amounts to over 70 million people. How many will survive? Or will they all perish? Ha ha. The heavens did not give birth to me. Lu Run Jia, the cosmos has remained dark for eons. My opportunity has arrived. I shall become the master of Blue Star. Ha ha. That person is delusional. Going there is a one-way ticket to death. I suggest we play the morning flute. Let's feast, let's feast. In an instant, the global populace was divided. Some were paralyzed by fear. Others began to stockpile food and supplies for an impending apocalypse, while others gazed fervently at the countdown in the sky. This was the perfect opportunity for the ambitious. A chance to ascend to greatness had arrived. Leaders from various nations connected through calls or convened emergency meetings to address this unprecedented global crisis. Yet none could foresee the trials that awaited them. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded swiftly, too rapidly for nations to react, and the purple arcs in the sky transformed into countless violet specks, cascading onto the earth below. Subsequently, over 70 million people vanished from Blue Star. Have I been chosen? Li Xuanzi opened his eyes to an unfamiliar environment, recalling the spectacle in the sky, and murmured in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been in his office. The next instant, he found himself in this dilapidated thatched hut. He would never believe it without the intervention of extraterrestrial forces. Li Xuanzi, 24 years old, standing at 180 centimeters, conformed to the standards of common aesthetics. He studied in the metropolis, and after graduation, remained there for work. After struggling for over 2 years, he had just begun to emerge from financial difficulties and had managed to save a little. He was an utterly ordinary office worker. He had a penchant for novels and had once fantasized about becoming a protagonist, conquering all, attaining immortality and greatness. Yet, such dreams were merely that fantasies to numb the discontent of his mundane existence. Congratulations, you have been selected to participate in this trial. Strive to survive, for only those who endure until the end shall gain an audience with the Galactic Lord and receive their endorsement. As he envisioned a bright future, a line of green text appeared before his eyes, resembling a virtual projection. Li Xuanzi rubbed his eyes vigorously, ultimately confirming it was not an illusion. He immediately focused on the text. This selection process is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is the global elimination round, consisting of 3 rounds. The first round, the auditions. Due to the vast number of participants with varying qualities, a significant portion must be filtered out. Over 70 million people on Blue Star alone? And with a total of 10,000 planets participating, there would indeed be a multitude of contenders. Could he possibly compete with him? Li Xuanzi shook his head in resignation. It was not a lack of confidence, but rather a self-awareness. He had yet to make a name for himself on Blue Star. How could he do so here? The prospects seemed bleak. However, he had no other choice but to bravely forge ahead. The auditions consist of 2 steps. The first step is the acclimatization period. You must survive in the starting safe zone for 3 galactic days, equivalent to 10.2 Blue Star days. Now, I will briefly introduce 6 points of caution. First, death in the multi-species battlefield is irrevocable. You may choose to forfeit at any time, but doing so will transport you back to Blue Star, forfeiting your chance to become its lord. Upon reading this, Li Xuanzi felt a slight relief. The option to withdraw without dying was reassuring. He now had a fallback plan. His goal was to endure as long as possible to maximize his gains, so that even if he returned to Blue Star, he could improve his circumstances. Second, in the multi-species battlefield, points are of utmost importance. To survive until the end, you must accumulate enough points to enhance yourself. Those who fear death are the first to perish. Third, the thatch hut is merely a temporary shelter. The area within a 10-meter radius of the hut is the safe zone, while countless ferocious beasts lurk outside. However, this safe zone will only last for 3 galactic days. After 3 days, it will vanish. Furthermore, the thatched hut possesses recycling and exchange functions, which you must utilize wisely. So, these 3 galactic days represent a personal survival contest. Li Xuanzi's mind began to churn with thoughts. With a safe zone in place, theoretically, remaining inside would ensure his advancement. Yet 3 galactic days equate to 10.2 days on Blue Star, a duration during which no Blue Star inhabitant could survive without food or water. Thus, he must venture outside the safe zone to seek sustenance, inevitably confronting various dangers, a test of survival of the fittest. The Galactic Lord had obviously accounted for every aspect, leaving no room for loopholes. Fourth, all your actions will be broadcasted live, with viewers comprising the entirety of galactic civilization, as well as several allied civilizations. Naturally, the civilization of Blue Star will also be able to view your broadcast. Your performance will determine the number of viewers and the rewards and bets you receive, all of which will impact your future achievements. Li Xuanzi furrowed his brow, realizing that those participating in the selection were but pawns, mere entertainers for the elite. This notion left him profoundly unsettled. The only path to escape the role of a pawn was to become a lord. Unbeknownst to him, a seed of ambition had been silently sown within his heart, awaiting its chance to take root and flourish. Fifth, each contestant possesses a unique attribute list visible only to themselves, which can be accessed by merely concentrating. Finally, every newcomer in the multi-species battlefield will receive a novice benefit. Please select one of the 10 wooden boxes below as your novice gift pack. You have 1 minute to make your choice. As the final line of text vanished, the air was filled with a countdown, and 10 wooden boxes, encircled by faint green auras, lay upon the ground. This choice could determine whether I succeed in this audition. I must be cautious. Cautious my foot, I can't see a thing. Which one should I choose? It's all the same. In his mind, 2 figures seemed to argue with one another. It is only natural for a person to experience emotional turmoil when faced with such a significant decision. As he hesitated, his expression shifted from confusion to astonishment. Ding, origin radar activated. Currently level 1, capable of detecting a range of 100 meters. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Li Xuanzi's mind. Chapter 2. The Black Godham? Li Xuanzi surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no one else was present. The previous text had not mentioned this entity. Could it be a unique boon bestowed upon him? After all, as a fervent aficionado of countless novels, his imagination was indeed vivid. Never mind, he decided to inspect the wooden box first and explore further later. Glancing at the countdown, he noted that less than 30 seconds remained. Name: Pure Mineral Water Unit, 5L level, Inferior Common Evaluation. Water is the source of life for low-tier carbon-based organisms. 3 days without it poses a life-threatening risk. Li Xuanzi hesitated briefly. 3 galactic days equated to nearly 10.2 Blue Star days. Going without food or water for over 10 days would likely lead to death, which explained the battlefield's design. Thus, water was of paramount importance at this stage. However, mere water would not suffice. Food was also essential. He would need to venture out and take risks. If he could find food, water would surely follow, so securing something for his safety in the initial days was crucial. After all, even without sustenance, one could endure the first day or two. Weapons, then, were his primary consideration. Name: Horn Bow Unit. 1 bow 60 arrows level. Inferior common evaluation. A commendable weapon for novices. But do you possess sufficient strength and accuracy? What a splendid item! Ranged combat provided a sense of security for him at present. Yet, as the radar's evaluation suggested, did he truly possess the necessary accuracy and strength? For now, it would serve as a backup option. He turned his attention to the next wooden box. Name: Axe Unit. 1 level. Inferior common evaluation. Should be quite handy for cranial openings. Without further thought, Li Xuanze promptly dismissed it. It was inferior to the bow. While keeping an eye on the countdown, he continued to examine the prizes within the wooden boxes. What truly astonished him was not only his ability to see the contents, but also their descriptions, which undoubtedly worked to his advantage. Akin to having an identification effect in the future, he need not fear missing out on valuable items. As he perused the contents, he reached the 7th box, which revealed a remarkable find. Name: Black God Unit. 1/8x scope. 10 boxes of bullets level. Superior first-class divine weapon evaluation. A specially modified sniper rifle with an effective range of 3,000 meters, accompanied by 8 boxes of inferior alloy bullets. 1 box of medium armor-piercing rounds, and 1 box of superior explosive rounds. It can kill from 1,000 paces away. Possessing it transforms you into a formidable hunter. Li Xuanze gasped in awe upon reading the description. His choice was nearly made. He quickly glanced at the remaining 3 wooden boxes, discovering nothing of value among them. With 9 inferior common items and 1 superior first class, it was evident what choice to make. I choose the 7th box. In an instant, apart from the 7th box, the other 9 vanished, and the 7th box shimmered with white light, revealing a sniper rifle on the ground, accompanied by an 8x scope and 10 boxes of bullets. What a treasure! Li Xuanze hurriedly crouched down to retrieve the sniper rifle, inspecting it as one would a beloved partner, thoroughly examining it with immense satisfaction. Suddenly, he recalled something and set the rifle aside, opening a bullet box to count the rounds within. Name: Alloy Bullets Unit. 1 box of 50 rounds level, inferior first-class evaluation, capable of easily hunting first-tier 3-star and below ferocious beasts. Severely injuring first-tier 4-star beasts. 8 boxes, totaling 400 rounds, quite a substantial quantity, and he was thoroughly pleased as so this was the classification of ferocious beasts. It appeared to be first-tier 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and so forth. With first tier established, there must be second tier, third tier, and even higher level ferocious beasts. Next, he picked up a smaller bullet box, crafted from paper yet more refined. Name: Armor-Piercing Rounds Unit. 1 box of 30 rounds level, medium first-class evaluation. A commendable bullet, capable of easily hunting first-tier 6-star and below ferocious beasts, severely injuring first-tier 7-star beasts. Lastly, there was a small box made of an unidentified jade-like material. He knew this must be the superior explosive rounds. Name: Explosive Rounds Unit. 1 box of 10 rounds level, superior first-class evaluation. Inferior spirit-infused bullets that can produce explosive effects upon striking prey, capable of hunting first-tier 9-star and below ferocious beasts. If used correctly, they can even injure second-tier 1-star ferocious beasts. This is your greatest safeguard in the early stages. What a remarkable find! Although there were only 10 rounds, if utilized wisely, the advantages would be manifold. Li Xuanze was exceedingly satisfied with this novice reward. After organizing his haul, he did not immediately exit the thatched hut, but instead sat on the straw mat and silently recited to open his attribute list. Attribute list: Name: Li Xuanze Affiliated Civilization, Blue Star Civilization Race, Human Cultivation, Mortal, Strength 26.6 kilograms, standing upright, holding an object above his head for 1 minute. Techniques: None martial skills. 8 extremes: Fist, Common, Beginner, Gunmanship, Common, Beginner, Weapon, Black God, Superior First-Class Divine Weapon. Points: 0 viewers, 21, Blue Star 21. Galactic Citizen 0, Others 0, Donations 0, 50-50 split, settled after the second stage selection ends. Eliminated participants' earnings are donated to charity. Bets 0, earns 10 of total personal betting revenue, settled within 3 galactic days after the selection ends. Live stream 2 minutes 17 seconds, minimum 2 hours live streaming each galactic day. Can be silently turned off. So many viewers already? Li Xuanze was taken aback. I understand now. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the situation. His colleagues must have noticed his disappearance and guessed he had entered the battlefield of myriad races, prompting them to check on him. His family would surely be the first to ascertain his safety. He wondered how his parents and younger brother were faring, whether they had been selected as well. Since there was a live stream and an audience, he would need to be cautious not to reveal his possession of the radar, a unique boon. Otherwise, he would certainly find himself at a disadvantage in the future. Thankfully, he could choose to turn it off. Otherwise, even mundane activities like using the restroom would become awkward. Father, Mother, I am safe. I do not know if you are watching the live stream or if you have also been selected. But please rest assured, I will take care of myself and return safely to Aenon. You are now a young man. Look after father and mother. Li Xuanzi adjusted his clothing and spoke. He hoped that when his family saw this, they could find some solace, as it was all he could do at the moment. To the friends watching, he expressed his gratitude for their support, promising to treat them to drinks upon his return. He did not forget to greet others as well. That in a small, old district of a county under the jurisdiction of Su Province in the Great Xia Kingdom of Blue Star, a determined-looking youth of about 15 or 16 gazed intently at the young man on the phone screen. Brother, do not worry. I will take care of our parents. Father, Mother, do not fret. Brother's luck is quite good. He started with a sniper rifle, which places him ahead of many other candidates. He will be fine. Besides, even if things go awry, he can always forfeit. Brother is very clever. The youth, Li Pingyan, reassured his parents beside him. He glanced at the comments and other selected individuals, noting that none had received rewards better than his brothers. In a modern office in the metropolis, a colleague named Shen Jiawen, who was on good terms with Li Xuanzi, remarked with a smile, Li Xuanzi's luck is extraordinary, starting with a gun. He'll have to treat us when he returns. Chapter 3, Battlefield of Myriad Races. Let us hope he returns safely. That would be a source of pride for our entire company. You all saw the text earlier. Contestants can forfeit at any time. If genuine danger arises, they can simply opt out. Even if he encounters peril, it would still be a unique experience. The only suspense now is how far he can go. I just watched some other live streams. Their draws were mostly disappointing. The best they got were some machetes or bows and arrows. I have yet to see anyone with gear as fine as Li Xuanzi's, so he has a considerable early advantage. It remains to be seen if he can further capitalize on it. What good is top-tier gear if the bullets run out? I saw someone acquire a cultivation technique earlier. That is the most valuable asset. Even if he forfeits later, he should be able to retain his cultivation. But what use is a mere stick? It's a pity we can't see the text above. Otherwise, we could train alongside him. A colleague who was not particularly close to Li Xuanzi remarked, How do you know Li Xuanzi won't continue to progress? How do you know he won't acquire techniques later? Moreover, techniques may not provide substantial combat power in the short term. Shen Jiawen retorted, displeased, Do you honestly believe he can become our Blue Star Lord? What nonsense. It's still broad daylight. Even if he does become Blue Star Lord, can he make you a king? Shen Jiawen wanted to counter, but felt hesitant to harbor such hopes himself. Not to mention the vast number of stars, there were over 70 million Blue Star humans alone. How could he compete? It was far too daunting. After exchanging greetings with family and friends, Li Xuanzi finally focused his attention on the humble thatched cottage before him. It was modest in size, measuring approximately 15 square meters, merely a single room, barely sufficient for sleeping. Such parsimony. Aside from the straw bed where he would rest, the only other notable feature was a rather futuristic screen situated in the corner. Starkly contrasting with the rustic surroundings, as Li Xuanzi approached the screen, it illuminated instantly, revealing a line of text. Newcomer, welcome to the Myriad Races battlefield system. Recalling the earlier text that indicated this thatched cottage possessed recycling and exchange functions, he pondered whether it had any other capabilities and inquired, What functions do you offer? I possess two core functions, recycling and exchange, along with an auxiliary training feature. Newcomer, you may venture beyond the safe zone to hunt ferocious beasts for points. You can also bring back their corpses or valuable parts, or collect high-value ores and spiritual items, all of which can be directly exchanged for points. Accumulating points allows you to redeem anything you desire from me. With no level restrictions, this is a benefit for newcomers, but it is only available for 3 galactic days. May I see the available items for exchange? Li Xuanzi asked. His heart racing. It wasn't just him. The viewers from Blue Star were equally anxious to know, I'm afraid you currently have 0 points, so you cannot view any items. You can only browse goods whose value is within the points you possess. I see, he replied, realizing that his sole task was to strive to earn as many points as possible in the shortest time, to exchange for items beneficial to his future and enhance his chances of success. After understanding all this, he gently opened the chamber of his black firearm, capable of holding 5 bullets, which was currently empty. He carefully inserted 5 alloy bullets from one box, then took another 20 alloy bullets, 3 armor-piercing rounds, and 1 explosive round, temporarily leaving the remaining ammunition inside the thatched cottage, as his pockets could not accommodate them all. After spending a few minutes familiarizing himself with the various operations of the firearm, Li Xuanze finally pushed open the wooden door of the cottage. He needed to assess his surroundings before formulating his next plan. Stepping out 3 or 4 meters from the cottage, he remembered the prior warning. The area within 10 meters of the thatched hut was a safe zone. The cottage was backed by a great mountain, situated at the foot of the range, less than 200 meters from the towering peak. Directly in front of the door lay a small plain, dotted with low shrubs less than a meter high, while several kilometers away, dense forests possibly concealed unknown perils. About a kilometer to the right, a small stream flowed down from the mountain, disappearing into the thicket beyond. As he lowered his 8-fold scope, a smile crept across Li Xuanze's face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What good fortune! This is a splendid location. With mountains, water, and woods, sustenance should not be an issue." The next step would be to hunt ferocious beasts while ensuring his safety to earn points. He possessed a source radar, which had identification capabilities. It should assist him in discerning which items held greater value. This way, he could accumulate points more swiftly and effectively, gaining a competitive edge. "Radar system, can you speak?" Li Xuanze queried in his mind. Unfortunately, there was no response to prevent the live stream audience from noticing anything amiss. He opted to turn off the broadcast, reasoning that 2 hours daily sufficed. After fiddling for a few more minutes without any results, he reluctantly restarted the live stream. What just happened? Why did he turn off the stream? The viewers from Blue Star wondered aloud. Through word of mouth, an increasing number of individuals were drawn to Li Xuanze's streaming room, curious about his extraordinary luck in acquiring a firearm. "I heard he started with a powerful sniper rifle. That's why I came here. Why did he turn off the live stream? Everyone understands the urgency of nature. I don't get it." Funny.jpg. While Li Xuanze was oblivious to the origins and purpose of the radar, or how to upgrade it, he understood that the radar could see through wooden boxes and identify items. After some tinkering, he discovered a new function. It could also, the radar displayed that within a 100-meter radius, aside from himself marked as a white, there were 3 faintly glowing red dots and 1 flickering green dot. Although uncertain of their exact nature, based on his gaming experience, he speculated that the red dots likely represented ferocious beasts, while the green dot probably indicated valuable items. Mere speculation was insufficient. He needed to investigate further. With a firm decision, Li Xuanze held the black firearm and swiftly moved towards the green light approximately 55 meters away. Proceeding cautiously and indeed encountering no threats, upon reaching his destination, he lowered his gaze. Name: 60-year-old ginseng unit. 1 root evaluation. Common grade, medium, useful for mortals and apprentice-level cultivators, of low value. Chapter 4. The Stone Maniac. Li Xuanze mused that if this were Blue Star, a 60-year-old wild ginseng would command a hefty price. He could hardly afford a single root without 10 years of abstinence. Yet here, it merely qualified as an ordinary medicinal herb. This indicated that there were undoubtedly many treasures within the myriad races battlefield. If he could not advance, bringing these items back could lead to financial freedom, transforming him into a multimillionaire. The only uncertainty lay in whether these items could be taken from this realm. It seemed he was correct in assuming that the green light denoted spiritual items. A few more confirmations would solidify his understanding. As he monitored the radar, he carefully excavated the ginseng from the earth with a nearby stone shard, then promptly returned to the safe zone with his prize. Goodness, that was ginseng, wasn't it? How did he know there was ginseng there? Viewers of the live stream pondered. Perhaps he noticed it while attending to nature? Are you foolish? This place is perilous. Would he venture so far? Then what else could it be? Did you forget? Li Xuanze has an 8-fold scope. Aside from hunting, it serves to observe his surroundings far better than the naked eye. He must have spotted it during his earlier reconnaissance. Someone assisted in piecing together the explanation, which gained acceptance among the majority of the stream's audience. What is this fellow planning now? Observers noted that upon returning to the safe zone, Li Xuanzi placed the ginseng down but did not exchange it within the thatched cottage. Instead, he picked up a small stone and hurled it into the distance, perplexed. Could it be a ferocious beast? Li Xuanzi murmured, aiming his firearm in the direction of the stone's trajectory. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled violently as a 3-meter-long python with a triangular head slithered out from the depths of the foliage. Coiling itself less than 3 meters away from him, flicking its forked tongue and regarding Li Xuanzi with a chilling gaze, startled, Li Xuanzi instinctively retreated a half-step, swallowing hard as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, causing his hand gripping the firearm to tremble. This was his first encounter with such a large serpent at such close quarters. Before he could gather his thoughts, the python launched itself at him with a powerful flick of its tail. Ah! Li Xuanzi screamed, despite having mentally prepared himself. The serpent's speed was overwhelming, and in the face of his fear of snakes, he momentarily forgot about his gun, failing to resist, his mind blank as he stood paralyzed by terror. With a resounding thud, the python seemingly collided with something, as a visible golden flash appeared less than half a meter in front of Li Xuanzi. A faint golden barrier flickered and vanished, leaving the python momentarily disoriented and struggling to lift its head. Phew, that was close, Li Xuanzi exhaled, collapsing onto the ground, soaked in cold sweat. I underestimated the dangers here and overestimated my courage. I am merely an ordinary office worker from Blue Star. Although I trained in Bajiquan for 2 months under an elderly gentleman in the park, I lack practical experience, especially in terms of mental fortitude. I must quickly overcome these weaknesses, particularly my psychological fears. Otherwise, not only will leveling up be difficult, but survival itself may become a challenge. Li Xuanzi may have his flaws, but he possessed the admirable trait of self-reflection and the ability to adjust, allowing him to adapt rapidly to new environments. This was partly due to his 2 years of business trips across the nation. Setting down the black firearm, he took a deep breath, steeling himself as he picked up a large stone beside him and hurled it fiercely at the still-dazed python. Die! With one blow, then another. Initially, the python struggled to resist, but after being repeatedly thwarted by the protective barrier, it sensed real danger too late to escape. Li Xuanzi, the merciless stone-throwing machine, ultimately succeeded in crushing the creature. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the common-grade ferocious beast, triangular python. You have earned 2 points. I would dub Li Xuanzi a werewolf. Nonsense. He is more akin to a coward. He was nearly scared to death just now. Had it not been for the safety barrier, he would have perished. Even with a sniper rifle, it would have been futile. Honestly, giving him such a fine weapon is a waste. Not only timid but also somewhat foolish. Armed yet opting for stones instead. A keyboard warrior, indeed. This individual is merely an ordinary person who managed to overcome their fear in such a short time, even choosing to forego the use of the most formidable weapon in favor of confronting the python directly with a mere stone. This act exemplifies a courageous confrontation with one's inner trepidation, showcasing a commendable psychological resilience. I firmly believe that he will swiftly acclimate to that world, thriving as if in water. This analysis holds considerable merit. I too believe that Li Xuanzi deliberately relinquished his sniper rifle, perhaps as a means of fortifying his courage, a shrewd approach, as the purpose of the selection process is to filter out those unable to adapt. He is evidently exerting great effort to adjust to the environment there. From a different perspective, I may not possess his bravery, yet I cannot help but feel a tinge of pity for the snake. Its demise was indeed tragic. Apologies, I couldn't suppress a chuckle, the python laments. My end was so dreadful. It continues, you might find it hard to believe, but I knocked myself unconscious, only to be crushed by a stone-wielding madman. I am but the hapless rabbit waiting for the inevitable. Let us observe a moment of silence for the python, as it is indeed a pitiful creature. Its head has been reduced to a mere pulp. Utterly lifeless, to this moment, Li Xuanzi finally emerged from his state of sheer panic, feeling a tumult within his stomach, deeply unsettled by the scene before him. Yet, he resolutely stifled his discomfort, forcing himself to fixate on the snake, striving to conquer his fear. Remarkably, following this ordeal, his mental state underwent significant enhancement. While he may not have entirely banished his fear of these creatures, the dread that once gripped him has notably diminished. He has made progress. Name: Triangle Python Level. Ordinary Beast Evaluation. Non-venomous, yet possesses formidable constriction abilities. Once ensnared, the chances of survival are slim. The meat is somewhat tough, making it a marginally palatable dish for snake soup, which may slightly enhance your strength upon consumption. Points. Li Xuanzi has now regained his composure, calmness, and contemplation returning. Was there not a notification sound earlier? Uncertain, he activated the attribute list for inspection. Attribute list, name, Li Xuanzi affiliation, Blue Star Civilization race, human cultivation, mortal, strength 26, 6 kilograms techniques, none martial arts, 8 extremes fist, mortal level beginner, firearms, mortal level beginner, weapon, black god, first tier superior divine weapon, points, 2 viewers, 5266, blue star 5263. Galactic citizens 3, others 0, donations, 0 bets, 0 live stream, 18 minutes 23 seconds indeed. Points have been accrued, 2 points for an ordinary beast, quite satisfactory. Li Xuanzi nodded in approval. Wait, something feels amiss. Shouldn't it be labeled as a ferocious beast? How has it been classified as a beast instead? Chapter 5. First, donations and bets. Perhaps ferocious beasts are of a higher caliber, while beasts represent a lower tier of monstrosity. Otherwise, how could I have so easily dispatched it with a stone? Just as Li Xuanzi pondered this, a wolf's howl echoed. A woolly Xuanzi thought to himself, this is not good. The commotion from the earlier battle or the scent of blood must have attracted other beasts. He observed the grass rustling and, without hesitation, bent down with all his might to drag the triangle python's corpse towards the safety zone. This hard-earned prize, his first trophy, must not be snatched away by other ferocious beasts. However, the triangle python proved too heavy. Having only managed to pull it halfway, a massive wolf emerged from the direction of the creek, charging towards him with unrelenting speed. Knowing that the protective barrier would keep the wolf at bay, he continued to strain against the python's weight, ignoring the impending threat. With a resounding thud, the giant wolf collided with the protective barrier, momentarily dazed, shaking its head and taking 2 steps back, as if wary of the area yet unwilling to retreat entirely. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xuanzi finally dragged the triangle python's corpse into the safety zone. At this juncture, he had time to grasp the black god, raising his gaze towards the wolf, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Having experienced the previous encounter, Li Xuanzi did not flinch this time. His legs trembled slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the wolf, a surge of madness, or rather, battle fervor, rising from within. Name. Low-tier wind wolf level. Elite beast evaluation. The lowest rank within the wind wolf clan. Typically responsible for foraging and menial tasks, yet fiercely bloodthirsty and extraordinarily swift, posing a significant threat to you. Consumption may enhance your strength. Warning. Wind wolves are notoriously bloodthirsty, hold grudges, and prefer to attack in packs. A clan? Indeed. Li Xuanzi glanced at the radar and noticed a red, disappearing in the direction of the creek, while a new red dot appeared before him, presumably the wolf, having separated to search for food. The wind wolf refrained from attacking again, and Li Xuanzi did not fire his weapon. A standoff ensued. The wolf hesitated to attack, wary of the earlier protective barrier, while Li Xuanzi remained silent, honing his courage. The triangle python was dead, yet the wind wolf lived, baring its teeth in a display of savagery. He needed to acclimate to such realities. With deep breaths, Li Xuanzi gradually built mental fortitude, adjusting his mindset. Slowly, the fear that had gripped his heart began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning exhilaration. Your role has concluded. It's time for you to go, Li Xuanzi declared, raising his weapon to aim at the wind wolf's head. Sensing imminent danger, the creature howled into the sky before attempting to flee, but it was too late. With a muffled crack, a small blood hole appeared in the wolf's skull, blood gushing forth. With a final shudder of defiance and confusion, it collapsed to the ground, dead. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the elite beast, low-tier wind wolf. You have earned 4 points. Having learned from his previous experience, Li Xuanzi wasted no time, swiftly dragging the wind wolf into the safety zone before collapsing onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, damn it, I'm utterly spent. I must redeem something to enhance my physique or strength. Otherwise, even if I kill prey, I won't be able to bring it back, Li Xuanzi lamented. Blue star. For those who just called Li Xuanzi timid, does this seem timid to you? In such a brief span, he has slain 2 beasts, including 1 elite beast. He should rank quite high among blue star competitors. especially considering that many have succumbed to fear and forfeited. Or worse, perished. How do those above know these creatures are classified as beasts and the levels they hold? Because contestants in the live stream have also slain similar beasts and exchanged them. The multi-species battlefield system displays the names, levels, and values of these creatures. I've heard that some content creators have begun compiling data on various beasts, intending to create a compendium. Impressive. It's only been a short time, and they are already reaching such heights. While I'm still contemplating my survival, Kyoto, Elder, we have thoroughly investigated the matter you instructed. Such swiftness is astounding, the Elder replied incredulously. What the Elder does not know is that since those individuals were selected and whisked away, a pinned live streaming platform has emerged globally, one that cannot be deleted. Through this platform, we can easily tally the remaining contestants worldwide and the number from our esteemed Flower Nation. How many contestants remain globally? And how many from our side? The Elder inquired. Currently, there are over 75 million contestants remaining globally, with over 3 million having forfeited or perished. We still have over 1.39 million from our nation. The selection process has only just begun, and many have not even stepped out of the safety zone. The true mass elimination will likely commence in 3 days. By then, they will either venture forth or succumb to hunger and forfeit. Real-time monitoring of contestant movements is essential. We must not only focus on numbers, but also pay special attention to those exhibiting exceptional performance. We must safeguard their families to prevent any malicious schemes. The Elder commanded. Understood, on a planet in the galactic system. This young man is quite remarkable. Though physically frail, he possesses the courage to confront formidable foes and has fortune on his side. Investing at this moment should yield some profit. A middle-aged man with 3 eyes assessed the virtual image before him. Multi-species battlefield. Ding. The galactic realm, Qingmu civilization. One must spend when wealthy. Donating 10 galactic coins. Ding. The galactic realm, Qingmu civilization. One must spend when wealthy. Betting 10,000 galactic coins. Wagering on your advancement in the selection process, with your advancement rate at 63 and a return rate of 37. Ah? Someone has donated to me and has considerable faith in my success. Li Xuance's fatigue vanished in an instant as he straightened up, captivated by the shimmering golden text displayed before him. I sincerely appreciate the donations and bets. I will strive to advance and ensure your investment does not go to waste. Li Xuance declared earnestly, Wow, this is impressive. This is the first donation and wager I've witnessed, and it's galactic coins. Li Xuance has struck gold. I too am witnessing this for the first time. It is quite normal after all. The selection process has just begun, and many prominent figures are waiting. At this stage, they are not overly eager to take action. It is likely that after the preliminary selection, such situations will become more frequent. What is the Galaxy Coin? The live streaming platform provides an explanation. The Galaxy Coin is the second-tier hard currency of the Galaxy Realm, which can be used to purchase items from any civilization within the Galaxy Realm. A flying car costs merely 8 Galaxy Coins, while a Level 1 interstellar battleship is priced at less than 1,000 Galaxy Coins, indicating its formidable purchasing power. What is the first-ranked currency? I haven't seen it. Where can I find that information? Someone inquired. In Chapter 6, Exchanging for Strength Pills, there is a brief introduction about the Galaxy Realm below the platform, including information about its currency, which is primarily divided into 3 categories. The first hard currency is naturally the Cosmic Coin, which is accepted across various civilizations in the universe and holds the highest value. Next is the Galaxy Coin issued by the Galaxy Lord, which is valid within the Galaxy Realm. The final type comprises the currencies of the various civilizations under the Galaxy Realm, which are generally only usable within their own civilization or among those with particularly close trade relations. Someone explained, I wonder what the exchange rate of Galaxy Coin is between us. That is the situation mentioned above, and it is still far off. We currently have no contact or trade with other civilizations. Hence, we have no need for Galaxy Coins. Although Li Xuance was unaware of the value of Galaxy Coins, the name itself suggested that it could be used for purchases within the Galaxy Realm, undoubtedly possessing a greater worth than the currency of Blue Star. He merely wondered about its purchasing power. Recalling his thoughts, he looked at the 2 massive beasts on the ground and found himself in a dilemma. Bringing them into the thatched hut posed a challenge due to their size. Not to mention their weight, even their dimensions would not allow them to pass through the narrow door. The only option was to first enter and exchange some tools using ginseng to dismember the 2 ferocious beasts before bringing them inside. With this thought, Li Xuance swiftly picked up the ginseng and entered the hut, approaching the display screen. Newcomer, you currently have the following 3 recyclable items. You can choose to recycle them individually, recycle all, or retain them for personal use. The recycling prices are as follows. Ordinary level Ferocious Beast, Triangle Python, Headless and slightly damaged. Recycling price 0.95 points. Elite level Ferocious Beast, Low level Windwolf, in perfect condition. Recycling price 2 points. 60-year-old Ginseng, with complete roots in excellent condition. Recycling price 1.6 points. This roughly half of the hunting points? Li Xuanzi analyzed. Indeed, the recycling price of typical ferocious and savage beast corpses is highest at half the hunting points. Except for some particularly rare species, which may exceed the hunting points, primarily depending on the rarity and value of the prey, was the response. So, there's no need to carry them inside? Can they be recycled remotely? Li Xuanzi asked in surprise. As long as you are within the safe zone, they can be recycled directly. That is quite convenient. Li Xuanzi nodded slightly. Then recycle everything and show me the items I can exchange. Recycling completed, total 5.55 points. Additionally, there are billions of product types. You can filter according to your needs to save time and quickly find the items you desired. I need a knife, something to enhance strength, techniques, as well as spatial and defensive equipment. I wonder if those are available? Li Xuanzi pondered briefly, identifying these as his most pressing needs. Based on your requirements, the following products can meet your needs. Wands Brand Black Gold Battle Knife, No Star Medium Level. Weighs 2 kg, recommended for users with strength over 20 kg. Effortlessly cuts through the skin of elite-level ferocious beasts, priced at 3 points. Strength Pill, Beginner 1 pill increases strength by 5 kilograms. Up to a maximum of 100 pills. The first 30 pills maintain stable potency, while the strength gained from the subsequent 30 pills will gradually decrease, and it becomes ineffective after 100 pills. Priced at 2 points. Mangyo Power, Superior Body Tempering Technique, can be cultivated to the Advanced Apprentice stage, priced at 10 points. Wands Brand Hunting Backpack, No Star Medium Level, specially designed for wilderness hunting. Resistant to water and fire, bulletproof, capable of holding various tools and supplies, with a capacity of around 4L, priced at 5 points. It seems my current points are insufficient to purchase spatial equipment. It is just the beginning. How could spatial equipment possibly be so cheap? Wands Brand Protective Suit, No Star Medium Level, waterproof, fireproof, bulletproof, resistant to stabbing and tearing, self-cleaning, and can change color automatically according to the environment, highly functional, priced at 6 points. Points are so scarce, Li Xuanzi sighed after reviewing the product descriptions and prices. A protective suit is essential. Safety is always the priority. Without life, everything else is meaningless. I'll take 2 strength pills as well. From the previous experience of moving the beast corpses, my strength is severely lacking. With the Black God present, I can temporarily set aside the knife. Just like that, 10 points were spent, leaving him with only 11. 55 points. To the Blue Star people. Li Xuanzi's sigh sounded like a display of extravagance. Wow, impressive. In less than an hour into the game, you've already secured strength pills. I recall seeing a contestant in another live stream who, upon redeeming a strength pill, was so ecstatic he declared he would surpass everyone. No pain, no gain. Could I get a strength pill? I can adopt any posture. After consuming a strength pill, my waist no longer hurts, and my legs are no longer sore. Strength pills are truly remarkable. I shall be the spokesperson for my brother, Strength Pill. The upstairs is amazing. With 2 strength pills consumed, that equates to an increase of 10 kilograms in strength. How long would it take to achieve that through personal training? Envy filled the air. After deducting the points, the center of the display screen instantly transformed into a black hole, and an alloy box along with a porcelain vial appeared on the floor before Li Xuanzi. He picked up the porcelain vial and poured out a dark, unremarkable pill. Without any hesitation, he placed it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. In less than 10 seconds, Li Xuanzi felt his body heating up, as if a drop of water had fallen into a hot oil pan, causing his blood to boil. However, the sensation was fleeting, dissipating in about a minute. Subsequently, he distinctly felt his body becoming significantly stronger. His strength greatly enhanced. He consumed another one, experiencing the same sensation, though the duration seemed slightly shorter this time. He wondered if it was merely his illusion. Unfortunately, there were no instruments to test the results. Oh, right. There's the attribute interface. He quickly thought of the attribute interface. Attribute list. Name, Li Xuanzi. Civilization, Blue Star Civilization. Race, human. Cultivation, mortal, strength 36.6 kg. Techniques, none. Martial skills, 8 extremes fist, mortal, beginner. Marksmanship, mortal, beginner. Weapon, Black God, first tier upper grade divine weapon. Points, 1.55. Audience, over 350,000, 350,000 from Blue Star, 260,000 from Galaxy Citizens, others 0. Donations, 5 Galaxy Coins. Bets, 370 Galaxy Coins. Livestream duration, 37 minutes and 11 seconds. Indeed, my strength has increased, he mused. I didn't expect to have so many viewers already. It seems I have some popularity on Blue Star? Li Xuanzi chuckled in his misfortune. The donations are split 50-50, so that S5 Galaxy Coins. The bets are 10 of the total earnings. That individual, who goes by the name If You Have Money, use it, bet 10,000 Galaxy Coins, with a 37 return rate. That means if I successfully pass the preliminary selection, he could profit 3,700 Galaxy Coins, 10 of which is 370 Galaxy Coins. As long as I survive, this portion of the money will be transferred to me once the selection concludes. After closing the interface, Li Xuanzi donned his protective suit, preparing to venture out for hunting. However, as he picked up the Black God, a sudden thought struck him. In Chapter 7, Hunting Moment, he asked, can the Black God use lower-tier bullets? The lowest grade bullets he had were already first-tier inferior alloy bullets, capable of easily killing savage beasts. It was indeed wasteful to use them for hunting ferocious beasts. Yes, there are bullets ranging from first-tier inferior to first-tier superior. But only first-tier medium copper core sniper bullets can be used in the Black God. They are quite inexpensive, costing 0.3 points per box. With 50 rounds in each box, I'll take a box. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzi made his choice. Name, copper core sniper bullets, level, first-tier medium, evaluation, subpar bullets, but still pose some threat to ferocious beasts. Subpar or not, it doesn't matter, Li Xuanzi thought. The price was affordable, and provided he killed a ferocious beast, he would recoup his investment and still profit, allowing him to reserve his higher-grade bullets. Stepping out of the thatched hut, Li Xuanzi, as before, scanned the surroundings with his radar. What on earth? Li Xuanzi was astonished and felt a surge of luck. Just as he was about to set out for hunting, he discovered a large cluster of red dots suddenly appearing about 90 meters away, and the targets were headed straight for him. Had he not scanned beforehand, he might not have made it back. The howls of wolves echoed as dozens of enormous wind wolves emerged, surrounding the thatched hut, with some of the faster ones crashing directly into the protective shield while attempting to attack Li Xuanzi. Cursed be it, the howl of the wind wolf before its demise was, in fact, a summons for its brethren, and it astonishingly attracted so many. After the initial shock, Li Xuanzi was soon enveloped by elation. Faced once more with an increased number of wind wolves, the fear that once gripped his heart had miraculously vanished, replaced by exhilaration. All these points, they are mine. Unlike other competitors who might find themselves besieged within the safety zone until starvation forces their surrender, Li Xuanzi, armed with the Black God, felt no trepidation, but rather welcomed the arrival of more ferocious beasts, wishing they would not flee. With this thought, he promptly raised the Black God and commenced a ruthless barrage against the wind wolves outside the protective shield. Needing no more than the initial optical sight, a mere basic scope sufficed. Utilizing only copper core bullets, he fired. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as a bullet struck a wind wolf's abdomen, causing it to bleed profusely yet remain unyieldingly aggressive in its assault on the barrier. The sounds of gunfire resonated, bang, 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 as he swiftly reloaded after depleting a magazine. Initially, his focus was merely on hitting the target, for the wolves were not foolish. They evaded his shots with remarkable speed, leading to a notable number of misses. Additionally, even when he did hit them, unless it was a critical strike, they would not perish. However, as time progressed and his marksmanship improved, his accuracy soared, with an increasing likelihood of striking their heads. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an elite-level low-tier windwolf, earning 4 points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an elite-level low-tier windwolf, earning 4 points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a normal-level low-tier windwolf, earning 2 points. As more windwolves fell, the pack grew increasingly agitated, their ferocity seemingly ignited, recklessly assaulting the protective barrier as if vowing to break through. Witnessing this, Li Xuanzi's heart raced with unease, fearing the shield's protective limit. Before long, He had exhausted a box of 50 bullets and returned to the thatched hut to exchange for 10 more boxes, emerging once again to hunt. After a considerable duration, a thunderous howl erupted from the rear of the wolf pack, out of Li Xuance's sight, causing the now rational wolves to gradually cease their frenzy and retreat. Glancing back warily, "They're running?" Li Xuance, deeply engrossed in his killing spree, found this unacceptable. With determination, he stepped outside the safety of the barrier. In an instant, the wolves, having distanced themselves, seemed provoked and swiftly returned after another howl. Charging towards him once more, summoning his courage, Li Xuance began shooting at the approaching giants, darting back within the protective shield as they drew near, intending to taunt them again upon their withdrawal. Once, twice, thrice. His provocation seemed to infuriate the pack, which suddenly parted to reveal a massive wolf, standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, flanked by 4 others around 2 meters in height. The colossal wolf fixed its vicious gaze upon Li Xuance, as if intending to rend him limb from limb. Name: Wind Wolf Level, First Order, 1-star Beast Evaluation. The king of this small region, capable of slaying you in one bite. However, its flesh is remarkably delicious, significantly enhancing your strength. You may wish to hunt one for a taste. Gulping, Li Xuance gazed up at the largest beast he had ever encountered, the fear he had just shed returning anew. Yet upon hearing of its delectable flesh, he quickly steeled himself. There is nothing to fear. I possess alloy bullets, and I can still slay it. However, before attempting to hunt it, he needed to eliminate the lesser wolves first. Otherwise, the others might flee, and his gains would be diminished. The fact that he could still contemplate such strategy indicated that he had truly liberated himself from fear. Name: Low-tier Wind Wolf Level, Lord Level Beast Evaluation. Merely a high-ranking worker within the Wind Wolf clan. It is said the wolf whip is quite impressive. You might want to give it a try. What the hell? Is this radar for real? Li Xuance silently scoffed. With a howl from the lead wolf, 4 Lord-level giant wolves began a fierce assault on the protective shield. Bang, bang, bang. Despite firing 5 rounds, Li Xuance failed to take down even one, as if the bullets were lodged within the muscles of the Lord-level low-tier wind wolves. Copper core bullets had limited lethality against them. Perhaps only shots to the eyes or abdomen could inflict substantial damage. Why was Li Xuance being so foolish? Unable to kill them, he should have targeted the lesser wolves instead, as they too would yield points. This giant wolf was clearly of a higher tier than the elite ones, promising greater points upon its defeat. Currently, no one had been reported successful in slaying a more formidable beast, making it difficult to assess which hunt was more worthwhile. If hearing the murmurs from the live stream, Li Xuance abandoned his assault on the Lord-level low-tier Windwolf, continuing instead to target the elite ones, now capable of dispatching 2 with a single magazine. Yet, the Windwolves were not dim-witted. Especially after the lead wolf had attacked the barrier several times, it displayed a flicker of human-like emotion, confusion, and a desire to retreat. This was troubling. It intended to flee. Li Xuance immediately recognized the shift in circumstances. He could no longer concern himself with the waste of alloy bullets. Delaying further might result in the wolves opting to retreat, and such an opportunity would not arise again. Hidden within the jungle, they could pose a significant threat in the days to come. Resolving this, Li Xuance decisively chambered 5 alloy bullets, cursing the limited magazine capacity of the Black God. When he raised it once more, he aimed directly at the lead wolf. To his astonishment, the lead wolf, upon seeing him aim, did not flinch. Instead, it wore a scornful grin, standing still as if to say, "Shoot me. If you can pierce my skin, I will concede." Chapter 8. A bounty of harvests indeed. After enduring a barrage of attacks, the lead wolf had discerned the limitations of Li Xuance's weapon. While it could dispatch low-tier beasts, inflicting harm upon it was an impossibility. This realization explained why it had initially remained concealed. Now boldly approaching the edge of the protective barrier, it had concluded that the human present could not harm it, yet was puzzled as to why the human could not breach its defenses. "Humph, you seek your own demise." Li Xuance steadied himself. This was his prime opportunity. He understood that such chances were rare. Should he fail to eliminate the lead wolf with his most assured shot, it would likely realize it could kill him and flee, its speed surpassing his reflexes, rendering the remaining 4 shots futile. If he needed to reload, it would undoubtedly vanish without a trace. Die! Li Xuance adjusted his stance and instantaneously squeezed the trigger. In that moment, he felt a profound connection with the Black God, entering a unique state of focus. With a muffled bang, the alloy bullet was expelled from the chamber, and almost simultaneously, a spray of blood erupted from the lead wolf's head. The scornful expression remained. Perhaps it would never comprehend its demise. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a First Order, 1-star beast. You have earned 10 points. Confirming the lead wolf's death, Li Xuanzi swiftly redirected his aim at the remaining Lord-level low-tier wind wolves before they could react. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, each striking true, resulting in the immediate downfall of the lead wolf and 3 Lord-level low-tier wind wolves. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Lord-level beast. You have earned 6 points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Lord-level beast. You have earned 6 points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Lord-level beast. You have earned 6 points. The 4th shot failed to strike a vital point, only grazing its ear. Realizing this, Li Xuanzi hastily began reloading. In a bid for speed, he loaded just 1 bullet. However, the injured Lord-level wind wolf did not afford him the luxury of time. It shot him a glare filled with hatred before howling, summoning several elite low-tier wind wolves to shield its retreat. Ultimately, Li Xuanzi's shot only claimed a single elite low-tier wind wolf, and by the time he reloaded, all the remaining low-tier wind wolves had fled. Showing no interest in his provocations, no matter how he taunted them. Such a pity. What an extraordinary opportunity wasted, Li Xuanzi lamented, feeling insatiable. Hiss. I have no words left to express. This sniper rifle is akin to a bug in the early stages. The ground was littered with corpses, surely no less than 50. Not just 50. It's 60 at least. 69, including the lead wolf. I'm counting them. Impressive. You managed to keep track amidst such a tense moment. 69. Why 69? Hee. Cursed be it. Can this actually be a form of gambling? I'm astounded. Ding. Galaxy Leader Qingmu Civilization. Spend money to show appreciation with 100 galaxy coins. Ding. Galaxy Leader Qingmu Civilization. Spend money to place an additional bet of 100. 000 galaxy coins, wagering on your advancement in the preliminary rounds. Currently, your advancement rate stands at 78, with a return rate of 22. Uncertain whether it was due to Li Xuanzi's remarkable performance, his promotion rate had risen, consequently leading to a decline in his corresponding reward rate. Ding. The Milky Way leader of the Red Soul Civilization has rewarded 1,000 galactic coins, perhaps because of Li Xuanzi's impressive display. Not only did the viewership of the live broadcast surge, but he also attracted numerous influential patrons who generously offered rewards and placed bets. Recovering from his state of hunting, Li Xuanzi noticed the flurry of reward and betting notifications. Though he might not immediately reap the benefits, he felt an immense joy. He promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you to the affluent for their generous rewards, and I extend my thanks to all the esteemed patrons for their support and bets. I shall strive diligently to advance, ensuring that your investments do not go to waste. This was the most favorable assurance he could offer at that moment. After speaking, Li Xuanzi scanned the area with his radar. Confirming the absence of danger, he then set aside the Black God and commenced tidying the battlefield. A minute later, having successfully dragged the 4 elite-level low-tier wind wolves at the edge of the protective barrier into the safe zone, he refrained from continuing and instead rushed towards the thatched cottage. Despite having gained an additional 10 kilograms of strength, it remained insufficient. The corpses of these wind wolves were still too burdensome. Given the number of corpses in the vicinity, he feared that even if he were to exhaust himself, he would struggle to transport them all within a short period. Moreover, prolonged delays would likely invite unforeseen dangers, especially with the acrid scent of blood so potent in the air. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanzi, it was precisely this overwhelming blood scent, combined with the intimidation of fierce beasts, that deterred any predators from approaching. System, recover the corpses of those 4 elite-level beasts. I wish to exchange them for strength pills, Li Xuanzi commanded. He had hunted 1 first-tier 1-star fierce beast, 3 Lord-level beasts, 25 elite-level beasts, and 40 ordinary-level beasts, totaling 69 kills and acquiring a total of 208 hunting points. The recovery of the 4 elite-level beast corpses yielded 8 points, bringing his total to 216 points. Strength pill. Beginner. A single pill can enhance strength by 5 kilograms, with a maximum consumption of 100 pills. The effects of the first 30 pills remain stable, but the strength gained from the subsequent pills will gradually diminish, becoming ineffective after the 100th. The unit price is 2 points. Strength pill. Intermediate. A single pill can enhance strength by 20 kilograms, with a maximum consumption of 60 pills. The effects of the first 20 pills remain stable, but the strength gained from the subsequent pills will gradually diminish, becoming ineffective after the 60th. The unit price is 20 points. Strength pill. Advanced. A single pill can enhance strength by 80 kilograms, with a maximum consumption of 30 pills. The effects of the first 10 pills remain stable, but the strength gained from the subsequent pills will gradually diminish, becoming ineffective after the 30th. The unit price is 200 points. Purchasing the beginner strength pills is evidently more cost-effective at this stage. Li Xuanzi concluded. System. Will excessive consumption of these strength pills adversely affect my future cultivation, or are there any side effects? Consumption within the stable dosage presents no side effects. However, exceeding half of the maximum dosage may lead to some resistance. Nonetheless, as long as you do not exceed this limit, the impact remains minimal. Then I shall acquire 28 beginner strength pills. To avoid jeopardizing his cultivation, Li Xuanzi decisively made the optimal choice. After deducting 56 points, a larger porcelain vial emerged from the black hole of the display screen. Li Xuanzi poured out a strength pill and promptly tossed it into his mouth. This time, the digestion occurred more swiftly. He could not ascertain precisely how much faster, but upon reviewing his attributes, he confirmed an increase of 5 kilograms in strength. Consequently, Li Xuanzi dashed out of the thatched cottage, consuming the strength pills while dragging the corpses of the fierce beasts into the safe zone, intending to recover them all once a sufficient quantity had been amassed. With the enhancement of his strength, his efficiency soared. Soon, all 69 wind wolves had been successfully transported into the safe zone, leaving only the first tier 1-star fierce beast wind wolf for his own sustenance. He recovered the rest, earning an additional 91 points, bringing his total points to 252.55. System. Please list the cultivation techniques I am currently able to practice, preferably those suited to my development. Chapter 9. The universe's most powerful technique. Li Xuanzi understood that the Black God could only provide him with initial assistance, allowing him to gain an advantage over others. The radar could help him identify friend from foe and rapidly accumulate points, yet it could not enhance his strength, serving merely as an auxiliary tool. Ultimately, the selection would hinge on his true power. As in the face of absolute strength, everything else would be rendered inconsequential. Therefore, cultivation became his paramount concern moving forward. The Divine Dragon Suppressing the Sea Scripture, First Volume, First Layer, an unparalleled technique, universally acknowledged as the strongest in the cosmos, rendering one invincible among peers. However, it comes with 3 significant drawbacks. First, it is a fragmentary text. Second, the resource consumption is staggering, and the difficulty of cultivation is extreme. Third, one cannot switch to other techniques unless dispersing their cultivation. Countless prodigies across the universe have abandoned it midway, opting to disperse their cultivation and start anew, leaving no one capable of reaching profound realms. Caution is advised, with a unit price of 100 points. Primordial Unity Technique, first 3 layers. A yellow-grade mid-tier technique, comprising 6 layers, characterized by balance and tranquility, making it suitable for nearly all practitioners. There is no risk of losing control, but progress is slow, with a unit price of 250 points. Tiger Suppression Fist, complete volume. A yellow-grade low-tier technique, rather ordinary, but it is rare in that it possesses accompanying martial techniques. It can be cultivated to the pinnacle of martial artists. Those with poor qualifications may never achieve it in their lifetime, while those of average aptitude may take 80 years, and those with exceptional talent may succeed in 30 years. With external assistance, the speed can be accelerated. With a unit price of 200 points, it is uncertain whether only 3 techniques are available or if the system deems these most fitting for his current abilities. As only 3 options were presented, the strongest in the universe, invincible among peers. These 8 words captivated Li Xuanzi's attention, gripping his heart. A fragmentary text? This does not imply the absence of subsequent techniques. It merely suggests they are challenging to find. Moreover, even if there were none, it matters not, as that realm would be one he must aspire to reach. Staggering resource consumption and immense difficulty? With my foundational radar? I should not lack resources. At the very least, the difficulty should not be insurmountable. Dispersing one's cultivation and starting anew. This posed little concern for him, as the selection process was of utmost importance. Without securing ultimate victory, he would likely be trapped on Blue Star, facing a bleak future. System. If this first technique, the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture, is so formidable, why is it priced so inexpensively? Furthermore, to what realm can one cultivate a fragmentary text? Li Xuanzi inquired. This is a technique known throughout the civilizations of the universe, yet few practice it, which diminishes its value. Every newcomer entering the 10,000 races battlefield, upon acquiring over 100 points within an hour, will be recommended for this option. It is merely a customary occurrence. As for the realm attainable with a fragmentary text, I can only tell you that while you cannot reach the highest realm, it remains a level you must aspire to. Quite proud, Li Xuanzi refrained from pressing further. He had no need for extensive deliberation and promptly made his choice. I choose the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture. With a chime, a small crystal fell from the black hole, and the interface displayed its usage instructions. Li Xuanzi immediately followed the guidance, placing the inheritance crystal against his forehead. Soon, a warm current flowed into his body, and his memory expanded to include a segment on the technique, as if he had been enlightened, revealing how to practice the first layer. The first layer corresponds to the martial artist realm. An ordinary martial artist, when mastered, can possess the strength of 9 wild bulls. Some top-tier techniques and prodigious martial artists may cultivate to the 10th or even 11th tier, gaining the strength of 9 wild bulls and 2 white tigers. Exceptional geniuses may reach the 12th tier, acquiring the strength of a divine elephant. The divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture, however, can be cultivated to the supreme 13th tier, which represents the cosmic limit, laying a solid foundation for martial artists with aspirations of reaching the highest realm. Simultaneously, Li Xuanzi learned from the inheritance that the term suppressing the sea does not refer to an ocean but rather the vast cosmic sea of stars. Once perfected, it could suppress the entire cosmic sea with a mere gesture. In no wonder, it is hailed as the universally acknowledged strongest technique in the cosmos. Thus far, no other technique has been known to achieve the 13th tier during the martial artist realm. This is a legendary level and the only known supreme technique. While Li Xuanzi immersed himself in the inheritance, the Blue Star Network erupted in fervent discussions. Li Daolao is simply incredible. He can actually learn the universe's strongest technique. Not necessarily. Perhaps others can learn it too. Did you not see the system's text introduction? Only newcomers who obtain over 100 points within an hour have the opportunity to access this option. Over an hour has already passed, and those who had the chance have likely seized it. The rest are out of luck. I dare say, among the over 70 million global competitors, those who could achieve 100 points in an hour would not exceed 300. If that, among those 300, I doubt even half would dare to select this technique, so it is destined to be pursued by only a select few. That said, although this technique is acknowledged as the strongest in the universe, based on the system's description, it seems like a trap, fragmentary text, indicating a ceiling to cultivation, and one cannot switch to other techniques, only disperse their cultivation. Isn't that akin to courting disaster? Indeed, it may not seem significant now, but once one grows powerful, adversaries will inevitably emerge. When you disperse your cultivation to start anew, will your enemies remain oblivious? That would be exceedingly perilous. Should one hesitate to restart, it would mean their realm would forever stagnate, while their foes could surpass them. The difficulty is immense. How vast is the universe, filled with countless celestial bodies, while our blue planet scarcely counts as a droplet, with so many prodigies throughout the years. It is astonishing that none have persevered. This clearly illustrates the extraordinary difficulty of the endeavor. Were I in their position, I might also refrain from selecting this path, although it has its drawbacks. The fact remains that one would be invincible at the same tier. I still recognize Li Xuanzi's choice. After all, he is in the midst of a selection for leadership. Should he succeed, the entirety of the blue planet will belong to him. Even if he encounters obstacles, what of it? That is a realm we can only aspire to. Each individual possesses their own choices and must take responsibility for them. We can only observe and respect Li Xuanzi's decision. What a fool he is, to let such a splendid opportunity slip away in favor of this choice. Were it me, I would select the Hunyuan technique, which is far superior and more suited for his current use. Keyboard warriors, if you have the capability, then go ahead. He did venture forth, only to be eliminated. Look at his name, shining brightly. Do you understand what that signifies? It means he was chosen to participate in this selection, but withdrew midway. Oh, there is such a narrative? Globally, several million have opted to withdraw, and this has been validated. A coward dares to speak so brazenly. How dare you speak of our Li Shan? I, at the very least, was selected. You all know nothing. The perils of the myriad races battlefield are beyond your imagination. Li Xuanzi is merely fortunate to possess that sniper rifle. Had I been in his place, I would undoubtedly surpass him. Chapter 10. A martial arts prodigy? Li Xuanzi remains oblivious to the bustling excitement he has caused on the blue planet. He has turned off the live stream and is now seated on a grass mat, adopting various postures for cultivation while consuming strength-enhancing pills, making rapid progress. With each strength pill ingested, his power escalates swiftly. System, do you have any martial technique suitable for me? After consuming all the primary strength pills, Li Xuanzi approaches the screen once more. Gunslinging technique. A yellow-tier lower-grade martial skill. Once mastered, one becomes one with the weapon, hitting precisely where 1 point it is suitable for early stages, with the advantage of having an advanced version later on. Priced at 120 points. If there is an advanced version, then it must be worthwhile, Li Xuanzi decides, gritting his teeth and purchasing the gunslinging technique, significantly depleting his point balance. Much like the cultivation method. Upon receiving the inheritance, Li Xuanzi's mind is flooded with countless shooting techniques and unprecedented experiences. Given another opportunity, the low-tier Wind Wolf leader would not stand a chance. Are there any sword techniques? Firearms are ranged weapons, and should a beast or enemy close in, one would be in grave danger. Thus, he requires a close combat defense method. Since you have learned the gunslinging technique and achieved an entry-level proficiency in such a short time, it indicates you possess a certain talent for marksmanship that I recommend learning the gunplay. Its advanced version is also a form of gunplay, making it most beneficial for you to learn the basic gun techniques now. My gunslinging technique has reached the entry level? Li Xuanzi, astonished, glances at his attribute list. Martial skills. 8 extremes fist, common tier, beginner, gunslinging technique, yellow tier lower grade, entry level. Indeed, his prior common tier sniper technique has automatically exchanged for the gunslinging technique, advancing directly from beginner to entry level. Yes, when you hunted the ferocious wind wolf, you entered a unique state of harmony, significantly enhancing your sniping skills. Do you have any recommendations? Li Xuanzi notices that this myriad race's battlefield system possesses wisdom and is willing to guide him. He wonders if this treatment is exclusive to him or extends to all participants. Basic gunplay will suffice. Additionally, the 8 extremes fist has a more comprehensive set of striking techniques that you may explore. This way, whether in ranged or close combat, you will possess no weaknesses. The Divine Dragon suppressing the sea scripture can greatly enhance your defensive capabilities, allowing for your overall development. All right, I shall heed your advice. Please list the 2 sets of martial skills, and I shall see if I can afford them. Li Xuanzi quickly makes a decision. Basic gunplay. Common tier upper grade. A set of techniques exceptionally suited for foundational training. Priced at 30 points. Basic fist technique. Common tier upper grade. Another set of techniques ideal for foundational training. Also priced at 30 points. The cost is not prohibitive, considering they are upper grade common techniques. But combined, I seem unable to afford both. Li Xuanzi resolves. Let us proceed with one set of basic fist techniques for now. I shall acquire the gun techniques when I have the funds. Upon receiving the inheritance of the basic fist techniques, Li Xuanzi's attributes undergo significant changes once more. Name. Li Xuanzi affiliated civilization. Blue planet civilization race. Human cultivation level. Junior apprentice. Strength 176. 8 kilograms cultivation method. Divine Dragon suppressing the sea scripture martial skills. Basic fist technique. Common tier upper grade. Beginner. Gunslinging technique. Yellow tier lower grade. Entry level. Weapon. Black God. Upper grade divine weapon. Points, 2. 55 viewers. Over 2.35 million. 2.35 million from Blue Planet. 426 from Galactic Citizens. Others 0. Donations. 865 Galactic Coins bets. 4260 Galactic Coins livestream duration. 1 hour 16 minutes 19 seconds Junior Apprentice. Is this a level of cultivation? Li Xuanzi inquires curiously. Indeed, prior to officially advancing to the martial artist realm, there are 3 stages: Junior Apprentice, Intermediate Apprentice, and Senior Apprentice. The apprentice stage is primarily for building strength and honing foundational martial skills. And how are the realms above the martial artist level classified? Li Xuanzi, having learned about the martial artist realm through the Divine Dragon suppressing the sea scripture, remains ignorant of what lies beyond. We shall discuss that once you reach the martial artist realm. Very well, Li Xuanzi concedes, rising with reluctance to resume his livestream, stepping outside to practice the basic fist techniques while providing commentary. Thanks to the rapid increase in his strength, his punching technique, initially somewhat juvenile, gradually adopts structure and improves with each strike. Grass is a type of plant. Li Shun is actually live streaming his punches. This is fantastic. It's a boon for us. Out of all the participants, Li Daolao is the best. He is even explaining the essentials of basic fist techniques to us. This is a chance for global practice. How wonderful! Although we cannot enter the myriad races battlefield selection, we unexpectedly have an opportunity to cultivate. Thank you, Daolao. Thank you, Daolao, and it's a pity I cannot donate. Otherwise, I would certainly send you a rocket. Oh my goodness, I want to practice martial arts. While other participants have closed their streams, Li Daolao has gone against the grain, opening his live stream to train. I am grateful. His intention in live streaming and explaining the basic fist techniques is to teach the people of the Blue Planet martial arts. This is not merely altruism. It stems from his lifelong learning experience. The best way to learn is often to teach others, as this process not only yields a sense of accomplishment but also fosters deeper understanding than solitary study. It is unfortunate that he and the audience cannot provide immediate feedback. Otherwise, his rate of improvement would likely be even faster. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours have passed. Could it be that I am a martial arts genius? Li Xuanzi is astonished, for he has elevated his basic fist technique by 1 level to entry level in just 2 hours. His strength has increased by 1.3 kg, reaching 178.1 kg. Gulp emerging from the state of practicing and teaching. A sudden wave of hunger washes over him, and oh wonder, they say the poor are well versed in literature while the rich excel in martial arts. Hunger strikes quickly. Murmuring to himself, Li Xuanzi's gaze falls upon the ferocious wind wolf placed outside the dwelling. Bring me a set of tools for making fire and cooking, along with some water and utensils. I should be able to afford it, right? Li Xuanzi approaches the display screen. Set of cooking tools. 1 liter of water, and some would cost only 0.55 points. These items appear remarkably inexpensive. This implies that as long as the participants are willing to strive, they should be able to gather 2 or 3 points and succeed in this selection. However, such an approach would likely lead to missed opportunities for optimal development, resulting in elimination in the future. Curiously, a small dagger, merely the length of a thumb, designed for cutting meat, costs 2 points, wiping out his entire balance, leaving him once again a pauper with no points to his name. The 2.5-meter-tall ferocious wind wolf, massive in size, boasts copious meat. It is said that the flesh of ferocious beasts is delicious and can increase strength. I shall sample it for everyone. Li Xuanzi slices a large piece of meat from the wind wolf's leg, placing it over the fire to roast while chuckling, and no need to worry. We can taste it ourselves. Chapter 11. Junior Apprentice. I have tasted all manner of delicacies, but never have I tried ferocious beast meat. If possible, I would spend any amount. Is this about money? It cannot be bought, you know? Alas, one can only watch with drool pooling. How I wish we could trade. How delightful it would be. Some greedy souls have already let their saliva drip onto the table. How absurd. I cannot believe some still eat that stuff. I only eat plain instant noodles now. Li Daolao, please refrain from eating while we are dining, or I shall lose my appetite. The meat cooks quickly, however, after consuming approximately 1 kilogram of roasted meat. Li Xuanzi realizes he can eat no more, not from fullness, but from a peculiar sensation. He feels as though his body is brimming with energy. His vitality surges, and he cannot continue eating. It is a feeling of being unable to absorb more nourishment. Were it ordinary food, Li Xuanzi estimates that as long as he could fit it in his stomach, he could consume 10 kilograms without issue. The meat lay aside, while Li Xuanzi assumed a peculiar half-squat position. Commencing his training. This was the inaugural movement of the Divine Dragon Suppression Sutra, known as the Divine Dragon Stance, which facilitates the rapid digestion of excess energy within the body. The first chapter of the Divine Dragon Suppression Sutra comprises 5 movements: the Divine Dragon Stance, the Crouching Dragon Posture, the Coiling Dragon Form, the Dragon Soaring Across the Seas, and the Infinite Dragon Absorption. After a minute, the efficacy of the universe's mightiest technique became apparent, as the energy from the wind wolf meat was swiftly consumed. Li Xuanzi opened his eyes in delight, resuming his hearty feast. While indulging in the meat, he continued his practice, occasionally throwing punches. Unbeknownst to him, over 10 hours had slipped by, and he had devoured nearly the entirety of the wind wolf. Li Daolao, cease your eating. How much time has passed? You are falling behind. Some spectators began to voice their concern for Li Xuanze. Isn't it a waste of time to train at night? We should be hunting ferocious beasts to earn points. Accumulating points leads to powerful elixirs, enhancing one's abilities at a remarkable pace. Training is far too slow. One complained. Li Xuanze's reasoning seemed questionable. At such a critical juncture, rather than expanding his early advantages, he chose to train. If there were rankings, he might have once been among the top 100, but now he likely found himself far beyond the million mark. If not worse, over there, a formidable individual had successfully ensnared a first-tier, 3-star ferocious beast, and rumors suggested some participants had already surpassed 1,000 points, while others had attained the rank of intermediate apprentice. Truly impressive feats. Although Li Xuanze could utilize radar to acquire the Black God, only 10 boxes existed. Statistically speaking, among the over 70 million competitors worldwide, several million should have secured valuable items. He did not consider himself the sole recipient of a first-tier item. Intermediate apprentice? What level is that, and how formidable is it? This is the cultivation level within the battlefield of myriad races. It is said that before one becomes a true martial artist, there are 4 stages for mortals: beginner apprentice, intermediate apprentice, advanced apprentice, with the assessment based on the ability to lift a heavy object above one's head while maintaining a bent posture for 1 minute. A strength greater than 100 kilograms qualifies one as a beginner apprentice, while exceeding 500 kilograms signifies an intermediate apprentice. As far as I know, the highest level achieved by participants globally is that of intermediate apprentice, with no one yet reaching the advanced apprentice stage, leaving the boundary unknown. Many might not comprehend what this strength signifies, mistakenly believing it to be easily attainable. Allow me to enlighten you. Due to the prevalence of suboptimal health among adult males, less than one can lift 100 kilograms off the ground to the level of their knees, and even regular gym-goers may struggle with this. Those who can lift 100 kilograms overhead are exceedingly rare. If one adds the requirement of sustaining this for 1 minute, the numbers dwindle further, and if one must perform this with feet together while bending to lift overhead, the difficulty escalates significantly, placing immense demands on the strength and endurance of the waist, legs, and arms. I dare say that among the over 7 billion people globally, those who could achieve the status of beginner apprentice would not exceed 1 million. While those reaching the intermediate apprentice level would likely be fewer than 10, this is a broad estimate, as we cannot ascertain whether there exists anyone in the world with extraordinary innate talent. A knowledgeable individual regarding cultivation levels provided a detailed explanation of the apprentice ranks. Your words are numerous, yet reasonable. One cannot help but be astonished. This is the most comprehensive and precise commentary I have ever encountered. So, an intermediate apprentice possesses strength exceeding 500 kilograms. By this calculation, a single punch could surpass 500 kilograms of force. The strength required to lift overhead certainly exceeds that of a punch, which is universally acknowledged. Coupled with martial techniques augmenting this, the force could easily reach beyond 2,000 kilograms. Of course, some defended Li Xuanze, arguing that it was merely a matter of time and that the number of competitors dwindled. It was simply that he had squandered too much time. Sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter. I trust in Li Xuanze. He must have his own plan. With a glance at the remnants of the wind wolf carcass, Li Xuanze commanded, "Retrieve everything." In the next moment, the corpses vanished without a trace, leaving not a drop of blood behind, and his points surged from 0 to 1.06. Surveying his attributes, Li Xuanze declared confidently, "It is time to venture forth. Cultivation, beginner apprentice, strength 236.8 kilograms, martial techniques, basic fist technique, common grade, upper tier, entry level, gun fighting technique, yellow grade, lower tier, introductory." Compared to himself a mere 10 hours prior, Li Xuanze felt assured that he could dispatch his former self with a mere finger within a second. Once again scanning the surroundings, he detected no red dot. Li Xuanze grasped the Black God and swiftly proceeded toward the small stream on the right. A decision influenced by 3 factors. First, the wind wolf had approached from that direction. Second, ferocious beasts still required water, making the stream a likely place to find prey. Third, to the left loomed mountains. Directly ahead lay thickets, and further away, dense jungles, shrouded in darkness and fraught with peril. The right side appeared comparatively open and safer. 20 meters, 30 meters. At 33 meters, Li Xuanze suddenly halted, bending lower as a faint red dot appeared on the radar. Precisely 100 meters away, he surveyed the area, locating a stone of moderate size, and hurled it toward the target. Soon, the faint red dot charged swiftly toward him. Li Xuanzi steadied the black god, aiming intently at the target, holding his breath and focusing. Chapter 12. Unarmed combat. Hiss. In an instant, a triangular python, flicking its forked tongue, closed in to within 20 meters of Li Xuanzi, who finally caught sight of it. Name: Triangular Python Level. Ordinary Tier. Ferocious Beast Evaluation. You are now capable of engaging it in unarmed combat. Unarmed? Gritting his teeth, Li Xuanzi set aside the black god and assumed the stance of the basic fist technique, bracing for the encounter. Since he had been chosen, he would inevitably face these ferocious beasts in the future. Close-quarters combat was essential, if he could not contend with even the most ordinary of ferocious beasts now. How would he confront stronger opponents later? What madness is this? Choosing to engage in hand-to-hand combat without a weapon. Is he courting death by grappling with a 3-meter-long triangular python? Li Xuanzi was indeed overly confident. They had only just entered the battlefield of myriad races and had yet to fully adapt. Confronting ferocious beasts directly posed a high mortality risk. Among the many competitors I observed, most relied on weapons or traps to confront their foes. While only a handful dared to face them barehanded, and many of those had already forfeited, with some even being killed before they could withdraw. He is commendable for his courage to confront formidable foes directly and possesses sufficient luck and calmness of mind, making him one of the few candidates from our nation likely to persevere to the end. Attention is being drawn toward him from the capital as well. Li Xuanzi, however, paid no heed to these thoughts, focusing entirely on the task at hand. Hiss. As the triangular python approached within 4 meters, it provided him no time to react. Its tail lashed out with incredible speed, aiming to seize Li Xuanzi's throat. In a flash, Li Xuanzi had shed his earlier fear, refusing to stand idly. As the triangular python lunged, he deftly shifted half his body to the right, evading the python's head. The python, momentarily surprised, prepared to twist in midair for a second strike. But it was too late. Lacking leverage in the air, Li Xuanzi seized the opportunity to deliver a grounded cannon punch. All his strength surged from his feet through his legs and waist, culminating in his fist, landing precisely on the python's vital spot. With a resounding thud, the 3-meter-long triangular python was sent flying 5 meters away, crashing to the ground and lying motionless. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the ordinary tier ferocious beast. Triangular python. Points gained. 2. Hiss. Li Xuanzi gazed incredulously at his fist. A killing punch. Am I truly a 1-in-a-million combat genius? I never anticipated my fists could be this powerful, capable of slaying an opponent with a single blow. He marveled. He was astonished by his own strength, realizing he must gradually adapt to this newfound power. What just transpired? Had the triangular python truly perished? The audience watching the live broadcast on Blue Star was equally astonished. A punch that exceeds all expectations? How impressive! Did the triangular python truly die? I dared not look. What transpired? How did I open my eyes to find it motionless? It must be dead. Li Xuanzi's movements were clean and decisive. And crucially, that punch struck the python's vital point. While it may appear to have suffered little external damage, I believe the creature's internal organs have been shattered. I am eager to know the extent of the force behind Li Xuanzi's recent punch. This is difficult to estimate. After all, the multiplier of martial techniques is unknown unless measured with instruments. However, I am certain that Li Xuanzi could easily kill me with a single punch now. Li Shun, are you not a tad too self-absorbed? To declare oneself a combat genius is quite audacious. From the bewildered gaze of Li Shun, it is evident that he himself is unaware of his own formidable strength. Has Li Shun perhaps reached the level of an intermediate martial apprentice? Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly slay ordinary-level ferocious beasts? It seems unlikely. He merely consumed 30 primary strength pills. Although he managed to defeat a first-tier 1-star beast, such a significant enhancement in power seems implausible, suggesting he remains in the initial apprentice stage. There are numerous speculations regarding Li Xian's current prowess, yet none can provide a definitive answer. Ding. The Galactic Red Soul Civilization. Planet Master rewards 10,000 galactic coins to my young friend. You possess both luck and courage. I hold great expectations for you, if you manage to survive until the end. Even if you cannot become a lord, I can offer you citizenship in our Red Soul civilization. Should you wish to join us?" A line of green text materialized before Li Xiansu's eyes. To his surprise, it could speak. Li Xiansu exclaimed in astonishment. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly polite, expressing gratitude for the planet master's generosity and warm invitation. He said no more, neither agreeing nor declining. Internally, he was certain he would not join, as he was unaware of the civilization's strength or moral compass. However, being relatively weak, he felt it prudent not to offend too many, lest he be perceived as ungrateful. Ding the Galactic Red Soul Civilization. Planet Master further bets an additional 100,000 galactic coins, wagering on your advancement in the preliminary selection, with your advancement rate currently at 82 and a return rate of 18. Upon seeing his advancement rate rise again, Li Xiansu felt a surge of joy. Casting a glance at the corpse of the triangular python, he continued on his path toward the stream, for hunting ferocious beasts yields far greater points than dragging their carcasses back. Leaving the body here posed no issue. Attracting more beasts would be even better. After this battle, Li Xiansu felt a newfound confidence, his martial will more resolute, and his pace quickened as he advanced with the black god. Another red dot. It was yet another triangular python. Drawing from his prior experience, hunting it became much simpler. Advancing further, he effortlessly dispatched 7 ordinary-level triangular pythons as he neared the stream, just 100 meters away. Along the stream's edge, he noticed a cluster of deeper red dots. Li Xiansu observed from his radar that many red dots were scattered near the stream, indicating a considerable number of beasts or ferocious creatures in the vicinity. With my current strength, dealing with ordinary-level beasts should pose no challenge. However, I fear the elite-level ones may be insurmountable. With so many present, should I be surrounded, my demise would be inevitable. Yet, if my shooting speed and reloading pace are swift enough, I could potentially eliminate them all. The primary concern remains whether the ensuing battles will attract even more ferocious beasts. After counting the red dots, Li Xiansu devised a plan. Chapter 13. Frenzied Sniping. A total of 8 red dots appeared on the radar, though this did not guarantee only 8 enemies nearby. There could be many more beyond 100 meters. Thus, Li Xiansu sought a more advantageous position, locating a stone and hurling it toward the nearest red dot. Roar, what a familiar sound. It's a wind wolf. Upon hearing the roar, Li Xiansu instantly recognized his adversary. Perhaps aware that a detestable individual had slain many of its kin near the thatched hut, the enraged wind wolf did not charge but instead lingered in the area. What does this mean? Is it afraid of me? In his moment of self-admiration, Li Xiansu realized he was mistaken. The wind wolf was not fearful of him. Rather, it was summoning its companions, as he noticed the increasing number of red dots on his radar. Alas, I seem to have poked the wolf's den. It appears this stream is a habitat for wind wolves, and they are plentiful. How am I to navigate this? Li Xiansu found himself torn between the desire to attack and the fear of being encircled. Holding his breath, he retreated, maintaining a distance of around 100 meters from the wind wolf. However, he overthought the situation. As the wind wolf approached within 300 meters of the thatched hut, it let out another howl, causing all the wind wolves to retreat. How vigilant! They have sealed off the stream. Without eliminating these wind wolves, passage in this direction is impossible for the foreseeable future. Li Xiansu grasped the gravity of the situation. He was not afraid of a pack of fewer than 5 wolves, but anything beyond that posed a clear threat. Unless he could defeat them without being struck? Akin to the encounter before the thatched hut, the odds were against him. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze was drawn to a nearby mountain. If he could secure a high vantage point, he might stand a chance. With clarity of thought, Li Xiansu returned with the 8 triangular python corpses, earning 8 points, and combined with the 16 points from previous kills, his total score rose to 24. After exchanging for a set of climbing gear, he purchased a mid-level strength pill, consuming it to gain an additional 20 kilograms of power, resetting his points to 0. Cultivation stage. Initial apprentice, strength 257 kilograms. To ascend the mountain, he first needed to ensure there were no ferocious beasts lurking behind the hut. With this in mind, Li Xiansu swiftly scanned the area behind the hut, finding not a single red dot. He did, however, unearth 3 ginseng roots. Perhaps the wind wolf pack had eliminated the local beasts when they besieged the thatched hut or scared them all away. Li Xiansu surmised. While a bit regrettable, he paid it no mind. Returning to the safe zone, He strapped on his climbing gear and ventured back to the prime location he had just discovered to begin his ascent. Gradually making his way toward the stream while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, the radar constantly scanning for threats. The mountain terrain was steep, rendering progress impossible without climbing gear, which eased his concerns about lurking beasts. After nearly an hour of effort, he reached a prime vantage point upstream of the stream. This platform was excellent, a superb sniping position. Li Xian Su searched the area and discovered a protruding ledge. Quickly leaping onto it, here, he found sufficient cover, and as long as he did not deliberately reveal himself, the area below would remain oblivious to his presence. He confirmed that with his 8-power scope, he could clearly observe the environment below, even extending his view to the periphery of the dense forest. Plenty of prey. This was Li Xiansu's immediate reaction, all visible beyond the radar's scanning range. Relying solely on his sight and the 8-power scope, setting down all his equipment, Li Xiansu grasped the Black God and began to aim downwards. The advanced scope not only revealed the prey but also displayed their actual distance, allowing him to ascertain whether they were within his effective range of 3,000 meters. Low-tier elite windwolves, low-tier ordinary windwolves, ordinary triangular pythons, and several unfamiliar creatures. Among them was a triangular python measuring 4 meters long. Likely elite or even leader level. After confirming, he noted that within a 3-kilometer range, there were no fewer than 100 prey, comprising at least 5 different species, including the triangular pythons and windwolves he had previously encountered. Li Shun is impressive, having discovered such an optimal sniping position with an abundance of prey. All potential points. All those who claimed Li Shun was lagging, step forward. After this battle concludes, I assure you my points will once again soar to the top. Unmatched by anyone. Some fans who had begun to support Li Xiansu were thrilled. How fortunate he is to have found such an advantageous location. This platform is remarkable. It is at least 100 meters above ground, making it improbable for ordinary beasts or even ferocious creatures to leap up. Unless there are flying beasts or ferocious creatures, those below will all fall prey to Li Xiansu. Envying. Having a firearm is indeed advantageous. Amidst the collective envy and jealousy of the onlookers, Li Xiansu took a deep breath, gradually calming the excitement within him. 8 boxes of medium-grade copper core ammunition for sniping, alongside a box of already opened low-grade alloy bullets, were arranged beside him as he aimed downwards, targeting the nearest low-tier ordinary windwolf, which was less than 300 meters away. Bang! With a single shot, the windwolf, busy devouring its meal, collapsed instantly. Ding! Congratulations on hunting a low-tier ordinary windwolf, earning 2 points. Bang bang bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as Li Xiansu continuously reloaded, and due to the proximity and the Black Goddess sound dampening effect, the noise did not carry far. He prioritized hunting solitary prey, resulting in no immediate commotion below. Bang bang! The continuous gunfire served both as hunting and practice, with Li Xiansu's accuracy improving with each shot. Gradually, he began to target creatures at greater distances. Previously, he had missed a shot at prey 800 meters away, requiring 3 shots. Now, he could hit a target with a single shot, showcasing his progress. Bang 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 ding! Congratulations on hunting an elite triangular python, earning 4 points. AS points accumulated. The solitary creatures were gradually eliminated, prompting Li Xiansu to shift his focus to the few remaining clustered prey. However, even the most skilled falter at times. After hunting an unknown number of creatures, he finally caught the attention of a windwolf among the prey. Roar! A particularly fierce leader-level windwolf, missing an ear, observed its fallen companions and immediately deduced the cause of their demise. Chapter 14. The wolf warrior gauntlets. The ferocious visage began to display a hint of panic and fear. It let out a furious roar, and immediately, the air was filled with a chorus of wolf howls from all directions. Soon, a multitude of low-tier windwolves swiftly gathered around it, forming a protective circle. With the aid of an 8-fold scope, Li Xuansa was able to discern the situation over 500 meters away. Was that not the leader-class windwolf? It now possessed the ability to command the pack, signifying it had ascended to the position of the new alpha. Li Xuansa pondered. Previously classified as a first-tier, 1-star ferocious beast, the windwolf was acknowledged as the monarch of the surrounding area. Did this imply that the most formidable beasts in the vicinity were indeed first-tier, 1-star creatures? Perhaps. Yet, the exact scope of this surrounding area remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this was promising news for him. The ferocious beasts now available for him to hunt and train were sufficient. But to confront more powerful beasts, he would require stronger ammunition, and more crucially, he might not be able to transport their carcasses back, he chuckled. It was better for them to congregate. Eli Schwanza quickly focused his mind and began to fire incessantly. With each gunshot, more low-tier windwolves fell lifeless to the ground, greatly facilitating his endeavor. However, as the number of slain windwolves increased, the leader-class windwolf gradually became aware of Li Schwanza's position. For the blood holes were consistently oriented towards a single direction. With a terrified howl, the leader-class windwolf chose not to engage Li Schwanza but instead rapidly retreated in the opposite direction, shielded by its lesser kin, opting to distance itself from this dreadful locale and its formidable adversary. Attempting to flee would not be so simple. Eli Schwanza felt an extraordinary surge of focus. As if entering a unique state, loading the weapon and shooting became a seamless process, executed with remarkable speed. One shot per beast, each hitting its marked. The number of downed windwolves multiplied. The surrounding pack dwindled rapidly. When he was approximately 2,930 meters away, only the leader-class windwolf remained. Is your turn. Eli Schwanza promptly switched to an alloy bullet. Bang with a resounding gunshot. The leader-class windwolf ultimately fell victim to the Black God's sniping. It could only be deemed unfortunate. Had it detected Li Schwanza sooner and retreated, or had a few more subordinates, it might have escaped his lethal range. Alas. Ding, congratulations on slaying the leader-class windwolf, earning 6 points. Ding, congratulations to contestant Li Schwanza from Blue Star for completing the achievement of eradicating the dominant beast tribe within the safe zone. Rewarded with 1 opportunity for a black iron tier lottery. Just as the last of the windwolves succumbed, a line of green text appeared before his eyes. Inner zone? So, there must be an outer zone as well, presumably the jungle or mountains. A lottery? How delightful! Eli Schwanza's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated such a reward after vanquishing all the windwolves. I must be the first contestant to complete this task. Right? Li Schwanza asked uncertainly, for without the assistance of that cowardly leader-class windwolf, exterminating all the windwolves would have been a formidable challenge, at least not achievable in such a short span. Li Xin, you are being somewhat modest. It is undoubtedly the case that you are the first. If anyone had completed it beforehand, they would have already been trending. Impressive. Where are those who were previously boasting? Step forward. Who else? Likes and applause. Remarkable. The windwolves must be weeping in despair. The Northern Wolf clan trembles in fear. While others are dragon-slaying warriors, you are a wolf-slaying warrior, and you have utterly annihilated them. You are truly the epitome of a wolf slayer. Words fail to express my current sentiments. Speaking of which, how many windwolves perished earlier? This time, Li Schwanza undoubtedly struck it rich, indeed. Glancing at his attribute list, his points had surged from 0 to 822. Considering the points already spent, he had indeed surpassed 1,000. After the green text vanished, 10 black iron boxes suddenly appeared before him, floating in midair. Previously wooden, they were now black iron, suggesting more bountiful rewards awaited. Please select a prize within 1 minute. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture. Another line of green text jolted Li Schwanza back to reality. He swiftly utilized his radar to scan the boxes, finding no obstruction. Indeed, he could see the prizes within through the box's exterior. How splendid! Eli Schwanza quickly masked his excitement and began to examine the rewards. Name: Wolf Blade Tier. Low first tier evaluation. Mighty and sharp, infused with vitality, capable of cleaving prey in twain instantaneously. A commendable weapon. Just what I need, though there's no rush. Name: Vitality Pill Tier. Low first tier evaluation. A single pill can aid a high-level apprentice in advancing to the martial realm, with no side effects. Goodness, what a remarkable item! Li Schwanza was taken aback, momentarily tempted to select it. Fortunately, his self-restraint proved strong enough to hold him back. It was indeed a valuable item, but as a novice apprentice, he still had a ways to go before needing the vitality pill. It would be more prudent to choose something that would be of immediate benefit to him. Wolf Tooth Club, medium first tier divine weapon. Pass. True to its name, the black iron tier boasted no empty boxes, with the lowest tier being medium first tier. Li Schwanza passed on all 5.3 medium first tier items remained, with only one alternative. Name: Wolf Warrior Spear Tier, medium first tier divine weapon evaluation. A commendable red tassel spear, suitable for spear-wielding martial artists. He originally intended to learn basic spear techniques, but lacked the points. Now, that was no longer an issue. However, when Li Xuanze laid eyes on the next prize, his resolve wavered. Name: Wolf Warrior Gauntlets Tier. High First Tier Divine Weapon Evaluation. Perfectly complements your basic fist techniques. Possessing it will amplify your unarmed combat power by 2.5 times, greatly enhancing your combat prowess. This is the one, and upon seeing this, Li Xuanze had made his choice. Though this prize was not the most precious among the 10 iron boxes, that honor belonged to a martial arts manual. The Heavenly Wolf Divine Technique, a superior yellow-tier treasure, equivalent to a high third-tier artifact. Had he not possessed the dragon-suppressing classic, he would have chosen it without hesitation. But now, I choose the 8th box. Li Xuanze ultimately declared his choice. Swish, the other 9 boxes vanished, and the 8th iron box opened instantaneously, revealing a pair of wolf head gauntlets before him. A splendid find. Li Xuanze stowed the gauntlets away without lingering too long and instead raised the black god once more. Aiming at the expanse below, where his gaze could reach, Chapter 15. The Black Mountain Savage Tiger Bang. After a series of gunshots, this platform had cleared a 3-kilometer range along the brook of any living beasts. At least none visible, for his radar could not scan that far. The occasional oversight was not impossible. Would such a strong scent of blood attract more prey? Li Xuanze glanced at his ammunition. He had 25 medium-tier copper-core sniper bullets left, not much, and he needed to replenish soon. It was time to return. However, just as Li Xuanze was gathering his belongings and preparing to leave, a bright red suddenly appeared on the radar. More vivid than the previous first tier, 1-star ferocious beast. A startling development that made him jump. He quickly crouched down and looked in the direction of the red dot, which was behind him, atop a high mountain. Was it the commotion from his hunting endeavors that had stirred something, or had the scent of blood attracted the attention of beasts from the mountain? Name: Black Mountain Savage Tiger Tier. High First Tier 4-star Ferocious Beast Skill. Tiger's Roar Evaluation. A formidable beast from the Black Mountain. Its flesh is delectable and easy to absorb, making it a fine choice for practitioners. However, it is exceptionally fierce and alert, not easily dealt with, especially due to its Tiger's Roar skill, which has a disorienting effect. You must be cautious. Goodness, it even possesses a skill. I wonder if it has detected my presence? Despite the turmoil within him, Li Xuanze's hands moved swiftly, quickly switching to 5 rounds of medium-tier armor-piercing bullets. He could not allow it to strike first. Should he be disoriented, it would spell disaster. With that thought in mind, Li Xuanze carefully raised the black god to take aim. Through the optical scope, Li Xuanze found himself locking eyes with the Black Mountain Savage Tiger. Whether it possessed a precognitive ability or not, the moment the black god aimed at it, the tiger also turned its gaze towards Li Xuanze. Not good. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xuanze did not hesitate to pull the trigger 3 times in succession, sealing off its escape route. Indeed, the Black Mountain Savage Tiger's reaction speed and leaping ability were beyond his own, vanishing from his scope with a speed that surpassed his reflexes. With a thunderous roar, the tiger's cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and Li Xuanze felt as though his mind had been struck heavily. Momentarily disoriented, his vision blurring, goodness, I cannot afford to faint. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, Li Xuanze vigorously shook his head. If his eyes could not capture the beast, he would rely on the radar. Using the radar, Li Xuanze quickly located the Black Mountain Savage Tiger approximately 30 meters away. Strangely, it did not continue towards him, and he noticed that the red dot was flickering. Curiosity piqued, Li Xuanze aimed at that position, and the ensuing scene brought him a slight sense of relief. Originally, my 3 shots struck the opponent twice. Its previous counterattack was merely a feeble attempt to intimidate me. Otherwise, its roar skill could not have allowed me to escape so swiftly. The adversary is now gravely wounded, blood cascading down the mountainside. Seizing the moment, amidst the bloodthirsty and vengeful gaze of the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, Li Xuanze unhesitatingly fired again. This time, the opponent lacked the capacity to evade, and was shot directly in the head, perhaps unaware until its last breath that it had perished at the hands of such a seemingly insignificant ant. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the first tier 4-star Ferocious Beast, the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, earning 60 points. My goodness, Li is truly formidable. This tiger must indeed be a ferocious beast. And this time he has struck it rich. Standard battlefield notifications appear in green text, visible to the audience. However, this hunting alert is an auditory one, audible only to Li Xuanzi. The audience is oblivious, yet they can glean information about the prey through subsequent exchanges, as was the case when someone previously hunted a first-tier 3-star beast. Judging by its size, over 7 meters long, it undoubtedly qualifies as a ferocious beast, likely exceeding even 1 star. The audience speculated. Ding Qingmu civilization, money should be spent, a donation of 1,000 galactic coins. Indeed, while possessing the advantage of a sniper rifle, to hunt a first-tier 4-star beast at this stage is exceptionally commendable. I must place a significant bet on you. Wow, this big shot has donated again, and intends to place a hefty bet. I am envious and filled with admiration. So, this is a first-tier 4-star ferocious beast. How terrifying. Li must be the first contestant globally to hunt a first-tier 4-star beast. At least I have not heard of anyone else achieving that point. One can easily imagine that as long as Li progresses, he is destined to become immensely wealthy. With so many galactic coins, he could purchase a planet, perhaps. This place is not suitable for lingering. I must make a swift exit. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Li Xuanzi maintained a calm demeanor. He realized that this mountain, possibly named Black Mountain, was not safe, surely concealing great dangers. He quickly climbed to the position of the Black Mountain barbarian tiger, glanced at the 7-meter-long giant, and found himself unable to budge it. In desperation, Li Xuanzi retrieved a metallic alloy rod from his toolkit, employing the principle of leverage. With all his strength, he finally managed to push its corpse, rolling it down the mountain, where it landed amidst the underbrush below. Less than a kilometer from his safety zone. After observing the location of the Black Mountain barbarian tiger's carcass, Li Xuanzi hurriedly descended the mountain and returned to the safety zone. Is there any spatial equipment? Li Xuanzi inquired anxiously. Spatial belt, beginner, first-tier low-grade, possessing 1 cubic meter of space, priced at 100 points. Spatial belt, intermediate, first-tier medium-grade, possessing 8 cubic meters of space, priced at 800 points. Not enough. While he had sufficient points, he was reluctant to spend the majority of them on merely one piece of spatial equipment, and even if he bought the spatial belt, it would not accommodate such a massive Black Mountain barbarian tiger. Is there a transportation tool that could save effort? Li Xuanzi asked again. Hercules brand heavy-duty bulldozer, high-grade common tier, capable of effortlessly towing 1,000 tons, operating on a single basic energy block, with a maximum range of 2,000 kilometers when empty, and 300 kilometers under maximum load. Equipped with artificial intelligence for unmanned driving, priced at 90 points, including 1 basic energy block. So affordable. This is excellent. Li Xuanzi immediately felt exhilarated. This offers far better value than the spatial belt, making it ideal for his current use, even though it may become obsolete after 3 galactic days. However, with it, he should quickly earn back those 90 points. That's it. I'll take one, Li Xuanzi decided without hesitation. A black hole reappeared in the center of the screen, and then a capsule fell out. Once the screen returned, it displayed a line of text. Simply throw the capsule far away. Chapter 16. The Mighty Hercules. Li Xuanzi did not hesitate, picking up the capsule and exiting the thatched hut. After all, a first-tier, 4-star trophy was still about a kilometer away, and if he delayed too long, he might invite unwanted complications. Bang! The capsule was thrown 50 meters away, landing with a thud, followed by a flash. A towering bulldozer nearly 8 meters high appeared before him. Li Xuanzi ran over excitedly as the door automatically opened, and a retractable ladder descended. He hurriedly boarded, and once the door closed, the onboard AI activated. Welcome to use the Hercules brand heavy-duty bulldozer. Hercules is ready to serve you. Please give your instructions. A crisp voice resonated, refreshing as a tall glass of cool water on a scorching summer day. Proceed at full speed in this direction for 800 meters, Li Xuanzi commanded. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are setting off. The bulldozer rumbled to life, its noise significant yet quieter than the heavy-duty bulldozers on Blue Star. While monitoring the radar, Li Xuanzi scanned the surroundings with an 8-power scope from an elevated position, wary of attracting other ferocious beasts with the bulldozer's noise, allowing him time for a timely retreat. Soon, Li Xuanzi safely reached the location of the Black Mountain barbarian tiger, where no signs of life were evident, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Had the prey been dragged away by other beasts, he would have felt pained even if they merely nibbled at it. After disembarking, he promptly secured the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger with the towing line, then hastily drove back to the safety zone. After placing the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger within the safety zone, he replicated the process, driving towards the creek to capture a dozen ferocious beasts in one go. In total, he made over 20 trips, taking more than 2 hours, bringing back 403 various ferocious beasts. During this time, he also sniped 12 stragglers attracted by the bulldozer's noise or feasting on the carcasses of other beasts. It can be said that in these few hours, Li Xuanzi essentially cleared the hunting grounds spanning approximately 3 kilometers from the Black Mountain to the jungle along the creek. Spending a few points, he exchanged for 10 10-liter empty bottles, extracting a considerable amount of blood from the beasts' corpses using a bleeding technique. After tightly sealing the bottles, he commanded the bulldozer to retrieve all beasts except for the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger. The Hercules then halted within the safety zone, and Li Xuanzi returned to the thatched hut to inform the audience before directly ending the live stream. Has Li achieved a significant haul? Will he begin to eat and cultivate again? That seems likely. Compared to other contestants who risk their lives to barely hunt 1 or 2 ordinary beasts and are already thrilled, he is practically on a leisurely vacation, complete with a vehicle. Fortunately, other contestants cannot watch the live stream. Otherwise, they would likely lose motivation to continue, as this is utterly overwhelming. However, it cannot be entirely stated so. Globally, there are still several hundred contestants capable of matching him, and this is only on Blue Star. It is worth noting that this selection includes participants from 10,000 planets. The situation beyond is still unknown. Thus, the greater the advantage Li Xuanzi accumulates in the early stages, the better, as he represents Blue Star, and if he survives until the end, Blue Star will undoubtedly undergo monumental transformations. According to the latest statistics, over 78.23 million people are participating in the selection. With 19 hours remaining, 13.86 million have forfeited, and 330,000 have perished, leaving 64.04 million contestants. Among them, our nation has 1.86 million forfeits, 24,000 deaths, and over 1.22 million remaining. How many outstanding contestants do we have? How many seed contestants? How many core contestants? An elder continued to inquire. According to our established standards, those who hunt at least 1 leader-level beast or accumulate 300 points within 15 hours qualify as outstanding contestants. Our nation currently has over 182,000 contestants in this category. Those who hunt at least 1 first-tier, 1-star, or higher ferocious beast or accumulate over 500 points within 15 hours qualify as seed contestants. Currently, we have over 9,300. Those who hunt at least 1 first-tier, 2-star, or higher ferocious beast or accumulate over 800 points within 15 hours qualify as core contestants. We currently have 182. If Li Xuanzi were to hear this, he would surely reflect on the fact that indeed, there are many experts in this world, and numerous individuals as extraordinary as he is, though perhaps not quite as remarkable as for Li Xuanzi. He likely does not belong to the core contestant category, does he? The elder asked. Indeed, by standard, he qualifies as a seed contestant, though his situation is somewhat unique. He has spent too long cultivating alone in the safety zone, causing his progress to lag. However, in the subsequent 3 hours, his achievements have surged in terms of hunting the highest level ferocious beasts. He is now the world leader, while 19 other contestants have hunted first-tier, 3-star ferocious beasts. He is the only one who has successfully hunted a first-tier, 4-star ferocious beast. In points, he ranks 27th globally and 6th in our nation, currently possessing 1,622.45 points, with a historical cumulative total of 1,879 points, indicating immense potential. How many points does the first place holder have? The elder inquired curiously. The world leader has accumulated over 4,200 points, while the first-place contestant from our nation has garnered over 4,000 points. Though precise figures are continuously updating and are currently unknown, if Li Xuanzi were to become aware of this data, one can only imagine his reaction. He would likely exclaim 666 in astonishment, for the number of experts is indeed overwhelming. How could they amass such a plethora of points? The elder inquired with curiosity. There are myriad methods, yet those who surpass 1,000 points share a commonality: they have harnessed the forces of nature. This also illustrates that the myriad races battlefield is no different from the real world. We can utilize any elements at our disposal. The world's foremost player is James from the Eagle Nation, who descended upon a prairie just as the grass entered its withering phase. With the aid of the wind's force, He ignited a fire that consumed much of the grassland. Others landed beside a lake, exchanging for poison to slay a multitude of fish and beasts, thus reaping substantial points. There were also those who buried explosives in a valley, crushing many beasts with rolling stones, and some who breached riverbanks to drown countless creatures. In terms of individual kills, Li Xuanzi is likely the only contestant globally who has achieved over 1,000 points without leveraging the power of nature. Indeed, such individuals are exceptional talents with unique ideas, deserving of separate acknowledgement, for they are the ones most likely to persevere until the end, remarked the elder. Yes, we shall soon establish a fourth standard. Chapter 17. The Seven Realms of Martial Arts. Li Xuanzi remains oblivious to the current situation on Blue Star. Nor is he aware that the higher-ups have begun to take notice of him. Even if he were aware, it would change nothing. He can only proceed at his own pace, unhurried and steady, taking each step as it comes. Inside the thatched cottage, he queried, "Is there a dagger capable of slicing through the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger?" The previous small knife struggled to cut through a first-tier wind wolf. So to tackle a Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger would likely require a more formidable blade. With points at hand, he might as well invest in a superior dagger. The Wanqing brand Black Gold Dagger, 1 star, a first-tier superior divine weapon. Suitable for both cutting flesh and assassination, favored by assassins. It can effortlessly slice through the hides of beasts below the second tier and inflict lethal damage on second-tier beasts, priced at 500 points. That's rather steep, Li Xuanzi lamented. But it can be used for quite a while, can it not? If you also learn basic assassination techniques, this dagger will serve dual purposes for you. Assassination techniques? Skills are never excessive. At a critical moment, assassination techniques may prove immensely beneficial. Basic assassination techniques cost only 30 points. That makes sense. After some deliberation, Li Xuanzi gritted his teeth and purchased this, his most expensive weapon to date. I'll take the basic assassination techniques as well. After deducting 530 points, Li Xuanzi was left with 1,092.45 points. By the way, since the Black Gold Dagger is also a first-tier superior divine weapon, what is the price of my Black God? Li Xuanzi inquired. This item is incredibly useful. If its price is not exorbitant, it means others can purchase it, thereby diminishing his initial advantage. Your points are insufficient to answer. Li Xuanzi felt no disappointment. Rather, he was pleased, for the higher the price of the Black God, the more advantageous it is for him. So, does this imply that even among first-tier superior divine weapons, the prices can vary significantly? Naturally. What about the points for ammunition? What are the prices for alloy bullets, armor-piercing rounds, and explosive rounds? Alloy bullets are 50 points per box, containing 50 rounds. At 1 point per bullet. They can hunt beasts below the first-tier 4-star level, yielding substantial profits. Even hunting ordinary beasts can recoup costs, provided the kill occurs within 3 shots. Otherwise, one incurs losses. Armor-piercing rounds are 90 points per box, containing 30 rounds, with each costing 3 points. When I hunted the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, I used 4 armor-piercing rounds, totaling 12 points. With the hunt yielding 60 points, considering the carcass, it was worth 90 points, somewhat wasteful. Yet acceptable, as I did not incur a loss. Explosive rounds are 100 points per box, containing 10 rounds. 10 points per bullet? How exorbitant. It seems I must enhance my marksmanship to ensure a single bullet can dispatch an enemy. Otherwise, the consumption will be too great. Currently, I have 10 explosive rounds, 24 armor-piercing rounds, 43 alloy bullets, and 13 copper core bullets. I'll take another box of alloy bullets and 20 boxes of copper core bullets. With a grand gesture, Li Xuanzi spent another 110 points, ensuring he had ample ammunition, making his upcoming hunting endeavors considerably easier. And bring me 19 intermediate strength pills. Each intermediate strength pill enhances strength by 20 kilograms. Priced at 20 points each, totaling 380 points. In an instant, his points dwindled significantly to 602.45. I must say, points are truly insufficient. The digestion time for intermediate strength pills is approximately 3 minutes each. Slightly longer than the basic ones. However, he did not waste this time. With the precision of a skilled butcher, he dismembered the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger into countless pieces, roasting them around the fire while he chose to practice his punches outside. Combining the effects of punching with the intermediate strength pills yielded results far greater than mere addition. Bang. Indeed, I am a martial arts prodigy. Li Xuanze exclaimed with excitement as he felt the sound of his fists slicing through the air. For not only had his strength increased, but his cultivation level had ascended from beginner apprentice to intermediate apprentice. His foundational martial arts had also progressed, deepening his understanding and enhancing his skills. Though he did not achieve another upgrade, it was surely not far off. System. Aside from the beginner, intra-level, and proficient stages of martial arts, are there further levels? Li Xuanze earnestly inquired before the display screen. All martial arts are categorized into 7 levels: beginner, entry-level, proficient, masterful, profound, perfect, and true essence. The beginner level allows one to harness 10 of the martial arts potential, entry-level enables 50, and proficient achieves 80. The masterful level can wield 100 of the martial arts' full power. The first 4 levels heavily depend on the martial arts' inherent rank. For instance, if your foundational martial arts enhance combat power by 20, upon reaching the masterful level, you can unleash 1.2 times your combat power during battle. Higher-tier martial arts at the same level naturally yield greater combat power. When one reaches the profound level, additional enhancements of 20 to 50 can be achieved on top of the masterful level's capabilities. The perfect level can at least double combat power, while the true essence level can augment combat power by at least 5 times, with potential increases of 10-fold or even dozens of times depending on one's comprehension of true essence. Those who reach the masterful level are regarded as masters of their martial art, capable of taking on disciples. Those at the profound level are generally considered grandmasters, a rarity, capable of establishing sections. The perfect and true essence levels depend on opportunity and talent, representing exceptional individuals. Most may never even touch upon them in a lifetime. You have reached the proficient level in such a short time. Albeit in the most basic of martial arts, which indicates some innate talent in this regard. Who knows, you may have the opportunity to reach the true essence level. Upon reaching this level, any martial art possesses the ability to transcend the ordinary, making it commonplace to battle above one's rank. The system's rare elaboration greatly benefited Li Xuanze. Thank you for the explanation. May I inquire further, does the difficulty of learning vary with the different levels of martial arts? Li Xuanze pressed on. Indeed, it is only natural. To elevate foundational martial arts to the profound level is akin to scaling the heavens, while achieving the perfect level is nearly impossible. True essence is beyond contemplation. Higher-tier martial arts are easier to master because they align more closely with true essence, yet the challenge of practicing higher-tier martial arts also escalates. Understood. After grasping all this, Li Xuanze did not feel disheartened. He had not yet spent a full day in his training, and the road ahead remains long. He firmly believes he will succeed. Chapter 18. The unexpected as he savored roasted meat while training and punching. 14 hours swiftly passed, and he had already spent nearly 34 hours in this place. However, here, a day corresponds to a galactic day, equivalent to 3.47 days on Blue Star, making the day quite lengthy. It was still daylight, with darkness not yet having fallen. However, correspondingly, the night would likely be lengthy as well, and now only a few hours remained until nightfall. Li Xuanze rose once more, preparing for the impending long night. Glancing at the dwindling carcass of the black mountain barbarian tiger, he chose not to reclaim it this time, as he had plans for this body. Name. Li Xuanze affiliation. Blue Star Civilization race. Human cultivation level. Intermediate apprentice. Strength 706 kilograms cultivation technique. Divine Dragon suppressing the C classic martial arts. Basic fist technique. Common grade upper tier. Mastery. Gunnery. Gun combat technique. Yellow grade lower tier. Proficient. Basic assassination technique. Common grade upper tier. Novice. Weapons. Black God. Upper tier divine weapon. First rank. Black Gold Dagger, upper tier divine weapon. First rank, War Wolf Gauntlets, upper tier divine weapon. First rank, points, 611 viewers. Over 8.46 million, Blue Star over 8.46 million, Galactic Citizens 2688. Others 0, donations, 1950 Galactic Coins bets, 14,620 Galactic Coins livestream. 4 hours 22 minutes 31 seconds. A first rank 4-star Fierce Beast. The Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger only augmented his strength by 76 kilograms. While a previous first-rank 1-star Fierce Beast, the Wind Wolf, had granted him an increase of 51 kg. It seems that as my cultivation progresses, the efficacy of Fierce Beast flesh diminishes. Nevertheless, overall, the consumption of Fierce Beast flesh remains more cost-effective than the strength pills. Li Xuanze mused. The carcass of a Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger holds a value of 30 points, and after some recovery, he acquired roughly 11 points, meaning the portion he consumed was worth about 19 points. Barely enough to purchase a medium strength pill, which increases strength by 20 kg. However, the advantage of the strength pill lies in its time-saving nature. Moreover, Li Xuanzi understood that due to his cultivation of the divine dragon suppressing the C classic, he could digest the flesh so swiftly. With ordinary techniques, one could typically only consume 6 or 7 kilograms a day at best, resulting in exceedingly low conversion efficiency. Are there any healing elixirs? Li Xuanzi considered the future. Rejuvenation pill, common grade high tier, used to treat internal injuries, suitable for apprentice-level cultivators, priced at 80 points. Gold wound powder, common grade high tier, used to treat external injuries, suitable for apprentice-level cultivators, priced at 60 points. Red flower oil, common grade high tier, used to treat bruises and injuries, suitable for apprentice-level cultivators, priced at 30 points. Let us have one of each, and also a beginner-s spatial belt. Along with a high-grade strength pill, Li Xuanzi waved his hand, spending another 470 points, reducing his points to 141. By the way, are there any higher-grade protective suits? The one I currently wear seems somewhat inadequate. OneStar's protective suit, half-star lower-tier first rank, waterproof, fireproof, bulletproof, stab-proof, tear-resistant, self-cleaning, can automatically change color according to the environment, highly functional, capable of deflecting 20 of attacks. Common-grade weapons or fierce beasts find it difficult to penetrate. Priced at 100 points, I'll take one. Instantly, his points dropped to 41. With everything prepared, Li Xuanzi donned his new protective suit and stowed away his bullets, daggers, and elixirs into the spatial belt, feeling significantly more at ease. Spatial equipment is indeed quite useful, albeit costly. Reinitiating the live stream, Li Xuanzi drove toward the lower reaches of the creek. On the forest's outskirts, flowers have all wilted. The Divinely has finally begun streaming. As I suspected, it's another marathon session of over 10 hours. I really don't know what to say. I've heard many competitors are now at the intermediate apprentice stage, and even the top tier has reached the advanced apprentice level. Li Xuanzi has likely fallen behind considerably during this time. I don't care if Li has fallen behind. All I know is that this Hercules is indeed striking. Isn't. If he were on our Blue Star, the return rate would be 100% on Blue Star. The existing roads might not even support his weight. Everyone needn't worry too much about Li Xuanzi, though it seems he squandered several hours. He could directly challenge a triangle python upon his return and swiftly slay numerous fierce beasts, accumulating a wealth of points. I believe he can do it again. Yet, last time he found a highly suitable sniping position. It won't be so easy this time. What is the use of our bickering? I'm curious where Li Xuanzi intends to go and what he plans to do. Aren't you curious? Of course, everyone is curious. After all, Li Xuanzi has gained a certain level of fame globally, with nearly 10 million viewers tuning into his stream, many anticipating if he will create another legend. Unaware of the audience's sentiments on Blue Star, Li Xuanzi adhered to his pre-established plan, driving to the edge of the jungle. He then leapt from the vehicle, retrieving a large-capacity container filled with fierce beast blood, unscrewing the cap to spill it onto the ground, and continuing to pour it along the creek upstream. When he reached a point about 300 to 400 meters away from the platform, he used a rope he had previously purchased for 3 points to tie up the carcass of the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, placing it in the creek, effectively blocking 2/3 of the waterway. Simultaneously, the blood of the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger and some fragmented flesh flowed downstream, entering the jungle. Having completed all preparations, Li Xuanzi drove Hercules back and quickly returned, reascending to the previously utilized platform. He also climbed higher to assess the surrounding situation, setting up several bells he had purchased for 2 points, as long as a creature came within a kilometer. The bells would ring, allowing him to anticipate danger, unlike last time when he only noticed the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger when it was 100 meters away. Had the beast launched a rapid attack then, leaving him no time to react, he would have become prey, with the best outcome being serious injury and forfeiture. He certainly did not wish for a repeat of that experience. All of this unfolded under the watchful eyes of Blue Star viewers and those from various galactic civilizations. Goodness, I never anticipated such a strategy. He's utilizing the blood and the scent of the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger to attract more prey. Indeed, Li has become even wiser this time. Learning from his previous near attack, he has set up a warning system in advance, enhancing his safety. I wondered what he was doing with that container of blood. I thought he intended to use it for medicinal baths. Reminiscent of scenes in past novels where one bathes in the blood of fierce beasts to enhance strength, I shared that thought but did not expect this application. Quite ingenious. This move deserves a thumbs up. I am at Tier 3. While Lee has already reached the stratosphere point 666, that maneuver was impressive, but we must await the results to see if any prey takes the bait. Chapter 19. The Clam and the Snipe Struggle. The fisherman benefits in truth. Li Xuanzi harbored similar concerns. These fierce beasts are quite sensitive to blood scents and are exceedingly bloodthirsty. If they catch wind of such scents, it is likely they will approach. Though he lacked absolute certainty, however, weighing the potential immense benefits, it was worth AT or wide at AT worst. He would waste an hour. If it failed, he could always venture into the jungle for adventure. Is it already happening? Li Xuanzi's worries proved unfounded, for it was not long before prey emerged from the dense forest. It was a wolf-like fierce beast, somewhat different from the wind wolf. While the wind wolf had gray fur, this wolf was entirely black, likely blending seamlessly with the night. It appeared exceedingly vigilant, frequently sniffing the air and scanning its surroundings, before slowly advancing along the creek. Upon spotting the carcass of the black mountain barbarian tiger, Li Xuanzi could discern the excitement in its eyes through the eightfold scope. His assumption had proven correct. If the black mountain barbarian tiger could enhance his strength by several dozen kilograms, it stood to reason that it would attract other fierce beasts as well. Bang! A gunshot rang out, striking the wolf, yet the bullet lodged in its forehead without penetrating. What the? This is a fierce beast-level wolf. Experience can be deadly. This wolf matched the height of the previous elite wind wolf, and he had presumed it to be another elite beast, given the distance and the radar's inability to detect it. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzi swiftly switched to alloy bullets. As he aimed again, the wolf had already darted several dozen meters away, leaving him no time to fully steady his aim. Eagerly, he fired once more. Bang! The wolf collapsed with a thud, but Li Xuanzi heard no sound. He knew this fierce beast-level wolf was not yet dead, so he immediately observed through the eightfold scope. Indeed, the shot had struck its hind leg. Roar! The fierce wolf turned back, casting a vengeful glance toward Li Xuanzi's direction, then limped away, prioritizing its escape. Li Xuanzi swiftly loaded 2 alloy bullets again. Bang, ding! Congratulations on hunting a first-rank 1-star fierce beast. The nether wolf, earning 10 points. It was dead. After confirming its demise, Li Xuanzi remained in position, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next prey. Within 3 minutes, a suspicious-eyed white tiger leapt out from the jungle. Glancing at the nether wolf's body, boldly approaching to snatch it up, Li Xuanzi could not let such an opportunity slip by. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, he hesitated again. Noticing movement in the jungle then, a larger nether wolf emerged from within. Upon seeing the suspicious-eyed white tiger with the nether wolf's carcass, it let out a mournful howl, as if the corpse were its offspring. The suspended-eyed white tiger also took note of the situation. What astonished Li Xuanzi was that the opponent unhesitatingly discarded the corpse of the nether wolf and fled in the opposite direction, which was also his own direction. It was evident that this suspended-eyed white tiger recognized its inferiority against the nether wolf and demonstrated a keen awareness of the circumstances. With a mournful howl, the 4-meter-tall nether wolf, upon witnessing the flight of the suspended-eyed white tiger, let out a wolf's wail, prompting countless nether wolves to emerge from the dense forest, all pursuing the fleeing tiger. Notably, the 4-meter-tall nether wolf quickly closed the distance. Soon, the suspended-eyed white tiger found itself encircled by the pack. Faced with such a dire predicament, the tiger emitted a heart-wrenching roar, leaving one to wonder whether it was a plea for mercy, an explanation, or a call for help. The lead wolf displayed a flicker of hesitation in its eyes, but after glancing at the nearby corpse of the nether wolf, its gaze gradually solidified with resolve, instilling genuine fear in the suspended-eyed white tiger. What a spectacle this was, akin to witnessing a grand drama unfold. The nether wolf that had been slain by Li Xuan must have been the offspring or mate of this particular wolf, and the tiger had mistakenly believed it had stumbled upon an easy target, only to be seen by the wolf and misunderstood. If the tiger had a powerful ally, things would certainly become interesting. It was probably the offspring. To suggest a mate would be an exaggeration, as the size difference between the two wolves was too great for such a union. This analysis was indeed impressive. If the tiger's side truly had reinforcements, then Li Xuanzi would benefit from the conflict between the two parties. If not, his losses would be considerable. Having only managed to hunt one wolf, and attempting to fire again would likely bring about a deadly assault from the pack. One could only hope that Li Xuan would exercise caution and composure, avoiding any rash actions. How fortunate Li Xuanzi was to have an ally indeed. Just as the heavily injured suspended-eyed white tiger was on the verge of being slain by the nether wolf, 5 more suspended-eyed white tigers emerged from the thicket, each one more imposing than the last. The leading white tiger, upon assessing the situation from afar, let out a resounding roar, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 tigers had closed in on the wolves, establishing a tense standoff. The wolf pack numbered 123, while the white tigers only had 5, in addition to one that was barely clinging to life. Yet, the wolves exhibited a palpable trace of trepidation, clearly intimidated by the formidable presence of the 5 white tigers, particularly their leader. With a sudden gunshot, a bullet struck the already weakened suspended-eyed white tiger. Ding, congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 2-star ferocious beast, the Golden Claw Beast, earning 20 points. Huh? The Golden Claw Beast? It was not a tiger. Or perhaps it was a subspecies of the tigered Li Xuanzi, utilizing an 8-fold magnification scope. Observed the creature's claws. Indeed, they were golden, he murmured to himself, noting that they were merely a pale gold and not particularly abundant, making them difficult to discern from a distance. As the Golden Claw Beast took its last breath, the 5 confronting white tigers immediately sensed the change. The lead Golden Claw Beast let out an enraged roar and, without hesitation, charged towards the wolf pack, denying the adversaries any opportunity for explanation, assuming effective communication was even possible. The lead nether wolf appeared startled, its expression one of disbelief, as it had not yet delivered a fatal blow. Something was amiss. It seemed a disturbance had emanated from somewhere, and the lead nether wolf suddenly turned its gaze towards Li Xuanzi's direction. If given time, it would surely discover his presence, but alas, the Golden Claw Beast offered no such opportunity. As the lead wolf was compelled to resist the onslaught, it had no time to consider anything else. Chapter 20. Sniping the Golden Claw Beast. Common nether wolves were no match for the Golden Claw Beast. A single swipe would either kill or severely injure them. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xuanzi fired relentlessly, targeting the already injured nether wolves. Ding, congratulations on hunting a leader-class ferocious beast, the nether wolf, earning 6 points. Ding, congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 1-star ferocious beast, the nether wolf, earning 10 points. Ding, congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 3-star ferocious beast, the nether wolf, earning 30 points. With each precise shot, and through the hunting notifications, Li Xuanzi garnered a fundamental understanding of the nether wolves' hierarchy. The smallest among them were leader-class beasts, numbering around 60. While the slightly larger ones were classified as ferocious beasts, it was evident that the dense forest was fraught with danger. Those who could emerge swiftly were certainly from the outermost fringes, far surpassing the previous wind wolf pack. Ding, congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 4-star ferocious beast, the Golden Claw Beast, earning 60 points. Ding, congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 4-star ferocious beast, the Golden Claw Beast, earning 60 points. As the nether wolves fell one by one, particularly the 2 Golden Claw Beasts that were dispatched with a single blow from the lead nether wolf, both factions recognized the peculiarity of the situation. After a brief exchange of fierce roars, they momentarily disengaged. At this juncture, 3 Golden Claw Beasts remained, while only 41 nether wolves were left, suffering significant losses. Fortunately, the majority of the deceased were leader-class beasts, which explained their previous indifference. After all, in battles of this caliber, such beasts often served as mere cannon fodder. Their deaths were hardly unexpected. However, first-tier, 4-star ferocious beasts were not easily vanquished. Had they already sensed something amiss? Li Xuanzi sighed in resignation. Based on the earlier combat dynamics and his own kills, it appeared that the 4 remaining Golden Claw Beasts were all of first-tier, 4-star caliber. The lead nether wolf had managed to strike down 2 of them despite being outnumbered 4-1, indicating it was indeed stronger. Thus, the lead nether wolf's cultivation level was likely first-tier, 5-star, or even higher. Conversely, the Golden Claw Beast leader, entangled with dozens of ferocious nether wolves, must have been even more formidable. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to avoid direct confrontation while employing its subordinates as distractions. It seemed the lead Netherwolf intended to eliminate those four guardians before facing the Golden Claw beast leader in direct combat. Therefore, it was reasonable to surmise that the lead Netherwolf was at least first tier, 6-star, if not 7-star. The first explosive round is yours. Li Schwanza decisively switched to 5 explosive rounds for added assurance. Now was not the time to be frugal. Whether it was the cessation of hostilities or the heightened focus of the combatants, Li Schwanza, when he aimed at the Golden Claw beast leader once more, found the creature unusually perceptive, turning its gaze towards him. Hiss, that glare was truly intimidating. To ease my nerves, I shall grant you a peanut. A slight smirk graced Li Schwanza's lips as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The Golden Claw beast attempted to evade, but the bullet's speed was too swift. It only managed to turn its head halfway, resulting in the bullet striking the right side of its skull. Boom! It exploded like a ripe watermelon, and the explosive round lived up to its name, being a spirit-infused bullet that produced an explosive effect upon impact. Half of the Golden Claw beast's head was obliterated, rendering it lifeless. Li Schwanza surmised that had he not utilized the explosive round, even a direct hit might not have guaranteed the Golden Claw beast's instant demise. Ding! Congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 5-star ferocious beast, the Golden Claw beast, earning 80 points. Li Schwanza had no time to dwell on the notification, nor did he concern himself with why it was classified as a first-tier, 5-star beast rather than a 6-star. Just as the first bullet was fired, he swiftly redirected his aim towards the airborne lead Netherwolf and fired again. At that moment, the lead Netherwolf had already shifted its form, attempting to evade the blast, leaving it suspended in midair, unable to leverage its power. Bang! A different process yielded the same result. The lead Netherwolf was struck in the side of its neck, and the explosion left only a thin layer of skin connecting its head to its body. Ding! Congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 5-star ferocious beast, the Netherwolf, earning 80 points. As Li Schwanza fired his second shot, the remaining Golden Claw beasts and Netherwolves had identified his position and were charging towards him. However, Li Schwanza remained composed, pulling the trigger repeatedly. 2 gunshots rang out, each finding its mark on the Golden Claw beasts. As he felled 2 more first-tier, 4-star Golden Claw beasts, followed by a shot that dispatched the sole remaining first-tier, 4-star Netherwolf. As he swiftly reloaded with alloy bullets, the most formidable of the Netherwolves was now less than 800 meters away. Bang! 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 5 shots echoed, and 4 of the 5 leading Netherwolves fell, though only 3 system notifications sounded, indicating 1 remained severely injured. Li Schwanza repeated his actions, tossing in another 5 bullets, executing the process seamlessly in under 2 seconds. This time, the Netherwolves were now merely 400 meters away, and with improved accuracy, all 5 of the foremost Netherwolves fell dead, each shot hitting its target. Yet, 30 Netherwolves still remained. If they pressed on without fear, given Li Schwanza's reloading and shooting speed, they would inevitably reach him first. But without their lead wolf, would they truly charge recklessly? Li Schwanza wagered they would not. From previous observations, this battlefield of myriad races, while resembling a game world, bore striking similarities to reality. One might even claim it was a genuine game world. These ferocious beasts possessed intelligence, feared death, and sought to evade danger. Even wolves, known for their grudges, were not immune to the instinct of self-preservation. It is important to note that even their leader was unable to evade a strike from an unknown enemy. How could they possibly be a match for their adversaries? The earlier charge was merely a following action alongside the more formidable members of their tribe. Now that the powerful figures at the forefront have been slain, the remaining ones face a choice: continue to march towards their demise or scatter in flight. Having come to this realization, Li Schwanza remained motionless, resolutely entrenched in his position as he continued to fire. He understood that even a hint of retreat on his part would signal to the pack of wolves that he was just a paper tiger. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to pounce upon him and tear him to shreds. The outcome now hinged on the endurance of both parties. With a series of gunshots, as the spectral wolves drew within 100 meters of Li Schwanza, he could discern their features with the naked eye. At this point, the remaining 25 spectral wolves began to slow their advance. Chapter 21. Observing the battle of wolves. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, the wolves demonstrated remarkable cunning by retreating along the bottom of the precipice. Clearly aware that their unseen enemy lurked above, Indeed, the strategy employed by the spectral wolves was astute. By hiding beneath the cliff, they rendered themselves impervious to effective retaliation from Li Xuanze. This recent bout had proven fruitful for him, as he had dispatched numerous wolves, several of which appeared to be of a notably high level, particularly those few that resembled tigers, undoubtedly ranking at least as 1-star 3-tier beasts. It was true that while their numbers were fewer than before, their quality was significantly higher. Alas, 25 wolves had still managed to escape, and these creatures harbored a deep-seated grudge. If they continued to lurk in the shadows, waiting for Li Xuanze to venture forth for a hunt, a sudden ambush could spell grave danger for him. Such was his predicament. He could not simply confront them head-on, for he would certainly be outmatched. He could only bide his time and seek an opportunity to address this lingering threat later. Li Xuanze mused, "As long as my cultivation progresses swiftly, I shall have no fear of them. Whatever their numbers, they will merely be fodder, providing me with points." A thought struck him. What if these wolves chose not to flee, but to conceal themselves beneath the cliff? What then would Li Xuanze do? In order to retreat, he would need to descend, yet the mountain was still approximately 200 meters from the safety zone. Could he outrun the wolves? If there were any clever ones among them, they might scale the mountain and confront him. Good heavens, why had he not considered this? Indeed, if the wolves suddenly decided to stand their ground, Li Xuanze would find himself in a most precarious situation. Should another formidable black mountain tiger appear, as had previously, his danger would only multiply. The concerns of the audience mirrored those of Li Xuanze. The threat posed by the wolves could be dealt with later, but should a new crisis emerge from above, it would be a grave jest. Yet, such is life, what one fears often comes to pass. Suddenly, a ringing sound emanated from the mountain, causing Li Xuanze to tense in alarm. If the wolves were to regroup rather than flee, he would find himself caught between two adversaries. Indeed, they were returning. The commotion from below confirmed their return. Cursed fate! It seemed as though the battlefield held a deep-seated animosity towards him. With no other recourse, Li Xuanze raised his left hand and launched an iron hook that embedded itself deeply into the rocky face. He tugged on it firmly. It held. Then, in a move that astonished all observers, he reloaded 5 bullets, stood up, and leapt from the platform. In that moment, he beheld the returning wolves and, in midair, squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After 5 shots, 3 system prompts sounded in response. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a 1-star 1-tier ferocious beast, the spectral wolf, earning 10 points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a 1-star 1-tier ferocious beast, the spectral wolf, earning 10 points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a 1-star 1-tier ferocious beast, the spectral wolf, earning 10 points. Only 3 notifications? It seemed his marksmanship required further refinement. This was his first time shooting in such a manner, compounded by the obstruction of the rocky terrain, resulting in a lower accuracy rate. As the rope swayed, he descended under the force of gravity, landing on the cliff's edge. With his feet firmly planted, he quickly retrieved 5 more bullets from his spatial belt, reloading them with haste before propelling himself upward once more. Bang, bang. Another 5 shots. This time, he was successful, having taken down 4 spectral wolves. However, at this moment, the remaining 18 spectral wolves had reached his feet. Fortunately, he was still over 100 meters above the base. Surely, the spectral wolves could not leap so high. With a fearsome howl, one spectral wolf leapt towards him. Li Xuanze, seeing the creature close in, quickly pushed off with his feet, distancing himself from his previous position. The wolf landed where he had just been, and, seeing him flee, it sprang forth again, attempting to use the cliff's edge to launch another attack. Had Li Xuanze been airborne at that moment, he would have surely met his end. However, gripping the rope with his left hand, he pulled himself upward, while the wolf, lacking a foothold, missed him by mere inches. This was the first time Li Xuanze had been so close to a spectral wolf. He could even smell the foul stench of blood on its breath, see the ferocity and hatred in its eyes, as well as its unwillingness to relent. He understood. It was a matter of kill or be killed, and it was far better that they perish instead. Regaining his composure, he promptly reloaded 5 bullets. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to scan the area with his radar. Name: Spectral Wolf level, 1-star 2-tier rating. Possesses excellent jumping ability, extremely bloodthirsty, harbors intense hatred for you, eager to tear you apart. Upon reading this evaluation, 3 crows flew overhead. A 2-tier beast could leap so high. He wondered if that was its maximum height and what the 1-star beasts were capable of. Regardless, he resolved to eliminate the 1-star 2-tier beasts first. Having dispatched all 1-star 3-tier spectral wolves, the only remaining threats were the 3 1-star 2-tier beasts. Reloading his bullets, Li Xuanze propelled himself once more. But this time the 3 spectral wolves exhibited remarkable intelligence. Leaping from different angles in an attempt to completely seal off his escape route. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 5 shots without reservation, depleting his ammunition. Ding, congratulations on slaying a 1-star 2-tier ferocious beast, the spectral wolf. Earning 20 points. Ding, congratulations on slaying a 1-star 2-tier ferocious beast, the spectral wolf, earning 20 points. Ding, congratulations on slaying a 1-star 2-tier ferocious beast, the spectral wolf, earning 20 points. Though the spectral wolves lay dead, one of them, propelled by inertia, collided with Li Xuanze. Utilizing the rope's tension, he executed a swift pivot and delivered a powerful kick to the beast, leveraging the recoil to return to his previous platform. With a sigh of relief, he had managed to neutralize the threat posed by the 3 1-star 2-tier spectral wolves. Yet, in the next moment, his heart tightened once more as a red dot appeared on his radar. To his horror, he gazed upward to find a black mountain tiger, larger than the one he had previously slain. Looming above him, it regarded the scene below with a condescending gaze, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. Name: Black Mountain Tiger. Level: 1-star 7-tier. Skill: Tiger's Roar. Rating: Observing the struggle between wolves, it finds your petty conflicts of great interest and wishes to draw closer for a better view. However, once the battle concludes, you shall likely become its next meal. Gasp! The audience collectively inhaled sharply, their worry for Li Xuanze palpable. They too had spotted the formidable Black Mountain Tiger. Chapter 22. A Tiger on the Mountain. Wolves below. This was a dire situation. Li Xuanze was undoubtedly doomed. The previous Black Mountain Tiger had been a 1-star 4-tier beast. This one was at least 5 tiers. A novice apprentice facing a 1-star 5-tier beast had little hope of survival. Even with a sniper rifle, his earlier success in hunting the Black Mountain Tiger had been largely due to luck, as the creature had been unaware of the sniper rifle's capabilities. However, this one had witnessed the entire ordeal, making it nearly impossible for Li Xuanze to execute a successful ambush. Truly, there was a tiger above and wolves below. He was trapped with no escape. I believe in you, Li Xuanze. You can do this. Such blind faith. In this scenario, if he were to survive, I would live stream myself eating excrement. Li Xuanze glanced between the mountain above and the wolves below, feeling as though he was trapped with no way out. It seemed that the Black Mountain Tiger had locked onto his presence. If he dared to aim his weapon at it, he would surely perish. Damn it, is this how I am to meet my end? Calm down, I must remain composed. There must be a way out. Li Xuanze forced himself to steady his thoughts. Below, there were still 18 spectral wolves remaining, one of which had been shot in the abdomen, a 1-star 1-tier beast. The others included 15 1-star 1-tier beasts and 2 leader-class ferocious beasts. Eliminating them would be comparatively easier, but dealing with the Black Mountain Tiger posed a significant challenge. Li Xuanze began to analyze the current situation in silence. All 3 parties had momentarily settled into a tense stillness. Yet he understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Having witnessed the tiger's roar skill, he knew its speed and power far surpassed his own. If he were to be stunned, his demise would be assured. Thus, he realized that he would only have one opportunity to eliminate it. Wait! A flash of insight illuminated his mind. It seemed he had discovered a glimmer of hope. The systematic evaluation indicated that the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger exhibited a keen interest in their battle, typically opting to wait until the conclusion of our skirmish before considering us as potential prey. Does this imply that by continuing to engage the Netherwolf, there exists a high probability that it will merely observe, only to strike after our conflict has ceased? In its eyes, we are inconsequential. Mere ants, with everything firmly within its grasp. Furthermore, it stands to reason that beasts possess a strong territorial instinct, coupled with a profound respect for the powerful. Logically, upon sensing the presence of the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, the Netherwolf should have fled immediately. Yet, it did not. Aside from the notion of vengeance, desiring to eliminate Li Xuanze even at the cost of its own life, it is likely that the Netherwolf concealed its aura, as Li Xuanze only detected it through his bell and radar. Reflecting on this, Li Xuanzi cast a glance towards the safe zone, approximately a kilometer away, and a plan swiftly formed in his mind. With no other options available, he resolved to take a risk. Having made his decision, Li Xuanzi turned his back to the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger to reload his weapon, intentionally lowering its guard. Once the ammunition was replaced, he promptly consumed a high-grade strength pill to bolster his power, then untied the ropes binding him, re-equipped himself with a pair of weapons on each hand, and swiftly made his way towards the safe zone. Navigating the crevices of the cliff, he remained vigilant, monitoring the distance of the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger on his radar while seizing opportunities to fire at the netherwolves. When Li Xuanzi reached a linear distance of approximately 200 meters from the safe zone, only 10 netherwolves remained below the cliff, a result he had deliberately orchestrated, for otherwise, he could have dispatched them all along the way. Now was the moment. Li Xuanzi swiftly switched to 5 explosive rounds and leaped into the air. Using his black gold dagger to anchor himself against the cliffside, absorbing the impact. When he was merely 30 meters from the ground, he forcefully kicked off the cliff and plunged downward. This action alerted the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, which immediately bounded to his previous location with astonishing speed. Had Li Xuanzi seen it, he would have been deterred from confronting it. Nevertheless, he could not afford to look back. His descent attracted the netherwolves, who converged below, eager to rend their adversary to pieces. How could Li Xuanzi willingly walk into such a trap? He had already calculated his moves, launching the grappling hook from his right hand and pulling himself to a spot less than 100 meters from the safe zone. With the wolf pack still over 60 meters away, run, just one word, as he dashed headlong towards the safe zone without glancing back. The wolf pack erupted in furious howls, intent on pursuit, but at that moment, the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger leaped down. With a mighty roar directed at the wolves, all 10 netherwolves collapsed, momentarily incapacitated, though not dead. Having completed this feat, the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger cast a scornful glance at the fleeing Li Xuanzi, leaping over 100 meters to land within 10 meters of him. With just one more jump, Li Xuanzi would meet his demise, still nearly 40 meters from safety. Logically, he should have been overtaken. His intention of leaving the wolf pack to hinder the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger had only afforded him a fleeting moment of distraction, allowing him to gain an additional 20 to 30 meters. Observing the red dot on his radar, which had suddenly closed the gap to around 10 meters, he resolved to execute Plan B. Li Xuanzi fired the grappling hook from his left hand, simultaneously pivoting to aim the Black God at the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger for a singular strike. His only opportunity, expending all his mental energy. The sound of the gunshot was accompanied by a half-choked roar of rage from the tiger. In that instant, Li Xuanzi felt the world spin around him. Summoning every last ounce of strength to pull, with a splash, he successfully landed within the safe zone, his right foot barely 10 centimeters from the edge. He hastily rose, shaking his head to regain clarity. What a remarkable maneuver! Every calculation fell perfectly into place. Had there been even a slight miscalculation, Li Xuanzi would have certainly perished. Go think that so many first-tier ferocious beasts succumbed to the stratagem of a mere intermediate apprentice was indeed formidable. How audacious of him! Had the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger not remained passive initially, he would have met his end, instead of narrowly avoiding destruction. Li Xuanzi was indeed formidable. He must have deduced that the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger would not immediately attack, allowing him to undertake such a gamble. However, he understood the gravity of the situation. Facing the enemy head-on would result in certain death. Based on the tiger's speed, which had evidently breached the sound barrier, it was uncertain whether he could even perceive its movements, let alone counter with the Black God. Thus, retreating to the safe zone was a prudent choice. Chapter 23. A narrow escape, bountiful gains remarkably. The grappling hook he employed proved to be exceptionally effective. He had not anticipated such versatility. Li Xuanzi had utilized every resource at his disposal. It was astounding that the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, having suffered a severe injury, still clung to life. Had it not been for Li Xuanzi's last pull that brought him into the safe zone, it would have surely perished. Suddenly, a violent crash reverberated, prompting Li Xuanzi to instinctively retreat a few steps. Upon shaking his head to clear his senses, he beheld the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, its head reduced to a quarter, blood streaming profusely, battering against the protective shield of the safe zone. seemingly intent on devouring Li Xuanzi before relinquishing its quest. It likely had not anticipated falling victim to an anti in sheer defiance. Li Xuanzi hastily reloaded explosive rounds. Upon witnessing his actions, the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger hesitated, its eyes reflecting a flicker of dread, preparing to evade. Had it been uninjured, its swift movements would have evaded capture, but in its current state, with a quarter of its head missing, it was at its wit's end. As predicted, a gunshot rang out, and the leaping Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier 7-star ferocious beast, the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger. You have earned 200 points. Phew! Finally, it was dead. Li Xuanzi exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. After a moment's respite, he reloaded alloy bullets and climbed back up the mountain to the spot from which he had jumped, discovering 10 unconscious netherwolves. Resolving the matter was straightforward. 10 shots dispatched them all. Having completed this task, Li Xuanzi returned to the upper platform, resetting the bell's warning system, and resumed his vigil with an 8-fold scope, scanning the creek banks to the dense forest beyond. Upon discovering some grievously injured yet alive creatures, he promptly delivered the finishing blow. He also noted new prey emerging from the forest, similarly dispatched with a single shot. After a span of 10 minutes, satisfied that no living creatures remained and that immediate danger had subsided, Li Xuanzi descended from the platform, activating the Hercules to swiftly haul the carcasses of the ferocious beasts back to the safe zone. He retained only a first-tier 5-star netherwolf, a first-tier 4-star netherwolf, 9 first-tier 3-star netherwolves, a first-tier 5-star golden claw beast, 4 first-tier 4-star golden claw beasts, and the first-tier 7-star Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger. Converting the remainder into points. Due to the limited space in the safe zone, he was compelled to leave some carcasses outside, hoping to attract nocturnal predators, thereby augmenting his points. Having completed these tasks, the sky gradually darkened. Although it was not pitch black, visibility had diminished to less than 20 meters without light. Name: Li Xuanzi Affiliated Civilization, Blue Star Civilization Race, Human Cultivation, Intermediate Apprentice, Strength 820. 1 kilogram Technique, Divine Dragon Stabilizing Sea Method Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Ordinary Tier, Upper Grade, Mastery, Gun Combat Technique, Yellow Tier, Lower Grade, Proficiency, Basic Assassination Technique, Ordinary Tier. Upper Grade, Entry Level, Weapons, Black God, Ordinary Tier, Upper Grade Divine Weapon, Black Gold Dagger, Ordinary Tier, Upper Grade Divine Weapon, Wolf Fist Gloves, Ordinary Tier, Upper Grade Divine Weapon, Points, 30-35 viewers. Over 21.66 million, over 21.65 million from Blue Star, 7152 from the Galactic Citizens, others 0, rewards, 3,650 Galactic Coins bets, 41,880 Galactic Coins livestream. 6 hours, 13 minutes, 11 seconds. Upon glancing at his attributes, his points surged from 41 to 30-35, reaching a new pinnacle. Li Xuanzi felt that the risks he had undertaken were indeed worthwhile, yielding such substantial rewards. Moreover, he still had numerous high-tier beast carcasses. Otherwise, his score could have increased by an additional 465 points. The night ahead would be long. Food was readily available, and he had ample water left from prior purchases, ensuring his survival through the night was a certainty. Even if he exhausted his supply, he could easily procure more at a minimal cost. The night was undoubtedly perilous. Unless prey presented itself, he would remain within the safe zone. This period was crucial for enhancing his strength, and he could not afford to squander it. With so many points accumulated, what should I purchase? Li Xuanzi pondered while seated on a bed made of thatched straw. I have mastered the fundamentals of boxing, basic assassination techniques, and the yellow-tiered low-level gun combat skills. I also possess the Werewolf Gloves, a Black Gold Dagger, and the Black God. Additionally, I need to learn a long-range weapon, just as the Myriad Race's battlefield system suggested. Firearms would indeed be a splendid choice. Basic firearms training. Reflecting on this, Li Xuanzi approached the display screen and acquired the basic firearms skill, subsequently inquiring, are there any suitable weapons available? The Wanching brand Shattered Star Gun, 1-star, a top-tier divine weapon of the first rank, measuring 320 centimeters in length and weighing 510 kg, crafted from a special material known as Shattered Star Alloy. It can effortlessly pierce the flesh of second-tier ferocious beasts, proving to be sturdy and durable, an invaluable companion for your battles in the foreseeable future. The minimum strength requirement is 900 kg, and the unit price is 850 points. Wow, that's quite expensive, he exclaimed, but it's worth every penny. Very well, I shall take one. Although his current strength was insufficient, a single superior strength pill would remedy that, especially with ample ferocious beast meat at his disposal. What else should I purchase? Li Xuanzi stood before the screen, deep in thought. Right? My ammunition is running low and needs replenishing. Immediately, he retrieved all the ammunition from the spatial belt, meticulously counting. He had 3 explosive rounds, 24 armor-piercing rounds, 3 alloy bullets, and 942 copper core bullets remaining. Recalling the battles of the day, coupled with Li Xuanzi's enhanced strength, he surmised that the usage of copper core bullets would significantly decrease, as his intended prey had grown stronger. Let me procure 3 boxes of explosive rounds, 5 boxes of armor-piercing rounds, and 10 boxes of alloy bullets. That should suffice for now. After a moment of contemplation, he finalized his purchases. That totaled 1250 points. Additionally, I shall acquire 4 superior strength pills and some wood, seasoning, and other essential supplies. After all the transactions, he had spent 2,945 points, leaving his once ample fortune reduced to a mere 90 points. By the way, system, you previously mentioned that aside from recycling and exchanging, there exists a function for assisting cultivation. How does one operate that? Li Xuanzi suddenly recalled and inquired. It involves spending points to accelerate training and enhance comprehension of martial skills. Chapter 24, Watching news broadcast. Li Xuanzi felt a surge of frustration. He had nearly exhausted his points and regretted not asking sooner. What are the expenditure standards for this? He inquired with concern. No worries, it's only the first day. There is still time. Sharpening the saw does not hinder the work of cutting wood. There will be ample opportunity ahead. 10 points can increase training speed by 10 for 1 hour, or enhance martial skill comprehension by 10 for 1 hour. 20 points boost it by 20. And so forth, with a maximum enhancement of 100 times, meaning 1 hour would require a consumption of 10,000 points. 10,000 points. While the notion is conceivable, the thought of spending such a sum here is rather painful. Never mind, I shall consider it tomorrow. I currently have only 90 points left. After completing his purchases, as Li Xuanzi exited the thatched hut and prepared to slice ingredients for cooking, the sky had fully darkened. At that moment, a notification echoed in his ear, accompanied by a line of green text. Greetings, I am Boba, the host of the first phase of the Galactic Lord selection. The preliminary event. It is now time for the daily Galactic survival news broadcast. First and foremost, congratulations, Blue Star inhabitants. After a full day, over 53 million contestants remain. However, you will receive no rewards, and I suspect many will not endure the first night. What the heck? At this moment, countless individuals across the globe could not help but curse, yearning to give this host a good beating. Secondly, from the perspective of the Wanching civilization, no civilization has yet been completely eliminated, which is truly regrettable. You pitiful ants are quite the eyesore. I only wish to see handsome individuals, yet your appearances are so grotesque that they are rather nauseating. I advise those civilizations with such unsightly appearances to forfeit immediately. Such remarks were infuriating, yet there was nothing they could do about it. This was merely the first day, and it appeared there were no particularly thrilling news items, but the upcoming night might indeed prove to be exhilarating. I presume, Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzi felt a tightening in his chest. Could something significant occur during the night? Nighttime is synonymous with danger in any civilization, and the myriad race's battlefield is no exception. Are you prepared to confront the encroaching darkness? Every night, a minor beast tide will emerge, with countless ferocious beasts surging from the surroundings, surrounding your safe zone. If you fail to eliminate these beasts in a timely manner, you will be unable to venture out in search of sustenance. And by the way, during my speech, the myriad race's battlefield system will temporarily shut down. You will be unable to utilize it during the night, and having points will be of no use. Isn't that frustrating? In an instant, countless contestants attempted to contact the system, only to discover that it was indeed inoperative, sending many into a panic. After all, a single night equates to approximately a day and a half in Blue Star time. While one might survive without food or water, they would ultimately become extremely weakened. To his surprise, Li Xuanzi found himself somewhat fortunate in this situation. Enough with the chit-chat. I'm off to enjoy my delightful evening. Now, let us announce the rules for the night. First, prepare for the beast tide. If the ferocious beasts that emerge during the night are not promptly dealt with, they will not voluntarily depart by the next day. You must still find a way to eliminate them. Second, although the system is shut down, we will temporarily activate regional and planetary channels. Contestants within the same region or planet can communicate and even trade through the channel system, using points as currency. Third, we will launch a nighttime hunting leaderboard, which will only tally hunting points, categorized into regional, planetary, and watching leaderboards. Contestants who rank will receive rewards corresponding to their positions once daylight breaks. There are plenty of valuable items to be won. Fourth, don't think you can simply hide in the safe zone and endure the night. Contestants who accumulate less than 2 hunting points tonight will be eliminated when dawn arrives. Fifth, the night is peak viewing time for countless citizens and influential figures. If you perform excellently, not only can you receive substantial tips and bets, but even if you do not become a lord in the future, you may be invited by some prominent individuals to join as citizens of a higher civilization. This is your grand performance and opportunity. Make the most of it. Well then, that concludes today's news broadcast. I am off to indulge in fine cuisine and a bubble bath at O, and the beast tide will officially commence in 3 hours, giving you a bit of time to prepare. What a restless situation. However, for me, it is rather advantageous, as it gathers all the ferocious beasts, making it easier for me to hunt. Li Schwanza transitioned from initial anxiety to a burgeoning excitement. Did you see the expression on Li's face? It's not fear, it's exhilaration. How could he not be excited? This is practically a gift of points for him. Had others known such an event would unfold, they would likely sell their possessions to purchase long-range weapons. As close combat is exceedingly disadvantageous against a beast tide, and long-range weapons are currently unavailable. Tonight, many may face elimination. 2 hunting points necessitate the slaying of at least 1 ordinary-level ferocious beast, which is no easy feat among the surviving contestants. Many have yet to successfully hunt any ferocious beasts, and that was during the relatively safe daytime. Nighttime will be next to impossible. Clearly, this compels everyone to take action. If one cannot even slay a low-tier ferocious beast, then remaining is futile. Better to be eliminated sooner. With 3 hours remaining, if I were a contestant, I would venture out during this window of opportunity. If worst comes to worst, I could forfeit. Otherwise, once the beast tide arrives in 3 hours, the difficulty of successfully hunting ferocious beasts will significantly increase. While audiences on Blue Star engaged in animated discussions, contestants within the Myriad Races battlefield also began to bustle, activating the channel system to learn about the situations of other participants. After all, throughout the day, all contestants had been operating in isolation, leaving them unaware of each other's circumstances while yearning to gauge their standings. Li Schwanza was no exception. Although he had reaped considerable rewards, he was curious if others had acquired superior tools, leading to greater achievements. Finally, I see familiar faces. Is there anyone who can spare me some food? I am on the verge of starvation. Goodness, everyone seems so excited. I almost succumbed to the urge to forfeit. It's been quite torturous. Chapter 25. Various talents today. I ventured out for a test and nearly didn't make it back. I was less than 10 meters away from a ferocious beast, truly terrifying. My legs are still trembling. You're bold to provoke a ferocious beast. I set a trap outside the safe zone today and lured several ferocious beasts over, then burned them to death with oil. This method is quite commendable. I shall promptly set up traps in hopes of successfully passing tonight's assessment. Are you aware of how I managed to arrive here during the day? The fearsome beasts outside are utterly terrifying, so colossal that it seems impossible for us to vanquish them. And my strategy has been to endure for as long as possible, hoping to earn some rewards. Instead, I received a notification from the system, which unexpectedly turned out to be a nightmare. This night to be my last here. Xiongdi, it is indeed the last night, yet simultaneously, it is the first. I believe everyone has been intimidated by those enormous beasts, but in truth, these creatures are categorized into levels. Prior to the fearsome beasts, there were ferocious beasts, and the ordinary ferocious beasts are only slightly more powerful than some of the larger wildlife on our blue star, lacking in intelligence and thus susceptible to tools for hunting. The elite-level ferocious beasts, however, are considerably more challenging, as they appear to possess a semblance of intelligence, capable of discerning profit from danger. Nevertheless, we must first hunt ordinary ferocious beasts. Once we accumulate a certain number of points and enhance our own strength, We shall naturally progress to hunting elite-level ferocious beasts. Developing step by step is indeed a sound approach, my dear family. How I miss you all. Is there a generous benefactor willing to share some food? Upon my return to Blue Star, I promise to accompany you for an evening. After all, I am quite the catch. Without images, there is no truth. I deem it more of a jest. Some comments are devoid of substance, merely serving as a means to vent frustrations, yet others prove to be exceptionally valuable in preparing for tonight's assessment. Li Xuanzi, glancing at these comments, furrowed his brow slightly and patiently continued to scroll through, ultimately discovering some useful information. I have found a unique type of bamboo. The system assesses it as a low-grade material of the first tier, which can be directly polished into bamboo spears, quite beneficial against ferocious beasts. Anyone interested? If anyone has an extra bow, I would be willing to trade. These bamboo can also be fashioned into arrows. Of course, points are also acceptable, with each bamboo selling for 20 points. This is a veritable arsenal. Why am I not so fortunate? Truth be told, one need not even hunt the fearsome beasts. Simply harvesting bamboo to exchange with the system can yield a substantial number of points. Previously, I discovered a high-grade medicinal herb and earned 2.4 points from it. Surely this low-grade material should yield at least 10 points. A single bamboo is worth 10.5 points. However, this material is exceedingly tough. I spent 7 or 8 hours just to cut through the first one. Once I acquired better tools, the speed increased significantly. I am now a mid-level apprentice, equipped with a top-tier divine axe of the first tier, allowing me to sever a bamboo with just 1 or 2 strikes. Alas, the bamboo grove is not vast. Li Xuanzi gazed at the comment from a user named Luo Xiaoya, feeling a twinge of envy. Is this what they call divine providence? Others risk their lives merely to earn a handful of points, while you, contentedly harvesting bamboo at home, am able to amass such a fortune in points. I cannot even claim to have as many points as you. Enough of this. It is disheartening to dwell on it. Li Xuanzi continued to browse through other comments. What level is everyone at now? I was a boxer before, and this time I have fortuitously seized a great opportunity. My strength has now reached 300 kilograms, qualifying me as a novice apprentice. Only a novice apprentice. My strength has reached 533 kilograms, placing me as a mid-level apprentice. The standard for a high-level apprentice is 1,000 kilograms. Are there any high-level apprentices among us? If so, please step forward and share how much strength is required to reach the pinnacle of high-level apprentices. Li Xuanzi was indeed curious and glanced at the subsequent comments. 1,000 kilograms is merely the high-level apprentice stage. I have just barely surpassed 100 kilograms. Truly, the disparity among us is staggering. It has only been a day, so I doubt anyone has attained such heights. I suspect the pinnacle of high-level apprentices should be around 2,000 kilograms, exactly double the requirement for mid-level apprentices to ascend to high level. There is simply no pattern to this. A novice apprentice needs 100 kilograms, while a mid-level apprentice requires 500 kilograms. What a 5-fold increase. At this moment, unless a high-level apprentice steps forward, no one can answer this question. For only those who have reached a certain realm can consult the system regarding queries related to that realm, such as the conditions for breakthrough. Everyone knows that the map of the 10,000 races battlefield is vast, yet none can truly fathom its enormity. After all, in just one day, many have explored a considerable area, yet they still see no sign of other competitors. It is worth noting that there are over 70 million participants from Blue Star alone. If there are 1,000 planets competing, the number of contenders becomes incalculable, indicating that the expanse of the 10,000 races battlefield is unfathomably large. A relatively small prairie within the 10,000 races battlefield. A young man, sword slung across his back, stood in a safe zone, displaying a hint of disdain as he gazed into the distance. My name is Chu Zhongtian. My current strength is 1,016 kilograms. Marking me as a high-level apprentice, I can inform you that the pinnacle of high-level apprentices is 1,850 kilograms. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. He even included a screenshot of his strength. Li Xuanzi's heart jolted. Indeed, there are those even stronger than myself. I must strive harder. He did not doubt the authenticity of the data, for the other party utilized a system screenshot, thus eliminating any possibility of manipulation. Therefore, the data is genuine. Holy cow, a true powerhouse has emerged. I never imagined that someone would actually reach the status of high-level apprentice. Impressive. The comments below were filled with praise and admiration. Li Xuanzi surmised that the individual likely sought such validation or aimed to exert pressure on other contenders. Regardless of the motive, he made a mental note of that name. Chu Zhongtian in another corner of the battlefield. Near a modest bamboo grove, a young man diligently crafted something while keeping a watchful eye on the channel interface. I am an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage. I shall forge the finest bows and produce superior arrows. I am currently accepting relevant commissions and acquiring necessary materials. At present, I possess 7 bows and 620 arrows. Through experimentation, I have determined that their maximum lethality can eliminate elite-level ferocious beasts. Each bow is priced at 25 points, while a set of 10 arrows goes for 5 points. Chapter 26, High Premium Pricing. We are all intelligent individuals. Taking advantage of the temporary suspension of the exchange function in the thatched cottage system, the prices have been inflated by 5-fold. Li Xuanzi had previously monitored the prices of bows and arrows. And based on the images and parameters provided by this individual, the prices are indeed marked up by 5 times compared to the system's listings. However, Li Xuanzi believed that these goods would soon sell out, as ranged weapons were destined to be scarce tonight. Indeed, in an instant, 2 items from his inventory vanished. Would you like the tendons of a golden claw beast? Li Xuanzi sent an image and description. This was officially certified and could not be fabricated. Great One, please accept this humble supplicant's knee. It is indeed a first-tier 4-star ferocious beast. Have you hunted a first-tier 4-star ferocious beast? Li Xuanzi inquired with curiosity. No, I merely had the fortune to hunt a first-tier 1-star ferocious beast, and if not for my luck, I would have perished. Hence, I am fully aware of your prowess. Do you want it? Li Xuanzi was not keen on prolonging the conversation. Yes, of course, however. I am not in a position to pay a high price, Huang Xiaofei replied nervously. He glanced at a prime material he had selected from the bamboo grove. If paired with the tendon of a first-tier 4-star ferocious beast, he was confident he could craft a bow capable of hunting a first-tier 1-star beast or higher. What the system terms a low-grade divine weapon of the first tier. What price can you offer? Li Xuanzi inquired. How about this, Great One? You set the price. I am uncertain of the value of a first-tier 4-star ferocious beast's carcass. Huang Xiaofei, with a quick wit, responded. The price of the carcass is merely the minimum value. But in capable hands, the corpse of a first-tier 4-star golden claw beast can yield a value far exceeding 30 points. The carcass is priced at 30 points, yet I will sell this tendon for 20 points. Do you accept? Although Li Xuanzi had set a high price, he did not extort excessively. I will take it. Huang Xiaofei quickly replied, as 20 points was significantly lower than he had anticipated. Once he utilizes the golden claw beast's tendon to forge a low-grade divine weapon bow, the starting price would certainly be no less than 100 points. Deal. The tendon, in Li Xuanzi's possession, was practically useless. Exchanging it with the system would only yield a meager 1.2 points. The 10,000 races battlefield system had merely halted the exchange function. The recovery and training assistance features remained operational. He now sought to capitalize on this opportunity to sell some high-end ferocious beast materials at premium prices to acquire more points for training, thereby enhancing his abilities. And no sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed the tendon in his hand had vanished, replaced by an increase of 20 points in his total. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaofei now possessed a tendon from a golden claw beast, and he immediately began experimenting with its real. It's real. How wonderful! With this tendon, I am certain I can craft a first-tier divine weapon. I shall become the first contender in the 10,000 races battlefield to forge a first-tier divine weapon. Huang Xiaofei proclaimed with lofty ambitions. Yet, I still require one more item. With that thought, Huang Xiaofei glanced at his attributes. Points. 162. There are 20 points missing. My friend. I wonder if you happen to have any of the claws or hides from the golden claw beast? Huang Xiaofei inquired, his heart racing with anxiety over whether he could afford them. Indeed, after a considerable pause, Li Xuanzi replied. He had just returned from dismantling a first-tier, 4-star golden claw beast and had set aside the choice cuts of meat he intended to cook, placing them near the fire to roast. The remaining materials were left outside. His current task was not to hunt further, but to swiftly dismember the corpses of these ferocious beasts, as many of them lay exposed outside the safety zone. And once the beast tide arrived, they would be lost for certain. The golden claw beast possesses 4 claws, each equipped with 6 sharp talons, in addition to its 28 teeth, 4 of which are exceptionally pointed. capable of easily piercing the hide of first-tier 5-star and even 6-star beasts. I can package these for you at the cost of 20 points. Would you like them? Li Xuanze was aware of Huang Xiaofei's intentions to use these claws for arrow making. Yes, I will take them all, Huang Xiaofei exclaimed with excitement. With 52 arrows capable of hunting at least first-tier 4-star or even 5-star beasts, there is hope. It's important to note that ordinary arrows cannot penetrate the skin of these ferocious beasts. But these claws can. As he had previously experimented with the talons of a beast, he trapped himself. He had not only hunted a single beast, but had taken down 4, all of which were first-tier 1-star. What do you need the hides for? Are you crafting leather armor? Li Xuanze asked. Yes, I can create some ancient equipment, though unfortunately, due to limitations in resources, I am unable to forge certain weapons, Huang Xiaofei sighed. Li Xuanze nodded slightly. This was someone worth befriending, potentially useful in the future. I'll charge you 15 points for the hides, and as a gesture of goodwill, I will throw in a bone from the golden claw beast. It should make for a decent broth, he remarked, glancing at the bone broth simmering over the fire. Thank you, my friend. Huang Xiaofei replied, brimming with enthusiasm. A single bone from a first-tier 4-star beast should significantly enhance his strength, certainly exceeding 5 kilograms, and would also save him some points. If you have materials in the future, I would be more than willing to buy them from you, as long as I have enough points. Huang Xiaofei felt it necessary to maintain a good rapport with this benefactor. I do have some materials left. How many points do you have remaining? Li Xuanze probed. I still have 127 points. If you could sell me 2 more of the previous packages, that would be 110 points, and an additional leg bone for 17 points. What do you say? Li Xuanze proposed. Huang Xiaofei gasped in astonishment. To hunt a first-tier 4-star beast might have been luck, but 3 or even more. He was beginning to grasp the vast chasm that separated him from Li Xuanze. Yes, I will take them all. Thank you, my friend. If you ever need anything, Huang Xiaofei will certainly be at your service. Huang Xiaofei declared excitedly. Although he would be left with no points, he believed that once he crafted his weapons, their value would undoubtedly exceed 500 points, marking a significant profit. Moreover, with these weapons, he might achieve even greater gains tonight. After concluding the transaction with Huang Xiaofei, Li Xuanze continued to dismantle the beast corpses while searching the channel for several individuals in need of materials and possessing points, which took him nearly 2 hours in total. Chapter 27. Initiating tenfold auxiliary training. Having completed his work, Li Xuanze found his dwelling filled with high-quality meat, with a considerable amount also piled outside. Alongside several vertebrae from each beast, he believed the vertebrae to be the most effective, hence why he retained them. While all other materials had been sold. In total, he had exchanged materials for 3,750 points. If these materials were to be recycled back to the system, Li Xuanze had estimated their worth to be around 82 points, a staggering difference of nearly 50 times that left him somewhat astonished. Had he not already sold some materials to Huang Xiaofei, he could have easily reached close to 4,000 points, or perhaps even 5,000 if he had waited a bit longer. He discovered that the further he progressed, the higher the selling price of his materials, yet demand remained insatiable, to the extent that even the bones of a single beast had to be sold separately. The rationale was simple. While beast corpses were indeed precious, there were some available, yet first-tier 3-star and above were virtually non-existent. He was the sole supplier, hence the inflated prices. Have you noticed? Someone is offloading a massive quantity of beast materials, with the highest being a first-tier 7-star beast. Terrifying indeed. Goodness, I wouldn't even dare to approach a first-tier 1-star beast. Yet here we have someone capable of hunting a first-tier 7-star beast. Are we certain they are all contestants from the same planet? Might there be experts from other planets among us? You're overthinking it. We can only trade within our planet. It must be a blue-star resident. Perhaps it was just luck. After all, with so many people, it's conceivable to stumble upon a corpse if fortune smiles upon you. That's just typical sour grapes. Go ahead and pick one up for me if you can, even if you could find one. How could you gather so many? That individual eyes to just selling one beast, but rather dozens, with none below first-tier 3-star. That fellow must be raking in profits. If those materials were to be recycled, they wouldn't fetch much. I can attest to this. I purchased a thigh bone from a first-tier 5-star beast, the Abyssal Wolf, for 90 points, but when I tried recycling it, I only received 2 points. Can you imagine the profit margins involved? Goodness, that's outrageous. We ought to collectively boycott that speculator. Simply refrain from purchasing his wares, and he'll be forced to rely solely on recycling. PFF, if you don't buy, others will. It's too late. They're likely sold out now. This is a seller's market, especially for high-end beast materials. They not only enhance weapon performance, but also boost strength. In the absence of exchange capabilities, every little enhancement is crucial. Only with greater strength can we hunt more beasts and earn more points. While I can understand the rest, why buy bones? Are you planning to bludgeon beasts with them? Someone inquired curiously. I used 75 points to buy a bone from a first-tier 4-star golden claw beast and made 3 large bowls of soup from it. After drinking the broth and consuming the marrow, my strength increased by 24 kilograms, surpassing the effects of a mid-tier strength elixir. Oh, you know what that implies? A mid-tier strength elixir costs only 20 points. It's still pricey. You clearly lack understanding. The usage of strength elixirs is limited. A single low-tier strength elixir can only boost strength by 5 kilograms, and under ideal conditions, one can use only 30 of them, totaling a maximum strength increase of 150 kilograms. Mid-tier elixirs raise strength by 20 kilograms, usable only 20 times for a total of 400 kilograms. High-tier elixirs increase strength by 80 kilograms, limited to 10 uses for an increase of 800 kilograms. This means that without side effects, the total strength augmentation from elixirs caps at 1,350 kilograms. 1350 kilograms of strength would qualify as an advanced apprentice, wouldn't it? I once encountered an individual named Chu Zhongtian who was indeed an advanced apprentice. With a standard of over 1,000 kilograms, this merely represents the minimum standard. Do you know the maximum strength of advanced apprentices? Chu Zhongtian mentioned it was 1,850 kilograms. Considering our own strength, relying solely on strength elixirs will not allow us to reach the pinnacle of the apprentice stage. We must also engage in training and utilize resources such as high-tier beast meat or bones for enhancement. Furthermore, after breaking through the advanced apprentice stage, we still require such resources for enhancement. I have hunted elite-level beasts, but the strength gained from their meat and bones is quite limited, not exceeding 10 kilograms. However, the ferocious beasts are different. Their vitality is much more robust, leading to more pronounced effects for us apprentice-level practitioners. Especially when it comes to high-tier beasts I see now. No wonder some are willing to spend points on bones. These high-end beasts are currently beyond our hunting capabilities, so purchasing is the only option. Li Xuanzi, as one of the first, or rather the first batch to seize the opportunity, reaped certain benefits. Alas, had I known such circumstances would arise tonight, I would have saved the corpses of first-tier 2-star and even first-tier 1-star beasts. Li Xuanzi lamented. The recycling price for a first-tier beast corpse is merely 5 points, yet in the channel system, it had already soared to around 105 points, a staggering 21-fold difference. The higher the tier of the beast, the greater the price disparity. The difference for first-tier 2-star beasts was as much as 25 times. Conversely, the selling price for the corpses of elite beasts was not particularly high, with ordinary elite beasts only fetching about 30 more than the recycling price, while elite-level beasts surpassed it by 70, and the corpses of leader-level beasts barely doubled the recycling price. This illustrates the disparity between elite beasts and ferocious beasts. The entire corpse of a first-tier 7-star beast, the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger, offered a recycling price of merely 100 points, yet he sold a single rib for an astonishing 210 points, an impressive markup of 72 times. Shaking his head, Li Xuanzi temporarily cast aside those meaningless thoughts. With less than an hour remaining until the beast tide commenced, he resolved not to squander this precious time, and instead focused on diligent cultivation. To maximize efficiency, he began by consuming first-tier 3-star phantom wolf meat and declared, activate 10-fold auxiliary cultivation for 3 hours. Deducting 3,000 points, activation confirmed, Li Xuanzi promptly devoured a substantial portion of wolf meat until he could eat no more. Then commenced his stance, the divine dragon post. The sensation was exhilarating. His vitality surged impressively. Li Xuanzi truly relished the thrill of 10-fold acceleration. The blood essence within the wolf meat was absorbed and digested at an astonishing rate. Enhancing his strength, as he consumed the meat while maintaining his stance, time slipped away unnoticed. 3 hours had passed in a blink. When the auxiliary cultivation ceased, he took a deep breath and stood up, exclaiming, "The results are indeed remarkable, albeit at a steep cost in points." Previously, it had taken him 13 or 14 hours to fully digest a first-tier, 4-star Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger. Yet now, in a mere 3 hours, he had consumed and digested 7 first-tier, 3-star Phantom Wolves. The first provided an increase of 91 kilograms of strength, followed by 90, 78, 77, 76, 74, and 72 kilograms from the subsequent wolves, culminating in a total enhancement of 558. 8 kilograms. The effect of the third wolf was significantly diminished, as Li Xuanze had already ascended to the advanced apprentice stage, realizing that the same piece of wolf meat now offered him a similar amount of vitality energy, but with a reduced enhancement effect. This corroborated his earlier suspicion that as one's cultivation level rises, the benefits derived from consuming these ferocious beasts diminish. Name: Li Xuanze Affiliated Civilization, Blue Star Civilization Race, Human Cultivation, Advanced Apprentice, Strength 1378, 9 kilograms Techniques, Divine Dragon Suppressing the Sea Sutra Martial Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Ordinary Level, Superior, Mastered, Gunfighting Technique, Yellow Level, Inferior, Proficient, Basic Assassination Technique, Ordinary Level, Superior, Beginner, Basic Firearm Technique, Ordinary Level, Superior, Novice, Weapons, Black God, First Tier Superior Divine Weapon, Black Gold Dagger, First Tier Superior Divine Weapon, Warwolf Gauntlets, First Tier Superior Divine Weapon, Shattering Star Spear, First Tier Superior Divine Weapon, Points, 35 viewers, over 510, 000, over 510,000 from Blue Star, 112 Galactic Citizens, 0 others, donations, 3,650 Galactic Coins bets, 41,880 Galactic Coins livestream, 9 hours, 22 minutes, and 41 seconds glimpsing his attributes. Li Xuanze noted his points had once again dwindled, nearly exhausted. Additionally, although the livestream was ongoing, viewer numbers had plummeted dramatically, with donations and bets showing no signs of increase. This was to be expected, as the Night S trials had commenced over 2 hours ago, and the Beast Tide had long since begun. Li Xuanze could already sense the multitude of red dots outside. Nevertheless, he believed that sharpening his skills would not hinder his ability to hunt. For the long night ahead would surely offer opportunities for growth in strength and efficiency, wouldn't it? Oh my, Li God, have you finally paused your cultivation? Every time I watch your stream, I feel anxious for you. Li God, your audience is dwindling severely. You must ignite the action. I've initiated several streams, eagerly awaiting you. Let the hunting commence. My blade is ravenous. Li God, your cultivation must have reached the advanced apprentice level by now. Right? Absolutely, given how much beast flesh he consumed during these 3 hours. Does he have an insatiable pit for a stomach? Or what? Doesn't he need to relieve himself? I've pondered that too. Perhaps it's due to his cultivation that he digests it all directly. Li God, hasten outdoors. We await your performance. Drag down those atop the leaderboard and claim the top spot, heralding your grand entrance. While Li Xuanze remained unaware of the viewers' discussions, he felt a surge of curiosity regarding the leaderboard and promptly opened the 3 major rankings. District 9 leaderboard, first place, Luo Xiaoya, hunting points 436. Advanced Apprentice, second place, Huang Shan, hunting points 222. Intermediate Apprentice, third place, Wei Wuji, hunting points 206. Intermediate Apprentice, 10th place, Lu Reinjia, hunting points 172. Intermediate Apprentice. District 9? Am I truly in District 9? Li Xuanze noted with slight intrigue. This Luo Xiaoya must be the individual with the bamboo grove. Unexpectedly, she resides in the same district as him, though the distance remains uncertain. She is indeed formidable, having established a significant lead over the second place, making her a daunting rival. The district leaderboard only featured the top 10, but the planetary leaderboard showcased 20 names, while the galaxy leaderboard displayed 100. Blue Star leaderboard, first place, James, hunting points 752. Advanced Apprentice, second place, Chun Changsheng, hunting points 728. Advanced Apprentice, third place, Johns, hunting points 722. Advanced Apprentice, 18th place, Chu Zhongtian, hunting points 496. Advanced Apprentice, 20th place, Yamamoto Aikiru, hunting points 454. Advanced Apprentice. With over 70 million participants, even if only 50 million remain, the top 20 contenders still pose a terrifying challenge. The global leaderboard is exclusively comprised of advanced apprentices, showcasing their formidable strength. However, as an advanced apprentice myself, I have only utilized a single advanced strength pill, which likely places me among the fewer in this group, Li Xuanze mused. Once I consume the remaining 9, my strength will surge significantly. No, considering the upper limit for advanced apprentices, I may very well break through to the warrior realm. Yet, that isn't certain. He recalled the chi blood pill from the previous Black Iron lottery. Perhaps the transition from advanced apprentice to warrior requires not only strength but other factors as well, which might explain why no one has yet ascended to the warrior realm. Having perused the planetary leaderboard, Li Xuanzi cautiously opened the galaxy leaderboard, where his true standing in this selection competition would be revealed. Filled with his competitors, understanding both oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in 100 battles. Galaxy leaderboard, first place, Hishan, hunting points 1360, second rank warrior, Luotian Star. Second place, Mikvas, hunting points 1220, second rank warrior, Harlow Star. Third place, Chiyu, hunting points 1056, first rank warrior, Dayu Star. 16th place, Jian Sun, hunting points 912, advanced apprentice, Dream Star. 89th place, James, hunting points 752, advanced apprentice, Blue Star. 100th place, Shuntu, Wanwo, hunting points 736, second rank warrior, Shuntu Star. Gasping in shock after reviewing the galaxy leaderboard, Li Xuanzi exclaimed, "Incredible! There are indeed individuals who have reached the second rank warrior stage. How have they achieved this?" From the galaxy leaderboard, it was evident that the highest ranked warriors numbered 16. Of course, this ranking was based on hunting points and did not fully represent each contestant's overall combat power. For instance, the 100th ranked individual was a second rank warrior, yet their points lagged behind. It was likely they, like Li Xuanzi, had not engaged in hunting from the outset, or perhaps other contestants employed more efficient hunting methods. Shintu, Wanwo likely relied on close combat tactics for their kills. Anything is possible, and it's conceivable that the number of warriors among the participants exceeds 16, and there may well be more than just second-rank warriors at the peak. However, once night falls, those who have been hiding will likely reveal themselves, as no one can resist the allure of the rewards for leaderboard rankings. Chapter 29. Confronting the enemy head-on. The principle of taking one step ahead to gain an advantage applies universally. And Li Xuanzi was no exception. He too aimed to contend for his rank. As long as these individuals do not meet untimely ends, they will be formidable contenders for future supremacy. Li Xuanzi felt a profound pressure, recognizing that he needed to exert greater effort. Only one individual from Blue Star had made the leaderboard. Out of 10,000 planets, having even one representative was commendable. Why dwell on such thoughts? Action is what matters. Li Xuanzi swiftly cast aside his chaotic musings and organized his ammunition. Explosive rounds, 33, armor-piercing rounds, 174, alloy rounds, 503, copper core rounds, 942. Had he known the night would unfold in such a manner, he would have refrained from purchasing other equipment temporarily and instead focused solely on ammunition. Each shot must be as lethal as possible, and against certain formidable beasts, he could rely on cold weapons for the hunt. Having devised a comprehensive plan, Li Xuanzi pushed open the door of the thatched hut. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, even with the glow from the hut and the enhanced vision of a warrior. He could only discern a radius of about 10 meters beyond the safety zone. Within that vicinity, a good dozen fierce beasts had already gathered, and through his radar, he detected over 400 red dots within a 100-meter radius centered around himself, including the safety zone. The myriad of red dots appeared chaotic and disordered, contrary to the anticipated orderly arrangement, which is indeed a welcome revelation. It seems that this may merely be a minor beast tide, primarily serving as a trial for the contestants. Otherwise, the mortality rate would surely escalate dramatically. Adorned with the battle wolf gauntlets, Li Xuanzi ventured forth from the safety zone, proactively launching an attack on the nearest triangular python. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the ordinary grade ferocious beast. Triangular python, earning 2 points. With a single punch, he resolved the skirmish. Upon discerning the corresponding beast's weakness, they transformed into mere moving points in Li Xuanzi's eyes, such as the triangular python. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the elite grade ferocious beast. Triangular python, earning 4 points. It remains uncertain whether the vicinity is the habitat of the triangular pythons, as their numbers are rather plentiful, predominantly consisting of ordinary and elite grade beasts, each easily dispatched with a single blow. Name: Triangular python level, leader grade evaluation. The flesh is exquisite. Snake soup is a delicacy. Confronted with a beast of equal rank, Li Xuanzi immediately focused his attention, establishing a standoff before initiating his assault. The triangular python lunged with remarkable speed, prompting Li Xuanzi to evade, albeit slightly too slowly, resulting in a collision with his left arm. Hiss that stung quite a bit. However, Li Xuanzi swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful strike to the creature's vital point. Ding, congratulations on slaying the leader-grade ferocious beast, triangular python, earning 6 points in a contest of skilled combatants. A single strike sufficed to overpower the opponent, although this time, Li Xuanzi himself sustained a minor injury. He realized he lacked a body technique martial skill and resolved to exchange for one the following day. This marked his first direct confrontation with a leader-grade beast, and Li Xuanzi promptly recognized a personal shortcoming. Fortunately, it was against a triangular python. Had it been another leader-grade beast, even if he triumphed, it would not have been so effortless. Li Xuanzi surprisingly opted not to utilize his sniper rifle, nor the shattering star gun or black gold dagger, instead choosing to engage in bare-fisted combat. While exhilarating, this approach would undoubtedly deplete his stamina and diminish hunting efficiency. His stamina was manageable. Let us not forget that Li Shun still possessed ample ferocious beast meat, allowing him to rest and recover after a brief respite. Moreover, the long night stretched ahead. There was no need to rush, for only those who endure until the end are the true victors. Rankings are merely temporary. I believe Li Shun shall undoubtedly make an astounding impression. Li Xuanzi is a person of profound thought, capable of rigorously executing his ideas, advancing step by step. Though he could progress rapidly, he intentionally refrains. This serves to test his resolve and enhance his overall combat prowess, a rare opportunity indeed. Were Li Xuanzi to hear such sentiments, he would undoubtedly invite the speaker for a drink. A kindred spirit is hard to come by. He indeed harbors such thoughts in the early stages. He could have leveraged the Black God to rapidly elevate his cultivation. But what would happen later when the Black God loses efficacy? He would be left with mere brute strength, yet lacking the courage to confront ferocious beasts directly, rendering it a fatal weakness. The trial continued, and the commotion generated by Li Xuanzi grew increasingly pronounced, gradually attracting more ferocious and wild beasts to converge. A gasp escaped him. 3-headed beasts. Having just dispatched an elite-grade triangular python, 2 leader-grade triangular pythons, and a leader-grade ghost wolf suddenly appeared. This was fortuitous. Li Xuanzi's fighting spirit surged. Confronted with 3 adversaries of equal rank, he did not falter in just a single day. He had transformed from a timid office worker into a warrior. The 2 triangular pythons seemed to have conspired, charging from the same direction at different angles to blockade Li Xuanzi's escape route, while the ghost wolf also coordinated its assault from behind. How peculiar that beings of different species would collaborate under the cover of night. Could it be due to the beast tide? Li Xuanzi found it unfathomable. Evading was not an option. He executed a sliding maneuver, slipping beneath the 2 triangular pythons. They attempted to alter their course, but it was too late. With a surge of strength in his legs and waist, he transferred all his force into his fists, striking both triangular pythons precisely at their vital points. Then, with a powerful push of his left foot, he glided sideways, narrowly avoiding the lunging ghost wolf. Perhaps due to the previous stance, he was unable to channel his full strength. Although the triangular pythons fell to the ground, they did not perish immediately. I still cannot harness my full strength, Li Xuanzi mused. Had his martial arts reached an exquisite level, the 2 triangular pythons would have surely met their demise. Regaining his focus, after evading the ghost wolf's assault, Li Xuanzi had yet to rise when the ghost wolf redirected its charge, swiftly knocking him to the ground and attempting to bite his head. Instantly, Li Xuanzi raised his fist to intercept its jaws, which clamped down on him. Fortunately, the battle wolf gauntlets were first-tier superior divine weapons, rendering them incapable of being bitten through it. That moment, Li Xuanzi swiftly retrieved a metal dagger from his spatial belt, and with a fierce thrust, he plunged it into the ghost wolf's eye, twisting violently. A howl of anguish erupted from the ghost wolf, providing Li Xuanzi the opportunity to retract his fist and unleash a ferocious blow, sending the creature flying. Just then, more ghost wolves encircled him. Chapter 30. Aerial District. Ranking first, Li Xuanzi leaped atop one of the ghost wolves, swiftly maneuvering to slice its neck with the dagger, then immediately darted towards another ghost wolf, crouching beneath it to deliver a lethal cut. He moved like a phantom on the battlefield, elusive and swift, utilizing his agility and compact physique to navigate among the beasts, swiftly reaping their lives with the black gold dagger. Ding, congratulations on slaying the leader-grade ferocious beast, Ghost Wolf. Earning 6 points, Li Schwanza discovered that against ghost wolves, the dagger proved more effective, as severing their carotid artery would lead to swift death. Conversely, his fists were more effective against triangular pythons. Thus, he alternated between punches and dagger strikes, methodically dispatching triangular pythons and ghost wolves alike. Bang, as Li Schwanza reveled in the slaughter, he failed to notice a ferocious beast with steel-like fur suddenly appear, sending him flying. He gasped sharply. That hurt immensely. In an instant, he felt a choking sensation. Rising to check for blood on his back, he found no opportunity to do so, perhaps out of curiosity as to why his previous strike hadn't killed the beast. The ferocious creature launched another attack that Li Schwanza finally discerned his assailant. Name: Steel Hair Pig. Level: First Tier 1-star Ferocious Beast Evaluation. Possesses formidable ramming power, with tusks that exhibit exceptional piercing ability. Its fur, akin to steel needles, can easily penetrate skin and boasts remarkable defensive capabilities. Damn. A ferocious beast, Li Schwanza was not arrogant enough to believe he could contend with a ferocious beast, especially after sustaining an injury from the previous encounter. Thus, he promptly retreated towards the safety zone. However, the steel hair pig clearly had no intention of granting him that chance. Since that was the case, he would have to leverage its power. Li Schwanza shielded his chest with both hands, bracing for another collision with the steel hair pig. Crash. At the moment of impact, Li Schwanza exerted force with his right hand, causing a slight deviation in his trajectory, just as he was rammed into the safety zone, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Bang. The steel hair pig, unwilling to relent, attempted another assault, but was thwarted by the protective barrier of the safety zone, only able to ram against it a few times in frustration. The ferocious beasts are indeed formidable. Li Schwanza removed his protective gear and inspected the damage. Although the gear absorbed 20 of the impact, bruises still marred his body. He likely sustained some internal injuries as well. Li Schwanza took several bites of the roasted ghost wolf meat to replenish his stamina before consuming a rejuvenation pill. Wow, the effect is remarkable. In just 10 minutes, he felt his internal injuries fully healed. The results were astonishing. Following the earlier skirmish, Li Schwanza had slain 43 ferocious beasts of varying grades, but since the appearance of the steel hair pig, an increasing number of ferocious beasts began to gather around the periphery of the safety zone. In light of this, he resolved to attract even more. An idea struck him. He approached the side and activated the 2 large lights atop the Hercules. In an instant, 2 beams of light shot forth into the distance, illuminating even the distant thicket, showcasing the intensity of the illumination. The lights in the dark night resembled beacons, instantly drawing countless ferocious and wild beasts towards them. Li Schwanza distinctly observed numerous red dots appearing within the radar range. The hunt was on. Li Schwanza retrieved the 3-meter-long shattering star gun from the thatched hut. Following the fundamentals of marksmanship, Li Schwanza began with a thrust, swiftly piercing towards the approaching wild and ferocious beasts along the boundary of the safety zone, and quickly retracting. This was significantly more effective than practicing marksmanship against the air. Ding, congratulations on slaying the first tier 1-star ferocious beast, Iron Mountain Bear, earning 10 points. Ding, congratulations on slaying the leader grade ferocious beast, Ghost Wolf, earning 6 points. Li Schwanza continued his relentless slaughter, having successfully slain 56 beasts. Those ferocious creatures, their eyes aglow with madness and clearly bereft of reason, gradually regained a semblance of sanity and, surprisingly, began to retreat a certain distance. At this juncture, Li Schwanza sought to engage them in close combat, but it necessitated stepping outside the safety zone, a perilous endeavor indeed. District 9 Leaderboard, First Place, Li Schwanza. Hunting Points 776, Advanced Apprentice. Second Place, Luo Xiaoya. Hunting Points 582, Advanced Apprentice. Third Place, Wei Wuji. Hunting Points 326, Advanced Apprentice. Fourth Place, Huang Shan. Hunting Points 276, Intermediate Apprentice. In just over an hour, Li Schwanza had ascended to the pinnacle of the district leaderboard. And he noted that the standings of the original second and third places had also shifted. The contestant named Wei Wuji had evidently experienced a breakthrough in cultivation during this short span, likely hunting while simultaneously training. Indeed, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the efficiency in hunting. Furthermore, on the Blue Star leaderboard, he had also made an appearance, astonishingly landing in the 15th spot, a feat that left many in awe. I knew Li Xin could do it. Is this truly the Li Xin I know? Silent until now, he has made a stunning entrance by claiming the first position on the district leaderboard. Who else could? This is undeniably impressive. One cannot deny it. To achieve first place despite a 3-hour delay is remarkable. The night is long, and the most crucial factor is that Li Xuanzi has yet to unleash his most formidable weapon. Claiming the top spot on the Wanqing leaderboard is not beyond possibility. The two powerful spotlights of the Dali Shin are indeed a stroke of genius. Other contestants, hindered by the closure of the exchange system, could only resort to campfires to attract the ferocious beasts, which proved less effective. It is evident that without those two lights, the frenzy of the beasts would not have gathered so intensely. At night, those beams are irresistibly alluring to them, seemingly driving them into a greater frenzy. The Blue Star contestants were astounded, and those monitoring the leaderboard were left speechless. Who is this remarkable figure? Li Xuanzi? I have never heard of him before. How is he so extraordinary? His name suggests he is one of our compatriots from the flower-planting nation. Impressive indeed. Perhaps he possesses some unique method that he has utilized in this round. Accounting for his rapid increase in points, surely it cannot be an endless well of techniques, or it would border on Abugli Xuanzi. I shall remember you. I hope to face you in the future. This was a message from Chu Zhongtiandao. I acquired a first-tier 4-star beast bone from this esteemed individual. He appears to be the one who sells high-tier beasts. I had presumed he was of high cultivation. Yet he is merely at the advanced apprentice stage. How could his hunting points rise so swiftly? Might he possess some secrets unknown to us? Chapter 31. First kill achievement low, and behold. It is indeed possible. I hope this esteemed figure can share some insights. After all, we are all from Blue Star. If there are any tricks, we could secure more spots and push other planets down. What are you thinking? It's the middle of the night, quite suitable for dreaming. Even if there are advantageous techniques, would he really divulge them? That's foolish. Who are you calling foolish? I will remember you. Do not let me encounter you, or I shall end you. Himph, do you think I fear you? We are all in District 9. Should the opportunity arise, do not think you can escape. The emergence of such a talent as Li Xuanzi in District 9 is a point of pride for us. Drawing more attention to our district, I have clearly noticed an increase in the number of viewers in the live stream. It must be due to his magnetic effect. Li Xuanzi was oblivious to the chatter in the channel, as he was currently focused entirely on his hunting, racing against time. Old buddy, it's your time to shine again. Li Xuanzi forcefully plunged the star-shattering gun into the ground and retrieved the black god from his spatial belt. With a flick of his right hand, 5 bullets were loaded into the chamber in an instant. He had mastered this action to perfection. Bang ding, congratulations on hunting the leader-level beast, the Underworld Wolf, earning 6 points. Ding, congratulations on hunting the first-tier 3-star beast, the Steel Hair Pig, earning 30 points. Li Xuanzi cleared the beasts from the area and turned his attention to the ferocious beasts. A commotion stirred within their ranks. Some began to regain a slight clarity, yet their rationality remained dulled compared to the daylight hours. They instinctively sought to hide and evade. However, due to some constraints, they were unable to leave a certain radius. First place. Li Xuanzi, hunting points 1960, advanced apprentice, Blue Star. What the hell? What's going on? Someone has surpassed me. In another part of the battlefield, a burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes gaped at the leaderboard. Although they were all from Blue Star, he had always believed himself to be the best. Even if he could not claim the top spot on the Wanqing leaderboard, he had to be the number 1 among Blue Star contestants. He envisioned returning to Blue Star, still supreme, for strength reigns above all. Yet now, someone had exceeded him, and he felt an unmistakable pressure. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. In another part of the battlefield, a contestant with 3 eyes, resembling the legendary Erlang Shun, glanced at the leaderboard, his brow furrowing. The middle eye closed slightly, and then his eyes sparkled with intensity. Finally, a worthy opponent has emerged. Now it becomes interesting. Those on the Wanqing leaderboard, witnessing Li Xuanzi's rapid ascension to first place, were no longer composed. They hastened to showcase their skills, hastening their hunting of ferocious beasts, causing the curve of hunting points to rise once more. All of this was instigated by Li Xuanzi, the proverbial catfish. What was Li Xuanzi doing at this moment? He was undertaking an action that would instill despair in the watching contestants. After the ferocious beasts concealed themselves, he climbed atop the Dali Shun and issued a voice command. Move slowly around the thatched cottage. Upon receiving the command, the Dali Shun commenced its slow movement within the safety zone. The brilliant headlights illuminated the surroundings as it traversed, and he stood atop the vehicle, aiming the black god. The height of approximately 10 meters from the ground afforded him a commanding view over the flat terrain. Due to the influx of countless ferocious beasts, what was once a thicket overgrown with wild grass had been trampled flat. Many beasts that previously could conceal themselves in the darkness were now virtually exposed to his gaze. With only a few managing to hide behind large stones. Bang, congratulations on hunting the first-tier 4-star beast, the Underworld Wolf, earning 60 points. After a round of hunting, Li Xuanzi halted and proceeded to equip his most potent ammunition. The explosive rounds, bang with the gunshot, a 10-meter-tall, giant bull collapsed. Ding, congratulations on hunting the first-tier 9-star beast, the Savage Bull, earning 400 points. Ding, Huadian Civilization's Huadian Emperor has tipped 2,000 galaxy coins. Ding, Huadian Civilization's Huadian Emperor has wagered 500,000 galaxy coins on your advancement in the preliminary selection, with your current advancement rate at 95 and a return rate of 5. What? 500,000, while my share amounts to merely 2,500 galaxy coins. That is still a significant sum. Coupled with the 1,000 galaxy coins from tips, it totals 3,500 galaxy coins. Thank you, Huatian Emperor, for your tips and wagers. I shall endeavor to ensure your investment does not go to waste. Li Xuanzi stated earnestly. Following Li Xuanzi's dazzling performance and the continuous rise of his name, the number of viewers increased exponentially, and tips and bets poured in like rain, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. The only course of action available to him, aside from expressing verbal gratitude, was to diligently enhance his skills, hunt more ferocious beasts, and secure victory in the preliminary selections and ultimately the grand competition. Ding, congratulations to Blue Star contestant Li Xuanzi for completing the first kill achievement for the first-tier 9-star beast, earning one opportunity for a black iron level lottery draw. As Li Xuanzi had expended 3 explosive rounds to successfully take down a first-tier 9-star beast. The Savage Bull, a line of green text appeared before his eyes. A lottery? That is my favorite. Li Xuanzi joyfully set aside the black god momentarily. Why was there no reward during the previous hunts? Had someone else claimed the first kill reward? Or is it that only first-tier 9-star beasts yield rewards? Li Xuanzi inquired, uncertainty evident in his tone. After all, he had slain first-tier 1-star to 7-star beasts previously without receiving any rewards. Regrettably, no one was destined to answer his query. Instead, the viewers of the livestream chuckled as they responded, "It's possible." James seemed to have received a reward when he achieved his first kill of a first-tier 3-star beast. Others likely didn't. Indeed, Blue Star is truly a treasure trove. We have secured 2 of the 9 first kill rewards. Quite commendable. I doubt it could be just 2. Perhaps 3? Who else? Li Shun. He did not receive a reward when he hunted the first-tier 7-star beast. The Black Mountain Savage Tiger, yet he has yet to hunt a first-tier 8-star beast. If no contestant from the Wanching leaderboard has accomplished this feat, then Li Shun stands a chance. Indeed, it is truly possible. Isn't it? Since no one has ever slain a 9-star beast, it stands to reason that an 8-star beast could also be within reach, especially considering that everyone's cultivation levels are not exceedingly high at the moment. Occasionally defeating a high-level ferocious beast may simply be a stroke of luck or the result of external assistance. Chapter 32. Skyward Vessel. Li Xuanzi also contemplated this point. However, what held greater significance at present was the lottery. Given that there was only a minute to make his selection point, 10 black iron treasure chests floated in the void before his eyes. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzi activated his primordial radar to conduct a scan. Name: Barbaric Bull, armor level, 2nd tier, inferior evaluation. Possesses commendable defensive capabilities, capable of negating 50 of the attack power from beasts of the 2nd tier and below. This is quite impressive, far superior to my current 1-star protective gear. Had I possessed this armor earlier, I would have faced the steel-haired pig with little concern. Let us see what else lies below. Name: Swift Movement Talisman level, 2nd tier, superior evaluation. Grants you 100-fold speed for 10 minutes. A one-time consumable. A splendid item. Indeed, 10 minutes of such speed could prove invaluable in a dire situation. Name: Skyward Vessel level, 4th tier, inferior evaluation. capable of high-speed flight at an altitude of 10,000 meters, capable of carrying up to 100 individuals. It features 4th tier inferior defensive restrictions and 3rd tier superior offensive restrictions, making it an exceptional flying artifact. Energy sources, blood crystals, yuan stones, or energy blocks will suffice. Wow, this is a 4th tier divine weapon. An extraordinary find, indeed, especially as a flying artifact. With it, my future journeys or adventures will become exceedingly convenient. I must secure it. Having only seen the 3rd item, Li Xuance's mind was already nearly made up. Nevertheless, he continued to peruse the remaining items. What if there were something even better? Name: Warrior's Pill Level, 1st tier, medium evaluation, suitable for warriors of the 6th grade and below. Consuming it will elevate one's grade by 1 without any side effects. Not too shabby, though regrettably, there is only one. While it is a good item, it pales in comparison to the Skyward Vessel. Name: Shadow Steps Level, 2nd tier, superior evaluation. A commendable manual for movement techniques. The evaluation is brief, yet a manual on movement techniques is precisely what Li Xuance urgently requires. However, he held back. He merely needs to wait until dawn when the exchange system will be available. At present, what he requires is a fundamental movement technique. This one is too advanced. He hopes to establish a solid foundation before pursuing higher-level techniques. Li Xuance continued to examine the 10 prizes, noting that aside from the Skyward Vessel, the highest-ranked item was a 3rd-tier superior, the Proud God Blade technique. Although this was another black iron level lottery, the quality had evidently improved greatly compared to the last. Li Xuance mused to himself, considering that this was the first kill of a 1st-tier 9-star ferocious beast. It was only natural for the rewards to be higher. I'll choose the 3rd treasure chest. He decided as the countdown neared 10 seconds. Instantly, the 9 unselected treasure chests vanished, and upon opening the 3rd chest, a sky-blue model of a small vessel floated in mid-air, which then swiftly appeared at Li Xuance's waist. Simultaneously, he learned how to utilize the Skyward Vessel and its detailed attributes. The Skyward Vessel, a 4th-tier inferior magical artifact, can carry both passengers and goods, serving as a storage space. It is also a dual-purpose artifact for offense and defense. Adaptable in size, truly the ideal companion for travel. Is that a small vessel? A toy, perhaps? Some spectators were puzzled. After all, they could not see the attributes of the Skyward Vessel, only its concrete form. Though you genuinely think it could be a toy? It autonomously flew to Li Shun's waist. It must be a divine weapon of a kind we cannot fathom, a vessel-shaped divine weapon. Could it possibly carry him through the skies? Could it be one of those flying artifacts from novels? Perhaps it merely resembles a vessel while actually being a shield. It is equally plausible that it serves as a storage space. Have you ever seen other weapons hung at one's waist? Speculating further is futile. Only when Li Xuance employs it will the truth be revealed. Use it? Li Xuance smiled faintly. In the vast battlefield of myriad races, some individuals are born into favorable circumstances, while others face dire environmental challenges. If, in the future, there are insufficient ferocious beasts to hunt nearby, it may not be unwise to explore other areas. It would be prudent to investigate the local situation and determine whether all competitors exist in a single world or are instead independent. With over 70 million competitors on Blue Star, the fact that he had not encountered any others atop Black Mountain indicated a vast distance between participants. How expansive must the realm be to accommodate competitors from 10,000 celestial bodies? It is unfathomable. Regaining his focus, Li Xuance directed his attention back to hunting ferocious beasts. From 1st-tier 1-star to 7-star and 9-star, I have hunted them all, save for the elusive 1st-tier 8-star. Let us see if I can find one. Li Xuance shared the spectators' thoughts. Bang bang. With 2 gunshots, Li Xuance sealed off a beast that appeared to be a 1st-tier 8-star ferocious creature. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the 1st-tier 9-star ferocious beast, Hell's 3-headed hound. You have earned 400 points. Damn, another 1st-tier 9-star beast. Previously, Li Xuance would have relished the opportunity to slay all 1st-tier 9-star beasts. However, at this moment, his greatest desire was for a 1st-tier 8-star beast. Unfortunately, they remained too distant, and the exploration range of his primordial radar was severely limited, rendering him unable to perceive them. Only estimating their size based on their appearances, he had noticed that the higher the tier of the ferocious beast, the larger its size. At least, this was true for the fierce beasts and 1st-tier ferocious creatures he had encountered. He had yet to witness higher-tier ferocious beasts, so he remained unfamiliar with them. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the first-tier 9-star ferocious beast, Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger. You have earned 400 points. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the first-tier 8-star ferocious beast, Golden-Haired Roar. You have earned 300 points, Li Schwanza. Nothing? After waiting for an eternity. There was no indication whatsoever, leaving Li Schwanza somewhat disheartened. Was someone else quicker on the draw, or had I already slain a first-tier 9-star ferocious beast, making the subsequent hunt of a first-tier 8-star beast redundant? No matter how displeased or helpless he felt, a lack of rewards was simply that, a lack of rewards, and Li Schwanza had to accept this outcome. It was unreasonable to expect to reap all benefits for himself. He was fortunate enough to have what he did. Li Schwanza quickly adjusted his mindset, refocusing his attention on the ferocious beasts surrounding him. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the first-tier 7-star ferocious beast, Golden Claw Beast. You have earned 200 points. Several minutes later. What a pity! Had I known such a splendid opportunity awaited me tonight, I should have purchased more ammunition. Li Schwanza sighed, feeling somewhat helpless as he leaped down from the Titan. Indeed, his ammunition was dwindling. Only 3 explosive rounds remained, while all other bullets had been expended. The reason he had not used all his ammunition was that he needed to keep some in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. The long night stretched ahead, with much time remaining until daylight. Who knew what else might transpire? Retaining a few trump cards would grant him a sense of security. At worst, he could use them up just before dawn. Prior to the exchange system reopening. It was only at this moment that Li Schwanza found the time to glance at the leaderboard. Region 9 Leaderboard. Chapter 33. First in the rankings. First place, Li Schwanza. Hunting points, 33, 536, Advanced Apprentice. Second place, Luo Xiaoya. Hunting points, 784, Advanced Apprentice. A clear gap separates the first place from the second, with the latter not even having a fraction of his score. Have I truly amassed so many points? Li Schwanza was astonished as he glanced at the live-streaming timer. After some calculations, he realized that it had only been just over 6 hours since nightfall, meaning he had accumulated over 30,000 points in a mere 3-hour span. Blue Star Leaderboard. First place, Li Schwanza. Hunting points, 33, 536, Advanced Apprentice. Second place, James. Hunting points, 3, 240, First-Tier Warrior. He has already become a first-tier warrior. One must not underestimate the strength of the world's populace. Li Schwanza reflected. Although his points surpassed those of his competitor, he was acutely aware of his own situation. These points were largely due to the Black God. Without it, his achievements would not have reached such heights. Moreover, James had experienced a meteoric rise in points in a short span, indicating that he too possessed his own methods and trump cards. Indeed, it was as such. Alas, the Italian cannon of the 2nd platoon ultimately succumbed to the sniper rifle with its vast ammunition supply. There was little that could be done. James had faltered due to his failure to procure sufficient ammunition, and his cannon was only capable of hunting first-tier 1-star ferocious beasts. As the remaining beasts dispersed, his efficiency in hunting dwindled. Initially, when those beasts congregated, a single shot could fell a dozen or more. Regrettably, the beasts were not foolish. Though they had grown somewhat frenzied during the night, they still retained a measure of rationality. Li Shen is truly monstrous, over 30,000 points. That is a clear gap at the top, and furthermore, he leads in all 3 leaderboards. I doubt anyone will surpass him tonight. Not necessarily, for Li Schwanza's ammunition had run out. Leaving only 3 explosive rounds, he could at most earn a few hundred more points. However, those true masters, who had already reached the warrior level, could still rely on their own strength to continue hunting. Do you think Li Schwanza, now out of bullets, would dare to venture outside? After all, he is merely an advanced apprentice. Indeed, while he currently leads the ranks, there remain over 70 hours of night ahead. And anything is possible. It is challenging. In the early stages, everyone's strategies have been largely exhausted, primarily due to the unforeseen circumstances of the night, resulting in insufficient reserves of supplies, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Perhaps some had held back initially, but upon witnessing Li Schwanza's ascendance to first place, many have laid bare their resources, even depleting their entire reserves, leading to a rapid surge in hunting points. However, at this juncture, not only Li Schwanza but all competitors seem to lack momentum, as most have exhausted their trump cards. Regardless, it is certain that Li Shun's position at the top of Blue Star is secure. And he should also be comfortably within the top 100 of the watching leaderboard. Whether he can retain his leading position until the end, however, remains uncertain, as there are indeed several formidable competitors. The audience of Blue Star is privy to the live broadcasts of their own competitors, thus gaining insight into the situations of individuals such as James, yet they cannot view the circumstances surrounding competitors from other planets. Leaving those scenarios shrouded in mystery. Li Xuanzi too gazes upon the watching leaderboard, curious about his current ranking. First place, Li Xuanzi, hunting points, 33, 536, Advanced Apprentice, Blue Star. Second place, Mick Wasi, hunting points, 6, 290, second rank warrior. Harrow Star. Third place, Hashan, hunting points, 6, 160, second rank warrior. Luotian Star. Fourth place, Xingtian, hunting points, 5, 810, third rank warrior. Shueyun Star. Fifth place, Shintu Wani, hunting points, 5, 736, second rank warrior. Shintu Star. 44th place, James, hunting points, 3, 240, first rank warrior. Blue Star. 100th place, Lu Yun, hunting points, 1, 460, Advanced Apprentice. Chihua Star. The new rankings reveal significant fluctuations. As Li Xuanzi scans the list, he notes the absence of several previous contenders, while others have experienced dramatic shifts in their standings. Besides his own leap to first place, there are others who have made substantial progress, such as Shintu Wani, who surged from outside the top 100 to 5th place as a second-rank warrior. Undoubtedly possessing his own hidden strengths, he also spots a third-rank warrior among the competitors, leaving him perplexed at how such rapid growth could occur within such a short time. There are indeed too many anomalies. As a fellow competitor from Blue Star, James has also made considerable advancements in these few hours. Furthermore, although only 100 positions are ranked, the disparities in hunting points are quite pronounced. The night still stretches ahead, and one must remain vigilant. Li Xuanzi has never been one to succumb to arrogance. System, may I utilize my points? Will this affect tonight's ranking? Li Xuanzi inquired as he approached the display screen. You may use them. Hunting points refer to accumulated hunting scores, while recovered points do not count, nor do used points. Understood. Having clarified these details, Li Xuanzi proceeded to exit the safety zone, swiftly dragging back the carcasses of the ferocious beasts. Subsequently listing them for sale on the channel system, he had no time to dismember them, despite the possibility of a higher price, as time was of the essence. Let the intermediaries profit from the price differences. At this moment, everyone had amassed considerable points, but most had hunted primarily ferocious beasts. Thus the corpses of the ferocious beasts still held substantial value. As for the carcasses of the fierce beasts, he recovered all of them, as their profit margins for sale were minimal and merely a waste of time for him. Since hunting points could be utilized but nothing could be exchanged for now, it was evident that everyone would be keenly interested in the corpses of the ferocious beasts. 32 ordinary-level fierce beast carcasses netted 32 points. 89 elite-level fierce beast carcasses yielded 198 points. And 258 leader-level fierce beast carcasses garnered 774 points. The higher the level of the beast carcasses, the more he possessed, not due to greater numbers, but because Li Xuanzi understood the rarity of ammunition and had primarily selected the highest-level beasts possible. He had little interest in ordinary-level beasts. Most of these ordinary and elite-level beasts were those he had dispatched using his fists and the shattering star gun at the outset, with a few having perished due to being trampled or struck by other ferocious beasts. Thus not wasting a single bullet. 56 first-tier, 1-star fierce beast carcasses were listed, selling for a total of 3,920 points, an average drop from 21 times to 14 times the base price. Li Xuanzi anticipated further declines as competitors gradually improved their skills and employed more tactics, allowing for the hunting of more ferocious beasts. As the saying goes, scarcity increases value. As supply increases, prices naturally fall, which is an objective reality. 88 first-tier, 2-star fierce beast carcasses sold for a total of 16,720 points, down from an average of 27 times to 19 times. 126 first-tier, 3-star fierce beast carcasses sold for 58,590 points, with an average price of 31 times the value of the carcasses themselves. At this moment, the prices of high-tier fierce beast carcasses remained relatively firm, as their availability in the market was scarce. At this stage, there were still very few competitors capable of hunting high-tier beasts. And even if they did, those competitors would need to utilize them themselves, unless, like Li Xuanzi, they had hunted an excessive quantity that they could not possibly consume. However, such cases were rare. In addition to this, he possessed 28 first-tier, 4-star fierce beast carcasses, 32 5-star, 41 6-star, 2 7-star, 5 8-star, and 3 9-star carcasses. It was a pity. Gazing at the corpses lying 800 meters away, particularly the 11 first-tier, 8-star carcasses, he lamented their loss. These 11 carcasses held immense value, whether for personal use or for sale. Such a pity. Due to Li Xuanzi's previous hunts, many ferocious beasts had ceased to approach the safety zone, allowing him to return with the surrounding carcasses unscathed. However, the area beyond 800 meters was perilous, and he lacked confidence in safely returning. Thus, he could only regretfully abandon those spoils. He could only lament his lack of sufficient ammunition to eradicate all these beasts. Now helplessly watching the corpses lie there, it is easy to foresee that tonight these carcasses would surely become fodder for other ferocious beasts, so he dared not dwell on it. What a tremendous pity. Indeed, beyond that, there were hundreds of various fierce beasts, with the corpses of fierce beasts lying around. Were he able to bring them all back and list them, they would be worth at least tens of thousands of points. Perhaps even exceeding 100,000. If it were me, I would drive a Hercules there. So many fierce beast carcasses amount to lying points. Typically, for such points, who wouldn't he risk their lives? Li Xuanzi, during the day, risked his life for those 2,000 or 3,000 points, so why not take the risk now with even more points available? It is easy to say. Before, it was a matter of necessity. Now, he had already garnered the most among all competitors. If he could digest the results of this endeavor, his strength would surely soar. There are plenty of ferocious beasts, but life is singular. I believe Li Xuanzi's decision is the right one. Indeed, to restrain one's desires and remain unperturbed by such immense benefits showcases a formidable inner strength. I hold him in even higher regard now. You all make valid points. It's just that seeing so many points slip away is disheartening. Am I too immersed in this? Just the same. It hurts. Feeling hurt is futile. One must look ahead. Retracting his gaze from the distant view and observing the towering mountain of corpses within the safety zone, Li Xuanzi once again smiled. This harvest is indeed substantial. Once I digest these gains, to what level will my cultivation rise? It's truly something to look forward to. Name: Li Xuanzi Affiliated Civilization, Blue Star Civilization Race, Human Cultivation, Advanced Apprentice, Strength 1379, 2 kilograms Technique, Divine Dragon Stabilizing the C Classic Martial Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Ordinary Tier Upper Grade, Mastered, Gunfighting Technique, Yellow Tier Lower Grade, Mastered, Basic Assassination Technique, Ordinary Tier Upper Grade, Proficient. Basic Gun Technique, Ordinary Tier Upper Grade, Proficient. Weapons: Black God, First Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon, Black Gold Dagger, First Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon, Battle Wolf Gauntlets, First Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon, Shattering Star Gun, First Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon, Sky Voyager, 4th Tier Lower Grade Divine Weapon. Points: 113,802 Hunting Points, 33,536 Audience, over 985,590,000, over 987,290,000 from Blue Star, over 290,000 from Galactic Citizens, 512 others, donations, 428,230 Galactic Coins bets, 1,985,440 Galactic Coins live broadcast, 12 hours, 41 minutes, 13 seconds. Upon reviewing his attribute list, Li Xuanzi could not help but gasp in astonishment. The advancements in gunfighting technique, assassination technique, and basic gun technique were already known to him. However, he had not anticipated such a vast audience tuning into his live broadcast, nearly reaching the billion mark, with even the number of galactic citizens surpassing 1 million, an absolute first. After his initial shock, exhilaration took over. The more viewers, especially galactic citizens, meant greater potential for donations and bets, regardless of whether he could eventually become the Lord of Blue Star. This substantial sum would allow him to go wherever he wished. Next, he would focus on his cultivation and strive to break through as a warrior. Setting his goals, Li Xuanzi chose not to end the live broadcast but to continue streaming as he began his training. By the way, system, is the strength pill only usable during the apprentice stage? Li Xuanzi recalled he still had 4 high-grade strength pills in his possession. No, it is effective for both apprentices and warriors. However, during the apprentice stage, due to their frail physical condition, they cannot withstand the impact of too many great power pills. This is why there are limits on the maximum and optimal usage. Once one reaches the warrior realm, they can utilize the maximum number of pills without any adverse effects. Is it truly so? Then, is the effect of using them during the apprentice stage the same as that during the warrior stage? Will the potency of the pills diminish? Li Xuanzi inquired. The potency will not diminish. This is a rule bestowed upon the great power pills by the battlefield, a benefit granted to you newcomers. Understood. Li Xuanzi felt an overwhelming sense of shock within. This so-called great power pill is likely not a genuine elixir, but rather a product of the rules inherent to this battlefield, directly affecting them. He could hardly fathom what kind of terrifying existence had concocted this. With a clearer understanding, Li Xuanzi felt less urgency to consume the great power pills and instead placed the 4 pills into his spatial belt. Alas, the spatial belt is somewhat small. Once the exchange system is restored, it would be wise to acquire a larger one. System. Activate tenfold auxiliary cultivation for 3 hours, please. With a wave of his hand, Li Xuanzi spent 3,000 points. This was a calculated decision. He estimated that 3 hours would allow him to reach his limit, perhaps even break through to the warrior realm. If it proves insufficient, he could always continue. Tenfold auxiliary cultivation activated for 3 hours, deducting 3,000 points. The effects of the divine dragon stance were exceedingly beneficial, enabling him to swiftly absorb the vitality of ferocious beasts. The remaining meat from 2 first-tier 3-star netherwolves was quickly consumed, augmenting his strength by 141 kilograms. The broth made from the spines of 9 netherwolves, simmered for 3 hours, imparted nearly 330 kilograms of strength, pushing Li Xuanzi's strength to the upper limit of an advanced apprentice at 1,850 kilograms. Had he not reached his limit, the broth might have provided even more strength. Could it be that he reached his limit in under an hour? Next would be the breakthrough, but regrettably, he lacked vitality pills. Li Xuanzi had not anticipated such rapid advancement. Without auxiliary cultivation, it would have been utterly impossible. Perhaps this explains why others achieve breakthroughs so swiftly. Chapter 35. Ascension to First-Tier Warrior, Radar Upgrade, if they are fortunate enough to acquire or exchange for vitality pills before the exchange system closes, then reaching the warrior realm would be effortless. According to the cultivation method's description, the most significant difference between apprentices and warriors, aside from strength, is the emergence of vitality power in warriors, which enhances their combat capabilities tremendously. Vitality power is indeed the key. Given that the strength limit is 1,850 kilograms, what miraculous occurrences would transpire if that limit were broken? Li Xuanzi's imagination began to soar. By the way, system, since the strength gained from the great power pills remains constant, can they assist me in breaking through to the warrior realm? A sudden thought struck Li Xuanzi. If the great power pills are, as I previously surmised, not true elixirs but products of the rules, then theoretically, wouldn't consuming them directly enhance my strength? If my strength were to directly transcend the limits of the apprentice stage, what effects would that yield? Could it facilitate a breakthrough? You are quite astute, having uncovered this hidden benefit for newcomers. Indeed, the great power pills can aid you in directly breaking through to the warrior realm. But this is limited to the warrior and apprentice stages. Their effects will be entirely ineffective at higher realms. That suffices. Thank you. Li Xuanzi expressed his gratitude earnestly. Upon understanding this implicit rule, Li Xuanzi wasted no time and consumed a high-grade great power pill. In an instant, the pill acted like a drop of oil in a hot pan, causing his blood to seem to boil, accelerating its flow, and quickening the rhythm of his heartbeat. Li Xuanzi's face flushed crimson. Beads of sweat cascading down as his muscles appeared to pulsate with life, engaging in a rhythmic contraction. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, Li Xuanzi felt his heart suddenly halt, followed by an overwhelming surge of power emanating from within. A force far more potent and ferocious than before. Ding Host has reached the warrior realm. The origin radar system is upgrading. Please wait. Is this the vitality power? Why, with merely one strand, do I feel as though I have grown exponentially stronger? As the vitality power coursed through his body, the additional muscle mass he had gained began to dissipate, and he appeared to slim down, even more than when he first arrived. It felt as if he hadn't eaten for days. His body desperately craving energy. Ultimately, with no nutrients left to absorb, the once formidable vitality power, now as thin as a hair, returned to his heart, falling dormant. System. Why has my cultivation improved yet I feel my vitality depleting? And why do I appear to have lost weight? This is a normal occurrence. The rigid muscles throughout your body have transformed into a more potent, advanced form of power. Naturally, your physique will appear diminished, and you will feel a depletion of vitality. What you require now is sustenance to replenish your lost vitality. Wealth and resources are paramount. In this realm, points are indispensable. Thank you. Li Xuanzi expressed heartfelt gratitude. Understanding the reason behind his condition, he felt at ease. When it comes to food, none can rival him, as the entire safe zone is filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. Grabbing the roasted meat of a first-tier 4-star golden claw beast, Li Xuanzi indulged heartily, consuming more than twice his previous portion until the gnawing hunger subsided, though he still felt unsated. Sensing he could consume even more, glancing at the remaining auxiliary cultivation time, he noted nearly an hour left and decided not to waste it, for halting now would result in no refund of points. The first layer of the Divine Dragon Tranquility Sutra consists of 5 movements: Divine Dragon Stance, Crouching Dragon Form, Coiling Dragon Stance, Dragon Soaring Across Seas, and Dragon Absorbing Limitless. Among them, the Divine Dragon Stance corresponds to the apprentice stage, serving as the foundational phase, while the next is the Crouching Dragon Form. Li Xuanzi, feeling inspired, assumed a peculiar position on the mattress and continued his practice. The mattress was one he purchased without using any points, being quite inexpensive. He once again immersed himself in the cycle of cultivation and consuming meat, now processing the food at a swifter pace, wishing his mouth could accommodate even more. With each morsel of ferocious beast meat consumed, the vitality power within him grew even more robust. It appears that upon reaching the warrior realm, the significance of elixirs has increased substantially. Time flew by, losing its meaning for Li Xuanzi, until he devoured the meat from the 5th first-tier 4-star ferocious beast he hunted and dismembered that day, causing his heart to surge once more. Suddenly, the vitality power, which had thickened to the size of a pencil lead, underwent a fission, splitting into 2. Simultaneously, a message appeared on the screen. Auxiliary cultivation concluded. Let me check my cultivation. This was what he most desired to know. After the split, had he ascended to the 2nd-tier warrior? That was his primary concern. Cultivation, 1st-tier warrior, mid-stage, system. How is the warrior's realm classified? And what lies beyond? Can you share it now? Li Xuanzi inquired with curiosity. His cultivation was not as he had envisioned. He had only reached the mid-stage of the 1st-tier warrior. Normally, warriors are divided into 9 tiers, with each tier further subdivided into early, mid, and late stages. However, advanced techniques can transcend the standard 9 tiers. For instance, the Divine Dragon Tranquility Sutra you are practicing comprises 13 tiers. As for the realms beyond warriors, if you can reach the 13th tier within 3 galactic days, I can disclose that information. If not, you may learn it from others upon leaving here. In essence, your authority is insufficient for me to divulge such information. Very well. Ding Origin Radar upgrade successful, now at level 2, capable of scanning a 1-kilometer radius, with additional functions for the host to explore. It seems the Origin Radar emitted a sound earlier. He had been too exhilarated to notice. Li Xuanzi recalled this detailed self-exploration. Very well. I shall explore on my own later. Li Xuanzi composed himself and scanned the leaderboard once more, realizing that during his 3 hours of cultivation, no other contestants had surpassed 10,000 points in hunting. It appeared that everyone was running low on energy. Li Xuanzi felt a wave of relief, free from the worry of being surpassed, allowing him to continue his cultivation. After spending nearly another 2 hours, he skillfully dismembered all 28 first-tier, 4-star ferocious beast corpses hunted that evening and combined the essence broth made from the spines of the 5 first-tier, 4-star ferocious beasts he had previously hunted into a single container. He then placed the 28 newly dismembered spinal bones into a special soup pot acquired from the system and commenced the boiling process again. The essence meat from the 28 ferocious beasts was placed beside the grill and fire, with the excess boiled in another large pot. The remaining bones, entrails, hides, and various other remnants were all listed in the channel system. The average recovery price for the remnants was about 16 points per beast, but he sold them for approximately 672 points, yielding an average markup of 42 times. For 28 beasts, he earned a total of 18,816 points. Chapter 36. Blood Crystal Furnace. Li Xuanzi perused the status of the channel system and noted that someone had listed a complete first tier 4-star Ferocious Beast corpse with a staggering markup of 46 times. He had retained the essence meat and spine, but the price had subsequently declined, which was only to be expected. He felt no regret. After all, these items were of little use to him personally, and recycling them for a mere few points was no longer appealing. It is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, yet far more challenging to descend from extravagance to frugality. The only source of his displeasure was the system. Engaging with it felt like an utter waste of time. Was there not a more efficient method? Even if it required spending additional points, he would be amenable. After completing his tasks, he had dedicated nearly 4 hours to them. With that time, he could have likely advanced to a second-grade martial artist, yet it was squandered on these trifling matters. There were two potential solutions. First, to purchase a martial slave or a robot to assist him, or second, to acquire a blood crystal furnace, which could directly refine ferocious beasts into absorbable blood crystals. Martial slaves? Robots? Blood crystal furnace. Martial slaves are criminals captured by various civilizations, or prisoners from hostile factions, or even members of other races, marked with the slave brand. Whoever holds control over this brand wields power over the slaves' lives and becomes their master. Robots fall into two categories. One type is a technological product, incapable of upgrades, while the other consists of mechanical beings with greater potential for growth, possessing a spark of consciousness that enables continuous improvement, albeit at a higher price. The Blood Crystal Furnace is a unique magical artifact that can swiftly extract the vital essence from within a ferocious beast and condense it into blood crystals that are easily absorbed by practitioners. With varying grades corresponding to different levels of ferocious beasts, so many valuable items. Why had he not heard of them before? First, you did not inquire. If participants fail to ask, the system will not volunteer information. Second, previously, your points were too low to purchase anything beyond basic martial slaves and technological robots. However, with your current points, all these options are now within reach. While it is fortunate that he could purchase them, unfortunately, the exchange system was currently unavailable, and he would have to wait until daytime. Li Xuanzi sighed. At least now he understood that when dawn arrived, he would be a step ahead of the majority of participants, who were still oblivious to these opportunities. That makes sense. Casting a glance at his remaining points, which amounted to 110, 802, he commanded the system to activate tenfold training assistance, with a preliminary duration set. Li Xuanzi mused, eyeing the essence meat from 28 first tier, 4-star ferocious beasts. If used for training, it would be depleted in less than 5 hours. Yet he also contemplated the training of martial skills. Let us set it for 10 hours. He had points to spare. Such extravagance. Currently, no participant on Blue Star had accumulated even 10,000 points. Yet he was willing to spend a full 10,000 on training assistance. If it were him, he would refrain from training and wait for dawn, where that sum of points could surely procure more advantageous training resources, facilitating a quicker enhancement of his prowess without the need to squander the ferocious beast meat. His current points were sufficient to secure a leading position. That was merely your perspective. Li Xuanzi believed in the importance of not wasting time. With that time, his cultivation could reach a higher level. And perhaps by the end of the night, others would have made remarkable advancements. The points belonged to him. How he chose to spend them was his prerogative. Why should others concern themselves with his choices? Such meddling was truly unnecessary. Li Xuanzi remained oblivious to the discussions of his fellow Blue Star compatriots. All he knew was that he must grow stronger in the shortest time possible, so as not to watch points languish on the ground, unattainable. First, he retrieved the container that had previously held the concentrated soup essence and consumed the entire concoction made from 5 first-tier, 4-star ferocious beast spines. The nutrients, or rather, the vital essence, were absorbed, further amplifying his 2 streams of vital energy. After finishing the soup, he proceeded to consume meat until those 2 streams of vital energy swelled to a significant degree, resulting in a fission, doubling from 2 to 4, and concurrently, Li Xuanzi's cultivation advanced to the late stage of a first-grade martial artist. At this juncture, he refrained from further cultivation and instead drew forth a black gold dagger. Maneuvering throughout the interior and exterior of the dwelling, he was honing his assassination skills, and under the influence of the tenfold comprehension, he could distinctly feel himself growing stronger and his understanding of the art of assassination deepening. Once he mastered the assassination technique to a consummate level, He retrieved the shattered star spear and began to train vigorously at the periphery of the safe zone, which was the only large area of open space he had previously preserved. Similarly, after refining his foundational spear techniques to perfection, he resumed his consumption of meat for training. He had previously inquired of the system, discovering that regardless of the martial skill, the pinnacle achievement through practice was mastery. To reach the subtle level or above, breakthroughs typically occurred in combat or through specific fortuitous encounters. Achieving such advancements solely through years of practice was exceedingly challenging. Even if feasible, the time required would be incalculable. Perhaps even a lifetime. Hence Li Xuanze wisely opted to forego such endeavors. 10 hours passed swiftly, and he had entirely absorbed the essence meat and concentrated soup derived from the 28 ferocious beasts, resulting in a significant elevation in his cultivation, reaching the early stage of a third-grade martial artist. Next, he dismembered 32 first-tier, 5-star ferocious beasts, retaining the essence meat and spines while listing the remainder for sale, which garnered him a total of 45,792 points, the entire process taking over 5 hours. He then engaged in another 7 hours of tenfold training, consuming the spoils from the first-tier, 5-star beasts, his cultivation advancing to the mid-stage of a 5th-grade martial artist. With his vital energy and aura becoming even more solidified, in the lower tier of martial artists, his vital energy flowed like a river, his strength akin to that of 3 mighty bulls. With his maximum speed nearing the sound barrier in the mid-tier, his vital energy surged like a river, ceaselessly flowing, capable of manifesting a protective aura around his skin, impervious to blades and spears, while also withstanding the heat generated from rapid movement and mitigating the effects of breaking the sound barrier. Indeed, from the 4th-grade martial artist onwards, one's speed could surpass the speed of sound. Naturally, this invulnerability referred to ordinary weapons. Exceptional armaments such as the Black God and Shattered Star Spear were exceptions. In the upper tier of martial artists, his vital energy resembled the boundless ocean, ever flowing, with the aura capable of extending 1 to 10 centimeters from the body, creating an illusion of a larger self formed from vital energy during combat, also enabling him to channel the formidable energy of high-quality weapons, exponentially augmenting his combat prowess. Chapter 37. Advancement to the 7th-grade martial artist. Li Xuanze dismembered 41 first-tier, 6-star ferocious beasts, retaining the essence meat and spines while listing the remainder for sale, which netted him 82,246 points, a markup of 59 times, the entire process taking over 7 hours. He then engaged in 10 hours of tenfold training, completely consuming the spoils from the first-tier, 6-star beasts, and Li Xuanze's cultivation once again broke through to the late stage of a 6th-grade martial artist. Why had he not continued to break through? Had he encountered a bottleneck, or was it simply that the vital essence of the first-tier, 6-star beasts was insufficient to support his advancement? By the 8th hour, his cultivation had reached the late stage of a 6th-grade martial artist. Yet continued consumption of the concentrated soup did not yield further breakthroughs. He found himself stalled. System, have I encountered a bottleneck? Li Xuanze inquired. There are 3 reasons for your inability to progress. First, your rapid advancement in a short period necessitates time for your body to acclimate. You require further time to fully adapt to your current physique. It is advisable to practice martial skills or engage in combat with ferocious beasts to swiftly master your present form. Second, within the 9th grade of martial artists, each 3-grade tier represents a significant threshold, and consequently, the difficulty of breakthroughs increases, which is the bottleneck you mentioned. Third, the quality of the vital essence from first tier 6-star ferocious beasts is insufficient. To break through, a substantial accumulation is required, which is evidently lacking. Utilizing first tier, 7-star ferocious beasts would eliminate this issue. Aside from the first reason, the other 2 aligned closely with his suspicions. What if I were to use a strength pill? Li Xuanze posited. System. Even the divine Li Xuanze has his moments of humor. The system was reluctant to engage further. Li Xuanze was exploiting a loophole. When faced with a bottleneck, he sought to use a strength pill for a breakthrough, rendering it almost a cheat. He finally understood why those at the top of the rankings had such high cultivation levels from the outset. They had presumably discovered this loophole long ago. However, it could not strictly be termed a loophole. As the system had stated, it was a novice benefit. Clearly, both the apprentice stage and the martial artist realm fell within the novice period, while the true disparity would likely emerge beyond the martial artist realm. One could use many strength pills, meaning that within the martial artist realm, as long as one accumulated to a certain extent, breakthroughs could be achieved directly using the pills. Furthermore, the price of the strength pill was not exorbitant, suggesting that the martial artist realm posed no real bottleneck for participants. While the audience could see the situation clearly and deduce these insights, Li Xuanzi was also a reflective individual. He too recognized this point. He believed that with the passage of time, an increasing number of participants would become aware of this unspoken rule. Having attained the rank of a 6th-tier warrior, Li Xuanzi realized that the frequency of utilizing the strength-enhancing elixirs for further breakthroughs would not be excessive. With this understanding, he consumed a powerful elixir without hesitation. A thunderous sensation erupted within his heart, akin to an explosion, as torrents of vitality surged from every corner of his body towards his heart, where they subsequently multiplied. Ultimately, the vitality broke free from the confines of his body, surpassing the barrier of the previous energy wall, achieving a distance of 5 centimeters from his body. The grass bed beneath him was utterly pulverized by the released energy before it came to a halt. He had finally reached the 7th-tier warrior level. Just as Li Xuanzi had anticipated, the elixir indeed facilitated his breakthrough. It was time to venture out for training. From previous observations, it was evident that this wave of beastly tide was limited in scale. With a finite number of high-tier ferocious beasts, the 3 first-tier 9-star beasts had already fallen to his prowess, alongside a total of 16 first-tier 8-star beasts. The remaining beasts outside were likely no more than first-tier 7-star in rank. Given his equivalent cultivation, there was no reason to fear them. If he could not defeat them, escape would not be an option either. Name: Li Xuanzi Civilization, Blue Star Civilization Race, Human Cultivation, 7th-tier Warrior, Early Stage, Technique, Divine Dragon Sea Suppression Scripture Martial Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Ordinary Upper Tier, Mastery, Gunslinger Technique, Yellow Lower Tier, Mastery, Basic Assassination Technique, Ordinary Upper Tier, Mastery, Basic Marksmanship, Ordinary Upper Tier, Mastery, Weapons, Black God, 1st-tier Upper Grade Divine Armament, Black Gold Dagger, 1st-tier Upper Grade Divine Armament, Battle Wolf Gauntlets, 1st-tier Upper Grade Divine Armament, Star Shattering Gun, 1st-tier Upper Grade Divine Armament, Skyward Vessel, 4th-tier Lower Grade Divine Armament. Points: 230. 656 hunting points, 33,536 audience. Over 75.26 million, 75.23 million from Blue Star, over 20,000 from Galactic Citizens, and 365 others. Donations: 463,520 Galactic Coins bets. 2,684,180 Galactic Coins live stream. 56 hours, 51 minutes, and 22 seconds. 10,000 star rankings. First place: Li Xuanzi, hunting points 33, 536, 7th-tier warrior, Blue Star, maintaining his position as the leader of the 10,000 star rankings, the only change being his cultivation level, which had ascended from high apprentice to early 7th-tier warrior in just a matter of hours, exponentially enhancing his power and bestowing upon him the strength of 7 wild bulls. Second place: Xing Tian, hunting points 19, 680, 4th-tier warrior, Shuayun Star. Third place: Shun Tu, hunting points 17, 264, 4th-tier warrior, Shintu Star. Fourth place: Hishan, hunting points 16, 160, 3rd-tier warrior, Luotian Star. If Li Xuanzi belonged to the 1st tier, then those in 2nd to 4th places constituted the 2nd tier, while the 5th was already relegated to the 3rd tier, barely surpassing 10,000 points. At least during tonight's training session, they had already forfeited their chance at the championship. The top 4 were familiar faces, each experiencing rapid growth in points and significant advancements in their cultivation levels. This signified that their future hunting efficiency would dramatically increase. Should Li Xuanzi choose to halt his efforts now, the 3 following him might very well surpass him, considering there remained over 32 hours of night. Yet, would Li Xuanzi truly relent? The moment he grasped the star-shattering gun and strode out of the safety zone, it became clear he would not. Would the divine Li Xuanzi make another move? Would he once again astonish all? As a 7th-tier warrior, he towered 3 realms above the 2nd place, an absolute force to be reckoned with. A pride of Blue Star. It was rumored that the small county where Li Xuanzi hailed planned to erect a statue of him at the bustling end of People's Road, aiming to immortalize him as a hero. The divine Li Xuanzi belonged to the Huagua, yet he was a hero for all of Blue Star. But why did he not continue cultivating despite the presence of higher-tier beast carcasses? Some were puzzled that hadn't the system indicated that his body required time to digest? Having elevated himself too rapidly, he needed intense combat to swiftly gain full mastery over his newfound strength. Indeed, this was Li Xuance's thought process. Stepping out of the safety zone, Li Xuance activated his primal radar. Despite the passage of several hours, no beast had ventured within 100 meters of the safety zone. However, a few sporadic sightings were observed just beyond that distance. As he moved outward, the density of beasts increased, becoming somewhat concentrated beyond 500 meters. Chapter 38. Come to battle. Having seemingly stumbled upon a fortunate discovery, a smile crept across Li Xuance's face. Leaving the audience bewildered, many mistaking his expression for excitement born of battle. In truth, he had glimpsed the levels of the beasts through his primal radar, even spotting numerous green dots, each marked with their respective levels. Albeit lacking more detailed information, this new functionality would significantly enhance his safety and exploration efficiency. Advancing towards a specific direction, he effortlessly dispatched first-tier 5-star beasts and below with a single strike. Name: Two-Headed Serpent. Level: Early first-tier 7-star evaluation. The left head has a tranquilizing effect. If bitten, one will faint within 2 seconds. The right head possesses a corrosive effect. If bitten, one will succumb to poison within 20 seconds. Your protective gear cannot fully withstand their attacks. Weakness: Jaw, 7 inches. With clarity regarding the levels and evaluations, Li Xuance felt a surge of confidence in his ability to vanquish his foes. Let the battle commence. What if it's poisonous? I shall slay it without hesitation. The two-headed serpent, sensing the provocation, launched its attack first. Leveraging the agility granted by his assassination technique, Li Xuance swiftly evaded and struck with the star-shattering gun. Yet the serpent's body was remarkably slick, causing the gun's tip to glide past its side. The friction between the gun and the serpent's scales sparked a shower of sparks. Damn, how resilient. With no other recourse, Li Xuance had to shift tactics, aiming for the relatively vulnerable jaw and the 7-inch mark. With precision and dexterity, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each trading dozens of strikes in mere seconds. Die! Li Xuance charged head-on, thrusting the star-shattering gun into the left head of the serpent in swift succession. He retrieved his black-gold dagger from his spatial compartment and plunged it into the serpent's vulnerable spot. The two-headed serpent, sensing its impending demise, exerted its final reserves of strength in a futile struggle. Li Xuance delivered a powerful punch, sending the creature flying. After collapsing, the serpent merely twitched a few times. Li Xuance stepped forward, gripping the handle of his star-shattering gun, and twisted it forcefully. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the first-tier 7-star beast, two-headed serpent, earning 200 points. This marked his first direct kill of a first-tier 7-star beast without relying on the Black God. A milestone for Li Xuance. Though I am merely an early 7th-tier warrior, my martial skills have reached the pinnacle of mastery. Even if I cannot fully control my body, my combat prowess rivals that of any typical early 7th-tier warrior. Let us engage once more. This time, Li Xuance refrained from entangling with other beasts, instead focusing on locating first-tier 7-star beasts to engage. Name: Black Mountain Savage Tiger. Level: Mid first-tier 7-star evaluation. The tiger's roar can induce dizziness in opponents of lower cultivation levels, causing momentary disorientation in those of equivalent rank. Beware of your old adversary. An old foe indeed. I narrowly escaped with my life twice at the hands of the Black Mountain Savage Tiger. Now, I finally possess the qualification to stand before you unafraid. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xuance brandished the star-shattering gun, propelling himself forward like a whirlwind towards the Black Mountain Savage Tiger. Roar! The tiger unleashed its roar. The moment the creature opened its mouth, Li Xuance executed a sidestep, using the gun for support to avoid falling, narrowly escaping direct confrontation. Though still feeling slightly nauseous, the side effects were bearable. Realizing its attack had failed, the Black Mountain Savage Tiger lunged at Li Xuance. After exchanging dozens of blows, Li Xuance's marksmanship grew increasingly adept, his control over the environment sharpening, enabling him to strike at his opponents based on even the slightest changes around him. Howl! What? Am I surrounded again? Having been too engrossed in battle, he had neglected to monitor the radar's changes. Now, upon inspection, he found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 ferocious beasts. Fortunately, only one was a first-tier 7-star phantom wolf. The rest were all first-tier 6-star or below. Humph! Come on. Rather than feeling fear, Li Xuanze was invigorated. Having just sensed a leap in his understanding of marksmanship, though he still felt he was just shy of mastery. Clearly, the Black Mountain Savage Tiger was unable to provide sufficient pressure, and this moment was an opportunity. With a shake of his large gun, amidst the encroaching beasts, he maneuvered left and right, utilizing his smaller stature to weave between them, making optimal judgments based on the surrounding environment. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the first-tier 5-star beast. Golden Claw Beast, earning 80 points. The environment was like a chessboard, every move calculated for potential outcomes, predicting the next changes based on the surrounding dynamics, allowing him to navigate the battle with ease. He felt as though he had entered a state of enlightenment, experiencing a harmony with the environment. Li Xuanze's mastery of spear techniques became increasingly fluid with each use, allowing him to narrowly evade peril while striking the vital points of his foes with unerring precision. As the number of ferocious beasts surrounding him swelled, so too did the tally of those he vanquished. Aerial observations of the fallen beasts, when viewed from above, would reveal an uncanny pattern, one that harmonized perfectly with the agile movements of Li Xuanze's form. Despite what should have been a disadvantageous position, he gradually seized control of the battlefield as time progressed. The intensity of his command was both astonishing and fearsome point. One could not help but notice that the gaze of the divine Li seemed to shift from keenly sharp to somewhat vacant. And his spear techniques appeared increasingly erratic, bearing little resemblance to his prior practice. Those familiar with spear techniques, having witnessed Li Xuanze's training, were left in stunned disbelief. It seemed he had ascended to a state of transcendental enlightenment, embodying the principle that nature itself could serve as a weapon. To forget one's techniques is to become unpredictable, thereby reaching the pinnacle of martial artistry. Such lofty assertions only suggested that he had entered a state of sudden realization. Indeed, one must concede that Li Xuanze is a prodigy in martial arts. While most practitioners remain at a novice level, with few even achieving the threshold of entry, he has attained a level of consummate mastery, and it appears he has now surpassed even that. What lies beyond this pinnacle? The battlefield system has alluded to further realms, subtlety, perfection, and true essence. Was his initial confrontation with the Black Mountain Barbarian Tiger a glimpse of such subtlety? Yet now, with a sweeping strike, Li Xuanze dispatched 7 ferocious beasts in a single motion. His terrifying presence caused many of the remaining beasts to retreat, while those who lingered exhibited unmistakable fear. They had moved past the frenzied stage of the previous beast tide and were regaining their wits, albeit still unable to vacate a certain vicinity. Nevertheless, their instincts of danger remained intact. After Li Xuanze broke free from the circle of carcasses and unleashed further devastation, the remaining beasts scattered in disarray. This was truly unexpected. Li Xuanze glanced at his attribute list. Not only had his cultivation solidified, but his foundational spear skills had also been elevated to a state of perfection. Achieving a subtle mastery in a fundamental martial skill is already a rare feat. Attaining perfection, as the battlefield system would describe it, borders on the impossible. Yet he achieved this in such a brief span of time. Even his assassination techniques had reached the realm of subtlety. Is this all thanks to the source radar? Li Xuanze pondered with a hint of skepticism. Genius does exist, yet he never considered himself one. Otherwise, during his time on Blue Star, why had he remained a novice in Bejiquan after 2 months of practice? Here, however, his martial prowess advanced at an astonishing rate, particularly after the source radar upgraded from level 1 to level 2. If there were no connection, he would find it utterly unbelievable. Regrettably, the source radar offered no responses, leaving him without definitive answers. Nonetheless, it was his special boon. The more powerful he became, the better. Casting aside his thoughts, Li Xuanze refrained from further pursuit of the beasts. Although he had been in a state of transcendental unity, the process had consumed over an hour, and the surrounding hills of carcasses had piled high. It was imperative to address this matter promptly. After numerous back-and-forth trips using the strength of a titan, and facing intermittent interruptions from ferocious beasts, Li Xuanze spent nearly 9 hours transporting all the beast corpses back, subsequently preparing the majority for sale. The dismemberment of first-tier 7-star beasts had been completed, with vertebrae placed in the soup pot and choice cuts of meat on the fire and grill. While other parts and bones were listed for sale, by dawn, he must acquire some martial slaves to assist with these menial tasks. Once everything was settled, Li Xuanze exhaled deeply, lying on his grass bed with a sense of reflection. Though his points surged dramatically, bringing him joy, the labor was physically exhausting and mentally taxing. Was Li Xuanze now a super-rich magnate? Indeed. He possessed 48 first-tier 7-star beast corpses, 5 8-star, and 3 9-star. It was a pity about the 11 first-tier 8-star beast corpses. After several dozen hours, they had been devoured by other beasts, leaving only skeletal remains. What of the skeletal remains? Had one not observed that Li Xuanze brought back the vertebrae of those 11 beasts? Even the other parts of their bones netted him an impressive 39,732 points. 11 first-tier 8-star beast remains were still highly sought after within the channel system, as no other first-tier 8-star beast corpses were available on the market. Had Li Xuanze not sold all 11 of the bones at once, he could have commanded an even higher price. Nonetheless, a staggering 86-fold premium was still a triumphant outcome. Li Xuanze did not bother to collect the bodies of the ferocious beasts, discarding them outside, as he deemed the time spent collecting them a waste. All first-tier 7-star and below beast corpses were successfully listed, including 72 first-tier 6-star, 93 first-tier 5-star, and 162 first-tier 4-star beasts, with only 42 from first-tier 1-star to 3-star. This time, they were not dismembered but sold whole. Despite a slight decline in the price of beast corpses, they still fetched a handsome premium in total. He earned 608,940 points from the sales. The 48 first-tier 7-star beast parts, excluding choice cuts and vertebrae, sold for 259,296 points, achieving a 73-fold premium. The 5 first-tier 8-star beast parts, likewise excluding the prime cuts and vertebrae, netted 52,510 points, averaging an 89-fold premium. The 3 first-tier 9-star beast corpses commanded the highest premium, averaging 135, totaling 65,610 points. Upon reviewing his attribute list, he found his points had reached 1,291,140, surpassing the million mark. His hunting points surged by 34,756, totaling 68,292 points, a figure that left all competitors in despair. All participants and spectators alike understood that tonight's champion was likely already determined, with those trailing left to vie for second place. Somewhere on the battlefield, a competitor from Blue Star muttered, "Li Xuanze, I will remember you. Though you have triumphed this time, I shall surely surpass you." With that, he brandished his black gold battle knife and charged out of the safe zone. Determined to grow stronger. Damn it, how did such a freak emerge from Blue Star? James lamented, having lost confidence in the pursuit. If the gap were merely over 30,000, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, now, the disparity was insurmountable. Even if he were to close in, would Li Xuanze simply be idly sleeping? Wait, what's Li Xuanze doing? Is he actually sleeping? And snoring too? What a carefree fellow. One could only admire him. That snoring was akin to a power drill, absolutely deafening. This live stream had become unbearable. It was quite normal, really. He had performed exceptionally well. Contestants are not machines. While cultivation can diminish the need for rest, it does not reach the point of sleeplessness. Coupled with the intensity of battle, they were all quite fatigued, merely pushing for the final standings. Having already secured first place, Li Xuanze could afford a brief respite. Indeed, appropriate relaxation and rest are essential for better cultivation and competition. The harmony of labor and leisure is paramount. Yes, Li Xuanze was exhausted, physically and mentally. With less than 20 hours until dawn, if he did not rest at night, would he sleep during the day? Who knew what new challenges tomorrow might bring? Time slipped away swiftly in slumber, and Li Xuanze found himself immersed in a delightful dream, wherein he became the Lord of Blue Star, surrounded by countless beauties and formidable subordinates. Ultimately, Blue Star transformed into the most coveted place in the universe, achieving the pinnacle of cosmic existence. With a sudden start, Li Xuanze sprang upright from his grass bed. System, how long until dawn? 9 hours and 41 minutes. Phew, thankfully he had not overslept. Li Xuanze breathed a sigh of relief. Finally awake? Huh. You have no idea how worried I was during that time, unable to eat or sleep, fearing he might inadvertently snooze past his time and allow someone else to surpass him. How unjust that would be. Even if he overslept, it would be unlikely for anyone to catch up. One can never be certain. In the myriad battlefields, Anything can happen. I heard that the second place on the myriad stars list was instantaneously surpassed by a competitor who inexplicably catapulted from outside the top 100 directly to second place. With hunting points exceeding 30,000, though still far from Li Xuance's score, who knows how they achieved such a rapid increase? What if they did it again? I know this. It seems that following this shock, the rate of point increase among the other competitors has accelerated, as everyone now sees hope. That hope can sometimes be quite terrifying. Indeed, if he could do it, why not others? Especially the third-place contender, Xingtian, who is close to 30,000 points. If he could experience a similar surge, he might just surpass Li Shen. Damn it, having gained such a significant lead, yet still facing the risk of being surpassed. What kind of freaks are these? I sense the profound malice of the myriad races battlefield, or perhaps it is simply conveying to all competitors that here, anything is possible. The moment you pause, you risk being overtaken. The only path is to move forward, persistently and relentlessly. With Li Xuance ahead and Xing Tian behind, another contender, Jie Shan, has now emerged. Li Xuance has just awakened from a slumber that lasted over 10 hours and feels invigorated. After a brief wash and a glance at the Wanqing leaderboard, he discovers he remains in first place. What the hell? Where did this second-place contender come from? Wanqing leaderboard, first, Li Xuance, hunting points 68292, 7th rank warrior, blue star, 2ND, Jie Shan, hunting points 36428, 2nd rank warrior, Jiawang star. 3rd, Xing Tian, hunting points 29526, 6th rank warrior, Shui Yun star. 4th, Shen Tu Wanhua, hunting points 24194, 6th rank warrior, Shun 2 star. Seeing the astonished expression on Li Shun's face brings me satisfaction. It must have startled him. Not to the point of fear, but undoubtedly surprising. What do you think Li Xuance will do next? Will he venture out to hunt and further solidify his advantage? Based on my understanding of Li Shan, he will likely immerse himself in cultivation once more. It must be said that some spectators have already analyzed Li Xuance thoroughly. At least in terms of his future plans, he emphasizes a methodical approach. Step by step, he must continue to refine his skills. He cannot afford to slacken simply because he is in the lead. The influence of the Black God will diminish in the future. If I cannot exert more effort than others, the gap between us will gradually narrow, or even be surpassed. The entire selection process resembles a long-distance race. It has only just begun. The second-place Jie Shan has provided a considerable stimulus for Li Xuance, prompting him to engage in self-reflection, a commendable habit. System: activate tenfold auxiliary cultivation for 8 hours. With the initiation of the tenfold auxiliary cultivation, 8,000 points are deducted. An hour later, Li Xuance consumes the essence meat of 11 first-rank 7-star ferocious beasts and 1 first-rank 8-star ferocious beast, advancing his cultivation to the early stage of an 8th-rank warrior. 3 hours later, he consumes the essence meat of 25 first-rank 7-star ferocious beasts and 1 first-rank 9-star ferocious beast, elevating his cultivation to the early stage of a 9th-rank warrior. 6 hours later, he drinks all the concentrated broth essence and consumes the remaining essence meat of ferocious beasts, achieving the late stage of a 9th-rank warrior, but finds his cultivation once again at a standstill. Dali pill. It is your time to shine once more. Li Xuance generously takes out a high-grade Dali pill and swallows it. He immediately shifts from the sleeping dragon posture to the coiling dragon posture. Boom! An abundance of vital energy courses through his body, subsequently flowing into his heart, resulting in a condensation effect, where essence is generated. The blood flowing back from his heart astonishingly turns a pale golden hue. His golden blood. This can hardly still be called human, can it? Li Xuance marvels as he discovers that immediately after his breakthrough, he is able to introspect. He witnesses a miraculous scene where the red blood transforms into golden blood. However, its concentration is too low, gradually diluting into a pale golden color. The crimson aura surrounding him also shifts to a pale golden hue. It resembles the Super Saiyan from the anime Dragon Ball he once watched. Perhaps this signifies a form of evolution, indeed, a fundamental evolution. Li Xuance rationalizes this phenomenon. The true essence of the 13th rank of warriors comprises 9 barbarian bulls, 2 white tigers, 1 divine elephant, and 1 divine dragon. Typically, a warrior reaches the 9th rank and, possessing the strength of 9 barbarian bulls, can break through. A genius, or one with fortuitous circumstances, or someone who has acquired a higher level technique, may ascend to the 10th rank, gaining the strength of 1 white tiger, and even reached the 11th rank, possessing the strength of 9 barbarian bulls and 2 white tigers. Beyond that, it becomes increasingly arduous. Each step is taken by prodigies of the cosmic era. Of course, aside from achieving the universally recognized strongest techniques, which are the only supreme-level techniques, practitioners who attain such heights are not deemed prodigies, for their ceilings have already been predetermined. The strength of 1 barbarian bull equates to 1850 kilograms, which explains why the limit for advanced apprentices is set at this value. The strength of 1 white tiger, however, amounts to 10,800 kilograms. The strength of 1 divine elephant equals 12 white tigers. And 1 divine dragon's strength equals 12 divine elephants. The effort and resources required to reach the pinnacle of a 13th rank warrior far exceed that of ordinary warriors by over 100-fold. This is merely the first stage of cultivation, and subsequent expenses are equally daunting. Thus, even formidable factions lack the resources to sustain a practitioner of the divine dragon suppression. See scripture. With just over an hour remaining, yet nothing left to consume, it is a pity that this surplus of points will go to waste. Li Xuanzi has no choice but to rise. His martial skills have all reached a level of mastery beyond perfection. Practice no longer yields improvement, and with no resources left to expend, these points must be squandered. Over 1,000 points. At this point, less than a quarter of the competitors from Blue Star have accumulated more than 1,000 points. And here he is, throwing them away. If those competitors were to witness this, one can only imagine their reactions. Li Xuanzi glances at his attribute list before donning his war wolf gauntlets and leaving the safety zone. Needing to adapt to his current physique through combat. Name: Li Xuanzi affiliated civilization. Blue Star civilization race. Human cultivation. 10th rank warrior. Early stage. Technique: divine dragon suppression. See scripture. Martial skills: basic fist technique, common grade upper, perfect. Gunfighting technique: yellow grade lower, mastery, basic assassination technique, common grade upper, mastery, basic gun technique, common grade upper, mastery. Weapons: black god, first rank upper divine weapon, black gold dagger, first rank upper divine weapon, war wolf gauntlets, first rank upper divine weapon, shattered star gun, first rank upper divine weapon, sky sailing boat, 4th rank lower divine weapon. Points: 128, 3140. Hunting points: 68292. Audience: over 1316200000, over 1315300000 from Blue Star, over 90,000 from Galactic Citizens. Others 1023, donations, 971,240 Galactic Coins bets, 492-1130 Galactic Coins live broadcast, 76 hours 23 minutes 13 seconds. Li Shun, cease your cultivation and venture out to hunt swiftly. That Jieshan is far too formidable and will soon surpass you. Chapter 41. The exemption bronze medal. I truly wonder how Jieshan manages to achieve such explosive increases in hunting points. While others see increments of merely dozens or hundreds, he either remains stagnant or surges by thousands or even tens of thousands. It's utterly terrifying. I suspect he has acquired some divine artifact or discovered a bug within the myriad races battlefield. Regrettably, I cannot view his live broadcast to discern the specifics. The radar's scanning range is limited to a kilometer in diameter. And after 2 rounds of slaughter, only a handful of red dots remain, most of which are merely ferocious beasts. Li Xuanzi frowns slightly. Then let me utilize the remaining time to thoroughly cleanse the surrounding area. However, I must first turn off the live stream. Otherwise, others may question how I can locate ferocious beasts so quickly. The moment Li Xuanzi shuts down the live stream, Blue Star erupts in chaos. For he is currently the most popular figure on Blue Star. Even his slumber attracts over 100 million viewers. Once he awakens and engages in battle, viewership will soar past 1 billion in no time. What does this signify? With Blue Star's population exceeding 70 billion and millions of competitors, nearly 1/6 of the populace tunes into his live broadcast. What is happening? Why has Li Shun turned off the live stream? I don't know. Could he be taking a restroom break? Although it has only been roughly a day there, 3 days have passed for us on Blue Star, and we've never seen him take a restroom break. This seems unreasonable. That makes sense. He might have gone to wash himself by the stream. I appreciate that. I'm not craving for Li Shun's body. I merely enjoy watching well-built men for aesthetic reasons. What the hell? Is the person above male or female? Perhaps neither. The conversation quickly veers off topic, with only a few individuals earnestly researching and analyzing Li Xuanzi's reasoning for this action, while the majority of the public indulges in gossip. Why has Li Xuanze turned off the live broadcast? This topic instantaneously claims the headlines across global news outlets. The domestic higher-ups are equally concerned, as Li Xuanze has been designated a figure of utmost importance. Elder, based on our psychological analysis and micro-expression evaluation, it appears he harbors a secret he does not wish for us to discover, or perhaps a hidden card. The only uncertain factor since the commencement of his live stream is that small boat he won in the lottery. We remain unaware of its significance. Are you suggesting that Li Xuanze does not want anyone to know the purpose of that small boat? The elder retorts, there is a strong possibility, but that is merely one of many hypotheses. Let us continue to monitor closely. After the elder concludes, he turns to leave. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanze, his minor action has stirred considerable waves back on Blue Star. He swiftly locates his prey through radar scanning and promptly engages in combat. In just half an hour, he accomplishes two remarkable feats. First, all life forms of ordinary level and above within a 1-kilometer radius centered on the safe zone have been eradicated. Second, all valuable items emitting a green light within the same 1-kilometer area have been excavated and brought back. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant Li Xuanze from Blue Star for eliminating all hazards within 1 kilometer surrounding the safe zone, achieving a hidden accomplishment, and expanding the safe zone to a 1-kilometer radius. The safe house has been upgraded, and a bronze-level lottery has been awarded. A line of green text suddenly appeared before Li Xuanze's eyes. He never expected such hidden rewards, especially a bronze-level one. It was truly delightful. Li Xuanze was so thrilled he nearly leaped with joy. He had merely acted for convenience. Please select a reward within 1 minute. Otherwise, it will be deemed as a forfeit. Select the reward first. Li Xuanze immediately turned his gaze to the 8 treasure chests. Indeed, the initial wooden chests and black iron chests numbered 10, while the bronze chests only numbered 8. Name. Second-grade superior blood crystal level. Second-tier high-quality evaluation. Refined from the essence blood of 100 second-tier. Third-grade ferocious beasts. It provides significant nourishment to cultivators. The evaluation was brief but sufficient. Though be honest, when Li Xuanze laid eyes on this blood crystal, his heart quivered. He was tempted. However, this was merely the first chest. And a bronze-level lottery surely held higher-grade treasures awaiting him. It must be said. Each lottery draw posed a challenging decision for him. Name. Chinkuan bracelet level, 4th-tier high-quality evaluation. Possesses a cubic space of 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 meters. Grants 3 instances of protective defense upon charging, and 1 4th-tier high-level attack. Charging medium. Mid-grade elemental stone, 4th-grade superior blood crystal. Hiss, a remarkable item, truly exceptional, combining space, defense, and offense. Li Xuanze felt his heart stir once again. Akin to a rogue. Name. Great River Spear level, 4th-tier high-quality evaluation. An exceptionally fine divine spear. Regrettably, it requires a master-level warrior or above to wield, lest one be injured by the spear's might. Master. Is that a realm beyond martial artists, or is there something even higher? What a pity. I cannot use it for now. When I am able, I believe I shall be able to afford it as well. The item is indeed good, but since it is unusable, Li Xuanze promptly decided to pass. Name. Inferior blood crystal furnace level, 3rd-tier high-quality evaluation. Capable of refining the essence blood of ferocious beasts below 4th tier into blood crystals. The evaluation was also quite brief, but sufficient. A blood crystal furnace, a good item, yet I can't exchange for it through the system. Daylight will come soon. There's no rush. Li Xuanze mentally passed on this as well. Previously, his points had only been in the tens of thousands, and the system claimed he could afford it. Now, it had exceeded 1 million. One could hardly mention it. As he continued to peruse, all were exceptional items. Until he reached the final chest. Name. Death immunity copper metal level, none evaluation. It can block 3 fatal injuries for you, equating to 3 additional lives. This is the one. Upon seeing the death immunity copper metal, all his previous hesitations vanished, and he decisively declared, I want the 8th one. Nothing is more important than life. As long as one lives, infinite possibilities remain. The previous rewards could be exchanged through the system, but this death immunity copper metal was something he had never contemplated before, and he was uncertain whether the system could exchange for it. He did not wish to take the risk. What if it were unavailable? Would there be another chance to obtain such a treasure? He was unwilling to gamble. As soon as Li Xuanze's voice fell, the other 7 chests vanished entirely, and after the 8th chest disintegrated, a seemingly unremarkable copper metal floated there, Then, with a swift motion, it flew toward his forehead. At that moment, he understood the situation. The death immunity copper metal had entered his sea of consciousness, in the future. Whether the attack was physical or mental, as long as it met the criteria for a fatal blow, the metal would take effect. Coupled with my original life, that amounts to 4 lives, if I cannot make it to the end. Then I deserve to perish, Li Xuanzi mused. Chapter 42. Delving into the dense forest, the mysterious green light circle. After recovering from his excitement, Li Xuanzi closely examined the newly upgraded safe house. Previously a mere thatched hut of a dozen square meters, it had now transformed into a 3-story villa, the surrounding wilderness and bloodthirsty atmosphere dissipating. Replaced by a picturesque estate, by day, it would undoubtedly be a paradise filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. System, what on earth happened? The safe zone expanded, and how did the house and entire environment change? Is this a real environment or a virtual one? Li Xuanzi queried in astonishment, in his understanding. How could a real world instantaneously alter the environment within a 1-kilometer radius? Including the house? It was too incredible, unless it were a virtual world. Yet, he could not fully explain how they had genuinely arrived here. It was also possible they were not truly present, merely without any perceptible anomalies. Is there a distinction? At a sufficiently high dimension, the transition between the virtual and the real may no longer pose a challenge. One simply needs to acknowledge that all experiences are genuine. And the cultivation one possesses is also real. Are lower dimensional beings incapable of comprehending higher dimensional beings? Since Li Xuanzi could not grasp these matters for the time being, he chose not to dwell on them but instead focused on what he desired to know. Alright? Since everything here has changed, what about its functionalities? Are there any alterations? There are 2 changes. First, you have a special exchange window that other contestants do not possess, allowing you to exchange for certain unique items. Though this can only be activated after tonight. Second, the auxiliary cultivation speed has been increased from a maximum of 100 times to 1,000 times. Not bad. Li Xuanzi nodded slightly. The second change was of little consequence, but he was indeed quite interested in the first function, the special window. By the way, since I have cleared the surrounding 1-kilometer area and expanded the safe zone, does that mean if I continue to clear a larger area, the safe zone can expand further, and I can receive more rewards? Li Xuanzi inquired. Unknown. That requires exploration on your part. Understood. With the safe zone expanded, Li Xuanzi no longer needed to transport the beasts one by one. He directly utilized the channel system to list all the ferocious and savage beasts for sale. Indeed, this time even the savage beasts were listed. After all, there was no need to waste time transporting them since they were all within the safe zone. Why not take advantage of it? This time, as the primary focus was on clearing the surrounding area, the number of beasts hunted was limited, only 33 ferocious beasts and 201 savage beasts, totaling 10,585 points, which was still decent. Hunting points, 70,710 total points, 1,293,725 big shot. Why have you only listed these savage beasts and low-tier ferocious beast carcasses? The increase in hunting points has slowed down? Huang Xiaofei, the intangible cultural heritage successor who had previously traded with Li Xuanzi, asked. Li Xuanzi was taken aback. Was this how one queried another? When did first tier 4-star ferocious beasts become low tier? However, he did indeed notice a problem. He expected the price of ferocious beast carcasses to drop so rapidly, Li Xuanzi replied offhandedly. That's because the number of high-tier ferocious beast carcasses is increasing. Big shot. Have you not been paying attention to the Wanqing leaderboard for a while? You should take a look. Someone slightly inferior to you has emerged, and their hunting points and cultivation growth have skyrocketed like a rocket. If you don't step up your game, you might just be surpassed. Huang Xiaofei said, Jeshan? Li Xuanzi immediately thought of the individual who had parachuted into second place. Indeed, he had not checked the leaderboard for some time. Prompted by Huang Xiaofei, Li Xuanzi quickly opened the Wanqing leaderboard, disregarding the other 2. First place. Li Xuanzi, hunting point 70, 710, 10th grade warrior, blue star. Second place. Jeshan, hunting points 59, 426, 7th grade warrior, Zhewang star. Third place. Xingtian, hunting points 37, 882, 7th grade warrior, Shuiyun star. This is a formidable rival. Jeshan must have encountered some fortuitous event, or else it would be impossible for him to rise so swiftly. He was now only trailing by a little over 10,000 points. If he were to cease his efforts tonight, there was indeed a substantial probability that the other would surpass him. Suddenly, the next moment, Li Xuanze was astonished. What the heck? How did he do that? Why do you ask? In just a second, the leaderboard refreshed once more. While Jeshan remained in second place, he had just increased his hunting points by over 2,000, directly surpassing 60,000 to reach 61,624 points. The gap between the two shrank to within 10,000 points in an instant. System, how much longer is there until nightfall? 1 hour and 13 minutes. I must push harder and widen the gap. I cannot afford to be complacent. With this thought, Li Xuanze took up the shattered star spear and strode out of the safe zone, venturing further afield to hunt, the radar detection range extending 1 kilometer. He left the safe zone specifically to seek out high-tier ferocious beasts, while also eliminating some smaller creatures along the way. Ding, congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 7-star ferocious beast, Golden Claw Beast. Earning 200 points. Ding, congratulations on hunting a first-tier, 8-star ferocious beast, Savage Bull. Earning 300 points. He continued his assault into the dense forest, in the depths of the night. The dense forest should have been an even more perilous place. However, Li Xuanze, equipped with radar, felt no fear and bravely ventured forth. As time trickled away, the frenzied Li Xuanze remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently strayed 10 kilometers from the safety zone, where numerous first-tier, 8-star, and even 9-star ferocious beasts roamed, though fortunately, there were no second-tier beasts. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier, 9-star ferocious beast, the Ironmouth Crocodile, earning 400 points. Just as Li Xuanze dispatched the Ironmouth Crocodile and was observing the radar in preparation for locating his next target, a shocking sight appeared on the screen. Approximately 1 kilometer away, at the edge of the radar, a cluster of deep green light dots emerged, surrounded by a dense array of red dots. Curiosity piqued, Li Xuanze advanced a short distance, only to find even more green and red dots. What manner of place was this? How could there be such a wealth of valuable treasures, and why were the surrounding beasts all of at least first tier? 9-star caliber, with several being second tier? This place must surely conceal a grand secret. Li Xuanze hesitated. He yearned to investigate, yet as a mere initial stage 10th tier warrior, could he safely retreat after confronting a horde of first tier, 9-star beasts and possibly some second tier ones? Perhaps he could. With radar in hand, he could potentially evade the second tier beasts. Just as he made up his mind and took a step forward, a line of green text appeared before his eyes. Chapter 43. Distribution of the 3 list rewards. The night was drawing to a close, and dawn would inevitably arrive. Only 5 minutes remained in the first night's hunting operation. Contestants outside the safety zone were urged to return swiftly. Rewards would be distributed after the conclusion of the event, and the countdown had begun. Subsequently, a green countdown timer appeared before the competitors. Those ranked highly with minimal point disparities sought to make one last effort, while those with significant gaps had largely given up. Meanwhile, a group was gripped by panic, the contestants who had yet to earn even 2 points in hunting accolades. Despite Li Xuanze's impressive tally of hunting points, one might mistakenly assume that others had fared similarly, but that would be a grave miscalculation. Across the globe, even among the myriad stars, many had yet to secure any hunting points. This countdown represented their final opportunity, to step out and continue competing or to retreat homeward. Why the insistence on returning to the safety zone? Glancing at the nearby green light circle, Li Xuanze hesitated but ultimately chose to return for the time being. However, he had etched the location into his memory, planning to enhance his cultivation and prepare for a return during the day. Though still enveloped in the dense forest, Li Xuanze managed to return to the safety zone on time, bringing with him several high-tier beast corpses from relatively close proximity. After placing them on the rack, he received another 12,400 points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Points. 1, 340, 525. Hunting points. 105, 110. Indeed, his hunting points had surpassed the 100,000 mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Li Xuanze returned to the safety zone, no longer concerning himself with the beast corpses. He also resumed his live broadcast. Li Shin finally started streaming. What had he accomplished in just over an hour to amass more than 30,000 hunting points? It was terrifying. I am quite curious. It appears Li Shin harbors some cards he prefers to keep hidden, which is precisely why he could unleash such a surge in the final moments. Are you all overthinking it? It's quite simple. Presently, Li Xuanzi is a 10th tier warrior. What does that signify? It means he can easily slay first tier, 9-star beasts, earning 400 points per kill. A mere handful of slaying suffices. It's as straightforward as that. Perhaps you're complicating things. Those analyzing from above make valid points. Many have overcomplicated the situation. In the competition of myriad races, one must look to Li Shan. This selection event seems devoid of suspense. It is certain that Li Shan will emerge as the ultimate victor and become the Lord of the Blue Star. Do not become too overconfident. Merely one galactic day has passed. Keep in mind that the entire selection comprises 3 phases, with the first phase of the global selection divided into 3 rounds, the first round further split into 2 steps. We are only on the first day of the first step of the first round, and there is much time ahead, with considerable potential for changes. Indeed, a temporary lead does not guarantee sustained dominance, nor does it imply one will ultimately claim first place. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope Li Xuanzi achieves that position, for we all hail from the same flower-planting nation, and his ascension to the Lord of the Blue Star would be of utmost benefit to us. The first day is drawing to a close, and the excitement is palpable. I wonder what the rewards for the top rankers on the 3 lists will be. Li Xuanzi, too, was curious about the rewards for the top ranker. Thus he focused intently on the countdown. Ding! The instant the countdown concluded, another line of green text appeared before him, which he quickly read. The first night's hunting activities had ended, and the final rankings for the 3 major lists would now be announced. Along with the distribution of rewards, soon, a green text list materialized before Li Xuanzi. Myriad Stars Lord Selection Competition, Blue Star Region, Number 9 Selection Zone Ranking. First place, Li Xuanzi, Hunting Points, 105, 110, 10th Tier Warrior. Rewards, 10 Second-Tier Low Blood Crystals, 1 Second-Tier Medium Armor, 1 Selectable Second-Tier Superior Divine Weapon, 2 ND Place. Luo Xiaoya, Hunting Points, 8, 260, Second-Tier Warrior. Rewards, 1 Second-Tier Low Blood Crystal, 1 Second-Tier Low Armor, 1 Selectable Second-Tier Medium Divine Weapon. 10th Place, Lu Runjia, Hunting Points, 4, 220, Advanced Apprentice. Rewards, 10 First-Tier Low Blood Crystals, 1 First-Tier Low Armor, 1 Selectable First-Tier Low Divine Weapon. The regional ranking comprised 10 positions, all of which received rewards. However, the disparities were considerable. The last position could only be described as marginally better than nothing. Though the value of the first-tier low blood crystals was unknown, it likely amounted to over 2,000 points combined. Rewards are being distributed. Distribution complete. Please collect your rewards within 1 minute at the safety zone. Failure to do so will be considered forfeited. No wonder there was a need to return to the safety zone early. It turns out that reward collection has both a time limit and a designated location. What a perplexing situation! Li Xuanzi mentally grumbled. Grumbling aside, he acted swiftly. For the second-tier superior selectable divine weapon, he chose the second-tier superior star-shattering spear, which he could utilize subsequently, saving a sum of points. This what blood crystals look like? Li Xuanzi contemplated the 10 blood crystals in his hand. Each blood crystal measured approximately 3 centimeters in length, 2 centimeters in width, and had a thickness comparable to 2 stacked 1 yuan coins, blood red in hue. One side inscribed with 2 stars and the other with a dagger. Could it be that the classification of blood crystals is determined this way? The stars representing quality and the dagger indicating rank, perfectly fitting the second-tier low designation? Li Xuanzi speculated. Right, the radar. Name. Second-tier low blood crystal level. Second-tier low evaluation. Formed from the essence of 100 second-tier 3-star ferocious beast's blood. Possessing abundant vitality, highly beneficial to you. Name. Tri-combined armor level. Second-tier medium evaluation. Crafted from secret silver, refined copper, and black mountain iron, weighing 120 kilograms, providing decent physical protection and rune defensive restrictions. Name. Star-shattering spear level. Second-tier superior evaluation. An exceptionally fine product from the Myriad Stars weapon clan. An ideal combat companion for those proficient with spears. With the radar, Li Xuanzi rapidly comprehended the rewards he had acquired. After a minute, a new green text list appeared, capturing Li Xuanzi's attention, compelling him to temporarily set aside his prizes. Myriad Stars Lord Selection Competition, Blue Star Region Rankings. Blue Star Rankings. First place, Li Xuanzi, Hunting Points, 105, 110, 10th Tier Warrior. Rewards, 1 3rd-tier Superior Blood Crystal Furnace, 1 3rd-tier Superior Spatial Belt, 1 2nd-tier Superior Sword Talisman. Second place, James, hunting points, 26, 642, 5th tier warrior, rewards, 1 3rd tier medium blood crystal furnace, 1 3rd tier medium spatial belt, 1 2nd tier medium sword talisman, 20th place. Arthur, hunting points, 11, 220, 2nd tier warrior, rewards, 1 2nd tier low blood crystal furnace, 1 2nd tier low spatial belt, 1 1st tier superior sword talisman. Chapter 44. The Forbidden Stone worth 10 planets. The disparity in rewards for the top 20 in the Blue Star rankings was significant. However, Li Xuanzi noted that whether in the regional rankings or the Blue Star rankings, the rewards consisted of 3 items, all of the same type, merely differing in tier. Rewards are being distributed. Distribution complete. Please collect your rewards within 1 minute at the safety zone. Failure to do so will be considered forfeited. To his astonishment, the reward included a blood crystal furnace directly. He had planned to exchange for one, thus saving a considerable sum. The 3rd tier superior spatial belt was also a valuable item. Li Xuanzi promptly claimed his rewards. A sword talisman? What on earth could that be? The sword talisman was a palm-sized talisman inscribed with a sword, emanating an overwhelming sword intent that made it difficult to gaze upon directly. Without even querying the radar, the talisman had already transmitted its information to him. In simple terms, the sword talisman is a powerful symbol condensed by those who have comprehended the true essence of the sword path, which can be utilized by others. Its function is such that, by harnessing the vitality and blood force, one can unleash sword energy at will. The potency of this sword energy is contingent upon the talisman's grade. The reward bestowed upon Li Xuanzi is a high-grade 2nd tier sword talisman, signifying that a single sword strike embodies the mightiest blow of a 9th grade sword master, capable of slaying a 2nd tier 9-star ferocious beast at most. Regrettably, each talisman can be used only 10 times before it spontaneously turns to ashes. Through the sword talisman, Li Xuanzi also gleaned that the realm beyond martial artists is known as the martial master realm. Although the reward may not be exceedingly grand, Li Xuanzi finds himself relatively satisfied, for it is merely the first day, and it is improbable to receive anything excessively advanced right away a minute later. A final green text leaderboard materializes. In the 10,000 Stars Lord Selection Tournament, the 10,000 Stars rankings are as follows. First, Li Xuanzi, Hunt Points 105, 110, 10th Grade Martial Artist, Blue Star, Reward, 1 9-star Talent Battle Pet Egg, 3 hours of Martial Arts True Intent Inheritance, 3 low-grade Forbidden Stones, 2 ND, Jeshan, Hunt Points 79, 948, 8th Grade Martial Artist, King Star, Reward, 1 8-star Talent Battle Pet Egg, 30 minutes of Martial Arts True Intent Inheritance, 2 low-grade Forbidden Stones, 3 RD, Xingtian, Hunt Points 44, 952, 6th Grade Martial Artist, Water Cloud Star, Reward, 1 7-star Talent Battle Pet Egg, 5 minutes of Martial Arts True Intent Inheritance, 1 low-grade Forbidden Stone. From 4th to 10th place. The reward consists of 1 6-star Talent Battle Pet Egg, 1 hour of Perfect Realm Martial Arts Inheritance, and a 2-tier Cultivation Enhancement. From 11th to 90th place. The reward consists of 1 5-star Talent Battle Pet Egg, 10 minutes of Perfect Realm Martial Arts Inheritance, and a 1-tier Cultivation Enhancement. From 91st to 100th place. The reward consists of 1 4-star Talent Battle Pet Egg, 1 hour of Subtle Realm Martial Arts Inheritance, and a minor realm enhancement. Upon hearing about the battle pet, Li Xuanzi surmises its nature, believing that the 9-star talent likely signifies the pet's potential ceiling. He also holds vague assumptions regarding the martial arts True Intent Inheritance. As for the Forbidden Stones, he is genuinely curious about their nature, especially since they appear to be more precious than enhancing cultivation by 3 tiers. The rewards are being distributed. Once completed, participants are instructed to collect them from the safe zone within a minute. Failure to do so will be deemed a forfeiture. If not for the need to put in a bit more effort, Jeshan would have undoubtedly surpassed him. This individual must have acquired some formidable trump card. Necessitating caution in the future, Li Xuanzi muses as he reviews the rankings. He then focuses his thoughts on the rewards. Upon claiming them, a single egg, a gold medal, and 3 purple stones materialize before Li Xuanzi's eyes. The egg is undoubtedly the battle pet egg, while the gold medal is presumably related to the inheritance. Upon acquiring it, a surge of information floods Li Xuanzi's mind. Indeed, this is a teleportation token granting access to the Martial Arts Inheritance Tower, with the engraving of 3, signifying 3 hours of access. However, he is unaware of the nature of the Martial Arts Inheritance Tower. The 3 purple stones are labeled, name, low-grade forbidden stone level, none evaluation, a unique product of the myriad races battlefield, exceedingly precious, capable of unrestrictedly enhancing the cultivation of those below the venerable realm by 1 tier. With a sharp intake of breath, Li Xuanzi is taken aback. Although uncertain of what the venerable realm entails, it stands to reason that it is not lowly. The fact that forbidden stones can enhance cultivation without restriction is remarkable, particularly since they are categorized as low-grade. If there are low-grade stones, does that imply the existence of mid-grade and high-grade ones, each representing forms of terror? If I possess an ample supply of forbidden stones, could I not achieve limitless enhancement? Would this not resolve the daunting resource demands of cultivating the divine dragon suppressing the Sea Sutra? After the initial shock, Li Xuanzi is overtaken by exhilaration. No, I must have overlooked something. Yes, if an abundance of forbidden stones allows for limitless enhancement, it is improbable that no one in the universe has managed to cultivate the divine dragon suppressing the Sea Sutra to its pinnacle. Thus, 2 possibilities arise. First, there must be limitations on the forbidden stones, either in terms of usage or in the difficulty of acquisition, which cannot be as simple as it seems, given how easily I obtained 3. Second, the divine dragon suppressing the Sea Sutra is a fragmented text, thus preventing cultivation to the highest realm. What a surprise! I now possess a pet. This pet egg appears remarkably delectable. Up above, enough already? But I am rather curious about its taste. Heh. Starting with an egg, the rest depends on seizing opportunities. This egg is fortunate to be with Li Xuanzi, for at least it need not worry about sustenance, with an abundance of beastly carcasses to feast upon. But truly, what exactly are forbidden stones? They are more precious than enhancing cultivation by 2 tiers. Based on the rewards from the 3 rankings, it seems that forbidden stones can also enhance cultivation, perhaps even to greater heights. So why not directly enhance cultivation? The longer one waits to use the forbidden stones, the more advantageous the outcome. Or perhaps employing them in times of danger could lead to a sudden surge in power, serving as a significant trump card for a surprise counterattack. Oh my, forbidden stones! I cannot believe how generous the myriad races battlefield has been this time. The previously haughty host of the 10,000 Stars News, Boba, appeared flushed with excitement, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. It must be said, little ones, your fortune is extraordinary. Typically, in 1,000 similar competitions, one would not even encounter the chance to receive a forbidden stone as a reward, let alone on the very first day. Indeed, a forbidden stone, albeit of the low-grade variety, can still enhance cultivation below the venerable realm indefinitely. You may not realize what the venerable realm signifies, but I shall enlighten you. Your current martial artist realm is merely the first stage of your cultivation journey. While the venerable realm represents the 7th stage, I offer you sound advice. Retain the forbidden stones and refrain from using them hastily. If your aim is merely to become a planetary sovereign, 1 forbidden stone could easily exchange for 10 primitive planets like your own. With a stroke of luck, you might even secure a first-grade planet. Many tycoons or imperial magnates would be eager to trade for their direct heirs. Of course, in doing so, one would relinquish their lordship title. Yet, you could also hold on to them until the end, securing both a noble title and corresponding planet, while utilizing the forbidden stones to procure vast resources, perhaps even garnering the favor of some influential figures. If you wish to present forbidden stones as betrothal gifts, I could even introduce my sister to you for marriage. If that does not suffice, I could gather my circle of friends to enhance your enjoyment of companionship. This Boba, who previously looked down upon the contestants, now speaks with such enthusiasm, her eyes ablaze with excitement. Goodness, is this for real? Has the host truly gone mad, proposing to include her sister and friends? Quite impressive indeed. Despite her ostentatious demeanor, it must be acknowledged that she is truly beautiful. I have yet to encounter anyone among the stars who surpasses her in allure. Should I have the opportunity to spend a night with her, I would willingly trade 10 years of my life. If I possessed forbidden stones, I would certainly propose. Is everyone up above merely infatuated? Can they not discern that a single forbidden stone holds the value of 10 blue stars? Just imagine how many women one could attract. This is utterly insane. Why was I not chosen? Even if you had been chosen, it would not matter, as there are over 70 million candidates globally, with only 2 making it onto the 10,000 stars list, and only Li Xuanzi receiving the forbidden stones. Out of 10,000 planets, merely 3 were rewarded. The odds are staggering. Do you believe Li Xuanzi will heed Boba's advice and withdraw? After all, he possesses 3 forbidden stones and could easily become a planetary lord. Securing a prosperous future without further risk, I cannot say for certain. All I can conclude is that, were I in his position, I might consider relinquishing my claim. Before Li Xuanzi lie 3 paths. The first, abandon his claim with the forbidden stones. The second, immediately utilize the forbidden stones to enhance his cultivation and maintain his lead. The third, a perilous route indeed, to reserve the forbidden stones for later use. As their efficacy increases over time, if he chooses this path, however, he may encounter significant challenges in the future, as the forbidden stones would become highly sought after. Although he is presently alone, it is unlikely he will remain so. Should all contestants converge, what choices would he have to make? The analysis above holds merit, yet he is alone for now. As long as he conceals his intentions well, he should remain undetected, right? Others are not naive. Merely observing his cultivation level would reveal the truth. If he has not rapidly ascended 3 tiers, it would indicate he is held back. Yet how would others discern whether he has made a swift breakthrough? Do not forget, there was once a 10,000 stars leaderboard, which is now absent. Without the leaderboard, when Li Xuanzi next encounters other contestants, if he demonstrates a significant enhancement in cultivation, who could ascertain whether he has utilized the forbidden stones? Such a situation is likely far more perilous, for a true ruthless individual will not concern themselves with whether you are useful or not. They will eliminate you first and then inspect your remains. Even without the forbidden stone, the removal of the greatest threat would likely be welcomed by all competitors. Goodness, does this imply that Li Xuanzi's current predicament is exceedingly dangerous, rendering him the common enemy of all contestants? It seems that way. Upon hearing the commentary from Boba, Li Xuanzi felt a surge of excitement within. This represents an astronomical fortune. Evidently, the rarity of the forbidden stone surpasses my imagination. One can exchange it for 10 blue stars. What immense value that entails. Does that mean I effectively possess 30 celestial bodies? However, concurrently, he felt an increased sense of crisis. The more significant the forbidden stone, the greater the number of individuals coveting it. Unless he utilizes it swiftly, a looming threat will persist. Yet, is it wise to employ it now? Li Xuanzi shook his head. It is still too early. Moreover, even if he were to use it, would he be safe? The questions that plagued the audience of Blue Star were not lost on him. In light of this, he resolved to proceed at his own pace. As long as he remains sufficiently powerful, he can navigate the majority of crises. Growing stronger is my foremost priority at this moment. Li Xuanzi stowed away the forbidden stone, disregarding Boba's incessant chatter, and instead turned his gaze toward the battle pet egg. A moment of surprise struck him as he noticed cracks appearing on the pet egg, followed by the emergence of a shiny little creature slowly wriggling out. The newly hatched creature, still with its eyes closed, stirred slightly and devoured the remaining shell. To his astonishment, Li Xuanzi observed that after consuming the shell, the little creature's body expanded several times, and its feathers gleamed with an even more resplendent golden hue. Indeed, this is a flying-type battle pet. Name. Xianyu Golden Eagle, Spirit Beast, Level, First rank 7 stars and 8 skills. Windblade, Dimensional Slash, not mastered. Xianyu Storm, not mastered. 3000 Thunderstrikes, not mastered. Dimensional Shuttle, not mastered. Evaluation. A Spirit Beast battle pet with a 9-star aptitude, possessing tremendous potential to break through to the 9th rank without any bottlenecks. It will be your finest combat companion in the future. Dimensional Slash can be mastered at the 3rd rank, Xianyu Storm at the 5th rank, 3000 Thunderstrikes at the 7th rank, and Dimensional Shuttle at the 9th rank. Chirp, 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 the little creature opened its eyes, and the first being it saw was Li Xuanzi. It then scampered up to him on its short little claws, affectionately nudging his calf. Chirp, 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 can you fly? Li Xuanzi inquired. Upon hearing this, the little creature tilted its head to gaze at Li Xuanzi, as if comprehending his words, and flapped its wings. Though it struggled initially, nearly toppling over, after a few minutes of flailing, it successfully soared into the sky and began frolicking among the clouds. After flying for 7 or 8 minutes, perhaps exhausted, it descended and perched on Li Xuanzi's shoulder, gently pecking at his hair. Are you hungry? Li Xuanzi seemed to have developed a telepathic connection with it, instantly grasping its unspoken desires. The little creature eagerly nodded in response. All right, I will get you something to eat. By the way, little one, How about I give you a name? Li Xuanzi suddenly proposed, realizing he couldn't keep referring to it as the little creature. Since you enjoy chirping, how about I call you Xiaojiao? What do you think? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little creature appeared quite delighted on Li Xuanzi's shoulder. Very well, from now on, you shall be known as Xiaojiao. Now, let us venture forth to hunt. Li Xuanzi gathered all the rewards and, accompanied by Xiaojiao, stepped outside the safe zone to hunt down a first-rank 7-star spectral wolf. Chapter 46. Unforeseen calamity. You may eat outside and come back in once you are finished. Li Xuanzi placed the carcass of the spectral wolf within the confines of the safe zone, refraining from bringing it into the villa. Previously, the restricted space had necessitated such actions, but now he certainly wished to avoid an unpleasant odor permeating the interior. Chirp, chirp. Upon returning to the villa, Li Xuanzi waved his hand, and a row of items manifested before him. 10 second-rank lower-grade blood crystals, a second-rank medium armor tricomposite suit, a second-rank superior divine weapon star-shattering gun, a third-rank superior blood crystal furnace, a third-rank superior spatial belt, a second-rank superior sword talisman, and a true intent inheritance gold medal, along with 3 lower-grade forbidden stones. Wow, the esteemed Li Shen is truly generous. All are marvelous treasures. Genuine envy and salivation were evident. Goodness, each of these items is worth a fortune. If I could possess even one, I would soar to great heights, brother. Even the term worth a fortune falls short. These are treasures worth their weight in stars. The Blue Star audience watching the live stream was filled with admiration and excitement. Meanwhile, nearly 60,000 light-years away, on a planet far more prosperous and several times larger than Blue Star, a young man sat on a lavishly adorned sofa, captivated by a virtual projection, unable to suppress the urge to swallow. After a few simple operations, a notification chimed. Ding. Prince Qi Huai of the Qian civilization has gifted 1,000 galactic coins to Li Xuanzi. If you withdraw from the selection competition now and offer me the true intent inheritance gold medal along with the 3 lower-grade forbidden stones, I will bestow upon you the title of Baron of the Qian Empire. Ding. Prince Shui Ning of the Tianshui civilization has gifted 10,000 galactic coins. Qi Huai, your shamelessness knows no bounds. You wish to exchange a mere baron's title for someone else's treasured possessions? Li Xuanzi, do not heed his words. The Qian civilization is but a level 2.8 civilization, and that baron title likely holds no real power. Despicable scoundrel. The young man, infuriated, smashed everything within reach, then quickly performed another operation. Ding. Prince Qi Huai of the Qian civilization has gifted 11,000 galactic coins. Shui Ning, we shall meet on the battlefield. I will surely kill you. Li Xuanzi, do not be ungrateful. Ding. Prince Shui Ning of the Tianshui civilization has gifted 20,000 galactic coins. Those who do not come are merely cowards. Li Xuanzi, observing the lines of green text flashing before him, furrowed his brows, realizing he had unintentionally become embroiled in the conflict between 2 civilizations. He had done nothing, uttered not a single word. Perhaps they would not even consider the opinion of an insignificant creature like him. An undercurrent of anger brewed within him, yet he refrained from expressing it. A modicum of composure was necessary. Thank you all for your generous gifts. I will consider your reasonable suggestions. With that, I shall close the live stream. How dare they be so ungrateful? Qi Huai seethed, staring at the black screen, his frustration mounting even more than at Shui Ning's provocations. Bring me a person, Your Highness? Locate the position of Blue Star for me. I shall annihilate them, Qi Huai declared, enraged. Your Highness, are you referring to the Blue Star where Li Xuanzi resides? One of his subordinates inquired, evidently having witnessed the live stream. Indeed. Your Highness, please temper your anger. The Blue Star, participating in the selection competition, is under the protection of the Galactic Empire. We cannot take military action against them. His Majesty would not consent, but I must obliterate them. The young man was now even more furious. To him, Li Xuanzi and Blue Star were mere insects. It was intolerable that he could not squash a bunch of insects whenever he wished. Then we must wait until the selection competition concludes. If the Blue Star contestants fail to become lords, the Galactic Empire will not intervene in such trivial matters. However, if Li Xuanzi miraculously emerges victorious, becoming a lord, we would not only be unable to oppose him but must also seek to befriend him. His subordinate suggested. What? Befriend him? How dare he even think of it? Qi Huai felt as though he had misheard. Your Highness, Although this selection is initiated by the Galactic Lord, the titles granted are not of the Galactic Empire, but rather from the highest authority. His subordinate spoke cautiously, even hesitant to name the entity involved. Humph! Chi Hui kicked the sofa away in frustration and stormed out. Li Schwanza and the entirety of Blue Star remained blissfully unaware that they were on the brink of a catastrophic disaster, such as the helplessness of the weak. Within the safety of the villa at the Myriad Races battlefield, Li Schwanza first took the third-rank superior spatial belt among his rewards, bonding with it through blood and fastening it around his waist. He then transferred the equipment and ammunition from his previous spatial belt into this larger one. He chose not to discard the former, still hanging it at his waist, as it posed no inconvenience. He stored some everyday items within it. System, can you exchange the items from this reward? What are their respective prices? Li Schwanza inquired, eager to ascertain the total value of his recent rewards. Blood crystals, armor, star-shattering guns, blood crystal furnaces, spatial belts, and sword talismans can all be exchanged. 7-star and below spirit beast eggs, as well as micro-level inheritance bronze medals, can also be exchanged. However, 7-star and above spirit beast eggs, as well as micro-level inheritance bronze medals, can only be exchanged at special windows. Forbidden stones are not eligible for exchange. They only appear in special circumstances or certain event rewards. The system's explanation was succinct, but through it, Li Schwanza gleaned an understanding of which rewards were the most precious, which were secondary, and which were less so. Anything that could be exchanged for points was relatively less valuable. Second-rank lower-grade blood crystal, 80,000 points each. Second-rank medium armor tricomposite suit, 9,000 points each. Second-rank superior divine weapon star-shattering gun, 11,000 points each. Third-rank superior blood crystal furnace, 880,000 points each. Second-rank superior sword talisman, 100,000 points each. 1 hour of true intent inheritance gold medal, 1 million points each. 9-star spirit beast egg, 6 million points each. With a gasp of astonishment, Li Schwanza could hardly contain himself upon reviewing the prices announced by the system. The cumulative rewards for achieving first place in the 3 rankings astonishingly exceeded 10 million points. How terrifying, he mused. System, how does one utilize this blood crystal furnace? He inquired further. The blood crystal furnace comprises 5 components: the material zone, blood condensation zone, energy zone, recovery zone, and the blood crystal box. The material zone serves as the entrance, possessing a built-in capacity of 1 million cubic meters, exclusively for storing the corpses of fierce beasts. The blood condensation zone is where the essence and vitality from the beast corpses are extracted and condensed into blood crystals. The energy zone provides power to the furnace, accepting either energy blocks or elemental stones. The recovery zone is designated for reclaiming residual materials from the beast corpses, such as bones and hides. Lastly, the blood crystal box is where the generated blood crystals are stored. Only the owner of the furnace has access to them, and any unauthorized intrusion will trigger the self-destruction protocol of the furnace. Quite advanced, indeed, Li Schwanza remarked, a sense of wonder washing over him. What type of energy block or elemental stone is required for this blood crystal furnace? Do I need to purchase them? What are the costs? He asked in rapid succession. The minimum requirement is a mid-level energy block or low-grade elemental stone. Currently, there is 1 mid-level energy block in the energy zone of the furnace, providing ample power, so there is no immediate need for purchase. The cost of a mid-level energy block is 200 points, while a low-grade elemental stone is priced at 500 points. Having understood everything, Li Schwanza stowed away all items except for the blood crystals. System, how do I utilize the blood crystals? He inquired. Input your vitality into them, and you will connect with the vitality contained within the blood crystals, allowing you to absorb their essence and rapidly enhance your cultivation. Thank you. The first chapter of the Divine Dragon Suppression Technique comprises 5 movements. The Divine Dragon stance corresponds to the apprentice stage. The Crouching Dragon form is suited for martial artists up to the 9th rank, while the Coiling Dragon form is meant for the 10th and 11th ranks. Li Schwanza, seated on a mat, began to channel his vitality into the blood crystals. As his vitality flowed from his fingertips, the originally solid blood crystal transformed into a remarkably pliable jelly-like substance upon contact. With the infusion of vitality, Li Schwanza immediately felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. The flesh of fierce beasts required digestion and conversion into vitality, But the use of blood crystals bypassed this lengthy process, allowing for a much more efficient absorption of energy. As he practiced, the blood crystals visibly diminished until, after more than half an hour, they completely vanished. Huff, Li Xuanzi exhaled deeply, glancing at his attribute list. Cultivation level, 10th rank martial artist, late stage. He gasped in disbelief. A mere second-rank low-grade blood crystal had only elevated his cultivation from the early stage to the late stage, leaving him with a considerable distance to the 11th rank. He was astonished, for he could distinctly sense that the total value of vitality within this blood crystal far surpassed the energy he had expended in progressing from a first-rank early-stage martial artist to a 9th-rank late-stage martial artist. It was truly inconceivable that such a modest gain could occur. He surmised that even a first-rank early-stage martial artist would likely reach the late stage with this. Evidently, he had underestimated the consumption associated with the divine dragon suppression technique. He wondered which great master had forged such an extraordinary cultivation method. While he felt a sense of awe, Li Xuanzi knew he must continue his training, regardless of the immense consumption involved. He could not afford to pause. Suddenly, a small figure flitted into his line of sight. Little 9, its eyes gleaming with fervor as it gazed longingly at the remaining 9 blood crystals. "Do you want one?" Li Xuanzi asked. Little 9 chirped even more enthusiastically. "Here, take one and enjoy," he said generously, knowing that as his battle companion, the stronger it became, the better. With a delighted chirp, Little 9 seized a blood crystal and soared to a cozy spot, gobbling it down before closing its eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep. "System? Is Little 9 going to be all right?" Li Xuanzi inquired. "It is absorbing the vitality within. The cultivation method of spirit beasts differs from that of humans. Once it awakens from its slumber, it will have fully absorbed the energy from the blood crystal." Li Xuanzi nodded slightly, choosing to disregard Little 9 for now as he resumed his training with another blood crystal. After nearly half an hour, having consumed only a small portion of the second blood crystal, Li Xuanzi's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th rank martial artist. With a crunch, he tossed a high-grade power pill into his mouth. Instantly, his body crackled like popping beans, and a minute later, the sound ceased as he officially broke through to the early stage of the 11th rank martial artist. Power pills truly are remarkable. It's unfortunate they become ineffective beyond the martial artist realm. At that point, one must slowly navigate through bottlenecks, he lamented. Continuing his training, after consuming the second blood crystal, he proceeded to the third. After absorbing more than half of it, he utilized another high-grade power pill, propelling his cultivation to the early stage of the 12th rank martial artist. At this juncture, he had surpassed the strength of 9 wild bulls and 2 white tigers. Now setting his sights on the power of the divine elephant. 1 divine elephant strength equaled 12 white tigers, simply terrifying to contemplate. Indeed, as Li Xuanzi trained, his absorption speed of the vitality within the blood crystals accelerated. In just over 3 hours, all the blood crystals had been consumed. Cultivation level, 12th rank martial artist, mid-stage, system, procure another 10 second-rank low-grade blood crystals. 10 second-rank low-grade blood crystals are priced at 800,000 points. The amount has been deducted. A dark vortex materialized before Li Xuanzi, and soon 10 blood crystals identical to the previous ones fell before him. The training resumed, but now at the 12th rank. He had adopted a fourth posture. The dragon soars across the seas. He wondered if he could practice dual techniques simultaneously. With that thought, he grasped a blood crystal in each hand, initiating a dual practice. 2 torrents of potent vitality surged from his fingers into his body and were rapidly absorbed. "This is feasible," Li Xuanzi noted with a slight grin, concentrating on his training. With his dual focus, the training speed doubled. After approximately 4 hours, the 10 blood crystals were again depleted. "This is utterly unsustainable. I am merely at the martial artist realm. Why does it feel like an insatiable abyss?" Li Xuanzi lamented, realizing that he remained at the 12th rank, albeit at the late stage. 4 more, he resolved, gritting his teeth and exchanging for 4 additional blood crystals. In an instant, Li Xuanzi's aura surged to its zenith, causing the entire villa to tremble twice. Little 9, possibly startled awake by the commotion, fluttered its wings and ascended from its cozy perch. After glancing curiously at its master and the surroundings, it found no cause for alarm and resumed its slumber. Finally, he had achieved a breakthrough. After consuming 4 blood crystals and a high-grade power pill, Li Xuance's cultivation reached the early stage of the 13th rank martial artist. 1 Divine Dragon's power equated to 12 divine elephants, meaning he would require nearly 200 second-rank low-grade blood crystals to advance further. The points were fleeting, insufficient for the upcoming breakthroughs. He mused that he was still a pauper, with only a few 100,000 points remaining. He had other expenditures to consider, such as purchasing martial slaves or energy blocks, as both the blood crystal furnace and the sky vessel required them. What else? Movement techniques, and there were also equipment from system rewards. Otherwise, gear would constitute a significant expense. Moreover, he needed the advanced version of gunfighting techniques and the upgraded version of the Black God, along with ammunition, among other things. Upon calculating, he was taken aback by how many areas would require expenditure. System, what is the situation regarding martial slaves that you mentioned earlier? How can I exchange for them? Li Xuance inquired. The market for martial slaves is vast, encompassing various cultivation realms. Based on your current point balance, you may exchange for apprentices within 100 points or martial artists within 6,000 points. Additionally, there are 3 important considerations when purchasing martial slaves. First, some activities will have separate calculations for hunting points, depending on the rewards involved. For instance, last night, thus, do not rely on martial slaves to assist in obtaining hunting points, directly or indirectly, as the battlefield will conduct a fair assessment. Regular points can still be earned through hunting fierce beasts and redeeming points from their corpses. Second, you cannot purchase martial slaves above your cultivation level, although some talented martial slaves may surpass their masters later on, which is acceptable. Third, each participant is allowed 10 martial slave slots. To acquire more, you must pay exorbitant points, which is quite unwise. 10 slots. That will suffice. I only need them to handle trivial matters, allowing me more time to focus on my training. Li Xuance nodded. Finding the conditions acceptable, by the way, since the hunting points for martial slaves don't count, what about little 9? As my battle companion, does it not count either? He queried. The hunting points for battle companions are attributed to their masters, and they do count. This is an exception. What if I were to endlessly purchase pet eggs and amass a multitude of battle companions? Would that be considered cheating? Li Xuance asked curiously. Firstly, an increase in the number of battle pets necessitates a greater allocation of resources for their cultivation, which will inevitably hinder your progress, leading to potential failure in the selection trials. Furthermore, forging contracts with battle pets incurs certain costs. Xiaojiu is a reward from the battlefield, and the rules are in your favor. Otherwise, given your current level of cultivation, you would be unable to establish such contracts. Hence, the notion of an unlimited number of battle pets is unfounded. Understood. Please list the martial slaves of the martial artist realm, prioritizing those in the late stage of the 9th rank. Li Xuance ceased to waste time. Yamai, a member of the Three-Eyed Clan, aged 45, late stage 9th rank martial artist, priced at 4,700 points. In addition to this basic information, there are more detailed descriptions available. For instance, this three-eyed individual possesses a third eye that can perceive things invisible to the ordinary. Rosen, a human, age 31, late-stage 9th rank martial artist, priced at 5,200 points. Although they share the same cultivation level, their age difference signifies a disparity in aptitude, hence the substantial difference in price. Sueya, an elf, age 55, late-stage 9th rank martial artist, priced at 5,800 points. She excels in healing, archery, flight, and possesses a deep affinity for nature, along with skills such as tea brewing and backpatting. Backpatting? Li Xuance's lips twitched slightly. Nevertheless, her healing abilities piqued his interest significantly. She would serve as a valuable support. Purchase.in the next moment, as 5,800 points were deducted, a petite elf, standing at less than 80 centimeters, with wings and a porcelain-like face, appeared before him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Nearby, Xiaojiu tilted its head, seemingly pondering how a butterfly had suddenly materialized. Sueya has met her master, the elf spoke. Li Xuance nodded slightly, opting not to elaborate further, and continued browsing the exchange interface. After a series of transactions, he acquired 4 additional martial slaves, 3 late-stage 9th rank martial artists for 17,200 points, and 1 early-stage 3rd rank martial artist for 5,100 points. Name: Ada level, late-stage 9th rank martial artist evaluation, 32 years old, above average potential, adept at setting traps, terrain observation, butchery, cooking, and brewing, an excellent assistant for daily life. Name, Pusa level, late stage 9th rank martial artist evaluation. 17 years old, possesses innate strength but lacks intelligence, a bloodthirsty killer capable of fighting beyond his rank, a prodigy born for battle. If utilized well, he could become an unstoppable weapon in your hands. Name, 1 Shan level, late stage 9th rank martial artist evaluation. 22 years old, born into a prestigious family, skilled in management with a keen business sense. Name, Li Xian level, early stage 3rd rank martial artist evaluation. 35 years old, possesses below average cultivation aptitude, proficient in formations, strategies, and military tactics. Li Xian could command troops effectively, whether mounted or dismounted, a talent of great potential, albeit born at an inopportune time. With Sueya included, he now possessed 5 martial slaves, 5 loyal subordinates. Li Xuanzi was no longer a solitary figure. He had established his own team or foundation. In total, Li Xuanzi expended 28,100 points, deeming it a worthwhile investment. Out of 10 available slots, he utilized only 5, as Li Xian had advised him that there was no immediate need for an excess of personnel at this developmental stage. He could acquire higher-tier talents later on. System, procure another 100 intermediate energy blocks. Both the blood crystal furnace and the sky sailing vessel required these, and they would be needed for an extended period. It would not be wasteful to purchase them, especially considering the possibility of the exchange system being closed when the need arose. Moreover, there would only be 3 galactic days available. After that, the exchange system might cease to exist, which posed a significant concern. 100 intermediate energy blocks would deduct 20,000 points. System, how many points for the advanced version of the Black God? Li Xuanzi inquired. The Black God does not possess an advanced version. It is classified as a beginner's rule weapon, a benefit for newcomers, which is now unavailable. Many competitors who received excellent weapons during their novice phase found them missing by the time they reached the 2nd tier. Li Xuanzi furrowed his brow. To be honest, the Black God had provided him with substantial assistance, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it. However, he recognized the futility of resistance against greater forces and asked, "Did you not mention that gunfighting technique has an advanced version? Without the Black God, is the advanced version of this weapon still useful? The advanced version of the technique is gun technique. The reason I previously suggested you practice basic gun technique is this. Gunfighting technique and gun technique are combined into the advanced version, named Annihilation of Gods, 9 styles. You can now purchase the first style, Slaughter, priced at 10,000 points. The requirement to practice the Annihilation of Gods, 9 styles is to have your gunfighting technique at a consummate level and your basic gun technique at a subtle level, both of which you have already achieved, allowing you to begin training directly. That sounds promising. What level of martial skill is the Annihilation of Gods, 9 styles? Li Xuanzi queried with curiosity. It is a top-tier heaven-level martial skill, comprising 9 styles in total. What is the total price? You cannot afford it. The 2nd style exceeds your current points. Alright, the basic fist techniques and basic assassination techniques have advanced versions. I also require a body technique martial skill, Li Xuanzi stated. The Divine Dragon Tranquil Sea Classic includes its own fist techniques and body techniques, but 2 conditions must be met for cultivation. First, you must reach the Martial Master realm. Second, your basic fist techniques and basic body techniques must reach perfection. Currently, you have not met these requirements, so I recommend you purchase the advanced version of the basic assassination technique and the basic body technique. Chapter 49. Martial Dao, Heavenly Sovereign Tower. Understood. I will heed your advice. Acquire a basic body technique, and also procure the advanced version of the assassination technique, Li Xuanzi responded readily. The basic body technique was affordably priced at 30 points. A fair deal. The first level of the 9-fold assassination technique was priced at 8,000 points. The 9-fold assassination technique? A top-tier heaven-level assassination skill, perfectly suited for you, given your innate talent. The requirement to practice the first level is to have your assassination technique at a subtle level. Although you currently possess consummate mastery with your talent, achieving subtlety should merely be a matter of time. Indeed, purchase it in the next moment. After 8,000 points were deducted, a crystal of inheritance fell from the void. Li Xuanzi received the crystal, simultaneously acquiring the first level of the 9-fold assassination technique. Although I have not yet reached the Martial Master realm, I should be able to utilize the 2nd-tier upper-level Starbreaking Spear. Correct? Li Xuanzi inquired, as a 1st-tier Starbreaking Spear no longer sufficed for his current prowess. Indeed, Not only can you use the star-breaking spear, but your black gold dagger and werewolf gauntlets can also be exchanged. Show me, how much? 10,000 star brand black gold dagger, second tier, upper level divine weapon, priced at 8,500 points. 10,000 star brand black gold gauntlets, second tier, upper level divine weapon, priced at 9,500 points. Both items total 18,000 points. Li Schwanza felt a pang of regret. However, he understood that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood, and with a firm resolve, he declared, purchased. Once again, 18,000 points were deducted. Altogether, this expenditure amounted to 84,130 points, reducing his total points from 7 figures to 5, while a 5-figure point total was still quite ample compared to the average competitor. For Li Schwanza, who spent like water, it felt rather insufficient. Licien, Master, you will oversee everyone. Allocate their tasks according to their abilities, but for the time being, the primary mission is to hunt fierce beasts and bring back their carcasses. Li Schwanza instructed, rest assured, Master. This task is exceedingly simple for me, Li Xian replied confidently. Wanshan, Master. A poised and graceful young woman stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Regrettably, her beautiful face bore a scar. Li Schwanza had intended to purchase some scar-removing medicine for her, which was available for exchange at a reasonable price, yet to his surprise, Wanshan declined. This scar was left by the enemies of my clan. I wish to keep it. Her simple words struck Li Schwanza profoundly. She was indeed a stubborn girl. He did not press the matter and promised to help her seek vengeance in the future. Thus, he gained Wanshan's absolute loyalty, an allegiance that transcended the martial slave mark, rooted in genuine devotion. You will assist Li Xian, in addition to gathering spiritual materials from the surroundings and managing the logistics within the villa. Understood. System, can they use the strength pill to break through? Li Schwanza inquired. They are not competitors and do not possess such privileges. Is there any pill that can facilitate their breakthrough without side effects? As soon as the words left his mouth, all 5 individuals looked at him, their eyes filled with gratitude and relief, thankful to have such a benevolent master. Li Schwanza was not merely attempting to win their loyalty. Rather, he recognized that the assistance of his martial slaves at the martial artist level had become exceedingly limited. It was imperative for these individuals to rapidly elevate their abilities. Otherwise, they would only serve in logistical roles. For 9th-rank late-stage martial slaves, a lower-grade martial master pill will suffice, or a 2nd-grade lower-level blood crystal would work as well. However, that one named Pusa is a rare talent and should have the potential to break through the limitations of the 9th rank. Oh! Li Schwanza glanced at Pusa, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. He then turned to inquire, what is the price of the lower-grade martial master pill, and how much for the 1st-grade upper-level blood crystal? Lower-grade martial master pill, 16,000 points each. 1st-grade upper-level blood crystal, 14,000 points. After casting a glance at his points, which totaled 79,010, he mentally calculated that acquiring 3 Master S pills and 2 Grade 1 blood crystals required 76,000 points. He made the purchase, 3 inferior Master S pills and 2 Grade 1 blood crystals. Gritting his teeth, Li Schwanza proceeded to buy them, his points plummeting into the 4-digit range. Each of you shall take one of these inferior Master S pills. Find a secluded place to cultivate and strive to break through to the Master Realm as soon as possible. I will enter seclusion for a few hours, and I hope that by the time I emerge, you will also have achieved your breakthroughs. As for these 2 blood crystals, Li Xian and Guanyin, they are for you. Li Schwanza distributed the pills. Thank you, my lord. We vow to follow you to the death. The group expressed their gratitude. After arranging matters for everyone, Li Schwanza retrieved the True Intent martial arts medal and infused a trace of his vitality into it. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the safe zone and found himself before a stone tower. Just as he was pondering this development, an elderly man approached, extending his hand and requesting, "Present your martial arts credentials." Is this what you mean, sir? Li Schwanza inquired, producing the golden medal, a True Intent medal, still valid for 3 hours, obtained from the 10,000 races battlefield. Not bad, young man, the elder remarked, examining the medal and nodding slightly. With a wave of his hand, the medal slipped from Li Schwanza's grasp into the elder's possession. How long do you wish to cultivate? The elder asked. Is there any particular protocol here? Sir, please enlighten me, Li Schwanza replied humbly, as he knew nothing of this place and thus found it challenging to make a decision. Since you show respect to your elders, I shall share a few words with you. This is the martial arts celestial tower, which accelerates a practitioner's comprehension of martial techniques. It consists of 5 levels. The first is suitable for those below the subtle realm, the second for the subtle realm, the third for the perfect realm, and the fourth for the true intent realm. With your true intent medal, you may enter the 4th level for cultivation. Additionally, the duration of your training is customizable. Isn't martial arts categorized into 7 realms? How can there be a 5th level? Li Xuanzi queried, perplexed. Heh, the little one knows quite a bit. But that is not for you to question now. When you reach that height, you will naturally understand. Knowing it now is of no use. Then, if I cultivate at the 4th level, can I elevate my martial techniques to the true intent level? Li Xuanzi asked again. The elder shook his head. That depends on your own fortune and comprehension. Now, decide on your training duration. Li Xuanzi grasped the elder's implication. Even if he entered the 4th level, achieving the true intent level was not guaranteed. It might merely enhance his chances or improve cultivation efficiency compared to the lower levels. Noticing the elder's reluctance to elaborate further, he refrained from prolonging the conversation and replied, I will start with 1 hour. Very well, proceed. The elder waved his hand, and Li Xuanzi vanished from his original location. Reappearing in a vast white expanse, accompanied by a countdown, a voice echoed in his ears, cultivate your corresponding martial techniques. Chapter 50. Once again reduced to a pauper not wishing to squander time. Li Xuanzi complied, swiftly retrieving his black gold dagger to practice his assassination techniques. As he maneuvered, an influx of knowledge and principles regarding assassination flooded his mind. Soon, he felt himself merging with this realm. After an indeterminate period, when he regained consciousness, a voice resonated in his ears. Congratulations, you have comprehended the true intent of the assassination path, 1st level. With a gasp, Li Xuanzi marveled, from the consummate stage directly to the true intent realm. This place is indeed a sanctuary for cultivators. There are 16 minutes remaining. Practice your boxing techniques. As he repeated the foundational boxing forms, Li Xuanzi's boxing technique began to resonate with a trace of Tao rhythm, growing increasingly powerful. With time expired, he received another congratulatory note. Congratulations, your foundational boxing technique has reached the perfect realm. Outside the martial arts celestial tower, the elder suddenly appeared before Li Xuanzi, expressing surprise. Not bad, young one. Tio, elevate your assassination technique to the true intent realm in just 1 hour. Such a talent has not graced us in millions of years. Thank you for your praise, sir. That I wish to utilize the remaining 2 hours as well, Li Xuanzi replied modestly, now fully aware that enhancing his strength was his singular pursuit. Saving time would only be a waste. Very well, the elder waved his hand again, and Li Xuanzi returned to the previous space. Having experienced it once, he now commenced his training in body techniques with great proficiency. In 15 minutes, he progressed from a novice to the subtle realm. And after 30 minutes, he reached the perfect realm. With both his boxing and body techniques perfected, he was now only waiting for his cultivation to reach the master realm, allowing him to practice the techniques from the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture, which was one of his primary objectives for this venture. With 90 minutes remaining, Li Xuanzi shifted his focus to spear techniques. The consummate spear fighting technique, combined with the perfected foundational spear techniques, saw his practice of the first move of the 9 annihilations of gods result in a plummet to the introductory level. Gasping, he realized, heavenly grade supreme martial techniques are indeed incomparable to foundational techniques. They align more closely with the essence of the Tao and the true meaning of the spear. As time swiftly elapsed. 65 minutes later, Li Xuanzi elevated his spear technique once again, albeit not as rapidly as before, indicating that the higher the level of the martial technique, the greater the difficulty in improvement. Consummate stage. Well done. With 25 minutes remaining, Li Xuanzi chose not to continue with the 9 annihilations of gods, as he knew that in such a short span, he could not elevate it to the subtle realm. Instead, he began practicing the first level of the 9 layers of assassination. Following the same logic, his foundational assassination technique, which had reached the true intent first level, now fell back to the introductory stage. After 25 minutes of cultivation, he once again attained the consummate stage. Thus concluded the 3 hours of training. Young one, was this harvest satisfactory? The elder inquired with a smile. Thank you, sir. The gains were substantial. Though I wonder if I will have another opportunity to return here, Li Xuanzi replied, casting a reluctant glance at the martial arts celestial tower. When the time is right, you shall return. With your talent? As long as you do not suffer an untimely demise, there should be no issue, the elder assured him. Thank you, sir. As the time drew near, the elder stated, you must take your leave now. Until we meet again. Farewell, elder. Unbeknownst to him, that old man's 9 annihilations of gods had a successor. He must make sure to have him treat him to a drink. After Li Xuanzi departed, the elder muttered to himself. I am back. Surveying his surroundings, Li Xuanzi realized he had returned once more to the safety zone of the 10,000 races battlefield. Glancing at his attribute list, he felt as though he had transformed back into a pauper. I have exhausted all my cultivation resources. It is time to venture out. That place I saw on the radar last night should be safer now, right? He had not forgotten the location he had observed. Name: Li Xuanzi Affiliated Civilization. Blue Star Civilization Race. Human Cultivation. 13th Grade Martial Artist. Early Stage. Cultivation Method. Divine Dragon Suppressing the Sea Scripture Martial Techniques. Basic Boxing Technique. Mortal Grade. Perfect Level. Basic Body Technique. Mortal Grade. Perfect Level. First Level of 9 Layers of Assassination. Heavenly Grade Supreme. Consummate Level. 9 Annihilations of Gods. Killing. Heavenly Grade Supreme. Consummate Level. Weapons. 2-star Black Gold Dagger. 2nd Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon. 2-star Black Gold Gauntlets. 2nd Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon. 2-star Starbreaker Spear. 2nd Tier Upper Grade Divine Weapon. 3 Combined Armor. 2nd Tier Middle Grade. Heavenly Sailing Boat. 4th Tier Lower Grade Divine Weapon. Spatial Belt. 3rd Tier Upper Grade. Blood Crystal Furnace. 3rd Tier Upper Grade. Battle Pet. Xian Feather Golden Eagle. 1st Tier 10 stars Late Stage. Subordinates. 5 points. 3010 viewers. 0. Blue Star over 100. 000. Galactic Citizens over 100. 000. Others 0. Donations. 1,748,540 Galactic Coins Bets. 6,231,240 Galactic Coins Livestream. Completed the required streaming duration. Greetings, my lord. Li Xian bowed. How is everyone doing? What is your current cultivation level? Li Xuanzi inquired. Reporting to you, my lord, Guanin's cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of the 10th grade, and the 3 of them are still in the process of breaking through. There should be no issues. I have absorbed the vitality from the blood crystals, and my current cultivation is at the late stage of the 7th grade martial artist realm, Li Xian responded. Well done. Li Xuanzi was quite pleased with this outcome. I am going out for a while. You will oversee the entire safety zone. Once they awaken, allow them to move around the vicinity of the safety zone and ensure all ferocious beasts are hunted down. Li Xuanzi intended to see if the area of the safety zone would continue to expand once it was cleared. Understood. After organizing these matters, Li Xuanzi swiftly set off towards the location he had observed the previous night, accompanied by the now-awakened Xiaojiu. Simultaneously, he activated his live stream once again. Finally, the broadcast has begun. I thought the flowers would wilt from waiting. Li Shun has finally come online. How exhilarating. What did he do during those few hours? Without a doubt, he went to cultivate. Have you not figured out Li Shun's tactics yet? Each step is solid and deliberate. Indeed, with all those rewards, he must have had much to assimilate. I wonder if he used the Forbidden Stone. Don't ask, just assume he did. Only heaven knows. I also wonder what stage Li Shun has reached now. I heard those who obtained blood crystals made significant breakthroughs. The strongest among them, James, has already reached the late stage of the 8th grade martial artist and will soon attain the 9th grade. Buffed, just the 8th grade? Li Shun was already at the 10th grade before he closed the stream. He is likely at the next realm now. This is not necessarily the case. Let us not forget that Li Xuanzi cultivates the Divine Dragon Suppressing the Sea Sutra, a martial artist of the 13th rank, merely 13th rank, which is insignificant for the Divinely. What they do not realize is that the subsequent 4 ranks are considerably more challenging than the preceding ones. Chapter 51. The Mysterious Valley. What do you think? Where is Divinely intending to go? It appears he is not merely hunting at random, but rather has a specific goal in mind. Is this not the place from which he returned yesterday? He must be heading back to that location. No one curious about Divine Li's safe zone and the thatched cottage? How did it transform overnight into a luxurious villa? Finally, someone has noticed the crucial issue. Indeed, it felt as though something was amiss earlier, but it eluded my memory. Now it is clear. Has there been a glitch in the myriad races battlefield? Or is this no longer the safe zone where Divinely once resided? I am certain it is the same safe zone, as the surrounding environment remains unchanged, though the immediate vicinity has shifted slightly. Alas, Divinely cannot see our messages. Otherwise, he would understand what is transpiring. This may be Li Xuance's secret, which is why the livestream has been terminated. How could he possibly disclose anything now? Li Xuance is oblivious to what the Blue Star audience is discussing. And even if he were aware, he could not inform them, for at this moment, he has arrived at the place he returned to last night, with only over 900 meters separating him from the green halo. Thankfully, it is still there. Upon seeing the halo once more, surrounded by a circle of red light points, Li Xuance let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Jiu, find a place to conceal yourself. I will call upon you for assistance if needed. Li Xuance gazed at the Xianyu golden eagle on his shoulder, which had grown even larger. Enhanced by a blood crystal, the eagle's cultivation had reached the initial stage of the first rank at 10 stars. A testament to its extraordinary aptitude. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiao Jiu nodded, departing from Li Xuance's shoulder and casually flying to the treetop. With his shoulder feeling lighter, Li Xuance swiftly approached the location of the green halo. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 500 meters, he halted, then circled around the halo, employing his radar to thoroughly survey the surroundings. The ferocious beasts here were alarmingly dense. Attempting a covert infiltration would be exceedingly difficult. And if discovered, he would be besieged, which would be perilous. Thus, extermination was the only option Li Xuance contemplated. A direct assault. Impractical. If a frontal attack is unfeasible, then a surgical strike must be executed. After careful consideration, he conceived an excellent strategy to utilize his assassination techniques, commencing from the periphery to secretly eliminate the ferocious beasts, gradually advancing inward. With a plan in place, Li Xuance advanced another 400 meters. Leaving merely 100 meters to the green halo, at this moment, he finally beheld the situation with his naked eyes. Within the dense forest lay a considerable valley plain, which, when viewed from above, spanned no less than 10 square kilometers. At this juncture, his radar displayed an intricate pattern of green and red, densely interwoven, far more terrifying than the beast tide of the previous night. The situation here was significantly more complex than he had previously gleaned from the radar. What could this possibly entail? Who knows? I wondered why Divinely was not hunting around the safe zone but had ventured so far. It seems there is indeed something amiss here, a significant problem. For the number of ferocious beasts is astonishing, and they appear to be quite formidable. Not merely powerful, these beasts seem to be divided into 5 factions. Have you noticed the surroundings? There appear to be numerous spiritual herbs. Could these beasts be after them? That seems unlikely. If they were after the herbs, why would they remain stagnant instead of seizing them? The key question is, why are there so many spiritual herbs here? Are they natural, or has someone cultivated them? If the former, that would be acceptable. If the latter, then it poses a grave issue. Overthinking, surely they are natural. This is the myriad races battlefield. Who would cultivate spiritual herbs here? Not necessarily. Take a look toward the center. Does that not resemble an altar? I think it looks more like a graveyard. Regardless of what it resembles, this structure is undoubtedly not a natural formation. There must be a presence here, or at the very least, signs of civilization. How could such a thing exist in the myriad races battlefield? You speak as though you possess extensive knowledge of the myriad races battlefield. Witnessing the scene before him, Li Xuance was astonished, pondering the same question. How could there be signs of human activity here? Therefore, the surrounding spiritual herbs must be artificially cultivated, and those ferocious beasts, particularly the leading ones, fixated their gaze upon the structure resembling an altar. That is likely where the true value lies, the heart of this place, Li Xuance speculated. To uncover the secrets here, one must venture to the core. To reach that point, he must first eliminate the surrounding ferocious beasts. Only by vanquishing them could he approach the valley more closely, gaining clearer insight. Judging by the gathering of the ferocious beasts, they were divided into 5 factions, with the foremost beasts positioned over a kilometer away. Their cultivation levels were unclear, but the strongest on his radar had already reached the second rank at 3 stars, suggesting that those ahead were likely 4 stars and above. Regardless, he would adhere to the original plan. The valley was vast, filled with clusters of green and red light points, while the exterior also bore some green and red points. The spiritual herbs must be overflowing, and the ferocious beasts likely serve as sentinels on the periphery. First, he must eliminate them. Li Xuance drew forth his black gold dagger, vanishing from sight and blending with the surrounding shadows of the trees. Swiftly approaching the nearest ferocious beast, Death a swift stroke severed the beast's carotid artery, leaving no opportunity for it to struggle. Ding congratulations on slaying the first-rank 8-star ferocious beast, the Netherwolf. Earning 300 points. Upon hearing the notification, Li Xuanzi immediately utilized the blood crystal furnace to absorb the carcass of the Netherwolf. Though the beast was sizable, the blood crystal furnace possessed a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. So it would occupy little space. Death kill. Li Xuanzi moved with ghostly agility. Ferocious beasts fell one by one, completely unaware of their impending doom. Goodness, Divine Li's assassination technique is astonishing. Previously, the first-rank 9-star beasts seemed so formidable. Yet now he has dispatched them with a single blow, and the opponents did not even feel pain, not even catching a glimpse of Divine Li's shadow. The disparity is staggering. The screen was filled with green text. All system notifications, indicating that one ferocious beast after another had perished, an efficiency that truly astonished the Blue Star audience. The last one, Li Xuanzi, stealthily approached the cliff's edge, delivering a lethal blow to the unsuspecting beast without incident. Ding congratulations on slaying the first-rank 9-star ferocious beast, the Hellhound, earning 400 points. Thus, all the ferocious beasts at the outermost perimeter of the valley plain had been eradicated without alerting those within the valley. Observing the plethora of spiritual herbs surrounding him, Li Xuanzi chose not to harvest them at this moment, for the timing was not right. Having swiftly cleared the beasts above, it was inevitable that he would attract attention from those below. Time was of the essence. Li Xuanzi lay upon the cliff, scrutinizing the scene below. This vantage point afforded him a clearer view of the situation. The entire valley featured 3 entrances, 1 large and 2 small. Given the size of these ferocious beasts, they likely entered through the larger entrance. Chapter 52. The Purple-Winged Tiger. The reason these ferocious beasts had yet to stir was that atop the structure resembling an altar stood a small sapling, bearing a fruit that was half red. Although the nature of this spiritual fruit remained unknown, its ability to draw such a multitude of ferocious beasts, compelling them to ignore the surrounding abundance of spiritual herbs, underscored its extraordinary value. Do you think Li Xuanzi has set his sights on that fruit? The look in Divine Li's eyes certainly suggests an intent to seize it, akin to taking the head of a general amidst a sea of soldiers. Previously, Divine Li's strategy was quite effective, exterminating the ferocious beasts from the outside to approach the core. However, this tactic is limited to the valley's exterior, as the density of beasts within the valley poses a significant challenge. One wonders how Divine Li will proceed next. Divine Li has made his move. After observing for a while, Li Xuanzi formulated a rough plan, vanishing from the cliff and swiftly making his way into one of the narrow passages. Barely wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to walk side by side, the most constricted of the 3. Entering the valley through the passage, Li Xuanzi gripped his dagger, employing his perfect-level foundational movement technique, adeptly utilizing the surrounding environment to infiltrate one faction, commencing a ruthless slaughter, barely pausing even to collect the bodies with the blood crystal furnace. Goodness, it is too fast. My eyes can barely catch a glimpse of Divine Li's figure. Does this mean that in future battles, we will see nothing at all? As astute as I am, I opted to slow down to 1/5 speed. Now able to discern Divine Li's movements, I attempted the same. And it worked? My word, Divine Li's movements are so graceful and fluid, weaving through the throngs of ferocious beasts as though he could predict their actions in advance. Those beasts, so massive, are utterly powerless against him. The commotion is significant, and it is likely to soon attract the attention of the formidable beasts ahead. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Unless he abandons this place, he will inevitably encounter those formidable beasts. Ding congratulations on slaying the second-tier 1-star beast, the azure-scaled serpent, and earning 1,000 points. Remarkable. A second-tier 1-star beast, and yet it fell to a single strike. How grotesque. What do you think Li Shan's current cultivation level is? I have no idea, but he is undoubtedly powerful. It seems there are no rewards, which means Li Shan is not the first to have slain a second-tier 1-star beast after all. Indeed, this group of contestants is quite extraordinary. It has been 10 hours since Li Shan received his reward, and in such a lengthy span, some individuals have likely already reached second-tier cultivation, making the hunting of second-tier beasts a trivial matter. Falling behind once means falling behind continuously. Why does Li Shin feel as though he is already lagging behind? It is true that not receiving a reward is exceedingly unprofitable. Do you think there is a possibility that once one reaches the second tier, there are no longer any rewards? After all, according to the battlefield system, those below the martial master realm are considered novices, which is why there are so many benefits. That possibility indeed exists. No reward at all? Li Xuanzi is equally curious. However, he is currently embroiled in battle and lacks the energy to spare. With a furious roar, the beasts surrounding Li Xuanzi parted to create a path, allowing a beast, standing a mere 6 meters tall, clearly shorter than its surrounding counterparts, to approach. Name: Purple Wing Tiger level. Second tier 5-star early stage evaluation. Possesses dual wings for flight, formidable combat strength. You cannot withstand even a single strike from it. Its weaknesses are its eyes and throat. Li Xuanzi could not help but gasp in astonishment. How could he withstand even a single strike? Retreating without a second thought, Li Xuanzi hastily made his way towards the path that had opened. The purple-winged tiger, momentarily taken aback by the fleeing adversary, had approached leisurely to assert its dominance, only to find that it had frightened the enemy away. It then let out an enraged roar and chased after Li Xuanzi. Li Xuanzi was not far from the passage, and with his immediate escape, he passed through just in time. Glancing back at the furious beasts, he made a highly provocative gesture. Come at me. With a furious roar, the purple-winged tiger unexpectedly unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. Li Xuanzi instantly turned to flee, though the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, just in time. The other beasts were unable to approach due to the obstruction of the passage and did not believe their leader could not vanquish the enemy. However, not long after the purple-winged tiger departed, an unexpected scene unfolded. The other 4 factions within the valley simultaneously launched an assault against the purple-winged tiger's faction. While Li Xuanzi could not see it, the viewers of the live stream certainly could, as the broadcast had a certain range. What the heck? What is happening? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? It was evident that Li Xuanzi had unintentionally disrupted the balance among the 5 factions, prompting them to seize the opportunity to eliminate this force while their leader was absent, thus reducing one enemy. This makes sense. Even if the tiger returns, it will not be a match for the other beasts. Speaking of which, why does Li Shin appear excited despite the evident danger? Because he harbors confidence in victory. Although he is unaware of the specific strength of this tiger, he knows it is certainly beyond his capabilities. What chance does he have? Have you forgotten that Li Xuanzi has a trump card? The sword talisman? Just as the audience speculated, as the purple-winged tiger leaped across the valley and descended 20 meters in front of Li Xuanzi. Preparing to attack, Li Xuanzi summoned the power of his blood and directed it towards a talisman in his hand. Slash! A sound echoed from the void, followed by a flash of sword light. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the second-tier 5-star beast, the purple-winged tiger, and earning 5,000 points. His such a powerful sword. Li Xuanzi believed that if he were to face this strike, he would undoubtedly perish. Purple-winged tiger. I have something to say, but is it appropriate? It seems he must be cautious of the other contestants from now on, as they too possess sword talismans, and who knows what other hidden cards they may hold. Although he has a life-saving bronze medal, granting him 3 extra lives, those are invaluable and must not be squandered. This was actually a second-tier 5-star beast? The purple-winged tiger perished so easily. Isn't that rather embarrassing? Purple-winged tiger. I made such a grand entrance, and yet I died so swiftly. Do I not have any dignity? This sword talisman is incredibly powerful. It feels somewhat wasteful, considering it could have slain a second-tier 9-star beast. Yet it merely dealt with a second-tier 5-star one. Preserving one's life is paramount. Without life, everything is mere talk. Li Xuanzi himself did not dwell on it too much. Instead, he pondered another issue. Chapter 53. Night Owl Still No Reward. Is it that there are none once one reaches the second tier? Or did someone else manage to slay a second-tier 5-star beast first? Having witnessed the efficacy of the sword talisman, he did not believe others were incapable, especially since many possessed sword talismans. Stowing away the corpse of the purple-winged tiger, he cautiously returned to the valley. What is happening? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? Li Xuanzi was puzzled. Fighting amongst themselves is advantageous. I can take advantage of the chaos. With that thought, Li Xuanzi entered the fray. He was aware of his limitations. First, absolutely do not approach other high-tier beasts. Second, Absolutely do not stray too far from the valley passage. He could easily manage the first point with his radar, and the second was even simpler, as it was within his control. However, as time passed, he still revealed himself, and the other beasts were not foolish. With numerous beasts falling, they intelligently distanced themselves from the narrow passage. Even if Li Xuanzi moved to another narrow passage, it would be the same. They are quite clever. Li Xuanzi felt helpless. Simultaneously, the chaotic battle gradually subsided. Only 4 factions remained, each having suffered losses. After all, with Li Xuanzi as the catfish stirring the waters, the situation had become muddled. Roar Shu Jia, the leaders of the 4 factions, communicated in a beast language that Li Xuanzi could not comprehend. Although he did not know what they were saying, he could roughly guess that they were curious as to why the purple-winged tiger had not returned, but instead, this human had. There was only one answer. The purple-winged tiger was dead, or at the very least, trapped. Instantly, the others became wary of this sudden enemy that had appeared. Hee, don't mind me. I'm just passing through. You all carry on with your business. With that, Li Xuanzi slowly retreated towards the passage. Roar, what the heck? They all coming. Li Xuanzi noticed a shift in the atmosphere. It seemed the 4 factions had come to an agreement, with all high-tier beasts mobilizing. The 36 stratagems suggest that retreating is the best strategy. Li Xuanzi chose to make a hasty escape once more. However, the opposing side was not to be trifled with. Upon seeing Li Xuanzi flee, they immediately dispatched a portion of high-tier beasts from the main exit, evidently intending to encircle him. If it were merely this, Li Xuanzi would have time to escape. But among these high-tier beasts were flying beasts. One flew over the valley and landed at the narrowest part of the gorge, effectively trapping him within. Damn, these beasts are intelligent. They even understand military strategy? Li Xuanzi felt frustrated, trapped in this predicament. There was no way to eliminate the flying beast in the short term. The distance was too great, and he was unsure if the sword talisman could reach it. Once it locked onto him, he would be unsafe unless he returned to a safe zone. Moreover, boom above the valley, some beasts that had ascended began to destroy the cliffs, causing countless rocks to tumble down. They aimed to bury Li Xuanzi alive. He could not remain idle. Li Xuanzi glanced at the opposite side of the passage and found that the previously encircling 19 beasts had all arrived. His earlier hesitation had cost him precious time for escape. Although these encircling beasts were all second tier, the highest among them was only second tier 4-star. None were second tier 5-star. The second-tier 5-star beasts were all concentrated within the valley. Only 4 of them, the leaders of the factions, cast a glance at the surrounded Li Xuanzi before ignoring him and returning to the vicinity of the altar, keeping a wary eye on one another. Clearly, compared to this human, the soon-to-ripen spiritual fruit was far more important. I can easily annihilate a second-tier 1-star beast. I believe I can handle a second-tier 2-star beast as well, but 3-star beasts are uncertain. With this thought, Li Xuanzi resolved to take a risk and attempt to confront them. At worst, he would waste a sword talisman, and no sooner said than done. Li Xuanzi swiftly passed through the passage and collided head-on with the 19 second-tier beasts. Die? Li Xuanzi launched an all-out attack right away, employing the first move of the 9 styles of annihilation. Killing life, a shadow of a spear sliced through the sky, resembling a voracious beast, and a massive phantom of blood enveloped a second-tier 3-star beast. In an instant, the beast lost all vitality, bearing no wounds, yet devoid of any life force. Utterly bizarre. Ding, congratulations on slaying the second-tier 3-star beast, the Crimson-tailed bull, and earning 2,000 points. Instantly annihilating a second-tier 3-star beast sent shockwaves through the other beasts, particularly those that had been relatively close, their expressions betraying a hint of human-like fear. Li Xuanzi would not afford them the opportunity. While they still trembled in fear, his star-shattering spear had already effortlessly severed the neck artery of a second-tier, 2-star ferocious beast. He then navigated through the fray, dispatching foes with precision. It was not until he had eradicated the 8th beast that a night owl descended from the heavens, seizing him with its talons. Although its sharp claws could not penetrate the tri-armored suit, they still inflicted painful injuries to Li Xuanzi's bones. Name: Night Owl level, early second-tier 4-star evaluation. Remarkable speed, exceptionally sharp claws. Combat effectiveness is heightened at night but diminished during the day. Weak point is the throat. Suddenly, a chirping voice from Xiaojiu interrupted the moment. causing the night owl to become momentarily distracted. Seizing this chance, Li Xuanzi exerted all his strength and thrust his spear through the creature's throat. The night owl emitted a shrill, infant-like wail, staggering in the air before plummeting to the ground. Li Xuanzi drew forth his black gold dagger and forcefully sliced through the talon that had grasped him. Then wielded his star-shattering spear to pin the creature beneath his foot. As he descended to within 50 meters of the ground, he applied a forceful push against the night owl, dissipating momentum and landed safely. Li Xuanzi drew in a sharp breath. His shoulder throbbed with pain. The claws had embedded halfway into his flesh and were still clinging to him. Nevertheless, this was not the time for contemplation. Upon landing, he swiftly charged and obliterated a nearby second-tier, 2-star beast, followed by a fierce melee. It was only when 3 remaining second-tier, 4-star beasts stood before him that he paused, both sides locked in a tense standoff. With my mastery of celestial tier martial arts at its zenith, coupled with my 13th grade martial artist prowess, these second-tier, 3-star beasts are no match for me. It is the perfect opportunity to test my limits. The radar did not indicate that he was outmatched, unlike with the previous purple-winged tiger, suggesting that he still possessed the strength to contend with the second-tier, 4-star beasts, albeit with 3 adversaries at hand. Name: Netherwolf level, early second-tier 4-star evaluation, agile speed, sharp claws. Name: lowly earth dragon level, mid second-tier 4-star evaluation, possesses a hint of earth dragon bloodline, boasts formidable defense and astonishing impact. Direct confrontation should be avoided. Name: Black Widow level, early second-tier 4-star evaluation. 8 legs serve as 8 sharp spears. Once pierced, even tri-armored defenses cannot withstand. Highly venomous. Direct contact with its venom results in death within 30 seconds. Its silk is both adhesive and resilient, capable of hindering your movements and ensnaring you. Chapter 54. Annihilation of strong foes. From the radar's assessment, the Black Widow posed the greatest threat to him, followed by the lowly Earth Dragon, while the Netherwolf appeared to be the easiest to handle due to his extensive experience in slaying them. Li Xuanzi faced 2 choices: to confront them from weakest to strongest or vice versa. He resolved to eliminate the Netherwolf first. Without hesitation, he decided to utilize the sword talisman only if absolutely necessary. He aimed to kill one beast to instill fear in the others. The killing style initiated. Li Xuanzi gripped his star-shattering spear, launching the strongest attack right from the outset. The Netherwolf, evidently aware of Li Xuanzi's tactics, evaded just in time. As its hind legs hit the ground, it sprang forward toward him once more. Meanwhile, the Black Widow unleashed its silk, which sliced through the air like a blade. Reaching Li Xuanzi in an instant, he deftly dodged, employing his masterful agility, but the lowly Earth Dragon charged directly at him. With a swift crouch, Li Xuanzi dove beneath the creature, drawing forth his black gold dagger for a strike. To his dismay, the creature's tough hide proved resilient. He was unable to inflict the devastating injury he had envisioned. In an instant, the clash of one man against 3 beasts unfolded at speeds unfathomable to the ordinary eye. Enveloped in a cloud of dust, "Puff die," he declared, as his star-shattering spear pierced the Netherwolf's neck artery. Simultaneously, he was struck by the lowly Earth Dragon, and the Black Widow's silk ensnared him, pulling him backward. Before him loomed the Black Widow's sharp-legged spear. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the second-tier 4-star beast Netherwolf. You have gained 4,000 points. Was it truly a life exchanged for a life? Certainly not. Li Xuanzi considered his own life far more valuable. His such horror, Li God had managed to face 3 second-tier 4-star beasts simultaneously, and still managed to kill one. Such a feat was indeed a cause for pride. Let it not be forgotten that he had faced 4 beasts, having slain 2, including the Night Owl, which was also a second-tier 4-star beast. Prideful as it may be, Li God seemed to be in peril. The legs of that giant spider were exceedingly sharp, having cut through his tri-armored suit. Many spectators were now watching in slow motion. As the rapidity of the battle left no room for discussion, it appeared that Li God had become ensnared. What should he do? There was no choice but to use the sword talisman. Other options were scarce, as they pondered. A surprising outcome was unfolding on the battlefield. Li Xuanzi neither summoned the sword talisman nor met his demise. At the critical moment, he utilized the tension of the Black Widow's silk to propel himself forward. Delivering a kick to the head of the lowly Earth Dragon, still propelled by its own momentum. The lowly earth dragon was not so fortunate. Struck by Li Xuanzi, it landed directly beneath the Black Widow's leg blade. Puff, despite its formidable defenses, the lowly earth dragon could not withstand the incisiveness of the Black Widow's leg blade, which pierced through it. One can only imagine the dire consequences had Li Xuanzi found himself in that position instead. Roar! The lowly earth dragon let out a howl of agony, while the Black Widow stood momentarily stunned. I didn't mean to. In the midst of a fierce duel, hesitating can be fatal. After shifting his position, Li Xuanzi thrust his right foot against the ground with force, creating a deep crater, then raised his star-shattering spear for a decisive strike to the Black Widow's head. In a swift motion, he twisted the spear, ensuring the Black Widow met her end. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the second-tier, 4-star beast Black Widow. You have gained 4,000 points. Now, you shall join them. Withdrawing his star-shattering spear, Li Xuanzi leaped down, plunging it into the head of the still struggling lowly earth dragon. Puff! Blood gushed forth as the lowly earth dragon convulsed a couple of times before falling silent. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the second-tier, 4-star beast lowly earth dragon. You have gained 4,000 points. Puff! Kneeling on one knee atop the lowly earth dragon's head, Li Xuanzi could not suppress the blood that spilled from his mouth. The previous injury inflicted by the night owl was merely superficial, but the collision with the earth dragon had caused genuine internal harm, and not a light one at that. Damn it, he spat. Finally feeling somewhat relieved. Incredible, truly incredible. Li God, as expected, can single-handedly challenge 3 second-tier, 4-star beasts and emerge victorious. Indeed, it was 4 beasts if one included the other second-tier beasts, a true god of war among mortals. Unmatched in combat prowess, though wounded, it was still a matter of pride. What level of cultivation did Li God possess now? It was indeed perplexing, is it not obvious? At least a 3rd-grade martial artist. Perhaps even 4th grade. Otherwise, how could he have slain 3 second-tier, 4-star beasts? Not necessarily. Li God practices the divine dragon-suppressing sea scriptures, and martial artists can reach up to 13th grade. If he lacked any ability to contend beyond his level, that would be implausible. Even if he can fight above his level, it cannot be by too much, right? At least a 3rd-grade martial artist, Li Xuanzi mused, grateful that his martial skills had reached an extraordinary level. Otherwise, even being a 13th-grade martial artist, he would have surely perished without using the sword talisman. Even so, given another chance, victory was not guaranteed. He had relied on a stroke of luck this time around. Do you not care about Li God's injuries? They seem quite severe this time. All that matters is to return to the safe zone quickly. There, he can exchange for healing potions. What could be happening inside now? Li Xuanzi still thought of the spiritual fruit within. He had considered returning to the safe zone, but time was of the essence. Who knew when the fruit in the valley would mature? He wanted to partake in it, at least to ascertain what it was. He needed to approach within a kilometer. It should be feasible. After collecting the corpses of the surrounding ferocious beasts with the blood crystal furnace, Li Xuanzi opened the blood crystal box, revealing 2 blood crystals inside. Name: 1st grade upper tier blood crystal level, 1st tier upper grade evaluation. Suitable for cultivating upper tier. 100 ferocious beasts are required to condense a single blood crystal. Previously, he had slain and gathered parts of over 200 1st tier 8-star to 9-star beasts in and around the valley. Although there were some 2nd tier beasts, they numbered less than 200. Insufficient to condense the corresponding blood crystals. They could be used for cultivation and healing. The divine dragon-suppressing sea scriptures possess remarkably potent healing effects, as demonstrated during his previous injuries. Thus, within and outside the valley, 2 contrasting scenarios unfolded. Chapter 55. Dragon Blood Fruit, a Conspiracy? Inside the valley, various ferocious beast factions guarded the spiritual fruit, which had turned nearly 4/5 red. Outside the valley, Li Xuanzi ascended to a vantage point. Observing the spiritual fruit, which was indeed around 4/5 ripe, he still had time, prompting him to begin his cultivation on the spot. Time passed, second by second. The blood crystals in Li Xuanzi's possession were steadily diminishing. Yet the bleeding from his shoulder had ceased, and the pain had lessened considerably. His internal injuries were gradually mending. Although his cultivation level did not show significant improvement, consuming a single blood crystal allowed him to regain a substantial portion of his strength. The spiritual fruits in the valley were nearly ripe, their vibrant red hue indicating imminent maturity. Casting a glance at the spiritual fruits within the valley, he noticed that the ferocious beasts were beginning to stir restlessly. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzi swiftly descended into the valley, brandishing his spear as he plunged into the throng of beasts. Roar, the leader of the beasts, upon spotting this bothersome adversary once more, let out a furious roar directed at Li Xuanzi. However, the beasts remained stationary. 4 second-tier 5-star beast leaders, accompanied by their most elite subordinates, formed a defensive square, unable to divert their attention, thus sending their underlings to obstruct him. They could not hinder my advance. Li Xuanzi quickly discerned their intentions. The beasts they sent forth were all second-tier 3-star or lower, with even some first-tier beasts among them, merely serving as cannon fodder to delay him for a while. At last, Li Xuanzi advanced within a kilometer of the altar. He immediately activated his origin radar to investigate, eager to uncover the identity of the spiritual fruit that incited such frenzy among the beasts. Name: Dragon Blood Fruit, Pseudo-Level, Upper 4th Tier Evaluation. The true Dragon Blood Fruit requires a dragon heart for cultivation. This pseudo-dragon blood fruit is cultivated using special dragon vein topography that gathers a copious amount of dragon chi, supplemented by a significant quantity of beast blood. Effect 1. It grants a 90 probability for lower-tier spiritual beasts, ferocious beasts, to evolve into mid-tier spiritual beasts, a 50 probability for mid-tier spiritual beasts to ascend to upper tier, and a 10 probability for upper-tier spiritual beasts to become divine beasts. Effect 2. It possesses abundant vitality, greatly enhancing the strength of spiritual beasts. Huh? The dragon blood fruit is meant for spiritual or ferocious beasts? Can I not consume it? Li Xuanzi pondered in astonishment. After risking his life for so long, it appeared to be of no benefit to him. Although the radar did not explicitly state that he could not use it, Li Xuanzi, lacking confirmation, was understandably unwilling to take the risk. No, it is useful, immensely so. Xiaojiu is a spiritual beast, a 9-star one at that, belonging to the upper tier. Should he obtain this pseudo-dragon blood fruit, there is a 10 chance of elevating to a divine beast, and his strength would likely grow exponentially. Since Xiaojiu is one with him, the stronger it becomes, the more advantageous it is for Li Xuanzi. Just as he contemplated the fruit's potential uses and whether it was worth the risk, a thought flickered through his mind. He recalled the radar's evaluation, noting that the fruit's maturation required the blood of ferocious beasts. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the corpses of the beasts on the ground appeared emaciated, likely drained of some vital essence, while the spiritual fruit had turned a brilliant crimson, nearing ripeness. Such a precious dragon blood fruit. After enduring so much effort, was it truly intended for others? A chill ran down Li Xuanzi's spine. He sensed a conspiracy at play. I fear I have unwittingly walked into a trap laid by others. However, having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. Therefore, he resolved to claim this dragon blood fruit. As long as he moved swiftly and returned to safety in time, there should be no issue. With a firm decision, Li Xuanzi took out the forbidden stone and channeled his vital energy into it. His current strength was capable of contending with second-tier 4-star early to mid-level ferocious beasts. Yet facing 4 second-tier 5-star beasts was altogether impossible. Utilizing the sword talisman would be limited in usage, and there were still many second-tier 4-star ferocious beasts present. Moreover, considering the unknown conspiracy at hand, he needed to elevate his strength once more to confront this crisis with greater confidence. Damn, the forbidden stone. Li Xuanzi indeed had not used it. I knew it. Such a valuable item, he would surely hesitate to employ it. You are mistaken. He is indeed preparing to use the forbidden stone now. That is a treasure worth 10 blue stars. To use it now would be an utter waste. The spectators from Blue Star watched in astonishment at Li Xuanzi's actions, dismayed that he would expend a treasure worth 10 blue stars merely to elevate a single minor tier. Meanwhile, far from Blue Star, the crown prince of the Qian civilization, Qi Huai, was enraged upon witnessing Li Xuanzi's use of the forbidden stone, kicking over the table before him in fury. Damn it, ungrateful wretch. Once the competition concludes, I shall ensure your demise and annihilate your Blue Star. Ding Su Feng from Liang civilization rewarded 10,000 galactic coins. Such audacity? Unfortunately, it is evident that this is a trap. You might still have time to leave that trap. What trap? What does this esteemed Su Feng mean? Can someone clarify? A look of confusion spread across the crowd. A notification of the reward caused the spectators from Blue Star to erupt in excitement. Su Feng claimed this was a trap. My analysis suggests that this place is clearly artificially constructed, implying that in the myriad races battlefield, beyond the contestants and ferocious beasts, there must exist at least one other faction, a faction of considerable intellect. Look closely at the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Have you not noticed that their blood is flowing away at an alarming rate, converging towards the center? What does this signify? My goodness, although I don't fully comprehend, an inexplicable chill runs down my spine. I have a bold hypothesis. Could it be that someone constructed this altar to offer these ferocious beasts as sacrifices? Now, Li Xuanzi has inadvertently become involved, potentially becoming a sacrifice himself. I implore you. Li Xuanzi, flee quickly or forfeit the competition. Do not squander the forbidden stone. Wouldn't exchanging it for 10 stars be far more appealing? Li Xuanzi, oblivious to the reward notifications and the anxiety of the Blue Star audience, was solely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through his body. As Li Xuanzi infused his vital energy into the forbidden stone, it transformed into a violet light sphere, enveloping him entirely. Roar the beast leaders also sensed the anomaly, and upon attacking the violet sphere, they found they could not inflict harm upon the entity within. Li Xuanzi felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his body. Instinctively adopting the final stance of the first layer of the divine dragon suppression scripture, dragon absorbing infinity, and began to cultivate amidst the battlefield. Had it not been for the protective violet sphere generated by the forbidden stone, he would have undoubtedly perished. This development exceeded Li Xuanzi's expectations. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and no unforeseen incidents occurred. His body began undergoing dramatic changes, an endless torrent of violet vital energy converging in his dantian. As the influx of energy grew, it gradually formed into a colossal violet axe. With a resounding thud akin to a voice emanating from the depths of his soul, the dantian was cleaved open by the giant axe. Not only that, but the gathered violet energy continued to replenish the consumed axe, striking down once more, and then again. Li Xuanzi's dantian expanded relentlessly until the violet energy was nearly depleted, achieving a dantian space with a diameter of 13 zhang. 1 zhang equals 3.33 meters. 13 zhang is an immense size. This expansion far surpassed Li Xuanzi's physical form, yet the dantian space seemed to manifest as a void within him, akin to a cosmic universe, rendering the situation manageable. However, it would likely require an enormous expenditure of resources to fill it during future cultivation. With the opening of the dantian space, Li Xuanzi distinctly felt the world around him transform, becoming increasingly vivid as countless spiritual energies or primordial energies flooded into his body, subsequently converging in his dantian. Alas, lacking a second-layer technique, he could only gather primordial energy chaotically for the time being, unable to effectively cultivate or control it. Rather than being classified as a first-tier martial artist, it would be more accurate to describe him as a half-step martial artist. His realm had attained that of a martial artist, yet his true strength likely resided somewhere between the late-stage 13th-tier martial artist and the early-stage 1st-tier martial artist. The 13 zhang dantian space was unfathomable. How did other practitioners compare? It seemed he would have to wait until returning to safety to inquire further. As his cultivation level broke through, the surrounding violet sphere gradually dissipated, and countless ferocious beasts surged toward him. Meanwhile, less than 10 kilometers away, a tribe existed where several thousand individuals resembling ancient humans were engaged in their own activities. Were Li Xuanzi to catch sight of them, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Was this not the myriad races battlefield? How could there still be humans present? These individuals were clearly not among the contestants, the center of the tribe, within a relatively well-constructed dwelling. An elder was immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, calculating with a flick of his fingers. Could an unforeseen event have occurred? How could it mature so early? Kombu, the elder softly called out. And a young man several hundred meters away swiftly approached the dwelling, respectfully addressing him, tribe leader. The dragon blood fruit has matured prematurely. There must have been an unexpected occurrence. You must go investigate immediately. If all is well, bring back the results. If there is a problem, ascertain what transpired, the elder instructed. Understood. The young man, though perplexed, refrained from questioning further. Instead, He produced a peculiar object and infused it with vital energy, causing the item to lift him into the air as he swiftly departed in a specific direction. Within the unknown valley, boom! Li Xuanzi suddenly felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his veins. In a fit of fervor, he unleashed a punch upon a nearby ferocious beast. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a second-tier, 3-star ferocious beast, the Black Mountain Barbarian Bear. You have earned 2,000 points. Hiss! Am I truly that formidable now? Li Xuanzi marveled at his own fist, incredulous. Subsequently, while dispatching foes, he glanced at his attribute list. Cultivation. First grade martial master, early stage. He chuckled. I have no time to waste with them now. That was merely a casual strike. Li Xuanzi cast his gaze a kilometer away, where the spiritual fruit had ripened. The 4 major ferocious beast factions had commenced their fierce competition. Any beast attempting to approach the spiritual fruit would be met with relentless assaults from others. Creating a tumultuous scene in the past, Li Xuanzi might have opted to watch the conflict from a distance, but now, I shall put my newly acquired strength to the test. With this thought, Li Xuanzi swiftly maneuvered through the fray of other beasts. Quickly closing in on the altar, his earlier peculiar display had already drawn the attention of the ferocious beast leaders. However, their focus had been on the dragon blood fruit. Yet, upon his appearance at the altar, their vigilance heightened immediately. Roar! The 4 ferocious beast leaders exchanged glances, and in unison, they let out a deafening roar, prompting all beasts to charge at Li Xuanzi. Death! Li Xuanzi wielded the star-shattering spear, slicing through the neck of a second-tier, 4-star late-stage ferocious beast with extraordinary speed. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a second-tier, 4-star ferocious beast, the Zhongyue wolf. You have earned 4,000 points. Hiss! 1 strike to kill. Just how terrifying is Li Shun now? Li Xuanzi felt a twinge of surprise, yet the audience watching the live broadcast gaped in disbelief. Wasn't it said he merely broke through to the first-grade realm? Why does it feel like Li Shun has grown immensely stronger? Ding! Congratulations on slaying a second-tier, 5-star mid-stage ferocious beast, the Hell 3-headed dog. You have earned 5,000 points. Another 1-strike kill. Previously, Li Xuanzi had struggled against mid-stage, second-tier, 4-star beasts, yet now he dispatched a mid-stage, second-tier, 5-star beast with a single blow. Are you telling me this is merely a first-grade enhancement? What is happening? How did Li Xuanzi become so powerful all of a sudden? Countless viewers were left astounded, their minds overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of Li Xuanzi's achievements. Far beyond their comprehension. In just 3 seconds, Li Xuanzi had felled 4 second-tier, 5-star ferocious beasts and 17 second-tier, 4-star ferocious beasts, all with single strikes, executed at a speed so swift that it was difficult to discern the method of their demise. Li Xuanzi inhaled deeply, feeling confident that he could contend with second-tier, 6-star, or even 7-star ferocious beasts. However, without a reference for his exact strength, he remained uncertain. He needed to act swiftly, for delay could invite unforeseen changes. Recalling the conspiracy he had previously speculated, he swiftly collected the remains of the high-tier ferocious beasts and approached the altar. Just as he prepared to pluck the dragon blood fruit, a furious shout resonated from afar. Stop! Nevertheless, Li Xuanzi paid no heed to the command. He seized the dragon blood fruit and, without looking back, hastily fled through the narrow passage. At this point, how could he abandon the dragon blood fruit that was within his grasp? He had to take the risk. Damn it, little thief! Stop right there! The incoming Kunbu, witnessing the dragon blood fruit cultivated with care by his tribe being taken, was consumed by rage. This is bad. This altar-like structure is indeed man-made. There is truly someone here? Chapter 57. The Indigenous People. Kunbu. Speaking of which, is it truly appropriate for Li Shun to take what belongs to others? Can we even call it theft when it's an NPC's item? Who knows what kind of fruit this is? The ferocious beasts are acting so frantically, and now Li Shun is being pursued. Hey, that person, what is he holding? A bamboo dragonfly? How intriguing. It resembles a helicopter rotor. I had thought he was a powerful being capable of flight, but it turns out he relies on external assistance, which startled me. What cultivation level does this person possess? Can Li Shun defeat him? Li Xuanzi was oblivious to the reactions outside. He was preoccupied with his escape. His life was at stake in the chase, As he neared a safe zone 7 kilometers away, the distance between him and Kunbu shrank to 1 kilometer, allowing Li Xuanze to scan and gather information on his pursuer. Name: Kunbu level, mid-stage, 8th-grade martial master evaluation. 29 years old, honest and loyal, revering the tribe leader as a deity, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation of the Black Mountain tribe. At just 29 years old, having achieved mid-stage, 8th-grade martial master status, he was undeniably a genius. Through the martial slave market, Li Xuanze had garnered some understanding of prodigies. Practitioners who advance to the martial master realm under the age of 30 are considered to possess exceptional talent, typically surpassing 80 of their peers. Those who achieve this under 25 years old can crush 95 of practitioners, achieving martial master status before turning 20 places a practitioner at the forefront of all cultivators, making the claim of being 1 in a million not an exaggeration. Those who attain martial master status before 18 are termed prodigies, belonging to the most gifted practitioners across various civilizations. In summary, the apprentice and martial realms serve as foundational stages. The martial master realm marks the true beginning of cultivation, with younger individuals achieving breakthroughs being more advantageous. Li Xuanze surmised that this was likely the principal reason the myriad races battlefield designated realms below martial master as a novice benefit. Given that Kunbu reached mid-stage, 8th-grade martial master at 29, it could be reasonably inferred that he had likely advanced to the martial master realm before 25, possibly even before 20. Upon reviewing Kunbu's information, Li Xuanze gained confidence and halted. Turning around, he beheld a young man with a bamboo dragonfly-like flying device rapidly approaching him. Instantly, a multitude of expletives surged through his mind. Li Xuanze cursed inwardly. That startled me. I thought he was a powerful being capable of flight. He had merely stolen a glance at the dragon blood fruit and did not observe closely, so when he saw the other party flying, he fled in fear, only to discover that the individual was merely utilizing external assistance. It turned out he had frightened himself. Kunbu, seeing the fleeing figure ahead, halted, suspecting a trap. He descended cautiously from a distance, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Noticing no immediate danger, he shouted at Li Xuanze, "Little thief, surrender the dragon blood fruit, and I may spare your life. How can you prove that this is yours? I have slain numerous ferocious beasts and seized it from amidst them." Li Xuanze replied with a grin. "Humph, that is the result of 3 years of cultivation by my tribe. Spare me the chatter. I can sense your dissipating vital energy. You must have just broken through to the martial master realm, and you are no match for me. Oh, not seek death." Kunbu, whether out of fear that Li Xuanze might damage the dragon blood fruit or due to his inherent kindness, refrained from attacking immediately. "Whether you seek death or not, you'll only know after we fight. How about this? We will duel. If you win, the dragon blood fruit is yours. If you lose, it becomes mine, and you will cease your pursuit. What do you say?" Li Xuanze proposed terms. "You wish to fight me?" Kunbu looked at Li Xuanze in bewilderment, as if he were gazing at a fool. "Indeed, I wish to fight you," Li Xuanze affirmed with conviction. "You have just broken through to the martial master realm, correct? Do you feel immensely powerful after your breakthrough, leading you to believe you can conquer the world? Do you even know what my cultivation level is?" Kunbu countered, "I have just broken through, and I am unaware of your cultivation level, but I still wish to fight you and defeat you," Li Xuanze declared with audacity. Li Xuanze had never taken a life before. He was not a saint who feared killing. He had chosen this path, and future slaughter was inevitable. While he was not a bloodthirsty individual, he understood that killing was a matter of time. Based on the radar evaluation, Kunbu was competent, and he hailed from the Black Mountain tribe, which likely housed formidable warriors, such as the tribe leader whom Kunbu revered. The leader's cultivation must be at least a 9th-grade martial master or even higher. Even with the sword talismans, Li Xuanze would not stand a chance against him. Most importantly, encountering a human from the myriad races battlefield was a rare opportunity. He hoped to learn more about the conditions here through the Black Mountain tribe, perhaps even engage in some trade. The prerequisite was to avoid enmity. How laughable, a mere newly minted martial master dares to challenge me, an 8th-grade mid-stage martial master. I truly wonder who has given you such audacity. I offer you one last chance. Surrender the dragon blood fruit, and I shall not kill you." Kunbu reiterated his warning, even revealing his cultivation level, aiming to dissuade Li Xuanze from pursuing the dragon blood fruit. However, Li Xuanze was not easily intimidated. What of an 8th-grade martial master? If I desire battle, even the King of Heaven himself cannot stop me. I shall vanquish you, Li Xuanze proclaimed with boldness. Your courage is commendable. I grant you this opportunity. I hope you keep your word. If you lose, you will humbly surrender the dragon blood fruit to me. Otherwise, even if the fruit is destroyed, I will ensure your demise. Kunbu threatened after contemplating. Kunbu understood that the challenger must possess some form of confidence, yet he had to accept the duel for 2 reasons. Second, he must ensure the safety of the dragon blood fruit. Should the adversary destroy it, even if he manages to vanquish the foe, he would be unable to return and report to the clan leader. Thus, he truly has no other choice. What is going on? Has Li Shun lost his mind? The other party has clearly stated that if he surrenders the dragon blood fruit, his life will be spared, yet he continues to provoke them. By the way, we should be quite close to the safe zone, right? Just a moment ago, they were at a considerable distance apart. Li Xuanze could have easily sprinted back if he had exerted himself, so why has he suddenly halted and chosen to provoke them? Has he perhaps set some traps or mechanisms along this path? We are watching the live broadcast. How could we be unaware of any traps? Li Shun's confidence undoubtedly stems from the sword talisman in his possession. If this individual were a practitioner above the martial master level, it might be a different story, but as an 8th-rank martial master, he cannot withstand the talisman's assault. Chapter 58. The Fallen Immortal Continent. Not to mention, I almost forgot that Li Xian has a trump card, ensuring his safety. Do you not think that Li Xian genuinely desires to engage this individual in combat? Just look at the fire of battle igniting in his eyes. A 1st-rank martial master against an 8th-rank martial master, despite Li Xuanze having reached the 13th rank during his martial cultivation, and even if he practices the most formidable techniques in the universe. How could he possibly bridge such a significant gap? I would have forgotten had you not reminded me. Li Xian is merely a 1st-rank martial master who has just broken through, meaning he was previously a 13th-rank warrior. To slay 4 2nd-rank 4-star ferocious beasts as a 13th-rank warrior, and to instantaneously annihilate 4 2nd-rank 5-star ferocious beasts as a 1st-rank martial master, suggests that his actual combat prowess is likely at least at the 2nd-rank 6-star level or even higher. This indicates that he may indeed possess the strength to fight. It is no wonder Li Xian dares to challenge an 8th-rank martial master. He likely wishes to gauge the limits of his ultimate strength. After all, for him, rank has lost its significance. Actual combat power is paramount. A 1st-rank martial master against an 8th-rank martial master, by all accounts. The latter should prevail. Come on, Li Xuanze disregarded these considerations, brandishing the star-shattering spear towards Kunbu. A 2nd-rank superior divine weapon? You, a novice martial master, possess a 2nd-rank superior divine weapon? Kunbu exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the star-shattering spear in Li Xuanze's hand. So this is your reliance, Kunbu said, realization dawning upon him. Fight! Li Xuanze bellowed, thrusting forward with his spear to initiate the assault. How swift! Kunbu, initially indifferent, immediately shed his underestimation upon witnessing Li Xuanze's speed. Unsheathing his battle blade wrapped in unknown bark, with a crack, the two clashed in a flash, exchanging blows for 3 rounds before separating once more. Kunbu gazed at his precious blade with some regret, noticing 2 chips and a hole, evidence of the star-shattering spear's prowess. Truly, it is a 2nd-rank superior divine weapon. Again, Li Xuanze declared, readying his spear for another bout. Very well, Kunbu replied, discarding his weapon to engage Li Xuanze in hand-to-hand combat. Before long, Kunbu found himself at a disadvantage. Pausing, Li Xuanze queried, without a weapon, you are no match for me. I have no 2nd-rank superior divine weapon. Kunbu replied helplessly. Then I shall not take advantage of you, Li Xuanze stated, sheathing the star-shattering spear. The two fought barehanded. Lacking the support of the star-shattering spear and the 9 styles of annihilation, Li Xuanze's combat prowess diminished significantly, and he found himself on the back foot. However, his desire for battle surged, and the two exchanged blows for over 20 minutes, with neither gaining a decisive upper hand. At that moment, Kunbu stepped back, raising his hand. I concede. You yield just like that? Li Xuanze frowned. You are an 8th-rank martial master, a young man at that. Should you not be proud and resolute? Why back down? Nevertheless, through his combat with Kunbu, he had gleaned insights into his true combat strength, in a barehanded state. His actual combat ability was roughly at the mid-8th rank Martial Master level. And with the star-shattering spear and 9 styles of annihilation, he should reach the late 8th rank. As for the 9th rank Martial Master, he was certain he could not attain that level. Barehanded, he could only reach a stalemate, I concede. The dragon blood fruit is yours, Kunbu decisively declared. And how shall I explain this to my superiors? Li Xuanzi inquired. Following their recent bout, a sense of mutual respect blossomed between them. That is my concern. You need not worry about it. You cultivate the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture, do you not? Kunbu casually asked. Oh, you are aware of this? Li Xuanzi replied in surprise, yet he relaxed his combat stance. Of course, the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture is the only supreme technique in existence, well known yet daunting to all. Go encounter someone practicing it today is quite unexpected. I wonder if it is good fortune or misfortune. Kunbu chuckled self-deprecatingly. However, achieving the martial master realm at such a young age suggests you hail from outside. Otherwise, there would not be so many resources available for your cultivation in this vicinity. You know that as well? These matters are hardly secrets in the fallen immortal continent. Kunbu shrugged nonchalantly. Fallen immortal continent? Is that what you outsiders refer to as the battlefield of 10,000 races? Kunbu appeared to have anticipated Li Xuanzi's astonishment. While we cannot venture into the world outside, we often interact with those from your realm. Our clan possesses many legends passed down through generations. So there is no need for you to be surprised, Kunbu explained. I find you to be quite agreeable. I would like to befriend you. Would you dare to join me for a visit? Li Xuanzi extended an invitation. Are you referring to the safe zone or the number 9 refuge? Kunbu asked, puzzled. He then shook his head and remarked, Ah, it must be the number 9 refuge, with your strength. Owning property there would be entirely reasonable. Li Xuanzi understood what the safe zone was, but what was the number 9 refuge? He recalled that during a previous event, his location had been referred to as District No. 9. Was there a connection between the two? What is the number 9 refuge? Li Xuanzi inquired. Upon hearing Li Xuanzi's question, Kunbu's eyes widened in shock. You are actually still in the safe zone? He then hastily asked, how many days has this trial been ongoing? Today is the 2nd day, Li Xuanzi replied without concealment, as he wished to forge a connection and glean information about the area from Kunbu. There was no need to hide non-confidential matters. Ah, Kunbu's expression transformed, as though he beheld a ghost, before he blurted out, a prodigy? You truly are astonishing. Li Xuanzi merely smiled slightly. What do you mean? According to my clan's records, those who enter from the outside to participate in trials are initially divided into a novice survival period and a refuge advancement competition. The former lasts 3 days, while the latter extends for a month. It is rare for anyone to elevate their cultivation to the martial master level within the first 3 days. Such individuals are considered geniuses. Moreover, you practice the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture, which is exceptionally formidable. Typical participants may not even break through to the martial master level by the end of the refuge advancement competition. And yet you have reached this level on only the 2nd day. If that is not prodigious, what is? Goodness, someone is spoiling the plot. Is this something we should know? How could we already be aware of the upcoming competition? Speaking of which, is it okay for Li Xuan to have this prior knowledge? Some audience members began to worry for Li Xuanzi. Chapter 59. Emojing Island. It should be fine. After all, there have been no prompts thus far. It seems this place is quite open, and any situation could potentially arise. I do not concern myself with anything else, but as for Li Xuan, he is indeed impressive. Even the natives acknowledge him as a prodigy. Initially, I thought they would engage in a life-and-death struggle, yet it appears their relationship has improved. This increasingly resembles a real world. Perhaps it truly is the real world. The name Fallen Immortal Continent feels somewhat off. Li Xuanzi was oblivious to the astonishment of the Blue Star audience. Listening to Kunbu, he merely smiled. Heh, do you have a good grasp of these matters? Certainly. Each time outsiders enter, it presents a challenge for our clan. Sometimes a chance, other times a disaster. I have experienced it myself. Fortunately, I encountered an opportunity, or I would not have reached the 8th rank Martial Master realm so swiftly, Kunbu explained. How so? Li Xuanzi observed that Kunbu was quite forthright, prompting him to inquire directly. Quite simply, we engage in trade with participants like you. You possess many items we require, while we are well acquainted with this place and have accumulated some resources for mutual exchange. Of course, disasters arise when we encounter ill-fated participants. They may ambush our tribe, causing significant casualties, Kunbu elaborated. You are so candid with me? Are you not afraid I might be a bandit? Li Xuanzi countered. Are you? Kunbu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Of course not. You align perfectly with my temperament. I truly wish to befriend you. What do you say? Join me for a visit, and I shall treat you to fine delicacies. Li Xuanzi extended the invitation once more. Let us go. Ha ha ha. The two, having forged a bond through combat, made their way towards the safe zone. You have yet to inform me about what the No. 9 refuge entails, Li Xuanzi inquired during their journey. Before I discuss the number 9 refuge with you, allow me to provide a brief description of the island beneath our feet. Li Xuanzi was taken aback. The boundless expanse he stood upon was, in fact, an island, entirely devoid of any hint of the ocean, suggesting one thing. This island is immense. He refrained from interrupting Kunbu, choosing instead to walk alongside him. Attentively listening to Kunbu's introduction, the Xianyun continent is vast, beyond comprehension. Its precise dimensions remain unknown. To the east lies the endless Demon Sea, dotted with countless islands of varying sizes. Among them, a relatively outer island is known as the Tianshan Archipelago. And we currently find ourselves on the outskirts of the Emojing Island within that very archipelago. Through Kunbu's depiction, Li Xuanzi began to grasp the enormity of the myriad races battlefield. This seemed only logical, considering that the novice zone alone of Blue Star, housing over 70 million contestants, was already unfathomably vast, not to mention the multitude of competitors from 1,000 planets. Could this represent the entirety of the myriad races battlefield? Perhaps it is merely the tip of the iceberg. As a mere minor character in this grand narrative, he could fathom little more and draw no further conclusions. The largest mountain range on Emojing Island is the Emojing Mountain Range, renowned for producing a spiritual material called Emojing, hence its name. The Heishan Mountain Range is merely a minor tributary of the Emojing Mountain Range, abundant in obsidian, thus earning its designation. Obsidian, while also a spiritual material, pales in comparison to the rarity of Emojing and is considered merely a byproduct of it. Our Heishan tribe resides on the left side of the 6th tributary of the Heishan Mountain Range. The entire Heishan Mountain Range comprises 72 tributaries, in addition to a main range, stretching over a vast area, which encompasses the entirety of your number 9 refuge, situated on the mid-slope of the prominent Hiyao Peak of the Heishan Mountain Range. Kunbu elaborated. The viewers from Blue Star watching the live broadcast collectively gasped upon hearing Kunbu's exposition. The sequence of places, Xianyun Continent, Endless Demon Sea, Tianshan Archipelago, Emojing Island, Emojing Mountain Range, Heishan Mountain Range, and the 6th tributary, was indeed accurate. The audience wondered about the true size of this 6th tributary. It must be substantial, yet its exact dimensions remain a mystery. Li Xuanzi, filled with curiosity, inquired, what is the size of the entire 6th tributary of the Heishan Mountain Range? I am uncertain, but I know that there are 7 tribes on the left side of the 6th tributary, and our Heishan tribe ranks 4th among them, a moderate power. Our influence spans approximately 100 miles in radius. Kunbu replied. 100 miles translates to roughly 50 kilometers, amounting to nearly 8,000 square kilometers. Moreover, it was evident that this figure is likely a mere approximation, possibly smaller or larger. If this holds true, then the entire area of the 6th tributary would likely exceed 100,000 square kilometers, perhaps much more, considering the vast expanse of unclaimed land and the mountain range itself. Consequently, the entire Heishan Mountain Range might encompass an area on the scale of tens of millions of square kilometers. And what of the Emojing Mountain Range? What of Emojing Island? The sheer magnitude is beyond imagination. Li Xuanzi pondered what others might also be contemplating. Is it possible that the area of Emojing Island rivals that of the entire Eurasian continent? No, it may even surpass the combined areas of Eurasia and Africa, potentially exceeding that as well. Incredible. A place of such immense proportions can only be deemed a minuscule island. Does this mean the Xianyun continent should be measured in light years? How terrifying. The individual had previously mentioned that the entirety of the Heishan Mountain Range constitutes the number 9 refuge, or rather, the number 9 region. And no wonder Li Xuanzi had yet to encounter another contestant. The number 9 region spans nearly 10 million square kilometers, comparable to the size of our Huaguo. One cannot help but wonder how many contestants inhabit such a vast area. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even a million. Only the heavens are privy to that answer. By the way, may I ask your name? Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Li Xuanzi from Blue Star, he stated. I am Kunbu of the Heishan tribe. Kunbu replied, Haha, brother Kunbu, your candor is refreshing. I shall treat you to a drink later, Li Xuanzi said, patting Kunbu on the shoulder. Drink? Now that's a fine prospect. Kunbu's eyes brightened at the mention. They maintained a brisk pace, and as they conversed, they arrived at the safety zone. Is this your novice zone? Kunbu exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the safety area before them. Indeed, what of it? Li Xuanzi feigned ignorance. The onlookers could only gaze at Li Xuanzi's smiling face, wishing to confront him, yet they could not reach him. Even if they could, they would not stand a chance against him. They arranged their seats, prepared their snacks, and settled in to watch Li Xuanzi flaunt his prowess. The moment for display had arrived. Chapter 60. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. I, too, am intrigued to know why the safety zone of Li Xuanzi underwent such a dramatic transformation. I hope he will share it with us. I have conducted an investigation. Among all the remaining contestants on Blue Star, only Li Xuanzi's safety zone has changed. As for the contestants on other planets, they are oblivious to it. Only the citizens of the galactic territory can perceive it. Isn't a novice zone typically quite small and composed of thatched huts? My tribe's records do not indicate anything of the sort. Kunbu explained, still in shock. The answer is quite simple. If one cleanses all the ferocious beasts and wild beasts within a 1-kilometer radius around the safety house, the safety zone will expand. Li Xuanzi elucidated. I see. Kunbu exclaimed, enlightened. Incredible. It is so simple. But why haven't the other contestants thought of this? It's only been a short while since nightfall, and most contestants are still surrounded by ferocious beasts, making escape nearly impossible, let alone clearing them out. Only a few capable contestants could achieve this, yet they seem to overlook it. Indeed, while some possess strength, they have long since dismissed the wild beasts as a threat, and thus lack the motivation to expend time on such endeavors. Regardless of the discussions among the Blue Star audience, Li Xuanzi led Kunbu to the safety zone, first consulting the battlefield system. System, may I invite a friend inside? Yes, within the safety zone, you possess absolute safety. Others cannot harm you. Brother Kunbu, do you dare to enter? Li Xuanzi invited. What is there to fear? Kunbu responded confidently, stepping boldly into the secure area. It is worth noting that by entering here, he effectively entrusted his life to Li Xuanzi, for within this space, Li Xuanzi could end his life, while Kunbu would be powerless to retaliate. Lord, Li Xian and others noticed Li Xuanzi and Kunbu approaching to pay their respects. Wu knew. Kunbu glanced at the group, astonished. You are aware of this? Li Xuanzi replied, surprised at Kunbu's knowledge. Of course, having Wu Nu in the number 9 refuge is entirely normal. However, to possess several at the novice stage is quite rare. Nevertheless, it is not unusual for someone to achieve such high cultivation in a short time to have a few subordinates, Kunbu explained. This is my friend, Ade. Prepare some delicacies, Li Xuanzi commanded. Yes, my lord. When Shan, have you achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation? Li Xuanzi inquired, feigning ignorance, as he had already gleaned the outcome through radar. Yes, thanks to the martial master elixir bestowed by my lord, Wen Shan replied respectfully. Li Xuanzi did not notice the fervor in Kunbu's eyes when Shan mentioned the martial master elixir. I am assigning you a task. This is the blood crystal furnace. Take Bodhisattva and Suawiya to this location and eliminate all the ferocious beasts there. Collecting their corpses, Li Xuanzi instructed. The ferocious beasts of second rank and above have already been dealt with by me, and that area may not even harbor any beasts now, given the time that has passed. They may have dispersed. Understood. Remember, do not disturb the spiritual herbs there. They are claimed. Li Xuanzi glanced at Kunbu, cautioning him, no problem. Those are wild, nourished by the dragon energy of the gathering dragon array, and are mere mortal-grade herbs, each under 100 years old, so they hold little value, Kunbu waved dismissively. Nevertheless, those are still brought forth by your gathering dragon array and thus belong to you, including this dragon blood fruit. Li Xuanzi remarked as he retrieved the fruit from his spatial belt and handed it to Kunbu. Wait. Kunbu quickly raised his hand, his expression serious. Ally brother, are you looking down on me? We wagered previously. A gentleman's word is his bond that I lost, and the dragon blood fruit is yours. Li Xuanzi nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, to be frank, I happen to have a spiritual beast that requires this dragon blood fruit. which is why I took the risk to seize it from a ferocious beast. Li Schwanza was, in fact, testing the waters. Should Kunbu accept it, he would not retract his offer but would find a way to exchange it for something else. Since Kunbu seemed indifferent, it indicated that the dragon blood fruit was not indispensable to him. If you cannot bring back the dragon blood fruit, your tribe will not hold it against you. Right? Li Schwanza inquired. As long as we clarify, the tribe leader is quite understanding. Besides, we've set up several gathering dragon arrays around, and there are still some dragon blood fruits left, Kunbu elucidated. In that case, I shall accept it. Li Schwanza declined to be courteous any longer. Though be honest, I really did not wish to give it to you. I merely pretended to hesitate, so hypocritical. Tisish, this was earned through Li Schwanza's life. And I even used a forbidden stone for it. I won the wager. Why should I give it to him? It originally belonged to him. After all, if it weren't for the divine intervention of Li, the dragon blood fruit would have long since found its way into the belly of a ferocious beast. Moreover, are there any markings indicating ownership? What he claims as theirs is indeed theirs. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. To vie for rare treasures and exotic goods, battles are commonplace. Opportunities are meant to be seized, especially when it comes to such splendid items. Goodness, what are your perspectives on life? I believe Li's actions are commendable. Albeit somewhat hypocritical, they are at least dignified. Yet, in comparison, I find myself more appreciative of Kunbu's character. He embodies true masculinity. I shall accept the dragon blood fruit. But I must refuse any spiritual herbs from within the valley. Li Schwanza is an admirable individual. Although he does harbor some ulterior motives in befriending Kunbu, he adheres to his own principles. Kunbu pondered for a moment and then said, "How about this? As I have mentioned before, you may be an opportunity for us, or perhaps a calamity. I hope to engage in trade with Brotherly to further bolster the strength of my clan, purchasing items that we typically cannot acquire. These spiritual herbs shall serve as a token of our sincerity, a gift of greeting. I kindly ask for your support, Brotherly." This was the reason Kunbu returned alongside Li Schwanza, and the reason he sought to form a bond. "What do you require?" Li Schwanza inquired. "Weapons, elixirs, salt, clothing, and so forth. Our needs are numerous and varied," Kunbu replied eagerly, sensing Li Schwanza's willingness to engage in trade. "Very well, I shall graciously accept this gift of greeting." Li Schwanza chuckled heartily. At this juncture, to decline would be inappropriate. He could always offer them some tangible benefits in subsequent transactions. "Wanshan, when you go this time, please bring back the spiritual herbs from both inside and outside the valley," Li Schwanza commanded, simultaneously passing over the spatial belt. The forbidden stone, however, was secretly concealed in another smaller spatial belt. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 61. The Agreement System. Bring me 2 bottles of fine wine, Jiangxiang, a superior quality wine of the mortal tier, brewed from dragon tooth rice, aged for 10 years, priced at 10 points per bottle. This amount of points was hardly significant to Li Schwanza, who waved his hand and purchased a whole box containing 6 bottles, totaling 60 points. What a fine wine, truly befitting the battlefield system's production. We have struggled for years to brew something this exquisite ourselves. Kunbu took a sip, his eyes sparkling with delight, and casually remarked, "Thank you, Brotherly, for your hospitality. The last time I enjoyed such fine wine was when I advanced to the martial master realm." "A reward from the clan leader, ha ha ha," Kunbu exclaimed excitedly. "Ah, it is nothing. Once we conclude our trade, you may indulge as much as you desire," Li Schwanza replied with a warm smile. "Ha ha, indeed. Come, savor these roasted meats. The bone soup and the stir-fried dishes." Li Schwanza gestured toward the array of dishes on the table. These were crafted using tools exchanged from the system, combined with Ada's exceptional culinary skills and an array of spices. It must be said, even Li Schwanza, who had tasted countless delicacies from Blue Star, was taken aback. Choosing Ada was undoubtedly the wisest decision. He was nothing short of a culinary deity, delicious, absolutely delightful. Kunbu exclaimed as he took his first bite, his eyes gleaming with joy, abandoning all pretense and etiquette to indulge heartily. "Goodness, I don't know why, but watching them eat has inexplicably whetted my appetite." Li Schwanza mused, "I've already ordered takeout." Glancing at the instant noodles in his hand only increased his hunger. "Is it really that delectable?" a discerning audience member remarked. It was evident that if only Kunbu claimed it was delicious, it would be hard to judge. However, from the expression on Li Schwanza's face after his meal, It was clear that the food was indeed exceptional. Is it true? Perhaps sensing the doubts of the Blue Star audience, Li Xuanzi astutely spoke. These dishes surpass even the culinary delights of our planet, not solely due to the ingredients, but also because Ada's culinary prowess is truly extraordinary, far superior to anything I have prepared myself. Indeed, Mr. Ada's cooking is simply divine. These delicacies are the best I have ever tasted. Kunbu finally paused his ravenous consumption, wiped his mouth, and sincerely expressed, I must apologize for my earlier behavior, brotherly. Kunbu said, feeling somewhat bashful, his cheeks slightly flushed. Do not worry, Kunbu. It is also my first time tasting Ada's dishes. They are indeed delicious, so please, eat your fill, Li Xuanzi encouraged. I'm nearly full. Even if I wish to eat more, I couldn't, Kunbu said, patting his belly. Brotherly, we've eaten and drunk well, and I am grateful for your hospitality, but I must take my leave now, lest the clan leader grows anxious. Kunbu rose to depart. Very well, I shall not detain you. Please take this box of jiangxiang with you. Consider it a gift of greeting from me, Li Xuanzi said, handing over another box of fine wine. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Kunbu stepped back, waving his hands. Brother Kunbu, I have already accepted your gift of greeting. If you refuse mine, it would imply that you look down upon me, Li Xuanzi. Li Xuanzi's expression shifted. Well then, thank you, Brother Li. Kunbu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the present. Brother Kunbu, as you know, my time is limited. I must depart in less than 2 days, and after that, trading will surely be more challenging. Therefore, Li Xuanzi left his sentence hanging, but Kunbu understood the implication. I will report to the clan leader promptly. At the latest, we shall engage in trade tomorrow, Kunbu assured. Very well, let us agree to meet tomorrow outside the safe zone for the transaction, Li Xuanzi stated. The area outside the safe zone was the most suitable location for their trade, as it alleviated any concerns of deceit, ensuring Li Xuanzi's safety as well. Moreover, by deliberately scheduling the meeting for the next day, he had time to further enhance his strength. It was not a matter of distrust towards Kunbu, but rather uncertainty regarding the Black Mountain tribe behind him and the character of the revered clan leader. A promise is a promise. Li Xuanzi clasped his fists in a gesture of sincerity. Kunbu departed, bearing his responsibilities as he returned to his tribe, while Li Xuanzi retrieved the dragon blood fruit. Glancing at the drooling Xiaojiu beside him, he chuckled. Look at you, so eager. Here, have it with that. He tossed the dragon blood fruit directly to Xiaojiu, who soared into the air, catching it in mid-flight, and then promptly swallowed it, flapping its wings in excitement. After a while, its eyelids began to droop, and with a soft thud, it collapsed onto the ground, sound asleep. System, is Xiaojiu going to be all right? Li Xuanzi expressed his concern. Fear not. Its bloodline is being stimulated by the dragon blood fruit, and it is in the process of evolving. If successful, it will ascend to the realm of celestial beasts. After ensuring Xiaojiu was comfortable, Li Xuanzi resumed his own tasks. System, I wish to exchange for the subsequent techniques of the dragon suppression scripture. How many points are required? Li Xuanzi inquired. The first chapter. Second layer of the dragon suppression scripture, priced at 1,000 points. The first chapter, third layer, priced at 5,000 points. The first chapter, fourth layer, priced at 30,000 points. The first chapter, fifth layer, priced at 150,000 points. The first chapter, sixth layer, priced at 500,000 points. Li Xuanzi glanced at his points. 546, 910. He had previously hunted 5 second-tier 5-star ferocious beasts, 21 second-tier 4-star beasts, and over 300 first-tier 9-star beasts, amassing over 540,000 points. The system displayed the first 6 layers of techniques, clearly reflecting his accumulated points. It seemed that the 7th layer would likely be beyond his current points, which is why it was not displayed. System, I have 2 questions. Is there a discount for purchasing multiple layers at once? And once I leave the novice zone, will I still be able to acquire the subsequent techniques of the dragon suppression scripture? Li Xuanzi asked, recalling that the green text had previously indicated that exchanges were a privilege for newcomers. You are quite astute. Purchasing the first 3 layers at once grants a 10 discount, while purchasing the first 6 layers offers a 20 discount. Acquiring the entire first chapter at once provides a 30 discount. After leaving the novice zone, you may still find locations to exchange within the 10,000 races battlefield. Albeit the exchanges outside the novice zone come with restrictions and are more expensive. The prospect of a 30% discount for the entire first chapter sparked hope in Li Xuanzi. He believed he would have a chance. Restrictions? Are there limits? Li Xuanzi furrowed his brow. Yes, there are limits. This is quite a predicament. I must exchange for higher-level techniques within the novice zone, or else I will face significant challenges later on. Li Xuanzi thought anxiously. Chapter 62. Advancing to late-stage martial master time is of the essence. I must act swiftly. I need to gather sufficient points before leaving the novice zone to acquire more techniques, or my growth will undoubtedly be stunted. What if I leave the 10,000 races battlefield? Can I still obtain the subsequent techniques? Or once I leave, can I return? Li Xuanzi inquired further. This question cannot be answered. Very well. The Blue Star audience sighed in exasperation, seeing Li Xuanzi in a bind, yet they too were curious about this issue, regrettably without answers. Indeed, if we could return after leaving, it would not be a problem. However, if we cannot return and cannot obtain techniques outside, that would indeed pose a significant issue when striving for high levels of cultivation. I think you are worrying unnecessarily. To be honest, achieving the 6th realm of cultivation is already quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? It is estimated that even after the competition concludes, no one will be able to attain such a realm. Let us not forget that as one progresses in cultivation, the challenges become increasingly formidable, and the time required grows ever longer. Li Xuanzi was unaware of the discussions surrounding Blue Star, yet he knew he could not place his hopes on the future. He must strive to acquire a more comprehensive cultivation method this time. He decided to exchange for the second layer first. After much contemplation, Li Xuanzi resolved not to redeem the subsequent techniques just yet, opting to wait until the final moments to make his exchanges. It was imperative to enhance his strength as much as possible to earn more points. The first article of the Divine Dragon suppressing the sea scripture, second layer, cost him 1,000 points as before. He received the inheritance of the second layer, and when he opened his eyes once more, he was already aware of how to proceed with his cultivation. I have broken through at the 13th rank of martial artists, with a Qi Si measuring 13 zhong. I wonder what the circumstances are for other martial artists. Li Xuanzi suddenly recalled something and asked curiously. This was a question he had pondered during his breakthrough in the valley, but no one had answered him then. Now that he had returned, he naturally wished to resolve this lingering doubt. For those at the 9th rank, the diameter of the Qi Si varies between 9 and 13 inches. Depending on the cultivator's talent, cultivation methods, and accumulation, Li Xuanzi could perceive that his Qi Si was a perfectly spherical entity, thus there was no depth to discuss. For those at the 10th rank, the Qi Si's diameter measures 9 feet. The difference in diameter is 10-fold, resulting in a 100-fold disparity in the volume of the Qi Si. A stark contrast indeed. At the 11th rank, the Qi Si's diameter is 13 feet. While at the 12th rank, it measures 9 zhong. At the 13th rank, the Qi Si's diameter reaches 13 zhong. Does this not imply that my Qi Si is over 10,000 times larger than that of an ordinary martial artist? Does this mean that the resources I require for cultivation are similarly vast? Li Xuanzi's pupils dilated in shock. This can be understood in such a manner. However, the Divine Dragon suppressing the sea scripture is a supreme-level cultivation method. Under identical conditions and without resources, your cultivation accumulation speed is 100 times that of an ordinary martial artist. Thus, the actual accumulation is less than 10,000 times. Moreover, you should have also noticed that you possess the ability to fight above your rank. And the extent of this capability is quite significant, making it exceedingly suitable for one who feigns weakness to vanquish the strong. That seems reasonable enough. Li Xuanzi nodded slightly. There are pros and cons. Overall, the downside is the necessity for resources, requiring a substantial amount of cultivation materials. I must tread an unconventional path. Otherwise, a methodical approach to cultivation will surely lead to failure. Then, what is the distinction between blood crystals and elemental stones? Li Xuanzi inquired further. Elemental stones contain pure elemental energy, suitable for cultivators above the martial master realm, while second-tier blood crystals contain both blood essence and elemental essence, making them rarer and more appropriate for cultivation than elemental stones. If blood crystals are available, no one would choose to cultivate with elemental stones, so it can be said that blood crystals are superior to elemental stones. Li Xuanzi nodded slightly. The price of a second-tier low-grade blood crystal is 80,000 points, while a low-grade elemental stone costs only 1,000 points, an 80-fold difference. Indeed, however, While using blood crystals for cultivation is feasible in the early stages, it becomes increasingly challenging later on, as the number of high-tier ferocious beasts diminishes. 100 ferocious beasts of the same rank are required to condense a corresponding blood crystal, which is quite difficult. In contrast, elemental stones can be obtained more easily due to the presence of elemental stone veins. Upon grasping this information, Li Xuanzi refrained from further inquiries and boldly declared, "I will take 6 second-tier low-grade blood crystals." After deducting 480,000 points, his total points dropped to 65,910. Li Xian, the safety zone is temporarily entrusted to you. I need to enter seclusion for a while. After acquiring the blood crystals, Li Xuanzi addressed the only remaining individual in the safety zone, Li Xian. "Rest assured, my lord, I will inform them upon their return." Li Xian nodded in response. The second layer of the Divine Dragon suppressing the sea scripture not only includes a set of meditative breathing techniques, but also a set of boxing techniques and a set of body techniques. The boxing technique is called the Sea Suppressing Fist, embodying the essence of subduing the starry seas, a supreme-level boxing technique with prerequisites that one's foundational boxing skills must reach perfection and cultivation must attain the martial master level. The body technique is known as the Divine Dragon Transformation, an elusive and unpredictable art. Furthermore, once one comprehends its true meaning, a mere thought allows one to instantaneously reach any location in the universe, with nothing able to obstruct them, immensely powerful. Another relief for Li Xuanzi was that the martial master realm consists only of 9 ranks, unlike the martial artist realm which requires cultivation up to the 13th rank. Otherwise, it would surely drive one to madness. However, even though there are only 9 ranks, his Qi is vastly larger than that of ordinary martial artists, making the difficulty of cultivation still quite significant. System: activate auxiliary cultivation at 100 times for 6 hours, Li Xuanzi commanded. With the 100-fold auxiliary cultivation activated for 6 hours, deducting 60,000 points, he was left with 5,910 points. Li Xuanzi wasted no time. Holding a blood crystal in each hand, he closed his eyes and began meditative cultivation. Subsequently, the blood crystals were consumed at a visibly rapid pace, and the countless elemental energies within a 10-kilometer radius seemed to be drawn to him, swiftly converging around him and entering his Qi from his dantian. Surely, even without blood crystals, his cultivation speed would still be astonishing, as countless elemental energies and blood essence flowed into his body. The blood essence fortified his physical form, while the elemental essence filled his dantian Qi, gradually enriching the vast Qi. When the Qi was filled with elemental energy, these energies began to rotate in a counterclockwise direction. Countless chaotic elemental energies gradually coalesced, becoming orderly, and eventually, a powerful cyclone formed within the Qi. At this stage, his cultivation could be deemed to have genuinely reached the early stage of a first-rank martial master. For the cyclone is the true hallmark of a martial master. Although he had previously been classified as a martial master, he had merely been half a step into that realm. Now, although he possessed the same first-rank martial master level, he could distinctly sense his newfound strength. He was confident that he could vanquish his former self within 100 moves. Focusing his mind, he continued his cultivation. 2 blood crystals for blood crystals. Finally, after 50 minutes, all 6 blood crystals had been consumed. The cyclone within his Qi now exhibited tremendous attraction and destructive prowess, indicative of having reached the later stage. He was now a late-stage first-rank martial master. Chapter 63, Unity of Heaven and Man. With over 5 hours remaining, Li Xuanzi did not squander the time. He stepped outside and began practicing his body techniques and boxing techniques. After more than 4 hours, when Shan returned safely with several companions, "What is our Lord doing?" Upon seeing Li Xuanzi diligently practicing martial arts, when Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment, it turned out that they beheld Li Xuanzi as one with the heavens and the earth, a sight they had never encountered before. Our Lord is a prodigy. Others may find no path in cultivating the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture, but our Lord is surely different. His martial talent is the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Li Xian suppressed his excitement and remarked, "Having become martial slaves, following a lord who was willing to utilize them and who was on the path of advancement was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them. Let us not disturb our Lord. Let us each quietly perceive the surrounding laws of nature. This will greatly benefit our martial cultivation." I have only observed for over 4 hours, yet my boxing technique has progressed from initial mastery to a refined level. Li Xian explained. He was well aware that his talent was middling. Even so, he had made such progress, so how much more so for Li Xuanze? He could not fathom. Incredible, when Shan and the others, upon hearing this, set aside their tasks and began to quietly observe and attune themselves to the surrounding energies. Li Xuanze's cultivation had always been open for all to witness, like a live broadcast. As he hoped to benefit everyone, I have been practicing the 8 Extremes Fist. Previously, while observing Lord Li's boxing, I always felt an indescribable sensation. After hearing Li Xian's words, I finally understand. He has entered the transcendent state of unity of heaven and man. Even we who are watching will greatly benefit. I just practiced a set of punches and realized I have reached a legendary realm described by my master. It is truly astonishing. Is that true? Can watching a live broadcast really have such an impact on us? What he says is true. I also practice boxing, and indeed, there is a significant influence. It is a pity we do not practice such profound techniques. Otherwise, our improvement would be even greater. Yes, our boxing techniques, according to the battlefield system's grading, are likely classified as mundane tier. Lord Li is truly magnificent, so selfless, unlike other contestants who always close their broadcasts during cultivation. Everyone has their own choices. It's not for us to judge. It is a pity we lack cultivation techniques. Otherwise, we could cultivate alongside him. Cultivation methods differ from martial techniques. Cultivation methods are passed down directly and cannot be explicitly articulated. This is likely a restriction of the myriad races' battlefield rules. Otherwise, cultivation methods would be too cheap. If live broadcasts allowed everyone to learn, it would be too easy. That makes sense. Ding, the sovereign of the spirit civilization, has rewarded 100,000 galactic coins to Li Xuanze. This is my gratitude. I have improved my martial arts realm through the live broadcast. Ding, the sovereign of the spirit civilization was merely the beginning. Countless viewers who had unknowingly benefited from Li Xuanze's presence began to generously contribute, either through rewards or bets. They increasingly believed that Li Xuanze was the one capable of reaching the end. Even if he were not, he was certainly a worthwhile investment, at least in the early stages. As it would be challenging for anyone to surpass him in the later stages, however, the divine dragon suppressing the sea scripture might become a hindrance for Li Xuanze, potentially allowing others an opportunity to surpass him. Li Xuanze was unaware of the significant changes occurring in the outside world. He had completely immersed himself in a unique state. Even after the 100-fold auxiliary time ended, he did not cease his cultivation, continuing until nearly 10 hours had passed before emerging from the state of unity of heaven and man. The primordial radar indeed enhances my innate talents. Otherwise, the state of unity with the cosmos, which others may never attain in their lifetimes, would not have been achieved by me thrice already. Li Xuanze pondered internally, having found the answer to his musings. Beyond mere scanning and identification, the primordial radar possesses the ability to elevate one's cultivation aptitude and deepen martial comprehension, undoubtedly serving as an extraordinary boon. Name: Li Xuanze Civilization, Blue Star Civilization Race, Human Cultivation Level, 2nd Rank Martial Master, Mid-Stage, Technique, Divine Dragon Sea Suppression Classic Martial Skills, Sea Suppression Fist, Supreme Level, Entry 6, Divine Dragon Transformation, Supreme Level, Entry 2, First Layer of 9-Fold Assassination Technique, Heavenly Tier Supreme, Mastery Level, 9 Styles of Godslaying, Killing, Heavenly Tier Supreme, Mastery Level, Weapons, 2-Star Black Gold Dagger, 2nd Tier Superior Divine Weapon, 2-Star Black Gold Gauntlets, 2nd Tier Superior Divine Weapon, 2-Star Star Shattering Gun, 2nd Tier Superior Divine Weapon, Triad Armor, 2nd Tier Intermediate, Sky Sailing Boat, 4th Tier Inferior Divine Weapon, Spatial Belt, 3rd Tier Superior, Blood Crystal Furnace, 3rd Tier Superior, Battle Pet, Celestial Feather Golden Eagle, 1st Tier Late Stage 11 stars, Subordinates, 5 points, 5910 Audience. Over 32.6 billion, over 1.6 billion from Blue Star, over 30.2 billion from Galactic Citizens, over 800 million from others, donations, 56,297,420 Galactic Coins bets, 91,163,280 Galactic Coins live broadcast. Completed required broadcast duration. Upon glancing at his attribute list, Li Xuanze couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Hissing, he was astounded. Just moments ago, as he cultivated, His level had also surged to that of a second-rank martial master, which he was aware of. As boundless primordial energy flooded into his body, as if it were free, he believed that had it been another individual or a different technique, the outcome would not merely be a mid-stage second-rank martial master, but at least fifth rank or higher. The enhancement of martial skills was something he anticipated, which did not surprise him. Even the celestial feather golden eagle's evolution from a 9-star spirit beast to a celestial beast, with its name changing accordingly, did not overly astonish him. What truly left him in shock was the number of live viewers, along with the amounts he had received in donations and bets, which had multiplied tremendously. What transpired during his recent cultivation that led to such a dramatic transformation? It was terrifying indeed. Regrettably, he could not communicate with the audience to inquire further. The combined amount from donations and bets had exceeded 100 million galactic coins. Although he was uncertain of the purchasing power of galactic coins, he presumed it would not be negligible. System: why do the martial skill levels of Sea Suppression Fist and Divine Dragon Transformation differ somewhat? Li Xuanzi inquired with curiosity. Because these two skills are of the supreme level, the entry level possesses a 10-fold enhancement, and the subsequent numbers represent the amplification rate as well as your cultivation progress. Upon reaching 10, one can break through to the proficient level once more. Only when the foundational martial skills reach the true meaning level can such enhancements be attained. It is indeed astonishing that supreme-level martial skills can achieve this upon mere entry. Li Xuanzi felt somewhat taken aback, yet it was not beyond his comprehension. In other words, my fist technique can successfully amplify 6-fold, and my agility can amplify 2-fold? Indeed. Li Xuanzi nodded slightly, considering it to be splendid news. Congratulations, my lord, on your significant advancement in cultivation. The 5 subordinates of Li Xian stepped forward to express their congratulations. This is indeed a cause for celebration. By the way, Wan Shan, what is the status on your end? Li Xuanzi inquired. Chapter 64. Sudden wealth reporting to my lord. We have obtained a total of 5 first-rank upper blood crystals, 2 second-rank lower blood crystals, 23 first-tier 8-star B skeletons, 726 first-tier 9-star B skeletons, 126 second-tier 1-star B skeletons, 89 second-tier 2-star B skeletons, 52 second-tier 3-star B skeletons, 21 second-tier 4-star B skeletons, and 5 second-tier 5-star B skeletons, along with various beast hides. Additionally, we have acquired over 1,200 lower-grade ordinary spiritual herbs, over 4,200 medium-grade ordinary spiritual herbs, over 6,500 high-grade ordinary spiritual herbs, 476 lower-grade first-tier spiritual herbs, 212 medium-grade first-tier spiritual herbs, 41 high-grade first-tier spiritual herbs, 5 lower-grade second-tier spiritual herbs, 1 medium-grade second-tier spiritual herb, and 1 high-grade second-tier spiritual herb. Moreover, we discovered a treasure trove on one side of the valley, where a substantial number of first-tier spiritual trees are flourishing, with some having even reached second-tier. Wan Shan reported in detail. To think there are spiritual trees as well. I had not noticed them before, indicating that their location must lie on the opposite side of the valley. Otherwise, my radar would undoubtedly have detected them. It is worth mentioning that when I broke through to the Martial Master realm, the primordial radar did not upgrade again and remains at level 2. I wonder when the next upgrade will occur. Place all the beast skeletons and hides below second tier into the warehouse. I will have use for them later, Li Xuanzi commanded. He recalled the scene from the previous night. These materials from first-tier beasts hold no value to him now. Yet within the channel system, selling them to other participants would yield a significantly higher price. Who knows if he would be able to contact everyone again tonight? Understood, my lord. You shall handle the skeletons of beasts above second tier. Keeping the vertebrae for soup, you can use these to enhance your cultivation, while the other parts and hides should also be placed in the warehouse, Li Xuanzi instructed. Understood. Although the others were surprised by Li Xuanzi's approach, they refrained from questioning it. Li Shun is truly cunning. He intends to sell them for a high price later tonight. By the way, will there be any hunting activities tonight? No one knows, but even if there are no hunting activities, there could be other events. As long as there is communication and trade, Li Shun has already tasted the sweetness of it. However, for now, everyone's cultivation has improved significantly. The prices of lower-level beasts might not be too high by evening. So what? We still have over 20 million participants from Blue Star. Only a third have been eliminated. and most individuals maintain relatively low cultivation levels. The group quickly deduced Li Xuance's reasoning behind his actions. Yet he remained unconcerned. As long as the price exceeds the recycling value, it suffices. When it falls below, he would simply recycle it. System: recycle all ordinary-grade spiritual herbs. The recycling price for lower-grade ordinary spiritual herbs is 1,520 points. The recycling price for medium-grade ordinary spiritual herbs is 7,560 points. The recycling price for high-grade ordinary spiritual herbs is 33,800 points. A total of 42,880 points. Over 10,000 spiritual herbs only fetched a little over 40,000 points. It is rather meager, yet Li Xuance did not mind, as all sold were ordinary-grade herbs, and none of the first rank had been sold. Although he had no use for them, should an opportunity arise tonight, he could sell them. These spiritual herbs were gifted to him without hesitation by Kunbu, indicating that spiritual herbs might not be particularly rare on the battlefield of myriad races, which is indeed encouraging news. Wanshan, gather all first-tier spiritual herbs and ensure their preservation, Li Xuance commanded. Understood. For the lower-grade second-tier spiritual herbs, each of you 5 shall take 1. The medium-grade spiritual herbs shall go to Xiao Jiu, and the high-grade ones shall be for me, my lord. This is the second-tier high-grade spiritual herb. Wanshan handed over the sole second-tier high-grade spiritual herb to Li Xuance. Name: 960-year red fruit grade, second-tier high-grade evaluation, a rare and exceptional item that can significantly enhance cultivation. The 960-year red fruit is just shy of reaching a millennium, which would classify it as a third-tier spiritual herb, Li Xuan mused. Herbs under 100 years are classified as ordinary grade. Those from 100 to 200 years fall under lower grade first tier. 200 to 300 years are medium grade first tier, and 300 to 400 years are high grade first tier. From 400 to 600 years are lower grade second tier. 600 to 800 years are medium grade second tier, and 800 to 1,000 years are high grade second tier. From 1,000 to 2,500 years are third tier herbs. 2,500 to 6,000 years are fourth-tier herbs, 6,000 to 10,000 years are fifth-tier herbs, and from 10,000 to 30,000 years are sixth-tier herbs. Seventh-tier herbs are those over 100,000 years. Li Xuance also observed that whether in terms of cultivation realm, spiritual herbs, or the potential of battle pets, there exists a distinct boundary between sixth-tier and seventh-tier, with a substantial gap separating them. This implies that a significant chasm exists between 6th and 7th tier. Once you have utilized the spiritual herbs, Bodhisattva will be responsible for eradicating the surrounding beasts. Adi will handle the soup preparation and beast processing. Sueya will oversee the handling of spiritual herbs and provide healing for everyone, while Wanshan and Li Xian, please work diligently to harvest all spiritual trees above first tier from the valley. The first tier ones can be set aside for now. Li Xuance began to assign tasks to everyone. Though it may seem unreasonable, there was no choice. With insufficient manpower, they could only proceed in this manner for the time being. Understood, my lord. System: display the prices for spatial equipment above first-tier medium grade, Li Xuance stated. Previously, he had purchased a spatial belt and was aware that a first-tier medium spatial belt, with dimensions of 2 by 2 by 2, costs 800 points. A first-tier superior spatial belt, with dimensions of 3x 3x 3, costs 1,600 points. The space has increased more than threefold, yet the price only doubles, indicating that larger spatial equipment offers a higher cost-performance ratio, albeit with a significantly higher unit price. The price for a second-tier lower spatial belt, with dimensions of 10x 10x 10, is 8,000 points. The price for a second-tier medium spatial belt, with dimensions of 20 by 20 by 20, is 20,000 points. The price for a second-tier superior spatial belt, with dimensions of 30x 30x 30, is 45,000 points. There is no further progress. Li Xuance's points have dwindled to a mere 48,790. I shall procure a second-tier spatial belt, Li Xuance declared through gritted teeth. After deducting 45,000 points, he was left with 3,790. This belt shall remain with you. It will serve well for when you venture to harvest spiritual wood, he said, handing the spatial belt to Wanshan. After all, he couldn't possibly allow her to utilize his own third-tier spatial belt, which measured a considerable 300 by 300 by 300 in size. Rest assured, my lord, we shall undoubtedly accomplish our task, Wanshan replied respectfully as she accepted the spatial equipment. The others dispersed to attend to their own matters, while Li Xuanzi consumed the 960-year-old crimson fruit, his cultivation advancing to the late stage of a second-tier martial artist. He then retrieved his heavenly vessel, Chapter 65. An unexpected encounter. Is this truly the heavenly vessel? Li Xuanzi marveled, astonished at its size. It was his first encounter with the authentic form of the heavenly vessel, and his inaugural use of it. This moment equally astounded the audience across Blue Star. Goodness, it is indeed a ship. I had thought it a divine defensive weapon. Incredible. This must be the legendary spirit vessel. Capable of flight. During his cultivation, items akin to the Sky Shuttle surely existed, yet he had not anticipated that Li Xuanzi possessed one. When did he acquire it? Viewers who had been following Li Shan's livestream would recognize that this was the treasure he had drawn during the Black Iron Lottery. It was merely the first time they had witnessed him utilize it. Previously shrouded in mystery, he now revealed it without fear. Li Shan, having just broken through to the martial artist realm, could already contend with 8th-tier martial artists. Now, he was likely unmatched within the martial artist domain. Speculation abounded among the audience. In truth, Li Xuanzi himself was uncertain but presumed he could triumph over ordinary 9th-tier martial artists. However, those seasoned 9th-tier martial artists or prodigies who had surpassed the 9th tier posed a different challenge. With a leap, Li Xuanzi ascended aboard the heavenly vessel. A mere gesture from him sent the vessel soaring into the sky, granting him a vantage point from which to survey the surroundings of the safe zone. The audience, too, beheld the entire safe zone from this novel perspective. How high we are! Surely several thousand meters. The edge is nowhere in sight. Forests, mountains, marshes, various terrains sprawled beneath him. That must be the valley we saw earlier. It resembles it closely. Not just resembles, it is, though now it appears somewhat barren. The spiritual herbs have been harvested by Li Shan's subordinates. Have you noticed? Just a bit further to the upper left. There seems to be a human settlement. That must be the Black Mountain tribe where Kunbu resides. Indeed, it truly is. The divine perspective is remarkable, revealing everything around us. I am eager to see if there are any other contestants nearby. It is difficult to spot them from below, but from the sky, it may be feasible. What would happen if 2 contestants were to cross paths? With so many participants, it seemed improbable that none had encountered each other thus far. While it should be unlikely, the reality was that no 2 contestants had met, at least among the multitude on Blue Star. Previous attempts to venture too far from the safe zone had proven perilous. With increasingly formidable beasts lurking beyond, if 2 contestants had indeed crossed paths, it would certainly be headline news, impossible to conceal in this age of information. Thus, the only conclusion was that no 2 contestants had yet encountered one another. Li Xuanzi, like the audience, observed the gathering of humans and speculated it might be the Black Mountain tribe. However, he did not intend to approach them just yet, preferring to wait until the trading event tomorrow to engage, as he required additional time to strengthen his abilities. After all, strength reigns supreme here. Lacking sufficient power could invite ill intentions. While Kunbu might be trustworthy, what of the tribe leader? Li Xuanzi dared not take such risks. He pondered whether he might locate other contestants to ascertain their circumstances, which would undoubtedly benefit him. With this thought, he directed the heavenly vessel away from the Black Mountain tribe, flying at a moderate pace while gazing down at the world beneath him. After approximately 20 minutes, having traversed over 30 kilometers, he noticed an unusual area. The audience watching the livestream also detected the anomaly. How peculiar! While we can see everything else below, this area is shrouded in mist. Could there be a valley beneath, with thick fog obscuring our view? Something is amiss here. It seems as though something is deliberately veiling our sight, not merely ordinary mist. Though you think this might be another contestant's safe zone? Surprisingly, that could very well be the case. Li Shan's safe zone is visible because it is his domain, but others may not be so easily discernible. Despite the rarity of flying vessels, many have exchanged for various flying devices and explored numerous locales. Yet none have reported such a phenomenon. Has anyone taken to the skies in a flying machine? I was unaware of this. One viewer inquired. Those contraptions are quite expensive. However, they generate significant noise, attracting flying beasts. Of the 17 contestants I have witnessed ascend, 1 perished, 12 forfeited, and 4 made emergency landings. Without exception, all failed. The farthest any managed to fly was merely a few dozen kilometers. The sky is their forbidden zone. How can Li Shan fly such distances? It appears he has evaded the flying beasts. It likely relates to his vessel. The specifics remain unknown. Thus, It seemed increasingly probable that the mist concealed the safe zone of another contestant. Though Li Xuanzi remained unaware of the audience's discussions and the dangers lurking in the sky, he too contemplated the potential that the fog concealed another contestant's sanctuary. Of course, it could also be something entirely different. Why dwell on uncertainties? Descending will reveal all, Li Xuanzi resolved, pointing downward and gradually landing at the periphery of the mist-laden region. Are you as curious as I am about what lies within this fog? Allow me to lead you on a discovery. With a slight smile, Li Xuanzi stowed the heavenly vessel and proceeded toward the misty area with determination. As he approached within a kilometer, he instinctively activated the radar scan. Unexpectedly uncovering a new realm, to his astonishment, the radar system not only detected tangible items but also revealed this peculiar phenomenon. Chapter 66. The Ninefold Abyss of Demons. This was neither the other contestant's safe zone nor mere fog. It was a misty barrier designed to conceal a hidden realm beneath. Name: Ninefold Abyss of Demons, fragmented, level 3.5 stars evaluation. This is a fragmented demon realm, home to a multitude of demons, an inherently powerful race. Their combat prowess surpassing that of human counterparts of the same tier. Characteristics: bloodthirsty, warlike. Special products: soul orbs, vitality orbs, blood essence orbs, demon spirit fruits, demon crystals, treasure chests. Such an abundance of unique items. Yet I remain uncertain about their true nature. Li Xuanzi's heart raced with curiosity, but the radar offered no answers. Should I venture inside? He pondered. Clearly, this hidden realm was likely intended for contestants like him, though it seemed designed for those of higher cultivation levels. Having arrived early, he contemplated the fortune of being here. Better to come early than late. Since I am here, I cannot simply ignore it. Otherwise, it will linger in my thoughts. Moreover, I ventured out to seek gathering grounds of formidable beasts. This is the perfect opportunity. After weighing his options, Li Xuanzi made his decision. He resumed his steps, resolutely advancing toward the Ninefold Abyss of Demons. Welcome to the 3.5-star realm, Ninefold Abyss of Demons. As you are the first contestant to arrive. You are awarded an initial reward of 3 demon stones, which serve as your entry pass into the Ninefold Abyss of Demons. A line of green text materialized before Li Xuanzi, a sight not only visible to him but also to all the viewers watching the live broadcast, who were equally made aware of this location. Goodness, although we can watch the live stream and have a better understanding of the Myriad Realms battlefield than the competitors, our knowledge of this battlefield remains woefully inadequate. We were unaware that such a place existed. It is quite reasonable, after all, given the brevity of time, as most competitors possess relatively low cultivation levels and have not ventured far from the safety zone, making it understandable that they could not explore such a secret realm. It is also possible that the number of these secret realms is exceedingly limited, and Li Shun merely encountered it by sheer luck. Speaking of luck, Li Shun's fortune is indeed remarkable. He initially obtained the Black God, which significantly widened the gap between him and others, providing him immense assistance. Later, he also drew the Sky's sailing boat and has now discovered a secret realm. If one were to claim that Li Shun is favored by the heavens, I would be the first to believe it. What, precisely, is this Ninefold Demon Abyss? The introduction is rather brief, lacking in information. We do not know, and Li Shun is equally in the dark. He must be curious, and we shall merely observe, confident that answers will soon emerge. The demon stones serve as the credentials for entry here. I possess 3 demon stones, which means I can enter 3 times. Li Xuanzi understood this and tentatively inquired, apart from the initial rewards, are there other means to acquire demon stones? There are 4 methods to obtain demon stones. The first, each guardian of the demon abyss possesses several demon stones. By defeating them, one can procure these stones. The second, there is a slim chance of finding demon stones in chests within the abyss, though this probability is quite low. The third, this is the most conventional method, where one can directly exchange for demon stones from the treasury using demon hunt points, with 1 stone requiring 1,000 points, an exceedingly precious commodity, and the quantity of demon stones in the treasury is also limited. The final method is through trading with other competitors. Although there are 4 ways, none of them are easy. Demon hunt points? What are those? The more one learns, the more questions arise, and Li Xuanzi voiced the collective confusion. For you competitors, demon hunt points serve as a universal currency within the Ninefold Demon Abyss. They can be used to exchange rewards from the Abyss Treasury. Each treasury's inventory is finite, operating on a first-come, first served basis, and once depleted, it is no longer available. However, demon hunt points are applicable across all ninefold demon abyss realms. So, how can one acquire demon hunt points? Li Xuanzi had already formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. Indeed, slaying demons of a lower cultivation level grants 0.1 demon hunt points, while demons of equal or higher cultivation yield no points. Defeating demons of the same level awards 1 point, and slaying those of a higher level grants 10 endpoints. Thus, if a competitor successfully defeats a demon above their cultivation level, they would earn 10 demon hunt points. Li Xuanzi was pleasantly surprised by this revelation. This realm seems tailor-made for him. Although demons possess greater combat abilities than humans of the same level, he surpasses his contemporaries significantly. Can I say this is rather unjust? It appears to be a customized instance for Li Xuan, an excellent place for farming experience. No, rather, for accumulating demon hunt points. Yet, it cannot be dismissed so easily. How many possess the extraordinary cultivation method of the divine dragon suppressing the sea? Most likely, the majority cannot even defeat demons of their own level. Not likely, but rather, it is a staggering 99 of individuals who, without employing other strategies, traps, or external aids or cooperation, would find it nearly impossible to hunt demons of the same level. I can only express that it is magnificent. Our Li Xuan is set to astonish everyone once again. The resources required for the divine dragon suppressing the sea are exceedingly vast. I feel a chill just observing. I am uncertain what realm the resources consumed by Li Xuan could elevate an ordinary cultivator to, yet I know that James has expended less than 1% of what Li Xuan has and has already achieved the early stage of a first-tier martial artist. What? James has broken through. What of it? Li Xuan has already reached the second tier. It is entirely normal for the second individual globally to attain the first-tier martial artist level, according to my extensive data analysis. There are currently over 28.69 million competitors worldwide, with only Li Xuanzi and James having reached the martial artist level, 3 having attained the 10th tier, and over 100 at the 9th tier. As time progresses, more individuals will surely reach the 9th tier. Goodness, aside from Li Xuan, there are actually 3 individuals who have reached the 10th tier. This is not surprising. One is also cultivating the divine dragon suppressing the sea, while the other 2 must have benefited from some heavenly treasures to achieve their breakthroughs. Are we digressing? Shouldn't we be discussing the ninefold demon abyss? Finally, someone recognized the deviation and quickly steered the conversation back on track. At the periphery of the ninefold demon abyss of the myriad realms battlefield, Li Xuanzi peered inside. It was a moderately sized palace, and he strode forward. Will you use a demon stone to enter the ninefold demon abyss? In an instant, Li Xuanzi vanished from the hall, transported to an unknown location. Chapter 67. The Demon Clan. Welcome to the first layer of the ninefold demon abyss. As this is your first entry, the abyss will automatically generate its attributes for you. Familiar green text appeared before his eyes. Subsequently, a special attribute list, visible only to Li Xuanzi, materialized before him. Thus, he now possessed 2 attribute lists. Competitor, Li Xuanzi, Blue Star, Realm. Late stage second tier martial artist demon hunt level. Apprentice demon hunter demon hunt points. 0 points demon hunt aura. Level 0. Each attribute was followed by a question mark, through which one could learn the specific meanings of these attributes. Competitor, Realm, and demon hunt points require no further elaboration. The title of Demon Hunter is not exclusive to competitors, but is automatically granted to all who enter the abyss to hunt demons. The initial level of a Demon Hunter is Apprentice Demon Hunter. Upon accumulating over 100 Demon Hunt points, one automatically advances to a 1-star Demon Hunter, and completing the first layer elevates one to a 2-star Demon Hunter, and so forth. As for the significance of the Demon Hunter levels, Li Xuanzi was uncertain. The details were not provided. Yet higher-level demon hunters must inherently possess advantages, even if he was currently unaware of them. The demon hunt aura represents a special form of suppression, effective only against demons. The higher the level of the aura, the stronger the suppression on demons, making it easier to engage them at a higher tier. However, crafting a demon hunt aura is no simple feat. Establishing the first level requires 3 conditions. First, 10,000 demon hunt points. Second, 100 pieces of first color demon crystals and 1 piece of second color demon crystal. Third, 10 demon stones. Demon crystals are located at the center of a demon's forehead, serving as a means to identify the demon's identity and talents. Every demon possesses one, though most have transparent crystals devoid of color. Those with high talent possess at least one colored crystal, known as a first color demon crystal, while those with even greater talent boast multiple colors. In general, 1 in 100 demons will possess a first color demon crystal, classifying them as the most basic level of management within the demon hierarchy, while those with only transparent crystals are usually the lowest tier, subjected to slavery. After generating the attribute list, another line of green text and a map appeared before Li Xuanzi. By following the map, he would clear all obstacles along the route and ultimately defeat the Guardian to gain access to the second layer. Each conquered obstacle grants a choice to exit. Otherwise, one cannot leave the ninefold demon abyss, and should one exit, another demon stone will be required for re-entry. Upon comprehending the rules, Li Xuanzi scrutinized the map, while the audience from Blue Star observed as well. This map is intriguing. It is circular, with layers radiating inward, and are there not an excessive number of obstacles? The map resembles a large bubblegum swirl, with Li Xuanzi positioned at the outermost perimeter. While the Guardian resides at the center, to reach the center, he must traverse inward, conquering numerous obstacles along the way. Importantly, this is merely the first layer. There appear to be hundreds of obstacles, which indeed seems excessive. I wonder if there is a possibility for Li Shun to simply use the sky sailing boat to fly directly to the center and defeat the Guardian to access the second layer? Are you foolish? Regardless of whether that is feasible, do you not care for the multitude of demon hunt points along the way? Right? Did we not mention that there are treasure chests and such? Surely, overcoming those obstacles will yield some form of reward. That seems improbable. Have you noticed that the obstacles in each layer are marked with different colors? Does that not signify something special? The Guardian is deep red. Each successive obstacle is red, while all other ordinary obstacles are light red. What do you think this indicates? It is quite evident Li Xuanzi attentively examined the map and noted these details. Overthinking serves no purpose. The situation will reveal itself through action. Having come to this understanding, Li Xuanzi brandished his spear and proceeded down the passageway, approximately 1 kilometer wide, toward the first obstacle. Humans? I did not expect someone to enter so swiftly. Ha ha ha, patrolling here all day long, not even a ghostly shadow in sight. My mouth has become as dry as a bird's beak. This little brat, delivered right to my doorstep, is just perfect for improving our meals. The leader, wielding a massive axe, chuckled ominously. Captain, should we be cautious and report to the general first? A seemingly frail yet clever little demon soldier suggested warily. Report what? Just a mere human, with the way you're acting. One might think you're a cowardly little human yourself. Get lost. The captain replied impatiently. But Captain, the competition has just begun. According to the timeline, there shouldn't be any humans here, if one has actually arrived. Then this person must be extraordinary. If Li Xuanzi were to overhear their conversation, he would surely be astonished. Isn't the radar indicating that the demon race is bloodthirsty and frenzied? At the onset, what level of cultivation could he possibly have? He is likely just an inexperienced rookie who wandered in by mistake. With a wave of his hand, the captain dismissed the warnings and led his subordinates toward Li Xuanzi with reckless abandon. Li Xuanzi's lips twitched slightly. The battle cry of the demon race felt oddly familiar. However, he quickly steeled himself. The demon squad was not insignificant in number, comprising 50 members. Exercising caution, he utilized a radar scan on the leader of the demons. Name, Ka Shu, demon race level, late first-rank demon soldier evaluation. The most ordinary low-tier demon soldier, a squad leader, a small team of demon soldiers, can jointly kill an ordinary early second-rank martial artist and can fight evenly with a mid-second-rank martial artist. Yet, for you, they are merely fresh meat. Indeed, they are fresh meat. He was no ordinary late second-rank martial artist. Faced with the 50 charging demons, Li Xuanzi's expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of calm as he advanced step by step. Spear in hand, the spear shot forth like a dragon, claiming the lives of 5 demons in a single thrust. Ding, congratulations on slaying a second-rank first-tier demon, earning 1,000 points. To his surprise, slaying demons also awarded points, a delightful surprise. Perhaps he could amass a significant amount of points here. Ding, slaying a late first-rank demon soldier, earning 0.1 demon hunting points. The mention of a second-rank first-tier demon contrasted with the late first-rank demon soldier here. It likely reflected the differing classifications and terminologies used in the myriad race battlefield and the ninefold demon abyss. None of this mattered. Just as Li Xuanzi had slain 5 demons, they transformed into a plume of black smoke and vanished. leaving behind 15 peculiar orbs and 5 large blades scattered on the ground. Li Schwanza was momentarily stunned by this unprecedented occurrence, while the demons across from him were already paralyzed with fear. Chapter 68. Level 18-1. The wind grows fierce. The call to arms. The leading demon squad leader, in a panic, was the first to flee. Damn. Weren't they supposed to be bloodthirsty demons? Why are they running at the very start? Li Schwanza blurted out. Upon hearing his words, Kashu nearly slipped and fell. While the demons were indeed bloodthirsty, that did not equate to stupidity. Charging into certain death was the mark of true foolishness. It was evident that this human was not the rookie he had presumed, but rather a genuine powerhouse. Li Schwanza could not let this opportunity for experience slip away. With a flick of his star-shattering spear, he executed a lethal maneuver, enveloping the remaining 45 demons, who subsequently lost their lives without even a semblance of suffering. Goodness, just how powerful is Li Shun? Was it that Li Shun was too strong? Or were these demons simply too weak? This was absurdly pathetic. The audience from Blue Star was left in shock. The ninefold demon abyss was not a simple place. How could the demon race be weak? In every narrative, they were portrayed as formidable beings. Perhaps this was merely the first level, and combined with Li Shun's undeniable strength. Never mind. Let us not dwell on it. Li Shun is invincible. After successfully slaying the 50 demons, Li Schwanza did not let his guard down. Scanning with his radar, he confirmed the absence of enemies, allowing him to bend down and collect the 150 orbs, weapons, and spatial belts strewn across the ground. The 150 orbs were categorized into 3 colors: 50 light blue orbs, 50 light yellow orbs, and 50 blood red orbs. Light blue orb, name. Soul orb level, first rank demon soldier grade evaluation. One of the 3 major specialties of the demon race. Obtained by slaying each demon. It is a favorite of the Soul Clan, useful for cultivation to enhance mental strength, can be sold to the Soul Clan, or redeemed by the system. Soul Clan? Where would I find the Soul Clan? The cultivation of the Divine Dragon Sea Stabilization Scripture automatically enhances mental strength, making it temporarily unnecessary. I'll save it for later. Light yellow orb, name. Vitality orb level, first rank demon soldier grade evaluation. One of the 3 major specialties of the demon race. Obtained by slaying each demon. It can be used for cultivation, providing effects superior to that of vitality stones, and is purer. This is quite good. I can use it for my current cultivation. Light red orb, name. Blood essence orb level, first rank demon soldier grade evaluation. One of the 3 major specialties of the demon race. Obtained by slaying each demon. It can be used for cultivation, offering effects inferior to that of blood crystals, but still regarded as a sacred item for cultivation, making it very suitable for you. What a treasure! Indeed, the demon race is a veritable resource for cultivation. Li Schwanza SI's sparkle. Name. Skull cleaving axe level, low second rank divine weapon evaluation, suitable for skull cleaving. Among the 50 weapons, 1 is a low second rank, 7 are upper first rank, and 42 are mid first rank. His selling these weapons would yield a significant fortune. Li Schwan's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the map, his gaze growing even more fervent. This place is brimming with treasures. It feels as though the myriad race battlefield has granted Li Shun a fortunate boon. With this haul, he is truly on the path to prosperity. Li Shun's cultivation of the Divine Dragon Sea Stabilization Scripture requires a substantial amount of resources, and the timing could not be more perfect. Thus, his fortune is undeniably remarkable. Li Schwanza gathered all the weapons and soul orbs, tying together 1 upper first rank and 5 lower first rank spatial belts with a single rope to hang at his waist. There was no choice. Similar spatial gear could not be placed within one another. He took out the vitality and blood essence orbs, finding a relatively concealed spot by the roadside to sit down and begin his cultivation. Streams of vitality and blood essence flowed from the orbs into Li Schwanza's body, elevating his cultivation further, as the 3rd vortex within his chi sea began to take shape slowly. Approximately half an hour later. Ah, what a pity. If only I had an additional 100 vitality and blood essence orbs, I should be able to break through to the 3rd rank martial artist. Li Schwanza stood up and gazed at the first checkpoint on the map, his heart ablaze with ambition. The first checkpoint is a war fortress spanning the passage, within and around which countless demons were diligently patrolling. Several small teams were also on patrol outside the fortress, but they had already been swiftly eliminated by Li Schwanza. He had once again acquired 450 various orbs, but this time, he did not continue cultivating. Instead, he directly approached the checkpoint. First, he would seize this checkpoint. Level 18-1, this is the designation of this checkpoint, as well as its name, Li Schwanza counted. There were a total of 18 layers from the outside in, and each layer had one less checkpoint than the previous. With only one checkpoint remaining at the innermost layer, which was that of the gatekeeper, the city gate. Report, General, a human has arrived beneath the city gate, and their intentions do not seem benign. A subordinate soldier reported. A human? The general's brow furrowed in concern. What does the strategist suggest? General, since the human has made it this far, it indicates that the 4 patrol teams ahead have been completely annihilated, and they did not have time to send a warning. This signifies that this human is exceptionally strong. We may not be able to withstand them, a strategic-minded demon analyzed. We are trapped here. Unable to retreat, and for the sake of our kin, we cannot afford to lose, the general stated helplessly. Then we have no choice but to rely on the city gate's great formation, the strategist conceded. In the face of absolute power, they felt utterly powerless, yet they too had their own burdens to bear. Li Schwanza had been cursing beneath the city for quite some time, yet there was no response from above. Ha ha ha, for the first time, I see Li Shun at a loss. They clearly raised a white flag, unwilling to fight. They cannot match him. The previous 200 demons have already been effortlessly dispatched by Li Shun. How could the remaining demons not be terrified? One can only imagine the psychological trauma they suffered. What do you think Li Shun plans to do? Will he charge in directly? What else could he do? Wait outside. It was evident they were not interested in a confrontation. If the ninefold demon abyss operates like this, then the subsequent checkpoints will not be easy to breach. Initially, I thought the demons were simply brawny with little wit, but it seems that is not the case. After cursing for a while and receiving no reaction from above, Li Schwanza surmised the situation. The content from the radar system was indeed accurate, albeit not comprehensive. Perhaps future upgrades would provide more thorough insights. Li Schwanza wielded his spear and leapt up, directly ascending the city gate. The opposing side did not shy away either. A unique cannon was aimed at Li Schwanza. Firing a shot at him, he quickly deflected the projectile with his spear. The cannonball's power was on par with a 4th-rank martial artist. Was this really just the first checkpoint? Li Schwanza no longer felt confident in directly clearing this level. With several evasive maneuvers, he successfully reached the city gate, where the demon soldiers could hardly last a single exchange against him without the city's defensive cannons. Chapter 69. The final challenge of the Outer Circle with the United Roar. Hundreds of demon warriors seemed to converge their strength into a singular form, manifesting as a colossal spirit giant. This fearsome entity, though intimidating, did not intimidate Li Schwanza. Without hesitation, he unleashed a decisive strike, obliterating the spirit giant with his technique of annihilation. As a late-stage 4th-grade warrior, his power was commendable, yet regrettably, the enemy's strongest move remained unused. Leaving little to be said thereafter, Li Schwanza embarked on a rampage, exterminating all 800 demon warriors within the 18-1 challenge. Fortunately, upon their demise, the demons dissipated into black smoke, leaving no corpses or blood behind. Otherwise, the sheer number of kills might have weighed heavily on Li Schwanza's conscience. Is this the demon crystal? After vanquishing the gatekeeper, Li Schwanza obtained a demon crystal, a 1st-grade crystal. In this initial challenge, out of 1,000 demons, only one yielded a 1st-grade crystal, a ratio significantly below 1%. Perhaps this was the nature of the first challenge. Analyzing further, he discovered 3 2nd-grade demon soldiers among the fallen, while the remainder were all 1st-grade, accumulating a total of 1,001,500 points, effortlessly surpassing the million mark, a feat he had scarcely dared to imagine previously. In addition to thousands of various orbs, he acquired over 1,000 weapons, spatial belts, and other treasures. Notably, his demon hunting points surged from 0 to 102.7 points. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the 18-1 challenge, earning 100 points in demon hunting. Since you accomplished this feat alone, your reward is multiplied tenfold, granting you an additional 1,000 points in demon hunting. Instantly, his score soared from 102.7 points to 102.7 points. The unexpected bonus for clearing the challenge was quite delightful, perfectly suiting his needs. A slight smile played on Li Schwanza's lips. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the 18-1 challenge, Would you like to continue or retreat? A line of green text appeared, offering Li Xuanzi the choice. Without hesitation, he declared, "Continue. The demon stones are precious and should not be squandered. I wonder if there are other valuable items here." Li Xuanzi surveyed his surroundings, sensing the uniqueness of this place. While other contestants might require time to search, as spoils do not automatically converge around them, Li Xuanzi found it immensely convenient with his radar system, allowing him to follow the radar's guidance directly. Name: Demon Core Level, Low Second Grade Evaluation. A crystallization born within the bodies of the demon beasts from the demon realm. An essential item for demon practitioners. It can be used for forging, purifying demonic energy for cultivation, or exchanged for points. The Demon Core? This item seemed quite familiar, albeit slightly different from those in fantasy novels. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Li Xuanzi felt quite satisfied with the spoils. Having collected over 5,200 first-grade demon cores, 62 second-grade demon cores, and 4 third-grade demon cores. Name: Copper Coin Level, None Evaluation. A form of currency used by the indigenous inhabitants of the myriad races battlefield. Slightly different from the copper metal of the outside world. In addition to a substantial quantity of copper coins, there were also silver coins and even 3 gold coins. Through the radar's scanning, Li Xuanzi discerned the exchange rates among the 3 types of currency. 1 gold, 100 silver, 10,000 copper, which held considerable value. Perhaps these could be used for trade with the indigenous tribes. As they held no worth for him personally, he amassed 3 gold coins, 268 silver coins, and over 120,000 copper coins. Ding, congratulations on discovering a black iron treasure chest. Please select an item within 1 minute, or it will be considered a forfeit. A familiar line of green text materialized. At last, he had found it. Li Xuanzi rejoiced. This was precisely the valuable item he sought. Unlike the 10 chests outside, there were only 3 to choose from, thus limiting his options. Point 1 was a medium second-grade weapon, another a low-grade warrior pill, and the last a low second-grade blood crystal. Without a doubt, Li Xuanzi knew which item to select. Swiftly claiming the low second-grade blood crystal, glancing at the map, he noticed that the 18-to-1 location had been marked with an X, indicating his success in clearing the challenge. With the shattered star spear in hand, he headed straight for the next challenge. Didn't Li Xuanzi acquire so many cultivation resources? Why not take the time to cultivate? If you're foolish, don't flaunt your intellect. Li Xuanzi's approach is indeed wise. It conserves time while maximizing demon hunting points gained from slaying these demon warriors at a lower cultivation level. This is far more advantageous. When he can no longer contend, he will then cultivate to enhance his strength. Which is the optimal timing? That makes sense. Doesn't it seem like he can fight while leveling up? Could he not continue until he clears the challenges? Do you really think everyone is like Li Xuanzi? For others, attempting to fight beyond their level, especially several levels higher, is a daunting prospect. Point 1 could only wonder what awaited Li Xuanzi in the next challenge. Not to mention, the points here were akin to a paradise for point farming. In the outside world, it was nearly impossible to gather so many fierce beasts unless through a beast tide. Fortunately, other contestants could not witness the live broadcast. Otherwise, they would surely envy Li Xuanzi's current bounty. Similar to the first challenge, the 18-to-2 challenge predominantly featured first-grade demon soldiers, although the number of demons increased from 1,000 to 500, and the second-grade demon soldiers rose from 3 to 6. Additionally, he obtained 3 first-grade demon crystals and numerous other treasures as spoils. He drew 2 low second-grade blood crystals from the black iron treasure chest. From 18-3 to 18-17, each challenge saw the number of demons increase by 500, with the number of second-grade demon soldiers rising by 3 in each subsequent challenge. By the time he reached 18-17, the total number of demon soldiers had astonishingly reached 9,000, with 51 second-grade soldiers, of which 48 possessed first-grade talent. The most direct manifestation was that the spirit giant formed by the gathered demons now boasted the power of a late-stage, 7th-grade warrior. Although it posed no threat to Li Xuanzi, it instilled a sense of pressure regarding the challenges to come. At the foot of the city gate tower for the 18-18 challenge, the general atop the wall declared, "Human, you are formidable. Reaching this point in such a short time is indeed commendable. If you wish to avoid death, it is best to leave." Leave? Li Xuanzi scoffed before continuing, "Even if I were to leave, it would only be after conquering this challenge. I have no choice but to face you now. Then it seems we must engage in a fight to the death." The general atop the wall sighed in exasperation. In truth, upon Li Xuance's passage through the first challenge, the generals behind him had already become aware of his prowess. However, they were confined to their designated positions, unable to assist or retreat, compelled to fight to the death or hope that this human would choose to leave. Li Xuance nodded in understanding. Then let us battle. I shall show you that a demon warrior is not to be trifled with. The general rallied the morale of his troops with a loud declaration. Li Xuance merely nodded, uttering no further words. A fierce battle was inevitable. He sprang forward, spear in hand, leaping onto the city wall. Celestial demon formation? The city general bellowed. Chapter 70. Not of my kind, only to die fighting instantly. Over 10,000 demons within the city converged their demonic energy towards a singular point, manifesting as a massive armored spirit giant before Li Xuance. Human, you shall progress no further. The giant roared as it charged toward Li Xuance. Hiss, a 9th grade early stage warrior? It had become this formidable? Li Xuance was taken aback. Not daring to underestimate the threat, he unleashed his full power in a strike of annihilation. A colossal net enveloped the massive figure, and a powerful suction force drained the spirit energy from it entirely. In the instant the giant vanished, the outcome of the battle was sealed. Yet, the demons refused to concede, launching a relentless assault against Li Xuance with sheer numbers. To be fair, after battling this far, the demons Li Xuance had slain numbered at least 100,000. He felt a profound weariness wash over him, even contemplating a temporary retreat. Ding, congratulations on clearing the 18-18 challenge. You have earned 800 demon hunting points. Due to your solo success, your reward is multiplied tenfold, granting you an additional 18,000 demon hunting points. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully cleared the 18-18 challenge. Would you like to continue or retreat? A line of green text reappeared, offering Li Xuance the choice once more. Only through extremes can one truly hone oneself. Retreating now would be akin to cowardice. Li Xuance reasoned with himself. I shall continue. He yearned to discover the limits of his potential. After claiming his spoils, he ventured into the second circle in the 17-1 challenge. The number of demons had again diminished, now totaling only 700, yet all possessed a minimum cultivation of early 2nd grade, with the highest reaching early 3rd grade. The number of demons with 1st grade talent had risen to 3. In the 17-17 challenge, the demon count reached 7,000, with the lowest cultivation being late 3rd grade, while the highest had escalated to early 5th grade. The number of demons with 1st grade talent surged to 700, and even those with 2nd grade talent had risen to 10. Celestial demon formation. The 9th grade warrior was at its peak. Li Xuance furrowed his brow. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed a full-powered strike. Boom, a thunderous roar echoed as the celestial demon giant shattered, sending Li Xuance hurtling back hundreds of meters, leaving a trail of sliding marks nearly 100 meters long. With his vital energy disrupted and lacking protective barriers, his shoes began to smoke and burned away, leaving only the upper portion intact by the time he came to a halt, with a sudden exhalation. Li Xuance came to a halt, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as he knelt on one knee. His right hand propped against the shattered star spear. Blood trickled from his eyes, ears, and nostrils, a grim testament to his condition. The audience from Blue Star was taken aback. This was the most severe injury they had witnessed Li Xuance sustain during the live broadcast thus far. Was it truly this difficult? And this was merely the 2nd round of the 1st layer? Judging by the rewards, completing the challenge alone would double his demon hunting points, leading me to speculate that the 9 layers of demonic abyss were not meant for solitary endeavors, but rather for group explorations. Facing it alone was indeed a daunting task. It made sense. Were it not for Li's extraordinary capabilities, his cultivation at the late 2nd tier would likely have prevented him from reaching this juncture. Not only was his cultivation formidable, but his martial skills were of high rank and mastery, suggesting that even without practicing the divine dragon suppressing the Sea Sutra, he could still fight beyond his level. Shouldn't we be concerned for Li's well-being? His current state is exceedingly precarious. If he cannot pass this stage, escaping would be impossible. The demon race would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Perhaps not. Let us not forget that the demon race seems to have territorial limitations. As long as Li retreats and raises his cultivation, he could still breach the challenge. It all hinges on Li's decision. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, Li Xuance chose not to retreat. Instead, he struggled to rise, spitting aside the blood from his mouth and gazing fiercely at the city gates. With a mighty roar, Li Xuanze leaped into battle once more against the demon race. "General, this human is terrifying. Our heavenly demon formation has already been breached. We may not stand a chance against him," expressed a young general with evident concern. The commanding general frowned. He was acutely aware of the situation. However, awareness did not equate to choice. This human has fought his way here, utterly exhausted and now gravely injured. He must be at his limit. We should wait for the opportune moment to strike. The strategist interjected. The general's eyes lit up, declaring, "Indeed, slaying a human genius will surely yield substantial rewards from above, perhaps even allowing us to escape this prison. General, give the order." The soldiers rallied, "To the death." The general commanded with resounding authority, "To the death." The demon race surged forward with fierce momentum. They are indeed a commendable group, yet alas, they are not of my kin. The only outcome is death. And I have no desire to perish, so I must send you all away. Li Xuanze mused, "I have no desire to die. I can only send you away." Such words resonate deeply. Li truly lives up to his reputation. The conflict between humans and demons is irreconcilable, at least in this realm, where one side defends while the other seeks to breach, a discord destined to remain unresolved. These demons have given me a slight change of heart. Were they human, I might have invited them for a drink, but alas, it is not to be. What are they discussing upstairs? Did they not hear that the demon race has a penchant for consuming humans? A drink, you say? Are you certain you do not wish to become a delicacy instead? I doubt they would mind. Do you think Li Xuanze can prevail? After all, he is gravely injured. Not necessarily, while his injuries appear severe. Judging by Li's current posture, it seems his wounds may not be as dire as we presume. The blood flowing from his 7 orifices might signify a grave injury for an ordinary person. But for a practitioner, it may not be so catastrophic. If the heavenly demon formation were not in play, there might still be hope. Indeed, the heavenly demon formation is no more. Based on previous experiences, destroying the formation's foundation means it cannot be repaired in a short time. With that last strike, Li Xuanze has already obliterated the foundation of this formation. Kill. Li Xuanze finally breached the city gates, and chaos ensued as he unleashed a torrent of lethal strikes. Go wield the power of a late 2nd-tier martial artist against a pinnacle 9th-tier martial artist is undoubtedly a matter of pride. At this stage, the strongest among them is merely a 5th-tier martial artist. Even if Li Xuanze is injured and his combat strength diminished, they are still no match for him. It is astonishing. How can his physical resilience be so exceptional, his endurance so formidable? The general at the center of the city surveyed the battlefield, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. There is no alternative. We must employ a strategy of attrition. The strategist remarked helplessly. The slaughter was relentless, and amidst the carnage, Li Xuanze's demonic annihilation technique grew increasingly potent. Chapter 71. The crucial challenge, at last, the final strike vanquished the boss of this stage. In the next instant, as fortune smiled upon him, Li Xuanze's demonic annihilation technique ascended to the subtle realm. At last, the demonic annihilation technique has reached the subtle level. Given another chance, I would surely avoid such a predicament. No, I would undoubtedly avoid such a predicament, Li Xuanze murmured softly, though his words reached the ears of all the spectators. What did Li just say? His martial skills have improved again, the audience gasped. Did this mean his combat prowess had grown even more formidable? Truly terrifying. What a freak. He is a genuine combat genius, advancing in battle. Such a talent is enviable. There have been instances before of martial skills rapidly advancing. Leaving others feeling inadequate, I heard James exchanged for a set of premium yellow-tier martial skills and went to the martial arts celestial tower. He has only just reached a proficient level, illustrating how challenging it is to enhance martial skills, perhaps even more so than cultivation. I cannot fathom how Li Xuanze accomplishes it. For him, breakthroughs seem as effortless as drinking water. There isn't a single worthy opponent. A master's solitude is like snow. The original radar is truly remarkable, Li Xuanze thought to himself. Only he knew that he was not a battle genius, but merely an unexpected anomaly. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 17-17 stage. You have earned 3,400 demon hunting points. Due to your solo success, your reward is multiplied tenfold, granting you 34,000 demon hunting points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the 17 to 17 stage. Would you like to continue or exit? A line of green text appeared, granting Li Xuanzi the power of choice. Should I continue? Li Xuanzi contemplated. Li, it would be wise to retreat for now. You have achieved significant gains. Once you assimilate these rewards, your cultivation should see considerable improvement. Li, you must not retreat. While you may not lack for magic stones now, their quantity is still exceedingly precious. You can certainly cultivate on the spot. Once your cultivation breaks through, you can continue. Besides the initial rewards, he had acquired 6 magic stones from the challenges he had completed, totaling 8.4 were spoils from within the city gates, and 2 were from the lottery. Let us not forget, he could see the treasures within the chests. With magic stones at hand, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. Moreover, he could exchange for magic stones as well. Though each stone costs 1,000 demon hunting points, he could still procure a few. I too feel it would be unwise to leave. Such a splendid place should not be abandoned. Time had passed significantly. Only 40 hours remained until nightfall. He could practice for a while and rest before darkness falls, preparing for any potential occurrences that might arise. He could always return here. The demon hunting points required to clear the 18 to 1 stage is 100, while the reward for the 17 to 1 stage stands at 200, doubling each time thereafter. Having fought through 2 rounds, Li Xuanzi had a rough estimate. The difficulty of the final stage in each round would sharply increase, while the initial stages of the next round might not be as challenging as the last of the previous. Thus, even if he were to retreat, it would be prudent to progress through a few more stages first. Furthermore, Li Xuanzi did not hesitate long. With a glance at the time, he made his decision. To continue, he had been mindful of the time, knowing he could not miss the evening hours. He must return to the safe zone before darkness sets in. Otherwise, no one could predict what might happen. Upon locating the treasure chest, a familiar green text appeared. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the black iron treasure chest. Please select an item within 1 minute, or it will be considered forfeited. Names appeared. 2nd tier Upper Blood Crystal, Magic Stone, 2-star Heavenly Demon Armor, Level. 2nd tier Upper Grade. Evaluation. A commendable defensive artifact, significantly superior to what you currently possess. Li Xuanzi glanced at his battered 3-comb armor, which was nearing the end of its lifespan. Though he had not owned it long, he had endured numerous battles and sustained considerable damage. Had there been a way to exchange points, he would have done so long ago. The treasure trove of the 9 layers of demonic abyss could also be exchanged for demon hunting points, yet he refrained, as those points were currently far more precious. A single magic stone costs 1,000 demon hunting points, while the 2-star Heavenly Demon Armor requires only 200 points. The choice was obvious. The critical issue was the 2nd tier Upper Blood Crystal, which was also quite valuable. If converted to points, it would not be a trivial sum. Points are easier to obtain, as 2nd tier ferocious beasts can be hunted for them, but the total number of magic stones is finite. The 1st tier of the demon hunting aura requires 10 magic stones, and the subsequent tiers are yet unknown. Li Xuanzi had a total of 8 magic stones. Having just gathered the spoils from the boss, he acquired another, bringing his total to 10. With this in mind, he had made his decision to choose the magic stone. After opening the treasure chest and collecting all the spoils, Li Xuanzi sat cross-legged, extracting 50 blood essence beads to absorb while healing his injuries, consciously restraining his cultivation to prevent any breakthroughs. Half an hour later, he rose once more, his wounds nearly healed, for his foundation remained intact, and with the inherent healing capabilities of the divine dragon suppression, see scripture. His recovery was remarkably swift. In the 16 to 1 stage, the number of demon entities had diminished again, leaving only 200, with the lowest cultivation at late 2nd rank and the highest at early 5th rank. There were 5 with 1st-class talent and 1 with 2nd-class talent among them. In the 16 to 16 stage, however, the number of demons had surged to 5,000, with the lowest cultivation at late 4th rank and the highest at late 6th rank. There were 1,200 with 1st-class talent, 60 with 2nd-class talent, and 3 with 3rd-class talent. Utilizing the stealth ability of the shadow assassination technique, Li Xuanzi approached within a kilometer of the city gates and briefly scanned the interior with his radar. Finding it aligned closely with his estimates, in truth, there existed certain patterns in the distribution of the number and ranks of demons within each stage. From the 16 to 13 stage onward, Li Xuanzi could no longer bear the brunt head-on, resorting instead to assassination techniques and sneak attacks to clear the stages. While his methods appeared somewhat underhanded and time-consuming, he had succeeded, and that sufficed. In the 16 to 12 stage, the heavenly demon formation had already reached the pinnacle of 9th rank martial masters. Exuding a faint power hinting at a realm beyond, Li Xuanzi believed that in the upcoming stages, the strength of the colossal heavenly demons would undoubtedly surpass the martial master realm. Thus, the optimal strategy was to prevent them from utilizing the heavenly demon formation. But how could the threat of the heavenly demon formation be eliminated? Two methods presented themselves. First, stealthily infiltrate and destroy the foundation of the heavenly demon formation. Second, eliminate a sufficient number of living enemies so that without enough demons to provide demonic energy, the heavenly demon formation would merely be a fad. In other words, even if the number of demons was vast, he would remain unafraid without the heavenly demon formation. 3 kilometers away from the 16 to 16 stage, Li Xuanzi found a secluded spot to ponder. Chapter 72. The first level of the demon hunting halo. These demons had grown clever, their defenses impenetrable, and they no longer sent patrols outside the city gates, rendering it impossible for him to eliminate their living forces silently. The foundation of the heavenly demon formation was guarded by 2,000 demons, making stealthy destruction unfeasible. With only 15 hours left until nightfall, he had little time to waste. He now had two choices. First, to forge the first level of the demon hunting halo. Second, to break through his cultivation, or he could combine the two, creating the first level of the demon hunting halo while simultaneously advancing his cultivation. After considerable contemplation, Li Xuanzi reached a decision. For safety's sake, combining both was the best approach, and it was indeed time for a breakthrough. You hear the voices of the people. While others sought to break through with every conceivable method, Li Xuanzi, in contrast, endeavored to suppress his own cultivation. Truly a unique situation. Li, hurry and break through. So much time has passed, and many outside have already advanced to the martial master realm. You are falling behind. Li would never lag behind. He preferred to accumulate strength before making a stunning appearance, astonishing everyone. Upstairs, the truth is revealed. It seems Li is intentionally showing off, undermining others. If there were a leaderboard tonight, he would likely remain unranked, only to directly soar to first place. The oracle cut him down. In the capital of Huagua, an elder smiled faintly. This young man is quite intriguing. How many competitors are left globally? And what is the status of competitors from various countries? How many have reached the martial master realm? The elder inquired of his secretary. Currently, there are approximately 19.26 million competitors remaining worldwide. Our country has the most. With over 5.03 million participants, and 586 have reached the martial master realm, the secretary replied with precision. Did nearly 10 million disappear in just one day? The elder stated, his demeanor calm yet imposing. Yes, one galactic day is equivalent to over 3 blue star days. The second galactic day is nearing its end, and following last night's events, all competitors have come to understand their predicament. They realize there is no way out without leaving the safe zone. Many have bravely ventured forth, but due to last night's beast tide, the density of ferocious beasts surrounding the safe zone is too high, forcing many competitors to forfeit when faced with life-threatening situations. Furthermore, those who remain hesitant to leave the safe zone are now running low on water and food, reluctantly choosing to forfeit. Coupled with the number of fatalities among competitors, this day has seen a significant reduction in numbers. Who knows how many will remain after tonight? Another elder mused, I cannot say how many will be left, but those who survive past tonight should be relatively exceptional competitors. By the way, how many martial master realm competitors do we have? And what is the highest cultivation among them? An elder inquired. Our country currently possesses 128 martial master realm competitors, with the highest being Feng Xiaotian at mid-third rank. By fortunate chance, he acquired a third-tier spirit fruit, propelling him from late first-rank martial master to mid-third rank. The second is Li Xuanzi, at late second-rank martial master. Globally, the highest cultivation belongs to England's Jason, who, through trade with the native tribe, obtained a wealth of cultivation resources and has now reached early fourth rank. The second globally is James, at late third rank. So, does that mean Li Xuanzi has dropped to fourth place globally? An elder asked. To be precise, he is in sixth place. For this young man, rank is inconsequential. His true combat prowess has always been first, and he remains the best in the galaxy, the elder leading the discussion affirmed. No one refuted this, Nodding in agreement, Li Xuanzi was oblivious to the situation on Blue Star. He diligently attended to his own matters, retrieving over 100 first-rank demonic weapon-level energy beads and 100 blood essence beads from his spatial belt. As the energies from the beads converged within his body and Dantian, rumble echoed through his Dantian's energy sea, the third energy whirlpool taking shape, marking his official breakthrough to early third-rank martial master. Excellent, a natural progression, he thought. This breakthrough was seamless and without obstruction. Hey, I wish to forge the first level of the demon hunting halo. How do I proceed? Li Xuanzi inquired. Extract 100 first-class magic crystals, 1 second-class magic crystal, and 10 magic stones. A line of green text appeared before Li Xuanzi. Following the instructions, he retrieved the corresponding items from his spatial belt. Do you wish to consume 10,000 demon hunting points to forge the first level of the demon hunting halo? Yes, Li Xuanzi replied without hesitation. Suddenly, a black hole appeared before him, drawing in the items before him. After a series of clanging sounds, a golden halo flew towards his forehead. Upon absorbing the information from the golden halo, Li Xuanzi comprehended everything. With a mere thought, a faint golden wheel manifested behind him, resembling a merit wheel. This golden wheel could be self-controlled, becoming invisible at will. Once visible, it would repel all demons. Competitor. Li Xuanzi, Blue Star, Realm. Early 3rd rank Martial Master Demon Hunting Level. 1-star Demon Hunter Demon Hunting Points. 926. 510 Demon Hunting Halo. Level 1. Effect. Can suppress demon cultivation by 10%. In addition, he possessed 14,385 first-class magic crystals, 503 second-class magic crystals, and 22 third-class magic crystals. Wow, it can suppress 10% of their cultivation? Li Xuanzi marveled at his attributes, astounded. Do not underestimate a mere 10%. This is substantial. A 10% difference in cultivation can equate to a 10-fold disparity in actual combat power. Had I known the suppressive effect of the demon hunting halo was so formidable, I would have postponed my breakthrough, Li Xuanzi lamented in exasperation. By the way, what are the requirements for forging the second level of the demon hunting halo? Li Xuanzi asked with interest. The more halos you possess, the easier it becomes to hunt demons and accumulate demon hunting points, creating a virtuous cycle. Point 3 conditions appeared in green text. First, 1 million demon hunting points. Yikes, that's terrifying, Li Xuanzi thought. He had believed himself quite affluent, only to realize he remained a pauper. Second, 10,000 second-class magic crystals and 100 third-class magic crystals. Third, 100 magic stones. Well, I am far from meeting these conditions, Li Xuanzi conceded, abandoning the struggle. He met none of the 3 requirements. With the third being the easiest to fulfill, I need to exchange for magic stones. How many magic stones are currently in the treasury? Li Xuanzi inquired. Regardless of whether it was for future ventures into the 9-tier demon abyss or to forge more demon hunting halos, he needed to stockpile as many magic stones as possible. Please check for yourself. Magic stones? 999. Such a quantity? Li Xuanzi exclaimed in surprise. Didn't they say magic stones were rare? How come there are nearly 10,000 here? Chapter 73. Stages 15 to 10. Wow, I thought magic stones would be scarce. It turns out the treasury holds so many. Is it really a lot? Even if there are 10,000, considering the number of magic stones needed to forge halos, it seems insufficient for creating another 2 levels. Moreover, this is merely for one competitor, while the 9-tier demon abyss is evidently a collective secret realm where he would eventually face more competitors. Surely, Li Xuanzi cannot monopolize everything. Alas, when I tally it up, it truly isn't much. I can't shake the feeling that this place could very well be monopolized by Li Shun alone. Amusing indeed. Li Xuanzi has also considered this possibility. Thus he composed himself and reflected for a moment before stating, let us begin with 150 pieces, 100 for the upgrade, and the remaining 50 shall be reserved as a precaution. After deducting 150,000 demon hunting points, he was left with 776,510 points. In an instant, 150 magic stones materialized before Li Xuanzi, who, without hesitation, waved his hand and stored them all within his spatial belt. The rest would be exchanged before departing. It was time to tackle this challenge. Li Xuanzi stepped out from his concealed location, striding boldly down the center of the passage towards the 16th level. Upon seeing Li Xuanzi approach with an unflinching demeanor, the city guard general loudly mocked, "Human, I recognize you. You are formidable. Having traversed the previous 50 levels alone, I presumed you to be wise enough to retreat, biding your time until your skills were enhanced before re-entering. Yet, it seems you are tragically overconfident, ignorant of your own mortality. Allow me to facilitate your demise. This will be your grave. Eli Schwanza casually flicked his pinky against his ear and regarded the general with a disdainful glare. Retorting, are you not aware that villains often meet their end through excessive verbosity? Humph. Is that so? In such a short span of time, I doubt you can elevate your prowess by much. I am well aware of your situation. A maniac who has cultivated the Divine Dragon Suppression Sutra, defeating a 9th grade limit martial artist is indeed a commendable feat. Yet the distinction between a martial artist and a grandmaster is profound. The city guard general proclaimed, calling out to his subordinates, activate the heavenly demon formation. A colossal heavenly demon, more imposing and solid than any Li Schwanza had previously encountered, materialized atop the city wall. Name, 2-star heavenly demon avatar level, 1st stage demon guard, 1st stage grandmaster, evaluation. The classification of demonic realms, demon slaves, demon soldiers, demon guards, corresponds to human martial artists, martial masters, and grandmasters. Demons are innately powerful, possessing martial artist level strength from birth. The heavenly demon avatar is forged from condensed demonic energy, wielding 70% of the strength of a demon of the same tier. 70%. You say? My demon hunting halo will suppress you by an additional 10%, leaving you with merely 63% of your original strength, sufficient for battle. With a strategy forming in his mind, Li Schwanza wasted no time. He leaped into the air, unleashing his ultimate technique, the 9 styles of God destruction, slaughter. A tremendous surge of energy coalesced into a binding shackle, swiftly enveloping the massive heavenly demon. The creature swung its enormous energy axe, relentless in its attempts to break free from the confinement. But to no avail. How is this possible? The city guard general gazed in disbelief as the heavenly demon was swiftly subdued and began to diminish in size. General, this monster is too powerful. We must launch an assault immediately to distract him. Otherwise, if the heavenly demon avatar perishes, we are surely doomed. An advisor urged. Yes, indeed. The advisor is correct. The general snapped back to reality and bellowed. All heavenly demon cannons. Focus your fire on this rogue. Obliterate him. Entire army, attack! In an instant, 5 great cannons atop the city walls targeted Li Schwanza, unleashing a volley of 5 cannonballs hurtling towards him. Name, 2-star heavenly demon cannon level, 2nd stage upper tier evaluation. Direct hits from the cannonballs will be most unpleasant. According to the radar's assessment, even if the cannonballs struck him, they would not be lethal but would inflict injury. Li Schwanza, no fool, would not remain stationary to endure the assault. With a swift maneuver, he employed the Divine Dragon Transformation technique, expertly dodging and weaving until he successfully vanquished the heavenly demon avatar. Now, it is your turn, he declared after evading the barrage of cannonballs. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the city wall, swiftly dispatching the demons operating the cannons. Subsequently, Li Schwanza unleashed a new wave of carnage, liberally indulging in slaughter. In less than half an hour, he stood as the sole survivor of the 16th level, devoid of a mountain of corpses, as the demons disintegrated into wisps of black smoke upon death. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 16th level. Reward: 4,800 demon hunting points. You succeeded alone. Your reward is multiplied tenfold, granting you a total of 48,000 demon hunting points. The reward for the 16th level was 300 demon hunting points, with each subsequent level increasing by 100. Thus, it was evident that the deeper one ventured, the greater the initial rewards became. Coupled with the 68,000 points acquired from his prior kills, he amassed a total of 116,000 demon hunting points from this level alone. He continued to challenge higher tiers. The rewards would surely escalate, albeit accompanied by an exponential increase in difficulty. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 16th level. Will you proceed or retreat? A line of green text reappeared, granting Li Schwanza a choice. With 14 hours remaining, he felt ample time to continue. Glancing at the clock, he noted that nightfall was still distant. The return to the safe zone would require no more than an hour. He needed only to leave 2 or 3 hours early. The number of demons in the 15th level had decreased to 150, yet their strength had significantly improved, with the weakest being early-stage 5th-grade demon soldiers and the strongest reaching late-stage 7th-grade demon soldiers. Among them were 30 demons with colorful talents, 5 with 2 colors, and 1 with 3 colors. This is merely the first challenge of the 15th circle, Li Xuanzi remarked, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. It appears that every 3 circles, the difficulty will continue to escalate. Although their numbers are fewer, their prowess and talents have become more formidable, making this challenge akin to that of the 16th level. He cleared the 15th level, proceeding through to the 15th 6th level and beyond. The demons not only possessed formidable strength, but also included a 4-color talent demon, whose capabilities rivaled that of an ordinary late-stage 8th-grade demon soldier. Such power, in comparison to human martial artists, was equivalent to that of a half-step grandmaster. This 9th-tier demon abyss must be defective, deliberately targeting me, Li Xuanzi thought, hastily retreating from the confines of the 15th 10th level. This challenge had deviated entirely from the previous patterns, exhibiting no discernible logic. Chapter 74. The ambush unraveled. What a harrowing experience. I nearly lost my life here. Who would have thought the 9th-tier demon abyss would be so perilous? This is merely the 15th circle. It is evident that the patterns we previously understood have begun to shift. Does this imply that the 9th-tier demon abyss adapts to the challenger's strength? That demon general is incredibly powerful. Had Li Xuan not possessed the demon-hunting halo, he might have struggled against him. One-on-one confrontation, Li Xuan would surely prevail, but one must not forget that there are still 200 demons within the level. Indeed, the strength of the demons in this level is markedly superior to that of the previous one. It seems Li Xuan has been ensnared. Now, escaping seems impossible. Progressing through this level in such a short time appears unlikely. As he has less than 8 hours until nightfall, audiences from Blue Star began to express their concerns for Li Xuanzi. The uncertainty of what the night might bring loomed ominously. If there were no activities or other incidents, remaining here would be acceptable, but the prospect of an event would be regrettable. Glancing at the time, Li Xuanzi felt a pang of anxiety. I may have been overly ambitious this time. No, I must elevate my prowess once more. With a flick of his wrist, 12 mid-tier 2nd-grade blood crystals and 4 upper-tier 2nd-grade blood crystals appeared before him. He still possessed 16 lower-tier 2nd-grade blood crystals. Yet their utility for his cultivation had diminished significantly. Thus, he chose to reserve them for his 5 subordinates and Xiao Jiu. Multitasking, Li Xuanzi grasped 2 mid-tier 2nd-grade blood crystals in each hand and began to meditate. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. After a rigorous 5 hours, he successfully absorbed 6 mid-tier 2nd-grade blood crystals, achieving a breakthrough to mid-stage 3rd-grade martial artist. Without the acceleration provided by the safe zone. The pace of cultivation is indeed lacking. Accustomed to the 100-fold acceleration mode, this speed feels quite unpalatable. Nevertheless, there are no other options available. Having attained a minor breakthrough and mended his injuries, his strength surged once more. This time, I must rely on strategy rather than brute force. Should I sustain further injuries, I would have no time to return and no opportunity for another breakthrough, Li Xuanzi understood. Employing the stealth capabilities of his assassination technique, Li Xuanzi silently approached within 100 meters of the city gate, meticulously observing all that transpired above. The city guard general personally manned the Formation S base, rendering the possibility of a covert attack slim. What do you think Li Xuan will choose? There is but one course of action. Through a surprise attack, he must diminish the enemy's combatants. After all, the strength of the heavenly demon giant is inherently linked to the collective prowess of these demons. As their numbers dwindle, so too will the strength of the heavenly demon, alleviating much of the pressure. That makes sense. I wonder if Li Xuan will realize this. It would be unwise to recklessly assault the formation's base. It is not necessarily the case. If he were to launch a surprise attack successfully, his chances of success would be significantly increased. After all, eliminating living forces requires time, and Li Xuan has run out of it. The audience from Blue Star, watching the live broadcast, felt more anxious than Li Xuanzi himself, analyzing the situation and proposing various feasible strategies, yet tragically, he remains oblivious to them. Nevertheless, he harbored his own thoughts. Stealthily lurking from a corner of the city wall, he was fortunate that there were no formations to identify external enemies. Otherwise, his ambush would have been futile. In silence, Li Xuanzi dispatched a small squad of patrolling demons atop the city tower, collecting his spoils without a sound. With this experience, he moved like a specter, weaving through the city gates incessantly. "General, it's bad." Our patrols have decreased significantly. Recent tally shows only 900 remain, meaning we have lost nearly 300 men. Someone reported. What? You only just noticed such a drastic reduction? What have you been doing? The general roared in frustration. Cunning humans, I know you can hear me. If you have the ability, face me openly in a decisive battle. What is this cowardly sneak attack? The general shouted to the surroundings. The other demons, at that moment, had already gathered together, too fearful to act alone. It was a pity. Eli Schwanza understood that the opportunity had slipped away, and more crucially, he no longer had time for stealthy assassinations. However, before revealing himself, he undertook one last act, attacking and killing the demons guarding the celestial demon cannon, subsequently stowing it away in his spatial belt. Remarkably, there were 9 second-tier celestial demon cannons scattered throughout the city gates. With the demons clustering together, the defenses in these areas had become exceedingly weak, providing him with a chance to eliminate a significant threat. Destruction of the Gods, 9th form. Kill. As soon as Li Xuanzi revealed himself, he unleashed his most powerful attack against the city's general. Although he had considered a direct assassination, it seemed that the general possessed some artifact capable of thwarting such attempts. Any approach would reveal him, a lesson he learned the hard way, sustaining grave injuries in the process. At last, you show yourself. The city's general exclaimed in delight, only to be met with the impending aura of death that enveloped him. Activate the Celestial Demon Great Formation. The remaining demons rapidly initiated the formation, simultaneously launching an assault on Li Xuanzi. Boom! The Celestial Demon Giant immediately targeted Li Xuanzi with its lethal strike, forcing him to abandon the opportunity to eliminate the general and evade instead. It was unfortunate that he could not dispatch the general in one blow. However, Li Xuanzi remained undeterred. At the very least, the general was now gravely injured and would be occupied healing, temporarily removing a formidable foe from the fray. Kill. This time, Li Xuanzi did not confront the Celestial Demon Giant directly. Instead, he evaded its attacks while swiftly dispatching the surrounding lesser demons. As the lesser demons fell, the Celestial Demon Giant began to weaken. It was precisely at this moment that, when the giant had been sufficiently weakened, Li Xuanzi unleashed his killing strike, enveloping it within. Damn humans, perish! Just then, the healing city general leaped into action, thrusting his spear towards Li Xuanzi. Would he abandon the chance to eliminate the celestial demon manifestation? In a moment of peril, Li Xuanzi maximized the application of his divine dragon transformation. As the general's spear was about to pierce him, he vanished from sight, and then, with his left hand, drew a dagger across the general's throat. Die. The city general fell, and with him, the celestial demon manifestation was extinguished. The remaining demons were swiftly eradicated by Li Xuanzi. To his astonishment, not only had he succeeded, but his divine dragon transformation had also advanced further. Li Xuanzi glanced at his attribute list, his spirit soaring. Congratulations on clearing level 15-10, reward, 4,000 Demon Hunter points. Due to your solo success, the reward is multiplied by 10, granting you 40,000 Demon Hunter points. Having completed the 10 levels of the 15th circle, the rewards alone amounted to 220,000 points. The points earned from slaying demons were even more staggering. As in the 15th circle, the cultivation levels of all demons had generally risen, even elevating his own to a 3rd-grade martial master, thus maintaining a high multiplier. Notably, the general guarding the 10th level, an 8th-grade demon soldier, had directly provided him with 100,000 Demon Hunter points. Overall, he amassed a total of 2,290,000 Demon Hunter points from the 10 levels, exceeding the sum of the previous 3 circles by more than double. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared level 15-10. Would you like to continue or leave? A line of green text appeared, granting Li Xuanzi the right to choose. If I choose to leave, is there a time limit? Li Xuanzi inquired. You may remain for 5 minutes. After that, you will be automatically teleported out. I choose to leave. Li Xuanzi made his decision swiftly, as there were only about 70 minutes left until dusk. Upon confirming his choice, a countdown timer of 5 minutes appeared above him. Understanding the urgency, Li Xuanzi hastily gathered the spoils around him, spending nearly 2 minutes to open a treasure chest that yielded a low-grade 3rd-tier blood crystal. With 3 minutes remaining, he declared, I wish to exchange. Stealing a glance at his attributes, he observed, Name, Li Xuanzi, Blue Star, Realm, Mid-stage 3rd-grade martial master demon hunter level, 1-star Demon Hunter points. 318-2510 Demon Hunter Aura. Level 1 effect. Suppresses demon cultivation by 10. In addition, he possessed 16,425 low-grade magic crystals, 1208 mid-grade magic crystals, 301 high-grade magic crystals, 1 4th-grade magic crystal, and 56 magic stones. He also had an array of soul orbs, vitality orbs, blood essence orbs, weaponry, magic cores, spatial belts, and countless other materials. He had no time to catalog these now, intending to let Shan and the others assist him with the inventory later. The points he had accumulated were astronomical. In summary, this venture had yielded immense fortune. The ninefold demon abyss was replete with treasures, and Li Xuanzi had previously scouted some of them, now ready to make his purchases. Name: 4-star Celestial Demon Cannon level, 4th grade inferior divine weapon evaluation. This is the strongest offensive weapon within this secret realm's treasury, capable of annihilating cultivators below the 4th grade true realm. The correlation of the cultivation tiers was apparent. 1st grade corresponds to warriors, 2nd grade to martial masters, a classification Li Xuanzi had recently learned, and now he understood that the 4th grade pertains to true realm practitioners. Thus, the first 4 levels of cultivation were now clear: warrior, martial master, grandmaster, and true realm. If one included the earliest stage of apprentice, that would account for the first 5 levels. 4-star Celestial Demon Cannons 10. Unit price: 15,000 Demon Hunter points. For Li Xuanzi, this was exceedingly affordable. He acquired all 10 cannons and 1,000 rounds of 4-star ammunition, expending a total of 180,000 Demon Hunter points. 4-star Celestial Demon Armor 10. Unit price: 20,000 Demon Hunter points. Li Xuanzi purchased all, totaling 200,000. 4-star Celestial Demon Swords 10. Unit price: 12,000 Demon Hunter points, all acquired for a cost of 120,000. 3-star Celestial Demon Cannons 1,000. Unit price: 1,500 points. 3-star ammunition 100,000 rounds. Unit price: 3 points, capable of dispatching late-stage 9th grade grandmasters. Li Xuanzi promptly ordered 100 cannons, acquiring all ammunition for a total expenditure of 450,000 Demon Hunter points. Without ammunition, the Celestial Demon Cannon was rendered ineffective, likely to be disregarded unless successors found alternative means to procure ammunition. 3-star Celestial Demon Armor 1,000. Unit price: 2,000 Demon Hunter points. Li Xuanzi bought 100 pieces for 200,000. 3-star Celestial Demon Swords 1,000. Unit price: 1,200 Demon Hunter points. Li Xuanzi acquired 600 for a total of 720,000. 2nd-star Celestial Demon Swords 10. Unit price: 120 points. Li Xuanzi purchased 2,000 for 240,000. 2nd-star Celestial Demon Armor 10. Unit price: 200 points. Li Xuanzi bought 1,000 pieces for 200,000. Name: 4-star Demon Spirit Fruit level, 5th grade inferior spiritual herb evaluation. A specialty of the demon race, growing on the demon spirit tree. Bearing fruit once every 6,660 years, it provides immense cultivation energy and vitality, capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation or even resurrecting the dead. This was undoubtedly a remarkable item, though regrettably scarce, with only one available. 4-star Demon Spirit Fruit 1. Unit price: 300,000 Demon Hunter points, the highest priced item in the treasury, which Li Xuanzi had no reason to refuse, acquiring it immediately. 3-star Demon Spirit Fruits 100. Unit price: 20,000 Demon Hunter points, bearing fruit every 3,000 years. Li Xuanzi bought 20 for a total of 400,000. 2nd-star Demon Spirit Fruits 10. Unit price: 1,000 Demon Hunter points, bearing fruit every 1,200 years. Li Xuanzi purchased 100 for 10,000 Demon Hunter points. Regrettably, there were no blood crystals for sale here. Otherwise, he could have procured some. Li Xuanzi sighed in disappointment. Fortunately, although there were no blood crystals, there were 3 types of orbs, and he had amassed a vast quantity, sufficient for both his and his subordinates' cultivation needs. Thus, Li Xuanzi was left with 72,510 Demon Hunter points, which he spent entirely on magic stones, acquiring 72 in total, leaving him with only 510 points as he exited the ninefold demon abyss. Taking a deep breath as he gazed upon the ninefold demon abyss, Li Xuanzi mused, I shall return when the opportunity arises. He remained wistful about the treasures still left in the treasury. By heavens, is Li Shun treating the ninefold demon abyss as his personal ATM? And he intends to return. What? Is that not permitted? For Li Shun, this place is indeed a veritable cash machine. To acquire over 3 million demon hunting points in a single endeavor is indeed a terrifying feat. I estimate that others, even with their utmost efforts, might struggle to amass a mere 100 points. This exemplifies the vast disparity. This time, the harvest has been exceptionally bountiful. Once Li Xuanzi fully digests and absorbs this bounty, his strength will undoubtedly ascend to an unimaginable level. Frankly speaking, I am consumed with envy. What should I do? Li Shun has obtained such valuable treasures. I feel that even a single gift would suffice to secure a lifetime free from want. It is not merely a feeling. It is a certainty that it would elevate you to the status of the world's wealthiest individual without question. That said, I find myself puzzled as to why Li Shun has purchased so many pieces of equipment, which seem of little use to him. It would have been wiser to invest in demon spirit fruits, which would enhance his cultivation. Have you all forgotten about Kunbu, the Black Mountain tribe, and last night's channel system? His Li Shun is preparing for future trade. Indeed, these are treasures only found in the depths of the ninefold demon abyss. Although I am uncertain if they can be acquired within the exchange system of the 10,000 races battlefield, it is assured that even if they are available, the price will not be modest. Who possesses the capability to obtain demon hunting points as effortlessly as Li Shun does? In summary, Li Xuanzi intends to utilize trade to profit from the price difference and accumulate more points. Chapter 76. The limit of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture. I have just recalled that Li Xin only purchased the second layer of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture. He clearly has enough points to acquire a higher level, but refrained from doing so. Seeking to accumulate more points in hopes of purchasing the highest tier techniques tomorrow. How astute of him. It is no wonder he has achieved the pinnacle globally. Our Li Shun is not only the world's #1, but also the foremost among the myriad stars. This is difficult to ascertain. Who knows how many competitors there are among the myriad stars? After a whole day, is it not possible for Li Xuanzi to encounter fortuitous events while others cannot? Do not forget that boundary mountain. If he had not experienced a stroke of luck, I would not believe it even if you killed me. Indeed, given the nature of the 10,000 races battlefield, receiving a singular super opportunity can lead to immediate ascension. The audience from Blue Star erupted into a heated debate, with some die-hard fans fervently defending Li Xuanzi, while others, unable to partake in the spoils, expressed their disdain, masking their envy and jealousy with resentment, wishing to take his place. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanzi, he glanced at the time. Only an hour remained, and dusk was fast approaching. He needed to return immediately. If darkness enveloped the land, he would risk losing his way. Summoning his sky-going vessel, he swiftly navigated back along his original path. In truth, his concerns were entirely unwarranted. The sky transforms dramatically from day to night. During the day, one is greeted by towering mountains and dense forests, but at night, the view is different. From his aerial vantage point, Li Xuanzi spotted 8 flickering lights below. Point 1 was his safe zone. Another pointed towards the Black Mountain tribe where Kunbu resided, and the remaining 6 remained a mystery. Point 4 of them were likely tribes, while the 2 at the edges were more likely to be the safe zones of other competitors. After all, the area illuminated by a safe zone is relatively small, whereas the camps, being more populous, cast a wider, denser light. Of course, it was also possible that some natives had kindled campfires in the wilderness. Though that likelihood was slim, for ferocious beasts are unfazed by such trivialities, he could not ascertain their nature and had no time to dwell on them, merely committing these locations to memory. Pondering a visit to these 6 spots, if time permitted tomorrow, as the sky-going vessel soared towards the safety of the zone, it deftly evaded the aerial predators prowling in the night sky. After nearly half an hour, he finally reached the safe zone above. Look, the flying vessel. Our Lord has returned, Wen Shan exclaimed excitedly. For the entire day, spanning countless hours, Li Xuanzi had been silent. Had they not entered into a master-servant contract, whereby their lives were entwined with his own, they might have doubted his safety. My lord. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon the vessel's descent, Li Xuanzi leaped from the side, greeted by 5 subordinates and Xiao Jiao. Others appeared somewhat reserved, but Xiao Jiao was unrestrained, promptly perching upon Li Xuanzi's shoulder. He smiled gently, stroking the creature's feathers, and addressed the group. Time is of the essence. Darkness is fast approaching. We may encounter unforeseen events once night falls. So I need you to attend to a few matters, my lord. Please give your orders. With a grand gesture, Li Xuanzi summoned a multitude of treasures from his spatial belt, scattering them across the ground. Were it not for the ample area of the safe zone, many of these items would have surely spilled beyond its confines. He then waved his hand again, sending a large package descending from the flying vessel. Landing heavily on the ground, afterward, he stowed the sky-going vessel and informed the group, "These are all the spoils from my recent expedition. Expedite the organization and accounting. My time is limited, and there are urgent matters to address. We can discuss other matters later." Without waiting for a response, Li Xuanzi returned to the villa, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. "System, I wish to exchange for items," Li Xuanzi stated, glancing at his attribute list, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name: Li Xuanzi affiliated civilization, Blue Star civilization race, human cultivation, 3rd rank martial master, mid-level, occupation, 1-star demon hunter, 1st rank aura, technique, dragon suppressing sea scripture martial skills, sea suppressing fist, supreme level, entry 6, dragon transformation, supreme level, entry 3, first layer of 9-fold assassination technique, heavenly grade, master level, 9 styles of godslaying, kill, heavenly grade, subtle level, weapons, 2-star black gold dagger, 2nd grade upper tier divine weapon, 2-star black gold gauntlets, 2nd grade upper tier divine weapon, 2-star star splitting gun, 2nd grade upper tier divine weapon, sky-going vessel, 4th grade lower tier divine weapon, spatial belt, 3rd grade upper tier, battle pet, celestial feather golden eagle, 2nd star initial stage, subordinates. 5 points, 249. 387,910 audience. Over 655.9 billion, over 2 billion from Blue Star, over 61.26 billion from Galactic Citizens, over 4.13 billion from others, donations. 282,524,450 Galactic Coins bets. 910,623,360 Galactic Coins live stream. Required streaming duration completed. He had gained a new occupational attribute. 1-star demon hunter, and some martial skills had seen improvement. However, these were trivial matters compared to the astonishing changes in his audience count, donations, and bets. This transformation was truly remarkable. If there were a ranking for the number of live stream viewers at this moment, he would undoubtedly be among the top, having surpassed 1 billion Galactic Coins in total funding, and this was merely the second day. Upon completing this trial, the Galactic Coins he earned would surely elevate him to the status of a super-rich individual, likely amassing considerable wealth even within the galaxy. The most alarming aspect, however, was the points. Compared to this recent acquisition, his previous total had become insignificant. If memory served him correctly, he had single-handedly slain 149. 900 first-rank demon soldiers, 45, 900 second-rank demon soldiers, 7, 393rd rank demon soldiers, 3, 010 4th-rank demon soldiers, 600 5th-rank demon soldiers, 206th rank demon soldiers, 57th rank demon soldiers, and 1/8th rank demon soldier while navigating from the 15th to the 10th level. Thus, in the 9-fold demon abyss, he had accumulated a total of 249,382,000 points. Display the dragon-suppressing sea scripture technique, Li Xuanzi commanded, intending to understand it better before making a purchase. The first volume of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture, 5 million points. Comprising 8 layers, purchasing the entire volume grants a 30 discount, resulting in a promotional price of 3.5 million points. Li Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Rather than displaying it layer by layer, it was presented as a whole. Was this a response to his substantial points acquisition? The second volume of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture, 35 million points, comprising 4 layers, if both the first and second volumes are purchased simultaneously. A 40 discount applies, leading to a promotional price of 24 million points. The third volume of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture, 160 million points, comprising 4 layers. A 50 discount applies if the first, second, and third volumes are purchased together, resulting in a promotional price of 100 million points. The fourth volume of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture, 250 million points, comprising 2 layers. A 60 discount is available for purchasing the first 4 volumes together, culminating in a promotional price of 180 million points. The first layer of the 5th volume of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture, 200 million points. There are so many layers in the subsequent volumes? Do each of these correspond to a realm? Li Xuanzi inquired. Indeed. Then why does the fifth volume only have the first layer? Is it due to insufficient points for the second layer, or is the subsequent technique incomplete? Li Xuanzi pressed further. Considering the substantial points you've acquired, I will divulge this. Currently, the upper limit of the dragon-suppressing sea scripture available in the 10,000 Races battlefield is the first layer of the fifth volume. Chapter 77. Second Night of Myriad Stars broadcast. A sudden realization struck Li Xuanzi, and his eyes brightened as he asked, if I were to purchase the entire scripture at once, would I receive a 70 discount? Calculating in his mind, if he could indeed obtain a 70 discount, the total price would approximate 195 million points, which he could afford. Purchasing all the techniques in one go would be incredibly advantageous. After all, such opportunities are rare. Unfortunately, the system's next statement shattered his hopes. A 60 discount is the maximum available. Furthermore, the final layer is not subject to any discount. Thus, to acquire the entire scripture, would it require 380 million points? Li Xuanzi's smile faltered, and he resignedly acknowledged, yes, 380 million points. I'll buy it. Li Xuanzi possesses remarkable audacity. I desire the first 4 volumes. After deducting 180 million points, a crystal of inheritance materialized in Li Xuanzi's hand. He promptly placed the crystal upon his forehead. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his being. Due to the overwhelming influx of data, the subsequent techniques remain sealed. Only when he reaches the pinnacle of his current realm will the seals gradually lift, allowing him to automatically receive the next layer of techniques. Although he cannot grasp all the techniques at once, what significance does that hold? Goodness, I am astounded. Li Xin is indeed exceedingly affluent, possessing a staggering 180 million points, truly terrifying. I was aware that he had accrued a substantial amount of points, but I had no time to calculate. I never anticipated the total to be this astonishing. Speaking of which, was it truly wise for Li Xin to purchase the techniques directly? After all, the subsequent techniques hold no immediate utility for him. He ought to focus on enhancing his power. Just imagine, with 180 million points, to what heights he could ascend. With greater strength, he would be able to accumulate even more points, thus establishing a virtuous cycle. I too believe that Li Xin's choice was misguided. Yet, it cannot be dismissed so lightly. The first 4 volumes of the Dragon-Suppressing Sea Sutra are collectively valued at 450 million points. Currently, in the novice zone, there is a 40 discount, and with only 3 days remaining, the points saved are substantial. This implies that Li Xin will undoubtedly purchase all techniques within the first 3 days, for the cost will only escalate thereafter. Moreover, what if he cannot acquire the subsequent techniques later on? I contend that Li Xin's actions are indeed prudent. Possessing the techniques brings a sense of security, as no one can predict what unforeseen events may arise. Should he be forced to forfeit, having the first 4 techniques will guarantee his extraordinary potential. I find it amusing. What use is there in merely having techniques? If he forfeits and returns to Blue Star, there are not nearly as many cultivation resources available to him. What prospects can he hope for? Thus, power remains paramount, and resources are of utmost importance. The audience from Blue Star engaged in heated debates, with one faction supporting Li Xuanzi's decision to invest heavily in subsequent techniques, while the other faction deemed it a grave error. Nevertheless, regardless of their discussions, Li Xuanzi harbored no regrets, even planning to venture into the 9 layers of Demon Abyss once more the following day to accumulate points and purchase the final layer. Some spectators remarked. Who could say whether they would be able to purchase the subsequent techniques after leaving the novice zone? After all, the system stated that as long as one possesses sufficient points, there are no purchasing restrictions here. Whereas outside, there are limitations, and no one knows what heights he must reach to acquire the final layer of techniques. It is entirely possible that he may not be able to obtain them by the conclusion of the selection event. Please list the prices for blood crystals of grade 2 lower tier and above, but below grade 4, Li Xuanzi requested once more. Grade 2 mid-tier blood crystal, 150,000 points each. Grade 2 upper tier blood crystal, 300,000 points each. Grade 3 lower tier blood crystal, 660,000 points each. Grade 3 mid-tier blood crystal, 1 million points each. Grade 3 upper tier blood crystal, 1,500,000 points each. Gazing at his remaining points, which amounted to 69, 387, 910, he ordered 50 grade 2 upper tier blood crystals, 50 Grade 3 lower-tier blood crystals, and 10 Grade 3 mid-tier blood crystals. In one breath, Li Xuanze expended 58 million points, leaving him with 11,387,910 points. How long until complete darkness? 18 minutes. What are the prices for mid-tier and upper-tier Martial Master Pills? Li Xuanze inquired again. Mid-tier Martial Master Pill, 30,000 points each. Upper-tier Martial Master Pill, 80,000 points each. I'll take 100 lower-tier Martial Master Pills, 50 mid-tier Martial Master Pills, and 50 upper-tier Martial Master Pills. Li Xuanze again spent 7.1 million points, leaving him with 4,287,910 points. I would like a 3-star Shattering Star Spear, a pair of 3-star Black Gold Gauntlets, a 3-star Black Gold Dagger, and a 3-star Hexagram Armor. All of these are of high quality at the 3rd tier, costing a total of 520,000 points. By the way, how much is a Chinkoan bracelet? A lower-tier Chinkoan bracelet of the 4th tier costs 1.5 million points, mid-tier 2 million, and upper-tier 3 million points. I'll take a lower-tier Chinkoan bracelet and 5 lower-tier spatial belts of the 3rd tier. A lower-tier spatial belt at the 3rd tier provides a space of 100x100x100, priced at 80,000 points each. Thus, 5 would cost 400,000 points, totaling 190 million points spent. He now has 1,867,910 points remaining. Continuing, Li Xuanze prepared a complete set of upper-tier equipment of the 2nd tier for his 5 subordinates and Xiao Jiao, tailored to their respective techniques, and purchased subsequent techniques or upgraded to higher-tier techniques, along with suitable martial skills. Furthermore, he upgraded his cooking equipment and stockpiled a wealth of living supplies, including common-grade fine wine and even superior-grade exquisite brews. In addition, he gathered various healing potions. Although he had Suoya, she could only assist so much. Some preparations were still necessary. After a flurry of transactions, with approximately 3 minutes remaining in the countdown to complete darkness, he ceased his frenzied shopping, leaving him with exactly 500,000 points. This was his reserve, set aside for unforeseen circumstances, as no one could predict what the night would bring. What if he could exchange points tonight? Minutes later, a line of green text appeared before the crowd. Greetings. I am the host of the first phase of the 10,000 Stars Lord Selection Competition, the preliminary event. Yes, it is I, the Bubble Queen. Now it is time for the daily update on the survival status in the realm of 10,000 stars. First and foremost, congratulations, Blue Star inhabitants. After 2 days and a night, there are still over 17.2 million contestants remaining. Regrettably, you will not receive any rewards, and who knows if half of you will still be standing after tonight? I am quite eager to find out. How infuriating. At this moment, countless individuals worldwide felt a surge of frustration towards the host, reminiscent of the previous occasion, wishing to give her a good thrashing. Secondly, it is with great regret that I announce, from the perspective of the 10,000 stars civilization, that there remains not a single civilization fully eliminated. This is indeed a lamentable situation. I advise those peculiar-looking civilizations to forfeit sooner rather than later. I truly wish not to see you again. Chapter 78. The first contestant of the 8th rank Master Realm. Allow me to interject a personal note. To those contestants possessing forbidden stones, you need not consider me. I can liven up the atmosphere and even assist you in finding more concubines, all for just 1 forbidden stone as a dowry. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanze furrowed his brow, sensing that this Bubble Queen was alluding to him. Now, back to the topic at hand. Unlike the first day, there are several noteworthy news highlights to share with everyone today. First, the contestant from Boundary King Star, Jieshan, discovered a relic last night. Thanks to the fortuitous opportunities gained within the relic, he surged ahead to become last night's runner-up. Today, he further explored the relic, acquiring numerous valuable items, and has now become the 2nd most powerful contestant among the 10,000 stars. A late-stage 6th rank martial master. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanze realized he had suspected that fellow must have encountered some fortuitous event, and now it seemed that his intuition was correct. If he could obtain some fortuitous encounters, it stood to reason that others could as well at a relic. Was it a remnant of an ancient civilization? He wondered if it bore any resemblance to Li Shan's 9 layers of Demon Abyss. It likely differs. After all, wasn't it mentioned earlier? Li Shan's discovery of the 9 layers of Demon Abyss was a secret realm. While this was a relic, certainly not the same, yet both represent their own unique opportunities or fortunes. Jieshan is indeed enviable. Who would have thought he would gain such tremendous fortune, reaching the late stage of a 6th-rank martial master? Truly remarkable. What does it matter if he is a late-stage 6th-rank martial master? Compared to Li Shun, he still falls short. Although Li Shun is merely a mid-stage 3rd-rank martial master, his true combat prowess is already comparable to a 9th-rank martial master at the peak. And he could even hold his own against an early-stage 1st-rank master for a few exchanges. Who could rival that? Indeed, while Li Shun's rank may be low, his combat strength is undoubtedly the strongest. He should rank first. It was evident that the ranking mentioned by the Bubble Queen pertains to realm rankings, suggesting that someone might have already attained the 8th-rank martial master or above. Are you not curious as to who it is? Is it someone from the previous 10,000 stars rankings, or a newly emerged contestant? As the Bubble Queen's words faded, the audience erupted into endless discussions, analyzing the information at hand and sharing their insights. Second, the contestant from Liuhua Star, Kamo, engaged in friendly trade with the indigenous tribes of the 10,000 races battlefield, gaining a substantial number of points, rapidly enhancing his cultivation and becoming the 5th-rank contestant, an early-stage 6th-rank martial master. Wait, this is a contestant not listed on the previous 10,000 stars rankings. Who would have thought he would directly skyrocket to 5th place? His strength cannot be underestimated. Trading with the indigenous tribes? Isn't Li Shun also preparing to trade with the Kunbu? It seems that trading with the locals could yield significant rewards. I am eagerly anticipating tomorrow. Tomorrow, we must first ensure that Li Xuanzi survives tonight. Are there really people who doubt that our Li Shun cannot survive tonight? What nonsense! Li Shun is destined to claim 1st place. I have no objections to Li Xuanzi surviving the night. In fact, he may even rank within the top 10, but 1st place is uncertain, given that a whole day has passed and the competition landscape has shifted significantly. Thirdly, the contestant from Blue Star, Li Xuanzi, unexpectedly stumbled upon a hidden realm of 3.5 stars, the 9-fold abyss of magic, garnering an immense amount of points and spoils. To be frank, his haul left me quite envious. Coupled with the forbidden stones, he is precisely the man I seek. Boba spoke. She began to indulge in daydreams. Ha ha ha, the allure of our Li God is truly remarkable. Amidst so many contestants, the host has chosen to focus solely on him, which is a source of pride. At long last, it's our Li God's turn. I told you so. His exploits are bound to make headlines. Why is Li God ranked 3rd? Could it be that the news value of the 2 preceding reports is higher? Some voice their skepticism. It may not necessarily be ordered by news value. Perhaps it is based on the timing of the occurrences, or it could simply be random. Ultimately, these details are of little consequence. What astonished Li Xuanzi even more was the 4th news item. What the heck? I never imagined it could unfold this way. Why haven't I encountered such fortuitous events? Li Xuanzi exclaimed after reading it. Why, you ask? The 4th item reported that a contestant from the Rossi Star, Wake, triggered an ancient inheritance during his exploration, attaining not only the complete legacy of an Earth-grade supreme technique and its corresponding martial arts, but also a celestial ring. Moreover, he received a cultivation inheritance, positioning him as the foremost expert among all contestants, a late-stage 8th-grade master. Oh my! Am I seeing things? Is it really a late-stage 8th-grade martial artist? Even that is already quite impressive. This truly is a child of destiny, lounging in ease. I almost thought I misread it, but after multiple confirmations, I realized it was indeed a late-stage 8th-grade master, not merely a martial artist. This is utterly mind-boggling. This has created an insurmountable gap between him and the other contestants. It's simply incomparable. I previously mentioned that it was only the 1st day, and there is still ample time. Any other contestant could achieve rapid advancement with a significant stroke of luck. Li Xuanzi's ranking as number 1 is merely temporary, and he will surely be unable to maintain it in the long run. Some individuals truly cannot help but wish for the downfall of others. Can they? We are all from Blue Star. Having Li God as our leader is far preferable to being ruled by extraterrestrials. Some individuals are just traitors. Why waste breath on them? If an alien invasion were to occur, they would turn against us more eagerly than anyone else. Li God is now in a precarious position. Although his combat prowess is formidable, he might struggle against even a 1st-grade early-stage master. Despite Wake being endowed with an inheritance, if he were to confront Li God, it is likely that Li God would find himself unable to retaliate, though not fret. Trust in Li God is only the 2nd evening. Furthermore, Li God has already acquired numerous resources. Should his cultivation reach the master level, he might very well contend with Wake. The selection process is still lengthy. Indeed, it is merely the second evening. There is no need for haste. The novice period lasts 3 days, but did Kunbu not mention that the next Safe Haven Advancement Tournament spans a month? Li Xuanzi, after being stunned and envious, fell into silence. With the entire event being broadcast live. We possess no secrets. Everything we experience and the opportunities we acquire will be reported. This will undoubtedly be disadvantageous for us in the later stages. Li Xuanzi contemplated this matter with caution regarding the radar. Wake, having obtained such a significant inheritance, will become a formidable competitor. I must accelerate my growth and fortify my strength. The host, unaware of the contestants' thoughts, could only speculate, but she paid little heed, continuing to report. 5th. 10th. Well, the news of the top 10 rankings has concluded. These 10 pieces of news were meticulously gathered and are not ranked in any particular order. Next, we shall enter tonight's most crucial and official segment, the second evening activity. Chapter 79. The new 3 rankings. Just now, 5 outposts have descended within 10 kilometers of your safe zone, and you should now see 5 beams of light. A pale green indicating easy difficulty, green for normal difficulty, light red for hard difficulty, red for extremely hard difficulty, and deep red for hell-level difficulty. Following Boba's guidance, Li Xuanzi looked around and indeed spotted 5 beams piercing the sky. Not only that, but for the first time, he also observed beams of light beyond the 5, undoubtedly marking the locations of other contestants. The darkness allowed for a clearer view of the distant lights. Countless beams shot from the ground into the sky, creating a magnificent spectacle, indeed. You must have also seen the beams beyond the 5. Those are the locations of the other contestants. Why do I share this with you? Because it pertains to tonight's activities. Before formally introducing the rules of tonight's event, allow me to briefly mention that, as with last night, the exchange system in the safe zone is temporarily closed until dawn after the event concludes. Many have already mentally prepared for this, some even fully ready, such as Li Xuanzi. Additionally, a channel system will soon be activated, similar to last night, followed by the leaderboard system. The original 3 major leaderboards have transformed into tonight's new 3 leaderboards. The first leaderboard is the Planet Leaderboard, which has no limit on slots as long as the conditions are met. One can be listed, ranking contestants from various planets according to their performances in tonight's competition globally. Just like before, upon the conclusion of the competition, you will receive different rewards based on your rankings. No limit on the top slots? Li Xuanzi was taken aback, as were all contestants and viewers. Wait a moment. She mentioned that one can be listed as long as conditions are met, meaning not everyone will qualify, which suggests that the criteria must be rather stringent. The second leaderboard is the 10,000 stars leaderboard, with no limits on slots, rewarding different prizes based on ranking. This I need not elaborate on, you understand. The third leaderboard differs. It is the 10,000 stars most powerful combat power leaderboard, limited to 100 slots. The Myriad Races Battlefield has a well-established combat power assessment system that has been refined over the ages, capable of accurately gauging an individual's pure combat prowess. After the competition concludes, rewards will be distributed based on rankings. A combat power leaderboard? Li Xuanzi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it is not ranked by cultivation level, he is content. While he possesses great confidence, he does not believe he can elevate himself to an 8th grade master level tonight. In terms of cultivation, it is nearly impossible for him to surpass Wake, and the same applies to the others. However, if assessed solely on combat power, he still sees some potential. Pure combat power refers to one's capabilities in a barehanded state. Without the aid of external forces, relying on cultivation level, combat awareness, proficiency in martial arts, personality, and practical capabilities among other factors, Li Xuanzi reflected on his own situation accordingly. As for cultivation level, he plans to practice shortly, and he should be able to make considerable progress. Ranking in the top 1,000, or even the top 100, should not pose a challenge. The first position, however, is something he scarcely dares to consider. His combat awareness, honed through recent experiences, suggests he may indeed be a combat genius, likely to rank highly. As for proficiency in martial arts, he believes his level should be commendable, especially with the aid of the radar. However, since the evaluation is based on pure combat power, he must focus on enhancing his Zhenhai Fist and Shenlong transformation tonight, setting aside the Annihilation 9 techniques and 9-fold assassination technique for now. In terms of practical experience, he is confident he can at least place within the top 10. The battles within the ninefold abyss of magic have provided him with extensive practical experience. He has undergone a transformation and is no longer that timid novice who would tremble at the sight of a mere snake. Considering all aspects, Li Xuanze formulated a plan. Tonight, aside from fulfilling the activity as tasks, the paramount goal is to elevate his cultivation level and martial arts proficiency while accumulating more practical experience. Naturally, some will question the final rankings, so we have provided everyone with an opportunity. Each contestant, whether listed or not, has one chance to challenge those on the leaderboard. Upon reaching this point, Li Xuanze furrowed his brow. If everyone chooses to challenge, it would be exhausting. Countless viewers also pondered this dilemma and began to comment. Naturally, as the host, Boba, or those behind the competition rules could not have overlooked this loophole. Indeed, to prevent unlimited and chaotic challenges, we have instituted a strict reward and punishment system. Any contestant wishing to challenge a leaderboard competitor, if successful, will replace them in their ranking and receive a reward of 100 million points. Conversely, the penalties for failure are severe. Should the challenge fail, the challenger must compensate the challenged with 10 million points. If the points are insufficient, a forced loan from the Myriad Race's battlefield will be required, which must be repaid within a month, with an interest rate of 20 should repayment fail to occur by the deadline. We will deduct everything from the contestant to settle the debt, including their very life. Thus, if you wish to challenge authority, you must possess sufficient confidence in your combat prowess, ample points, or the audacity to proceed. Otherwise, do not court disaster. Li Xuanze observed the scene before him and nodded slightly. This would significantly reduce the number of individuals daring to challenge, perhaps by as much as 99%. Even if someone did decide to confront the challenge, it was likely that those on the leaderboard would be more than willing to engage, as 1 million points was no trifling matter. Why refuse such an opportunity when it presents itself? How remarkable, he mused, to possess such confidence and tenacity to choose to challenge. The audience of Blue Star pondered. Surely no one would dare to challenge, right? Not necessarily. If someone stood at the precise rank of 101, they could challenge the competitor directly above them, and if they had unwavering confidence in their combat prowess, such a scenario was certainly plausible. It is indeed reasonable, they concluded. The initial 3 days undoubtedly served as a novice welfare period, making it relatively easy to accumulate points. Thereafter, it would likely become much more challenging. Otherwise, one could simply slay a highly ranked beast, thereby accruing an alarming number of points, which would be quite illogical. Why dwell on such thoughts? We shall see for ourselves. No amount of speculation will alter the outcome. The battlefield of Myriad Races has clearly existed for quite some time, possessing a well-established system. Let us not fret over trifles. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanze, the thoughts of the Blue Star audience were soaring. He remained steadfastly focused on the explanations provided by the announcer. Now, having covered these points, I will formally introduce the rules for tonight's event and how the results will be determined. This line of green text instantly captivated the attention of countless individuals, who fell into a hushed silence. 5 beams of light represented the positions of 5 encampments, each with a central core stone tablet. Competitors need only place their hand upon it. The encampment's beam of light would vanish, but should there be any living adversaries within the encampment, they would immediately detect and swarm the challenger. To secure a permanent disappearance of the beam, one must maintain their hand on the stone tablet for over a minute, after which they would receive a token. Only those who acquire at least 1 token will be eligible for the final rankings. A minute is quite a significant duration in the realm of combat. Indeed, the conditions for ascending the leaderboard are not so simple. In contemplating how to meet these requirements, Li Xuanze could conceive of only 3 strategies. First, eliminate all enemies within the encampment, thereby ensuring no one would impede your progress. This approach is suitable only for those possessing overwhelming superiority over their foes, or those with means to incapacitate the enemies through poison or other tactics. Second, infiltrate the encampment, placing one hand on the stone tablet while engaging in combat with the other. As long as one can endure for a minute, they can secure the token and then retreat. This method suits those with sufficient combat capability to sustain a prolonged fight or those seeking quick acquisition of the token without the time to eliminate all enemies. Third, utilize traps or diversionary tactics to delay the enemies. Maintaining one's position for a minute, this would require a degree of cunning. Which strategy suits me? Uncertain, I must assess each encampment and judge based on the circumstances. The 5 encampments correspond to varying levels of difficulty. The easy level corresponds to a D grade token, the normal to a C grade, the hard to a B grade, the very hard to an A grade, and the hellish level to an S grade token. 3 identical tokens may be combined to forge a higher grade token, which is why you can see the beams from other safe zones. Relying solely on the 5 encampments surrounding your safe zone may not guarantee success. This is quite advantageous for someone named Waker, as his strength is formidable, allowing him to traverse to other safe zones. Perhaps not, for the knight within the battlefield of myriad races is exceedingly perilous. The beasts are more bloodthirsty, and he could easily fall prey to one along the way. Especially considering he is merely at the Master Realm, I doubt there are no beasts of tier 3 or higher here. Only God can manage, for he possesses a flying vessel, enabling him to conveniently reach other safe zones. The Blue Star audience's eyes lit up in unison, and similarly, Li Xuanzi had come to this realization himself. This is incredibly beneficial for me. Choosing the Sky Voyager was a wise decision, as it has brought me countless surprises. Particularly in the 9 layers of demonic abyss, Li Xuanzi felt a surge of excitement within while maintaining a composed exterior. Just as he believed the introduction of the rules had concluded, a new line of green text appeared. Of course, for those ranked lower, it matters little, but for those at the top, especially the champions, the rewards differ significantly. If multiple competitors acquire identical tokens, how shall we assess their ranks? It is quite simple. We will consider the level and quantity of enemies defeated, as each encampment's foes are categorized into 6 tiers: soldier, captain, elite, chief, guardian, and the final boss, if 3 competitors all obtain S-grade tokens. With one slaying the final boss, another defeating 4 guardians, and the last vanquishing 3 guardians and 10 chiefs. The one who dispatches the final boss is undoubtedly the first place holder, followed by the second, who defeated the greater number of guardians, while the third, despite having eliminated all foes below the guardian level, remains in 3rd place. With the rules and scoring methods thoroughly elucidated, the competition is set to commence. All competitors, brace yourselves for this wild night, the announcer declared before vanishing. The crowd waited expectantly for further words, but none came. It appeared the introduction had indeed concluded. Li Xuanzi redirected his focus. 2 paths lay before him. First, to cultivate, or second, to initiate the competition. Regardless of others' choices, Li Xuanzi's decision was resolute. He would first cultivate. The knight is still young, and only through enhanced cultivation can one face greater challenges ahead. Take these martial artist pills, equipment, and techniques. You shall first complete the tally of this spoils, then commence your cultivation. Your cultivation levels are too low to assist me adequately, Li Xuanzi stated directly to the 5 individuals before him. They were all allies, and thus there was no need for circumspection. Moreover, he was quite generous. Thank you, Lord. They responded with excitement at the sight of so many martial artist pills. I shall now enter seclusion for cultivation. Ensure you perform your duties well, Li Xuanzi ordered. Yes, rest assured, my lord. Upon returning to the villa, Li Xuanzi waved his hand, and 16 second-tier low-grade blood crystals appeared before Xiao Jiu. This is for you. Consume them generously. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiao Jiu affectionately nudged Li Xuanzi's leg, then fluttered its wings, whisking away all the blood crystals to a comfortably cushioned corner of the villa to begin its cultivation. A space prepared for it by Wenshan. Glancing at the contented Xiao Jiu, Li Xuanzi shook his head slightly and waved his hand again, summoning 6 second-tier mid-grade blood crystals, 54 second-tier high-grade blood crystals, 50 third-tier low-grade blood crystals, 10 third-tier mid-grade blood crystals, 100 second-tier magic fruits, 20 third-tier magic fruits, and 1 fourth-tier magic fruit. Among these, the 6 second-tier mid-grade blood crystals, 4 second-tier high-grade blood crystals, and the magic fruits were spoils obtained from the 9 layers of demonic abyss. The remainder was freshly exchanged. System. Activate 100-fold assistance for cultivation. Li Xuanzi glanced at the resources before him, adding, let us start with 10 hours. 100-fold assistance for cultivation requires 10,000 points per hour. For 10 hours, a total of 100,000 points will be deducted. Once consumed, they cannot be refunded. Please confirm. The system had become more user-friendly. Confirm. Previously, during his time in the 9 layers of demonic abyss, he had spent 5 hours absorbing 6 second-tier mid-grade blood crystals to elevate his cultivation by a small realm, a pace that felt painfully slow. 3 minutes later, the last 2 second-tier mid-grade blood crystals were fully absorbed. This is indeed the feeling I sought. How will I manage without this assistance in the future? Li Xuanzi couldn't help but exclaim. The speed of such advancement could easily become addictive. Quickly refocusing his mind, he continued his cultivation, refusing to squander time. Soon, all 6 second-tier mid-grade blood crystals had been absorbed, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of third-tier martial artist, all within less than 10 minutes. Following this, he began to utilize the second-tier high-grade blood crystals. Each second-tier high-grade blood crystal required nearly 13 minutes to consume. Fortunately, as his cultivation level increased, the time required diminished. One by one, the blood crystals were consumed. And time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the 54 second-tier high-grade blood crystals were exhausted. From the onset of his cultivation until now, nearly 5 hours had elapsed, and Li Xuanzi's cultivation had ascended to the late stage of 7th-tier martial artist. The rate at which the blood crystals were consumed was staggering. Had he not prepared an ample supply, he would have surely fallen short. Next, without wasting any time, Li Xuanzi commenced using the magic fruits. He felt boundless vitality and essence of blood surge from his stomach, coursing through his entire body and converging in his dantian. Alas, the efficacy of the demon spirit fruit is astonishingly superior to that of the second-tier high-level blood crystal. And even more significantly, its absorption rate is remarkably swift. Li Xuanzi conceded that he was utterly astounded. No wonder it holds a value of 100,000 demon hunting points per piece. It is indeed worth it, truly invaluable. Next time he visits, he must exchange for all the demon spirit fruits available. Consequently, in less than 4 hours, Li Xuanzi absorbed 36 second-tier demon spirit fruits, resulting in a direct elevation of his cultivation to the late stage of 9th-tier martial master. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight loosening of the seal on the martial arts in his mind, as the third layer, the Master's cultivation technique, automatically manifested within him and was immediately assimilated. He couldn't help but marvel once more at the extraordinary nature of the demon spirit fruit. Glancing at the countdown, with just under an hour and a half remaining for his assisted cultivation, he set aside the second-tier demon spirit fruits and directly utilized the superior third-tier variety. The initiation of apprentices, the foundational training of martial artists, and the true ascension to the realm of martial masters allow one to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, transcending the mundane and shattering the limitations of lifespan, enabling one to potentially live for 200 years. The master level is essentially an advanced version of the martial master, further condensing the internal essence into true essence, more concentrated, purer, and denser. Moreover, practitioners at the master level harness this pure true energy to cleanse their bodies, ultimately striving to forge themselves into a golden corporeal form. The master realm is also divided into 9 tiers. A first-tier master can manifest a solid barrier of energy around their body, rendering them impervious to all forms of attack, as the true essence is inexhaustible and external forces cannot breach this protective barrier to harm the practitioner within. Thus, the master is immensely powerful, representing a fundamental shift from the martial master, existing on an entirely different plane. Previously, Li Xuanzi had underestimated the master realm, thinking that defeating the formidable demon giant at the level of demon guardian would grant him the strength to contend with a master. In reality, a master who has truly condensed their energy into a protective barrier would be beyond his capabilities to vanquish, regardless of his efforts. This was the first time he recognized the chasm that lay between him and the masters. Fortunately, he too was on the verge of becoming a master-level powerhouse. Endless essence converged in his dantian, and as Li Xuanzi activated his technique, he methodically circulated it, visibly enhancing his cultivation. Before long, an hour and a half had elapsed, and after consuming 5 third-tier demon spirit fruits, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of second-tier master, manifesting 2 faint blue barriers of energy around his body. Reflecting on his former self from 10 hours prior, he mused that he could easily extinguish him with a mere finger now. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Before him lay 50 remaining third-tier low-level blood crystals, 10 third-tier mid-level blood crystals, 64 second-tier demon spirit fruits, 15 third-tier demon spirit fruits, and 1 fourth-tier demon spirit fruit, and he found himself at a crossroads. Should he continue to cultivate or venture out to compete? This dilemma once again presented itself. Had it not been for the 9-tier demon abyss, Li Xuanzi would have unhesitatingly chosen to continue his training, as that would align most closely with his character. However, at this moment, he opted for the competition. Within the 9-tier demon abyss, engaging in battles beyond 1S rank could yield substantial demon hunting points. If he were to elevate his cultivation too rapidly, the benefits he could reap would diminish, given that the 9-tier demon abyss was merely a 3.5-star challenge. He decided to assess the situation at the encampments first, considering the current cultivation levels of all the participants. Aside from the hell-level contender, the remaining challenges should not be too daunting. Otherwise, how could they possibly compete? He resolved to check the rankings and the information within the channel. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle and saves him the trouble of scouting alone. Li Xuanzi firmly decided that in 10 hours' time, information regarding the 5 encampments should have surfaced, proving far more convenient than his solitary inquiries. It seemed likely that many others were harboring the same intention. These encampments were seemingly insurmountable. Was the competition's design not flawed? I concurred. I've scouted the easy-level encampments multiple times, and even the guards were beyond my capacity to defeat. Had I not been cautious, I might not have returned. I've slain several foes. The easy-level soldiers are all advanced apprentices, and I managed to eliminate a captain, a first-tier warrior. As a late-stage first-tier warrior myself, I still felt somewhat inferior. Their practical combat experience is formidable. Unless we devise some special strategies or elevate our cultivation, obtaining the certificate seems utterly implausible. This is rather peculiar. That announcer did not specify the conditions for elimination. Only the requirements for ranking. I suspect very few will ultimately make it onto the leaderboard. It boils down to 2 scenarios. Either this round will have no eliminations, or eliminations will be based on the final kill count. It's unlikely there will be no eliminations. Let us not forget we are currently in the first stage of the global selection elimination round. How could there be no eliminations? Li Xuanzi shared the same doubts. Yet the host had not disclosed the criteria for elimination, leaving everyone somewhat unsettled. The best course of action would be to maximize enemy kills and enhance their strength as much as possible. This way, even if eliminated, it would not be in vain. Otherwise, remaining would be devoid of meaning. That makes sense. Has anyone attempted to assault the easy-level encampments? Please share your experiences. Chapter 82. Rankings of the 3 lists. Power of the Galaxy. I have already secured a D-level certificate and a C-level certificate. Within the easy-level encampment, there is 1 camp leader, 2 guardians, 4 captains, 12 elites, 24 captains, and 240 soldiers, all advanced apprentices. The captain is a first-tier warrior, the elites are second-tier warriors, the captains are third-tier warriors, the guardians are fourth-tier warriors, and the camp leader is a 6th-tier warrior. To obtain a D-level certificate, one must possess at least the cultivation of a 6th-tier warrior, preferably 7th tier for added security. However, the ordinary level encampment is vastly different. Aside from the camp leader, who remains singular, everyone else doubles in number, and the camp leader's strength reaches the 9th-tier warrior realm. Without a cultivation level above 9th tier, obtaining a C-level certificate is utterly impossible. Ches Hongshan has spoken. His claims should be credible. I wonder what cultivation level he currently possesses. He is not listed on the combat power ranking. That ranking is the top 100 of Wanqing. It's not so easily attainable. Not even Li Xuanzi, the first place from the previous round, made it onto the board. Your information is outdated. That was earlier. Just now, Li Xuanzi has already parachuted into the 2nd position on the combat power ranking, with a cultivation level of mid-2nd tier master. This revelation shocked everyone, and they turned their gazes toward the ranking list. Indeed, Li Xuanzi lived up to the pride of the Blue Star competitors, consistently making dramatic entrances. Not only was he 2nd on the combat power list, but he also ranked 2nd in cultivation. However, the challenge of reclaiming the top spot would be formidable. Indeed, his rapid breakthrough must be a result of the accumulation during the day. There seems to be no further progress now, as the resources from the day have likely been exhausted. The first place, Waker, seems to be akin to cheating. What difference is there between him and Su Zhu from the Heavenly Dragonate parts? He essentially wins by doing nothing, while he is genuinely earning his place through diligent practice. Looking ahead, I still believe Li is more formidable. That's not entirely fair. In the myriad realms of battle, various fortuitous encounters can occur. Li Xuanzi's early possession of a sniper rifle significantly contributed to his lead. Yet, one cannot dismiss Li's capabilities. Initially, he was terrified of snakes, but now he slaughters enemies as if slicing through vegetables. This transformation is a testament to his growth, marking him as a true champion. I can hardly fathom how those top competitors have evolved. I'm merely an apprentice, and the disparity is overwhelming. Casual remarks, jests, complaints, and even praise were all swiftly overlooked by Li Xuanze as he focused solely on the issues that concerned him. Ultimately, he discovered that the numbers in the difficult level encampments had likely doubled, while the cultivation of elite-level foes had significantly escalated to the third-tier martial master realm. Little information was available regarding the guardians and camp leaders, as the Channel's communication was limited to the Blue Star realm, and it was evident that the cultivation levels of the Blue Star competitors were already lagging behind, for the extremely difficult and hell-level scenarios. Only scant data existed, mostly characterized by the word terrifying. He scanned the rankings. The three major lists provided the clearest insight into the current state of competitors and his own standing. The first list, Blue Star rankings, first place, Jason. Late stage 4th tier martial master, B2 elite, 1C1D. B2 elite indicates that he has yet to secure a B-level certificate but has slain 2 elite-level enemies from B-level encampments. Here, only the highest level and quantity of kills are recorded. The subsequent 1C1D is quite straightforward, indicating he has obtained 1C level certificate and 1D level certificate. Second place, Fang Xiaotian, mid-stage 4th tier martial master, B1 elite, 1C1D. Third place, James, early stage 4th tier martial master, B3 captain, 1C1D. Li Xuanze continued scrolling through the list, discovering that there were approximately 7,000 competitors who had already acquired 1C1D and were currently assaulting difficult level encampments. This signified that nearly 8,000 competitors worldwide had reached the martial master realm. He then scrolled down to the very bottom, ranked 285,641. Lu Dashan, late-stage 4th-tier warrior, 1D. Simultaneously, the last position was continuously refreshing, with each refresh resulting in dozens or even hundreds of ranks dropping. In other words, at present, the number of individuals on the entire Blue Star who have attained the rank of 5th-tier martial artist and above is approaching 300,000, perhaps even slightly exceeding that figure. After all, there are undoubtedly others, like himself, who are temporarily cultivating or still striving to enhance their strength and have not yet entered the competition, Li Xuanze contemplated. With a clearer understanding of the global competitor's prowess, he gained a relatively lucid insight into his own ranking and position within Blue Star. He remained at the top, though not listed, as it was due to his absence from the competition. The second leaderboard, the 10,000 stars ranking, indicated, first place, Waker, Rossi Star, early 9th tier master, S3 elite, 1A1B1C1D. He has grown stronger, Li Xuanze mused upon seeing Waker's realm, though it had taken 10 hours to ascend merely one minor tier. At his level, each small advancement was exceedingly challenging, and the increase in strength was formidable. However, why had he only slain 3 elites? Was he currently engaged in the competition? Or was the hell-level difficulty so exceedingly daunting that even a 9th-tier master like him could not pass through it easily? Li Xuanze furrowed his brow. If even Waker could not navigate the hell level with ease, then it seemed no one could. Second place, Sun Luo, Wanxiang Star, early 9th-tier martial artist, A6 captain, 1B1C1D. Third place, Jeshan, Jiawang Star, mid-8th tier martial artist, A3 captain, 1B1C1D. Fourth place, Xingtian, Shuiyun Star, early 7th tier martial artist, A13 soldier, 1B1C1D. Fifth place, Kamo, Liuhua Star, late 6th tier martial artist, A12 soldier, 1B1C1D. Sixth place, Shuntu, Wanwo Star, late 6th tier martial artist, S10 soldier, 1B1C1D. 39th place, Fengqing, Tianfeng Star, early 4th tier master, A1 soldier, 1B1C1D. Further down the list were those who had just barely cleared the challenging level of difficulty. The fact that even Sun Luo, in second place, could not pass the extremely difficult level indicated that this outpost likely harbored enemies of master rank. As for the hell-level difficulty, it was even more formidable. Li Xuanze quickly pieced together the elements involved. It seemed he must make another trip to the ninefold Devil Abyss promptly and continue to enhance his cultivation. However, before that, he should clear out any outposts he could easily overcome to secure a certain score, lest an unfortunate incident render his efforts futile. Soon, a decision had crystallized within Li Xuanze's mind. The last leaderboard, the 10,000 stars most powerful combat power ranking, was the one most eagerly awaited by all. First place, Waker, Rossi Star, early 9th tier master, combat power, 9,102.36 points of stellar force. Second place, Li Xuanzi. Blue Star, mid-second tier master, combat power, 6,956.58 points of stellar force. Third place, Jeshan, Zhewang Star, mid-8th tier martial artist, combat power, 995.41 points of stellar force. Fourth place, Jason, Wanxiang Star, early 9th tier martial artist, combat power, 962.33 points of stellar force. Fifth place, Xingtian, Shuiyun Star, early 7th tier martial artist, combat power, 726.98 points of stellar force. Li Xuanzi pondered aloud. How was this combat power, or rather stellar force, calculated? Moreover, it even contained decimal points. The system provided an explanation, stating that stellar force was merely a unit of measurement for combat proficiency, universally recognized throughout the cosmos. Li Xuanzi was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system would address his query. As he had not encountered relevant information within the channel system, only various speculations. Clearly, the safety zone systems of other competitors had not answered this question for them. As for the calculation method, it was exceedingly complex, beyond the capability of Blue Star's supercomputers to compute, but the system could provide a rough overview. The average combat power of ordinary humans without cultivation in the universe is 0. 9 points of stellar force, serving as the baseline. The combat power of apprentice-level individuals typically ranges from 1 to 9.99 points of stellar force. For martial artists, it usually spans from 10 to 99. 99 points of stellar force. Following this progression, for masters, the range is generally from 1,000 to 9,999.99 points of stellar force. As one ascends in stellar force, each increment of 0.01 becomes increasingly significant. Generally speaking, in a battle between two individuals with scores of 999.96 and 999.95, the former could defeat the latter within several hundred, or even 1,000 exchanges without external assistance, yet killing the opponent remains a challenge. In special circumstances, such as between 9.99 and 10, the disparity is vast, allowing the latter to easily dispatch the former. Li Xuanzi listened intently, deep in thought. Casting a glance at his own combat power, he inquired, does this mean my actual combat power is comparable to that of a late 6th tier master? Indeed, and among late 6th tier masters, you would be considered a formidable contender. Your cultivation progresses rapidly, which may have created a false impression. In reality, the process of cultivation is exceedingly gradual. In the myriad races battlefield, the ferocious beasts you encounter are difficult to find in the outer cosmos, where there are no hundredfold aids to training and blood crystals are a rare commodity outside. These are unique to the myriad races battlefield, and not everyone can enter. Though you did not enter of your own volition, others who wish to enter cannot do so either. The system's elucidation granted Li Xuanzi a deeper understanding of the situation and heightened his appreciation for his time in the myriad races battlefield. He must seize every moment to enhance his strength. Only then would he have a greater hope of mastering his own destiny once the competition concluded. Thank you for clarifying, Li Xuanzi expressed his gratitude. The system fell silent, offering no further commentary, yet Li Xuanzi felt a deep sense of appreciation. These seemingly inconsequential words bore immense significance for him. Xiao Jiu, these are for you. They are truly valuable items. Li Xuanzi approached a corner and handed over 22nd tier demon spirit fruits to the other party before exiting the villa. Lord, Li Xuanzi acknowledged with a slight nod and inquired, how is the organization and inventory coming along? Reporting to the Lord, the inventory has been completed, and the items have been categorized into these storage bags. When Shan promptly presented dozens of storage bags. Please tell me about the resources we currently possess. Li Xuanzi sought to understand. Furthermore, we should start listing items for sale. It would be a loss not to utilize the channel system. The initial hesitation was due to two reasons. First, the organization was not yet complete, and he lacked time. Second, it was likely that everyone's situation was similar, and their points had probably run out. Now that 10 hours had elapsed, a significant number of top-tier competitors had likely accumulated some points. It was indeed the right moment to gradually list items for sale. Understood, my lord. When Shan produced a ledger and began reporting, approximately 149,000 first-tier demon soldier level chi pearls, second-tier, 1/8 tier demon soldier level chi pearl. Demon soldiers correspond to the martial artist rank of humans. A first-tier demon soldier aligns with a first-tier martial artist, and the first-tier Chi Pearl is perfectly suited for the cultivation of first-tier martial artists. For the current competitors, this qualifies as a high-level cultivation resource. Although Chi Pearls do not match blood crystals, they are easier to obtain and quicker to assimilate than elemental stones and second-tier beast meat. For competitors for whom time equates to cultivation and life, Chi Pearls represent the best cultivation treasures in the absence of blood crystals. There are 149,000 first-tier Demon Soldier level Soul Pearls, 1/8 tier Demon Soldier level Soul Pearl. The Soul Pearls are currently of no use to everyone. According to the radar evaluation, the Soul Clan has the greatest need for them, yet he has no means of encountering the Soul Clan. Li Xuanzi interrupted Wen Shan's report and turned to the system, asking, "System, what is the purpose of Soul Pearls?" Soul Pearls are an exceedingly precious material with 4 primary uses. First, trading with the Soul Clan, who have an almost frenzied demand for Soul Pearls, allowing one to exchange them for items far exceeding expectations. Li Xuanzi was aware of this, but feigned ignorance, countering, "Soul Clan? What race is that? And where can they be found?" The Soul Clan is a branch of the Spectre race. They are elusive, and encountering them requires a certain fortuitous circumstance. Second, purchasing a soul secret technique. By cultivating with Soul Pearls, one can rapidly enhance their soul, which not only protects against attacks from the Soul Clan and other Spectre races, but also grants extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, once one reaches the celestial realm, the demands on the soul become significantly heightened. "Do you possess any soul secret techniques?" Li Xuanzi inquired eagerly, recognizing the potential to bolster his strength, especially with these unique techniques that could become his trump card. This is an exceedingly rare skill. Fortunately, you have a special window, allowing for exchange, but it must wait until dawn. Understood. Li Xuanzi grasped the rule. As long as an exchange was possible, he could wait until the morrow. Third, trading with specialized craftsmen who can utilize Soul Pearls to forge soul weapons or even spiritual bombs. Li Xuanzi did not pursue further inquiry on this point. Fourth, recycling. I have a recycling program for Soul Pearls, with the base price for the lowest tier first-tier Demon Soldier level Soul Pearl set at 500 points. The recycling price for a second-tier 1-star Ferocious Beast is also only 500 points, correct? A single Soul Pearl can yield a remarkable 500 points? What about the Vitality Pearl and Blood Essence Pearl? Li Xuanzi inquired with curiosity. Due to its unique nature, the Soul Pearl commands a slightly higher price, while a first-tier Demon Weapon level Vitality Pearl can be redeemed for 200 points, and a first-tier Demon Weapon level Blood Essence Pearl for 120 points. With such points at stake, if I were to redeem them, I would be a fool that, of course, Li Xuanzi would never voice this sentiment, yet in his heart, he had already made a decision. Unless unable to trade with others, he would not redeem them. Wan Shan, please continue your report, Li Xuanzi instructed, turning to Wan Shan. Yes, my lord. There are approximately 149,000 first-tier Demon Weapon level Blood Essence Pearls, and 1/8 tier Demon Weapon level Blood Essence Pearl. Over 5,000 second-hand weapons of various common grades. Chapter 84, Encampment, Goblins. There are about 120,000 first-tier various attack-type second-hand divine weapons, approximately 80,000 first-tier various defense-type second-hand divine weapons, over 30,000 first-tier inferior space belts, over 9,000 first-tier medium space belts, and around 2,000 first-tier superior space belts. There are over 70,000 second-tier various attack-type second-hand divine weapons, about 50,000 second-tier various defense-type second-hand divine weapons, 128 second-tier inferior space belts, 7 second-tier medium space belts, and 1 second-tier superior space belt. There are 26 third-tier various attack-type second-hand divine weapons and 3 third-tier defense-type second-hand divine weapons. The assortment of these equipments is quite diverse. Li Xuanzi's plan is to list them all for sale, consuming what can be sold, and whatever remains will be used for trade with the indigenous tribes to acquire the resources he requires. Additionally, there are 2,000 brand new 2-star demon swords, 600 3-star demon swords, 10 4-star demon swords, 1,000 2-star demon armors, 100 3-star demon armors, 10 4-star demon armors, 100 3-star demon cannons, 100 3-star shells, 10 4-star demon cannons, and 1,000 shells. Li Xuanzi has yet to formulate a plan for this portion. He initially intended to trade with the indigenous tribes, but for now, he will hold on to them and assess the situation further. Furthermore, there are approximately 873,000 first-tier magic cores, 482 second-tier magic cores, 501 third-tier magic cores, 32 fourth-tier magic cores, and 1 fifth-tier magic core. System. What is the purpose of the magic cores? What is their redemption price? Li Xuanxia turned to inquire. Magic cores serve as a form of hard currency among the demon race, originating from the beasts of the abyss. Generally, demons utilize magic cores for cultivation and weapon forging, which holds little value for you. The redemption price for a first-tier magic core, depending on its condition and usage, ranges from 10 to 200 points, with a noticeable disparity if you could trade with the demon race. You could acquire many valuable items. However, it is unfortunate that humans and demons cannot coexist, and they would never trade with you. Understood, Li Xuanxia nodded slightly. Nevertheless, he had no intention of selling the magic cores for the time being, as he sensed they might prove invaluable down the line, so he chose to retain them. Wan Shan, please continue, Li Xuanxia directed Lord. In addition to the aforementioned spoils, there are over 4,200 first-tier spiritual herbs, 458 second-tier spiritual herbs, 23 third-tier spiritual herbs, and 2 fourth-tier spiritual herbs. There are over 4.121 million various first-tier materials, over 530,000 various second-tier materials, over 2,600 various third-tier materials, 72 fourth-tier materials, and 6 fifth-tier materials. These materials are currently only roughly classified and require more time to identify their uses and categories. Most of these materials were obtained by Li Xuanxia after clearing the levels and confiscating them within the city gates, with a significant portion acquired from the demon race's space belts. Among them are quite a few treasures. It is unfortunate that he cannot utilize them at present. Additionally, there are over 1,000 various martial arts manuals, which require more time for organization due to the time constraints, Wan Shan reported. The final category of spoils consists of currency: 989 gold coins, 755 silver coins, and an immeasurable quantity of copper coins, likely exceeding 30 million. Gosh, that is quite a sum, Li Xuanxia exclaimed in astonishment. My lord, much of the currency was discovered within the space belts, Wan Shan explained. With so many space belts, how could you 5 manage it all? Li Xuanxia asked, bewildered. This was facilitated by the system, Wan Shan replied respectfully. Thank you. Li Xuanxia expressed his gratitude. It was a trivial matter. Please retain the spiritual herbs, materials, magic cores, currency, third-tier divine weapons, space belts, soul pearls, and martial arts manuals, and categorize all other divine weapons, vitality pearls, blood essence pearls, and the accumulated beast bones and pelts into several space belts for me, Li Xuanxia instructed My Lord. Everything has already been categorized. These space belts contain common-grade weapons, first-tier divine weapons, second-tier divine weapons, vitality pearls, blood essence pearls, beast bones, pelts, and claws, among others, Wan Shan remarked, almost as if she had foreseen the requirements, having prepared everything in advance for Li Xuanxia. Excellent, Li Xuanxia expressed his satisfaction with a compliment. Continue distributing the martial artist elixirs I previously provided, and ensure you all keep up with my pace in your cultivation, Li Xuanxia advised. Rest assured, my lord, we will intensify our training to keep pace with you. They responded. Li Xuanxia nodded, donned the space belts, and departed the safe zone toward the location of the pale green light column. Along the way, he observed the conditions within the channel while listing his spoils based on the latest market prices. Due to the high quality of his items and their relatively low prices, they sold remarkably quickly. By the time he arrived at the green light column, all the pelts, claws, bones of the beasts, and common-grade weapons had been sold out, netting him approximately 1.83 million points. This was significantly less than he had anticipated. With everyone having improved their cultivation over a single day, first-tier beasts, as well as even lower-tier second-tier beasts, were no longer in short supply. With the absence of uniqueness and scarcity, prices naturally fell, eliminating the previous exorbitant profits. Nevertheless, Li Xuanxia was still quite content, for these items were of no use to him, and their value exceeded that of redeeming them for the system, which was sufficient. Encampment, goblins, miniature, scale, chief 6th tier late-stage martial artist, 2 guardians 4th tier late-stage martial artists, 4 heads 3rd tier late-stage martial artists, 12 elite 2nd tier late-stage martial artists, 24 captains 1st tier late-stage martial artists, 240 soldier apprentices. Evaluation. This is an exceedingly small goblin encampment with feeble strength, posing no challenge whatsoever to you. Indeed, it presents no challenge. Li Xuanzi muttered as he leaped swiftly to the center of the encampment, locating the stone tablet, and placed his hand upon it. The moment his hand made contact with the stone tablet, the green light column vanished, instantly drawing the attention of the goblins within the encampment. Human, you seek death. Two guardians stationed at the hall, upon witnessing a human placing his hand on their sacred object, were instantly enraged. Li Xuanzi merely glanced at them, waved his hand lightly, and a faint blue energy surged from his palm, striking the two guardians with blinding speed, reducing them to mere puddles of blood. Ah, I just elevated my cultivation too much and haven't had the chance to train. I lost control of my strength a bit, Li Xuanzi remarked nonchalantly, infuriatingly casual. Were it not for the fact that this was spoken by the deity Li, I would have already cursed. This bravado deserves a 9 out of 10. 1 point deducted lest you become too arrogant. One cannot deny that deity Li is indeed formidable. His power is astonishing. Having just been notified that these two goblins were guardians at the 4th tier late-stage martial artist level, yet he dispatched them effortlessly. Unbelievable. What's so special about that? If only he were on the battlefield of myriad races. If he were on Blue Star, I could battle him for 100 rounds. Die in the first round, I would simply lie down. For the subsequent 99 rounds, I wouldn't even move. Nonsense. If I were to engage in the first round, I would likely be reduced to a puddle of blood, with no further rounds to follow. No. After a single strike, I would disintegrate into particles in the air, leaving not even a drop of blood. This is utterly gruesome. What kind of force is required to achieve such an effect? Unthinkable. Dad asked me why I'm kneeling to watch videos. Now he's kneeling too. The upstairs crew is forming a brotherhood. 6666. After Li Xuanzi finished muttering, he continued to await the countdown, during which hundreds of goblins had surrounded the stone tablet. Human, quickly remove your filthy hands. I can let you leave now. The goblin chief did not attack immediately. Li Xuanzi. Damn it. Upon seeing the human completely disregard him, the chief erupted with rage. Yet he knew he was no match for him. Kill him. The chief seemed either to have his mind controlled by the battlefield system or was simply a fool. Knowing full well the vast disparity, he still commanded an assault. Thus, the situation became simple. With a wave of Li Xuanzi's hand, the encampment fell silent, leaving only the sky filled with green prompt messages. With a single move, he had obliterated all the goblins in the encampment. The silence was not due to fear, but because there were no living beings left besides Li Xuanzi. He gained a total of 240 points, which, for someone who had previously acquired over 100 million points, felt like mere chaff, failing to stir even the slightest ripple of emotion within him. A minute passed swiftly. Congratulations. By persevering for a minute before the sacred monument, you have fulfilled the completion criteria and earned a D-grade voucher. After the green prompt text dissipated, a pale green voucher fell into Li Xuanzi's hand. Just as he thought the matter here had concluded, the entire encampment, along with the goblin corpses on the ground and everything within the camp except for him, seemed to be absorbed by some unseen force, ultimately transforming into a pale green fruit that landed in his palm. Congratulations! You have completed the hidden task of annihilating the goblin encampment, earning a low-grade life fruit. Life fruit? Name. Life fruit level. Low-grade evaluation. The life fruit possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead. As long as there is a single breath left, regardless of the severity of the injuries or the potency of the lethal poison, it can restore life. Note: low-grade life fruit is only effective for life forms below the master rank. Li Xuanzi. It felt as though a flock of crows had flown over his head. The item is indeed valuable, but regrettably, it is of no use to me. Li Xuanzi shook his head and remarked. Yet, it cannot be deemed entirely useless. It can be sold to those in need, in exchange for what I require, so I shall keep it for now. If such remarkable items can be obtained from an easy-level encampment, then the encampments below should not be lacking either and should allow me to utilize them. Initially, Li Xuanzi had no intention of clearing the enemies within these encampments, as it seemed a waste of time. However, now motivated by potential gains, he had no choice but to abandon his previous thoughts. I apologize, but for the sake of the life fruit, I must send you all back to where you came from. A subtle, wicked smile crept onto Li Xuanzi's lips. This smile was a first. Could it be that Li Xuanzi has succumbed to darkness? Succumbing to darkness would imply becoming malevolent. Rather, he was simply envious. If you faced such entities, could you remain unmoved? However, is it not a touch too cruel to eradicate them entirely? The upstairs moralist ought to reflect on the nature of this place. Those who come here are not of virtuous intent. If one still harbors a virtuous heart, it would be wise to abandon it sooner rather than later. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanzi, a global discussion had commenced on Blue Star regarding this matter. Even if he were aware, he likely would not care. He was no longer the Li Xuanzi of old. His heart had hardened, becoming more attuned to the ruthless law of the jungle that governed this realm. Soon, Li Xuanzi arrived at the second encampment. Along the way, he liquidated all his first-tier divine weapons, amassing a total of 35.2 million points. The ordinary level encampment was marked by a green light column. The outcome was predictable. Within less than 3 minutes, he acquired a C-grade voucher, along with 3 low-grade life fruits and 21,200 points. Still low-grade, it seems the battlefield system is providing newcomers with generous benefits. With life fruits in hand, their courage will surely swell, making the competition all the more exhilarating, Li Xuanzi speculated. Yet, he wondered if this was truly their intent. Was this how the initial 3 days of the novice period were orchestrated? With an endless stream of benefits indeed. If one had a bit more courage and kept pace from the very start, their current strength would not be lacking. They would possess the capability to conquer easy-level encampments. On the way to the third encampment, he again liquidated all his second-tier divine weapons, garnering an astonishing 1.26 billion points. Yes, you read that correctly, 1.26 billion points. Li Xuanzi suddenly found himself in unprecedented affluence. The prices were plummeting. Could it be that the wallets of Blue Star's competitors were being emptied? Li Xuanzi observed that the price of the first second-tier divine weapon and that of the last one sold differed by nearly half. With an abundance of items, devaluation had become severe. Do not assume that hundreds of thousands of equipment mean little to the nearly 20 million competitors. In reality, only a few 100,000 can truly afford such gear. Goodness, how does it feel for the esteemed Li Xuanzi to resemble an arms dealer, possessing such a plethora of equipment? Initially, when Li Xuanzi sold ferocious beast bones in the channel, he had already attracted attention. Being an old acquaintance, however, people did not pay much heed, as these items were no longer considered scarce. Yet, once he began selling equipment, the entire Blue Star channel erupted. Surely, he must have discovered a relic. And this was a former arms depot left by some power. Alternatively, it could be a result of trade with local indigenous tribes, given the varied quality of the equipment. Have we forgotten that the host Boba explicitly mentioned that Li Xuanzi had entered a secret realm known as the Ninefold Abyss of Demons? I have inquired with the system, and many of these items bear the character for demon. Thus, I dare say, there is a 99% probability that these items were obtained within the Ninefold Abyss of Demons. The Ninefold Abyss of Demons, its very name suggests it is not a place to be trifled with. I truly wonder where the esteemed Li Xuanzi discovered such a secret realm, and I am curious if any lie nearby. Perhaps he could share with us, as we are all inhabitants of Blue Star, and an increase in numbers would benefit us all. This is a matter of his own confidentiality. Why should he divulge it to you? Some also spoke out in defense of Li Xuanzi. What matters of confidentiality? Discovering it is merely a matter of time. We are all Blue Star inhabitants, and it is indeed unseemly to hoard such knowledge. We should develop collectively and face the outside world together. Li Xuanzi is nothing more than a greedy capitalist, exploiting the hard-earned points from us with these items. We should collectively resist him, refusing to purchase, and let us see how he remains so arrogant if no one buys. It seemed as though someone was deliberately inciting discord. As Li Xuanzi observed these comments, his brow furrowed. Just as he was about to respond, someone contacted him. Chapter 86. A commanding response. Esteemed one, do you remember me? Huang Xiaofei. It has only been a day. My memory is quite sharp. What brings you to seek me? This was the very individual with whom he had conducted his first transaction, the non-inherited heir, Huang Xiaofei. Esteemed one, there are individuals in the channel targeting you. You should quickly dispel the rumors to prevent the masses from forming a fixed impression, which could be highly detrimental to your future, Huang Xiaofei advised. Among so many who had traded with him, only Huang Xiaofei had warned him. This person was indeed trustworthy. Thank you. By the way, how is your development progressing? Li Xuanzi felt a touch of gratitude, uncertain of whether the other's intentions were sincere or feigned. I am now a late-stage warrior of the 9th rank, neither too high nor too low. Huang Xiaofei replied cheerfully. A late-stage warrior of the 9th rank can rank among the top 10,000 globally. That is quite commendable. Indeed, keep up the good work. Allow me to give you something. Li Xuanzai said as he sent a second-tier demon spirit fruit. This item had become useless to him, and while it could still benefit his subordinates in Shaojiu, they too lacked for cultivation resources. And he had plenty remaining. They could hardly exhaust it. It would be better to do a favor and foster goodwill. Esteemed one, what is this? Huang Xiaofei inquired curiously, gazing at the fruit emanating a black sheen. Demon Spirit Fruit. It is a splendid item that can aid you in breaking through the warrior realm. All right, let us pause the conversation here. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Li Xuanzai severed the connection with Huang Xiaofei. Staring at the disconnected channel system, Huang Xiaofei found himself in a daze, repeatedly reviewing Li Xuanzai's message and the fruit in hand. System, can this demon spirit fruit truly help me break through? Huang Xiaofei queried uncertainly. This is a second-tier demon spirit fruit, capable of elevating your cultivation to the warrior realm. Even reaching the late stage of the first-ranked IT is indeed true, and even more astonishing than I imagined. I have truly struck it rich this time. Indeed, even a single hair from the esteemed one is a treasure for me. Those petty clowns actually wish to tarnish the esteemed one's reputation. They are truly overreaching. Filled with excitement, Huang Xiaofei closed the channel system and began his cultivation. Once he achieved the late stage of the first-rank warrior realm, his global ranking would rise by at least 2,000 places. Potentially even more, and he could also attempt the difficult level encampments. Li Xuanzai remained oblivious to Huang Xiaofei's subsequent psychological state. He observed the escalating discussions within the channel, growing increasingly incensed, and coldly snorted, "Humph. If you wish to target me, in the face of overwhelming strength, all is but an illusion." Thus, he rarely expressed his thoughts. I see many people are criticizing me. I find it puzzling. As of now, we have not crossed paths. Have I slain your entire family or stolen your girlfriend? Some individuals, blinded by envy, allow their hearts to darken. They even label me a capitalist. Yet, look at the items I have sold. I offer them at prices far lower than others. Do not begrudge others' success. Self-improvement is a commendable tradition of our Chinese people. I hope everyone can think for themselves and not be led astray by those with ulterior motives. And one last thing. If you have the ability, go and shine on the 10,000-star rankings. I have little respect for those who engage in petty squabbles. James, I am speaking directly to you. Do not let me see you on the battlefield, or I shall knock out all your teeth. With that, Li Xuanzai closed the channel system, for he had already arrived at the third encampment. Goodness, the esteemed Li Xuanzai finally spoke. I had thought he would remain silent indefinitely. I believe what Li Xuanzai said is correct. Some individuals are merely blinded by envy, and as such, their hearts grow dark. He can sell his items however he wishes. I purchased a weapon, yet I do not feel exploited. In fact, the prices of his weapons are even lower than those at the system exchange. Indeed, I too stand in support of Li Xuanzai. He has not engaged in any underhanded dealings. The enthusiasm displayed by the public speaks volumes. People are not blind. It can be asserted that Li Xuanzai's offerings boast the highest cost-performance ratio. He is correct in stating that self-improvement is a commendable tradition of our Chinese heritage. Upon reviewing the situation, it becomes apparent that James was one of the earliest to voice criticism against Li Xuanzai, followed by a throng of Western competitors. Subsequently, many uninformed participants joined the clamor. If everyone were to take a moment to reflect, they would realize that Li Xuanzai's actions are devoid of any wrongdoing. James also remarked that Li Xuanzai was once ranked first, yet he has not shared insights on how to enhance one's prowess. Now, despite being among the top globally, he still refrains from sharing. Must it be a prerequisite for the first place holder to share their knowledge? As a top contender, cannot he take the initiative to share? Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. The wisdom of our ancestors holds merit. I wish to convey that we are all competitors here. Assisting others merely invites trouble upon ourselves, and ultimately, we remain in a state of opposition. The channel buzzes with excitement over the remarks aimed at Li Xuanzai, further ignited by his assertive declarations. Maintaining a consistently high level of interest. How absurd, these foolish individuals. Observing the shift in the channel dynamics due to Li Xuanzai's statements, James impulsively kicked away the table he had exchanged for. This fellow is clearly enraged. I only came to witness the lively atmosphere of the channel, yet he dares to curse in front of a live audience. He must be the true fool here. Such disgrace. Although James could not hear the insults in the live stream, he noted the surge in audience numbers and suddenly remembered that he was still broadcasting, promptly shutting it down. After ending the stream, his expression began to shift as he recalled Li Xuance's subsequent words, vowing to knock out his teeth upon their next encounter. An immense insult indeed. I cannot afford to be at such a disadvantage compared to Li Xuance. I must swiftly enhance my abilities, else I will certainly be unable to contend with him. Li Xuance, undeterred by external changes, approached the challenging red light column camp, advancing boldly. His progress remained unimpeded, merely requiring additional time. 8 minutes later, he acquired another B-grade credential, along with a mid-grade life fruit and 1.316 million points. Name. Life fruit level. Mid-grade evaluation. Effective for beings below the heavenly realm. Heavenly realm? Li Xuance pondered briefly, recalling prior information that had clarified the initial levels of the myriad battlefield. Apprentice stage, warrior, martial master, grandmaster, true person, heavenly being. However, he remained unaware of what the sixth tier beyond the heavenly realm entailed. Chapter 87. Ascending to second place on the 10,000 stars list. Having just broken through to grandmaster, this is immensely beneficial for me, akin to gaining an extra life. Furthermore, I possess a death exemption token, which effectively grants me nearly 4 lives. Perfect. Li Xuance felt a surge of excitement, becoming increasingly attentive to the camp below. He continued toward the 4th camp, but refrained from listing any products for sale. 3 reasons informed this decision. First, his popularity remains high. It is not the time to stoke the fire further. Patience is warranted. Second, the majority of competitors have depleted their points, rendering any potential sales unprofitable. It is wise to wait. Third, he had only 2 items remaining for sale, a vitality orb and a blood essence orb, both of which are of the demon soldier tier, corresponding to the martial master level. However, the number of participants at the martial master level globally is still relatively scarce, necessitating a larger market before he could fetch a good price. Soon, Li Xuance arrived at the 4th camp, a red extreme difficulty camp, where the highest-ranking camp leader was a late-stage 3rd-tier grandmaster. Formidable indeed. However, upon encountering Li Xuance, a prodigy capable of fighting above his level, he could only meet his demise. Given the presence of numerous experts and the fact that they were besieged, he expended various tactics and time, ultimately taking nearly half an hour to eradicate the threats posed by the camp. This truly exemplifies extremity. At this pace of advancement, I might struggle even against hellish difficulty. In a wonder whack, has yet to conquer it, Li Xuance murmured to himself. Nevertheless, he did not remain idle. He acquired an A-grade credential and 3 mid-grade life fruits. Regarding points, this round has proven unignorable, as he felt a rush of exhilaration upon receiving 16.54 million points. Points gained from hunting are consistent, regardless of whether the targets are ferocious beasts, alien defenders of the camp, or demons from the abyss. At least for now, the rules remain unchanged. Points for beginners, intermediates, and advanced apprentices are 2 points for initial apprentices, 4 for intermediates, and 6 for advanced. 4 martial practitioners, 10 points for 1st tier. 20 for 2nd, 30 for 3rd, 60 for 4th, 80 for 5th, 100 for 6th, 200 for 7th, 300 for 8th, and 400 for 9th. 4 martial masters, 1, 000 points for 1st tier, 1, 500 for 2nd, 2, 000 for 3rd, 4, 000 for 4th, 5, 000 for 5th, 6,000 for 6th, 12, 000 for 7th, 14, 000 for 8th, and 16,000 for 9th. 4 grandmasters, 50, 000 points for 1st tier. While the 2nd tier remains uncertain, as Li Xuance has yet to encounter one. However, he is aware that the 3rd tier grandmaster yields 60, 000 points, suggesting that the 2nd tier lies somewhere between 50,000 and 60, 000. Though he understands that he cannot breach the final camp, Li Xuance still approached, wishing to gauge its depths. The last camp, a hell-level fortress, spans a vast area of 5 square kilometers. Camp, Demon Clan, Micro, Scale. Leader, 9th tier Ultimate Grandmaster, 32 Guardians, 8th tier Late Stage Grandmasters, 64 Leaders, 7th tier Late Stage Grandmasters, 192 Elites, 6th tier Late Stage Grandmasters, 384 Captains, 5th tier Late Stage Grandmasters, 840 Soldiers, 4th tier Late Stage Grandmasters. Evaluation. The strength of the Demon Clan at the same tier surpasses that of human 1st tier beings. and even more so in a bloodthirsty state, enhancing their combat capabilities, truly formidable. You possess the demon hunting aura, which slightly reduces the difficulty, yet once the demon hunting aura is activated, there is no place to hide. A 9th tier ultimate grandmaster is already considered a half-step true person, coupled with the demon clan's combat prowess. It is likely that ordinary human beings lacking true person status will find it impossible to obtain an S-grade credential. No wonder WAC has stalled at this point. Upon reviewing the radar's information regarding the final camp, Li Xuanzi gained a foundational understanding. With his 2nd-tier mid-stage Grandmaster cultivation, his actual combat power could reach 6th-tier late-stage Grandmaster levels. Without activating the demon hunting aura, single-handedly defeating an elite opponent would be a formidable challenge, nearly an impossible task. Here, unless one strikes with lethal precision and subsequently conceals themselves, any drawn-out engagement would spell doom if other experts arrived. This explains why WAC, despite possessing the strength of a 9th-tier initial Grandmaster, has only managed to eliminate 3 elite Demon Clan members thus far. If he were to engage in a one-on-one duel, he might be capable of defeating leader-tier adversaries. The optimal course of action would be to temporarily abandon this location, venture into the abyss for practical training, gather some spoils, enhance his strength, and then return to annihilate this camp. However, before heading into the abyss, there remains one final task to undertake. With this thought in mind, Li Xuanzi employed his assassination technique to swiftly eliminate the 4 soldiers stationed at the camp's entrance before making his discreet escape, leaving no trace behind. By the time the camp noticed the anomaly and dispatched personnel to investigate, Li Xuanzi had long since departed. Simultaneously, Li Xuanzi ascended to 2nd place on the 10,000 stars list. 1st place, WAC, Rossi Star, 9th tier initial Grandmaster, S3 Elite, 1A1B1C1D. 2nd place, Li Xuanzi, Blue Star, 2nd tier mid-stage Grandmaster, S4 Soldier, 1A1B1C1D. 3rd place, Sunluo, Wuxiang Star, 9th tier initial Martial Master, A1 Elite, 1B1C1D. 3rd place, Jeshan, Zhewang Star, 8th tier mid-stage Martial Master, A4 Captain, 1B1C1D. Wax ranking and achievements remained unchanged. Previously, 3rd place involved the elimination of 6 captains, now upgraded to 1 elite, marking a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, the gap between him and the top 2 remains substantial. Li Xuanzi's defeat of 4 soldiers was to secure this ranking. Even if unforeseen events occur that prevent him from claiming 1st place, he must strive to maintain 2nd place as best as possible. The abyss. I have returned. Gazing at the familiar scenery before him, Li Xuanzi utilized a magic stone to enter. After a lapse of several hours, he had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, the 15th to 10th levels posed a significant challenge. Now, however, at the 15th to 11th level, he breezily made his way through. Indeed, upon re-entering, he did not commence from the 18th to 1st level, but rather directly from the previously uncharted levels. He effortlessly breached the 15th circle and entered the 14th circle. At the 14th to 14th level, the strongest adversary was a 4th tier initial demon guard. While it consumed some time, he ultimately succeeded in overcoming this challenge. Regrettably, his cultivation had advanced, resulting in diminished demon hunting points earned, particularly at the remaining levels of the 15th circle, which yielded no points whatsoever. Thus, across 19 levels, he accumulated approximately 13,000 demon hunting points. As he reached the 13th level, Li Xuanzi became increasingly cautious. The preceding challenges had been manageable, but upon confronting levels 12 and 11, he encountered formidable resistance. The strength of the city defending general had already ascended to the initial stage of the 6th rank, a formidable magic sentinel. Although he could best the general in a one-on-one confrontation, this level was not merely occupied by him. There were also dozens of 5th rank magic sentinels and over 1,000 3rd rank and above magic creatures. The combined might of their union formed a colossal demon, boasting the power of a 7th rank magic sentinel. Without engaging, Li Xuanzi chose to retreat, adhering to the adage that a wise man does not suffer needless losses. Subsequently, through ambushes and the gradual elimination of their forces, he managed to clear the level, albeit after nearly 2 hours of effort. Such time expenditure was excessive. He resolved not to repeat this in the subsequent levels, planning to withdraw at the first sign of overwhelming odds. Fortunately, the spoils from these 11 levels had been commendable, netting him 401,000 demon hunting points, which, when combined with the previous 13, 000 resulted in a total of approximately 414,000 points. Compared to his initial endeavors, this was a stark decline, nearly eightfold less. Alas, the challenges grew ever more daunting with each passing level, a reality that left Li Xuanzi lamenting. He took a moment to collect his thoughts and, having organized his spoils, swiftly accessed the exchange system. Participant, Li Xuanzi, Blue Star, Realm, mid-second rank Master Demon Hunting level, 1-star Demon Hunter Demon Hunting points, 421,106 Demon Hunting Aura, level 1 effect, suppresses magic creatures cultivation by 10. His selection this time was straightforward, consisting entirely of third-rank magic fruit, totaling 420,000 points for 21 pieces. After this expenditure, he was left with a mere 1,106 points, plunging him back into a state of poverty. Wasting no time, Li Xuanzi secured his belongings and departed the ninefold demon abyss. Ascending swiftly aboard his celestial vessel towards the safety zone, he felt the time spent in the abyss had been excessive, yielding little in return. I was calculating for Li Xuanzi, concerned he might inadvertently lose track of time. There remained 5 levels in the 15th round, plus 14 in the 14th, and the 8 prior to the 13th, totaling 27 levels, which he had nearly completed in one continuous effort, demonstrating remarkable speed. He had spent less than 7 hours in total, yet the 9th and 10th levels of the 13th round consumed over half an hour each, while the 11th level nearly took 2 hours, an utter waste of time. In this endeavor, he had traversed 30 levels, investing nearly 10 hours. Whether this was a gain or a loss was debatable. I shared this sentiment. The ninefold demon abyss would remain, and there was no rush. He could return tomorrow or at another time. However, tonight's activities would be lost if missed, and with his vessel, he could readily venture elsewhere. But was it truly so easy to go elsewhere? Many participants found themselves unable to conquer their current challenges, only to discover that competitors in other areas were weaker than themselves. They sought to obtain some certificates within their reach, but all failed. Ba had previously mentioned that the light pillars served as a reminder that participants could venture to other safe zones. After all, 3 identical certificates could be synthesized into a higher rank. It was common knowledge that securing 3 A-grade certificates was significantly easier than acquiring a single S-grade certificate. It could only be said that many had underestimated the situation. How could the myriad races battlefield possibly harbor such vast loopholes? Did they truly believe that accessing other safe zones would be so simple? I was aware, having just watched a participant's live stream. He sought to reach another safe zone, but encountered a multitude of high-tier ferocious beasts, forcing him to abandon his quest for survival. I also witnessed another participant who had to forfeit. Having ventured too far from the safety zone, with no chance of escape from the pursuing formidable beasts, he had no choice but to surrender, lest he meet certain death. Most participants had not ventured beyond their safety zones. Only a few had traversed into danger zones, yet even they had only progressed so far. Numerous participants had already perished due to this. Li Xuanzi remained oblivious to the tribulations faced by others. As he returned to safety with his spoils, when Shan and Su Wei were diligently compiling the materials Li Xuanzi had previously brought back, upon seeing his return, when Shan respectfully approached him, "My lord, you have returned indeed. How has everyone fared in their training?" Li Xuanzi inquired with concern. "My lord, Buddha is indeed a prodigy. With the aid of warrior pills, he has already reached the late 4th rank of warrior." When Shan reported Licn has attained the late 9th rank of warrior, while Adi has reached the early 2nd rank of warrior, and Su Wei is now a late 3rd rank warrior. "And you?" He asked. "I am currently a mid-3rd rank warrior," she replied. "I appreciate your efforts alongside Su Wei." He acknowledged, "My lord, it has been no hardship for me," when Shan replied, shaking her head, "My lord, when will you take us along to battle?" Su Wei chimed in, playfully perching on Li Xuanzi's shoulder. "Once your cultivation matches mine, we shall discuss it." Li Xuanzi smiled. "Oh, my lord, your training speed is astonishing. We cannot keep up," Su Wei lamented. "You?" Li Xuanzi was about to reach out and gently ruffle Su Wei's hair when a line of system text interrupted him, leaving his hands suspended in midair. "Ding! Congratulations to Blue Star participant Li Xuanzi for eliminating all hidden dangers within a 5-kilometer radius of the safety zone, completing a hidden achievement. The safety zone has expanded to a radius of 5 kilometers. And the safety shelter has once again upgraded, rewarding you with 1 silver-level lottery draw." Li Xuanzi couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't anticipated an upgrade to the safety zone, let alone a silver-level lottery. This was his first time earning a silver-level draw. Previously, he had assumed the range was 2 kilometers. When it expanded, he received no notification and had temporarily given up, only to be surprised by this unexpected boon. If 1 kilometer and 5 kilometers could be upgraded, could 10 kilometers, or even 20 or 50 kilometers, also be enhanced? Li Xuance's mind began to race with possibilities. The benefits were simply too significant to overlook. By the way, when Shan, is Buddha still out fighting? Li Xuance inquired. Yes, my lord. Buddha is a combat-oriented genius. He only returns when his spatial belt is full. Since you provided him a larger spatial belt, he has yet to return from his current mission. When Shan responded, "My orders?" Li Xuance asked, puzzled. Did you not instruct us to eliminate the ferocious beasts in the vicinity? When Shan countered, I instructed you to clear a 2-kilometer radius. I did not specify beyond that. I simply did not revoke the command, and I did not expect Buddha to continue executing it, Li Xuance realized. Well, Buddha has truly accomplished a great feat this time. Please select your reward within 1 minute. Otherwise, it will be forfeited by default. A line of green text appeared. Li Xuance had no choice but to momentarily halt his conversation with Wen Shan, focusing his attention on the treasure chest before him. The initial wooden and black iron chests contained 10 each, while the bronze chest held 8. Now, the silver chests also numbered 8, regardless of the number of chests. As long as they evaded detection, the more the better. The likelihood of obtaining valuable items increased with quantity. Chapter 89. War Goddess Mechanical Armlet Name. Mid-grade blood crystal furnace level. Upper 6th rank rating. Capable of refining the blood essence of beasts below the 7th rank. Condensing blood crystals. Li Xuance was taken aback. A 6th rank upper tier item? To be honest, seeing the first treasure chest stirred his excitement. The silver treasure chest was indeed worthy of its name, a delightful surprise. Name: Xintian Battle Blade level, upper 6th rank rating. Not suitable for you. Li Xuance? Was it truly necessary to be so blunt? 5th rank upper grade blood crystals, upper 6th rank Chinkuan bracelets, and mid 6th rank Xian heavy spears. Name: War God Mechanical Armlet, 7 stars, level, upper 7th rank rating. An exceedingly intriguing technological product, this armlet houses an independent automated factory, an automated maintenance facility, and a separate warehouse. It can produce corresponding War God series combat robots, provided the necessary materials are supplied. Note: 1. Materials are infinite, and quantity is limitless. 2. Combat power can reach the level of a venerable. 3. Killing enemies grants points. What a remarkable item. Is this a means to amass an army? Li Xuance felt an exhilarating tremor coursing through him. This item was simply too exceptional, particularly the last detail about gaining points for defeating enemies. It was important to note that his 5 subordinates did not earn points when slaying ferocious beasts. Only through recapturing prey did he receive rewards. Venerable? Upper 7th rank? This likely indicated that the Venerable was the 7th realm. Li Xuance conducted a simple analysis in his mind. Previously, he had known the highest realm to be the 5th. The celestial human realm. If this was the 7th, it implied there was yet another realm between the celestial human and venerable stages, though he remained unaware of what it was. Never mind. Pondering such matters was futile. Clarity would come in time. Setting aside these concerns, Li Xuance's excitement surged anew. With this item, my future hunting efficiency will increase significantly, and I will possess another trump card. He could not allow others to discern his exhilaration. Li Xuance quickly composed himself, suppressing his inner excitement, and made his choice. I choose this one, he declared, selecting the 7th treasure chest. A silver, futuristic bracelet hovered before Li Xuance, who reached out to grasp it. Instantly, the bracelet transformed into a pool of shimmering silver liquid, perfectly conforming to his wrist. Master, I am the War God series mechanical bracelet created by the royal group of the War God Empire. Serving as your guiding intelligence. War God, I am at your service, ready to heed your commands. Above the bracelet, a cartoonish warrior figure floated. Could you introduce yourself? Li Xuance was taken aback by the presence of artificial intelligence but quickly regained his composure. The War God Mechanical Bracelet, abbreviated as the War God Bracelet, consisted of 4 primary modules: the Energy Core Zone, the Factory Zone, the Maintenance Zone, and the Warehouse. Its initial energy was fully charged, and when it dropped to 20, I would promptly remind the Master to recharge. The Factory Zone was where combat robots were produced, The maintenance zone was for repairing robots, and the warehouse served dual purposes. First, to store combat robots, and second, to recharge them. Energy? What kind of energy is required? Li Xuanzi inquired urgently, recognizing the importance of the question. The War God bracelet, having undergone years of optimization, could utilize most energy sources for recharging. However, the most common were electricity, elemental stones, and blood crystals. What about magic cores? Li Xuanzi suddenly pondered. Magic cores are acceptable, good. That's reassuring. Li Xuanzi felt relieved. He had amassed a considerable number of magic cores, certainly over 1 million by now. What about vitality pearls and blood essence pearls? Are you familiar with those? He asked again. Those are also acceptable. Excellent. Do combat robots require recharging? How long can they fight after being charged? Li Xuanzi expressed his concern. Common-grade first-tier combat robots can only replenish energy through recharging, capable of sustaining high-intensity combat for 6 hours with a single charge, while first-tier combat robots can maintain high-intensity combat for 4 hours. Above second-tier, combat robots can recharge in the warehouse or directly utilize energy blocks, elemental stones, blood crystals, or magic cores for combat, with duration dependent on the quality of the energy source. How do you produce them here? What do I need to provide? Li Xuanzi inquired further. These are the blueprints for combat robots ranging from common grade to 7th tier, detailing all the materials required for each type. Li Xuanzi did not end the livestream to evade. If others could replicate through the blueprints, that would be their opportunity. All right, we will discuss this later. Li Xuanzi closed the bracelet, and with a wave of his hand, countless spoils fell within the safe zone. Wanshan, please tally these spoils as well, and quickly categorize the materials. I need the names and grades of each material. If you're unsure, consult the system. Li Xuanzi commanded. Rest assured, my lord, I will complete the task promptly. Wanshan replied, having seen the War God bracelet and understanding why her lord had begun to feel anxious. The audience from Blue Star had been watching Li Xuanzi's lottery draw throughout, and when they laid eyes on the War God bracelet and heard its introduction, they were left in awe. After a moment of silence, an explosion of excitement followed. I swear, if anyone tells me Li God is the son of heaven, I wholeheartedly agreed. I am all in. This is utterly broken. Isn't it? This is like an endless army of robots. While others are fighting solo, you already command a legion of robots. How can that be fair? It feels like this competition has lost its balance. Li God is truly extraordinary, the most formidable, our idol from Blue Star, our War God. Although I am from Blue Star, the better Li God performs, the happier I am. However, this is indeed somewhat overpowered, far beyond the previous sniper rifle. What is the issue? That Waker directly obtained a high-level inheritance and just lay back to first place. Why isn't anyone calling that an imbalance in the competition, while Li God drawing something good is? Exactly, this place is inherently filled with unknown challenges and equally filled with opportunities. Everyone is equal. If Li God had not cleared all the ferocious beasts within a 5-kilometer radius of the safe zone, he would not have received this reward. This is fair and accessible to all. Indeed, I'm not familiar with the situation in Wanqing, but as far as Blue Star contestants are concerned, excluding Li God, I know of 3 others who have cleared a kilometer around the safe zone, and the safe zone has already been upgraded. So this is fair. Chapter 90. Enlightenment. Indeed, the War God bracelet was drawn from the silver treasure chest, indicating that items from silver-level chests are of high quality. If others upgrade their safe zones, they should also have a chance, but whether they can achieve that or discover this opportunity depends on their capabilities. Everything Li God has obtained has been earned through his own strength, without any shortcuts, while many contestants have relied on natural laws to get ahead. I am, after all, a staunch supporter of Li God. Although the selection for the Wanqing Lord has only just begun, many viewers have watched Li Xuanzi evolve from an ordinary office worker into a legendary war god. The sense of immersion is profound. While they may not be able to achieve the same, it does not hinder them from elevating Li Xuanzi as their idol. In the capital, the protective forces for Li Xuanzi's family must be doubled. There can be no room for error. An elder remarked, now, Li Xuanzi's status in Blue Star, within the Flower Kingdom, has changed dramatically. He is currently on the battlefield of 10,000 races, unable to make contact, yet his family remains on Blue Star. Many opportunistic individuals have begun to set their sights on his family. Of course, these individuals only seek to ingratiate themselves and win favors. No one dares to offend him, for no one, not even a nation, can withstand Li Xuanzi's wrath. Li Xuanzi, oblivious to everything occurring on Blue Star, would be powerless to intervene even if he knew. All he could do was to continue to enhance his strength, striving to reach the end. The upgrade of the safe zone progressed swiftly, its boundaries expanding rapidly, and the surrounding trees were felled with haste. Soon, a safe zone with a radius of 5 kilometers appeared before him. If observed from above, one would notice a remarkably flat, picturesque plain emerging amidst the rugged mountains and dense forests. Yes, a plain. Even the distant Black Mountain had been flattened. Such an ability to transform the landscape is truly awe-inspiring. In addition to the expansion of the safe zone, the safe house upgraded once more, evolving from a 2-story villa to a 3-entry courtyard, with each courtyard and room vastly larger than the traditional courtyard of Blue Star. Covering an area exceeding 100,000 square meters. System, what changes have occurred with the safe zone's upgrade, aside from its expansion? Li Xuanzi inquired with curiosity. The system's voice responded, revealing 4 changes. Surprisingly, it was not text but sound. The first change is the voice you are currently hearing. That a deep voice resonated, confirming to Li Xuanzi that he was not imagining things. Second, the upper limit for auxiliary cultivation has expanded from 1,000 times to 10,000 times. The initial safe house only allowed 100 times, and after the last upgrade, it reached 1,000 times, though he had never experienced it. After all, at 1,000 times the cultivation speed, 1 hour would require 100,000 points, which most contestants have yet to accumulate. Third, auxiliary cultivation is no longer limited to you. Now, all your contracted subordinates and battle pets can also enjoy it, regardless of the number, without requiring additional points. This newly added feature illuminated Li Xuanzi's eyes. He had been worried that his subordinates could not keep up with his cultivation pace. While he could provide them with numerous cultivation resources, their slower speed would inevitably diminish their future contributions. If they could also accelerate their cultivation, the outcome would be entirely different. This was excellent news. This feature is quite impressive, Li Xuanzi remarked appreciatively. Fourth, you have gained the qualification to purchase more martial slaves, with the limit raised from 10 to 50. Li Xuanzi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This means I could have a whole squadron. While other contestants fight alone, I would be leading numerous subordinates. Doesn't that seem unfair? Li Xuanzi expressed his unease. There is nothing unreasonable about this. Let me ask you, what selection are you participating in? The Lord selection, of course, Li Xuanzi replied instinctively. Exactly, in the Lord selection, how could a lone commander become a worthy Lord? A true Lord should lead at least one planet, and one must consider the number of talented individuals and loyal warriors required. Without sufficient talent, how can you manage a territory? Without loyal warriors, how can you defend your domain? You are all contestants from various primitive planets. Some may be emperors or princes, and upon success, they can directly assume control of a planet. But what about contestants born as ordinary individuals? How can they take over? Will local powers simply stand down? Li Xuanzi was taken aback. He had never considered these questions, as they seemed too distant from him. However, upon reflection, he suddenly realized that this selection was likely not as simple as it appeared. Beyond the selection itself, one must also build a competent foundation. Furthermore, the rewards from live streaming, donations, and bets likely serve to gather initial funding for the eventual Lord. Simultaneously, the live broadcast allows civilizations of all sizes within the Galactic Civilization Group to witness the nature of this newly emerged Lord, serving as a reference for future collaborations or competitions. In this context, all of this can be obtained, provided one possesses exceptional qualities. Initially, these contestants will undoubtedly have to contend individually, but as time progresses, they will undergo comprehensive evaluations. Any shortcoming will hinder their advancement. The reason I share this with you is that you are the first contestant to elevate the safe zone to silver level, a unique privilege that belongs solely to you. The system acts like a wise elder. And these words are immensely beneficial to Li Xuanzi, and I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Li Xuanzi humbly replied. Wanshan, you are responsible for notifying everyone to follow me for training shortly, Li Xuanzi instructed. Thank you for your support, my lord, Wanshan exclaimed. Having also heard the system's words, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Li Xuanzi nodded slightly, and then began his training in the dedicated meditation room of the new courtyard. System, activate the 1,000-fold auxiliary training for 3 hours to start. Li Xuanzi commanded. 3 hours of 1,000-fold auxiliary training will cost 300,000 points, at a rate of 100,000 points per hour. Please confirm. Li Xuanzi quickly consumed a third-tier demon spirit fruit. Under the system's auxiliary training, The fruit rapidly transformed into pure vital energy and blood power, circulating through his body as if an accelerator had been pressed, traversing dozens of cycles until his vital energy was nearly exhausted. One after another, he consumed all 36 third-tier demon spirit fruits, completing the process in 2 hours and 46 minutes, elevating his cultivation to the late-stage 6th-rank master. Chapter 91. Ascending to the pinnacle again simultaneously. He ascended another tier, claiming the top position on the 10,000 stars battle power ranking, pushing Whack down from his place. I can't help but smile. I almost feel sorry for Whack. He held the top spot for less than 30 hours before being surpassed by Li Shun. He must be quite frustrated now. Given Li Shun's trajectory, once he surpasses someone, it seems unlikely that Whack could reclaim the first position unless he encounters another significant opportunity, which is evidently improbable. Whack had at least experienced being number one, and even if surpassed, he remains among the elite, unlike those below him who gaze up at the two behemoths above, likely feeling utterly despondent at this moment. Competing alongside Li Shun, it seems even cheating would be futile, as they would be utterly crushed. Not only was there chatter among the Blue Star populace, but the channels within the myriad races battlefield were also abuzz. Damn, does Li Xuanzi still need any parts? If we encounter him later, can we become his underlings? So overpowered. I previously thought Li Xuanzi's ascension to first place was merely a fluke. Now, he has reclaimed the top position. And it seems more people will surpass him in the future. I am utterly astounded. Are we even competing in the same contest? I only see Li Daolao's battle power continually climbing, showing no signs of stopping, truly terrifying. They are the true competitors while we are merely here for entertainment. We should relax our mindset, or we won't be able to enjoy ourselves. It's a pity there's no avenue for complaints. Otherwise, I would certainly voice one. This is nothing short of cheating. This is the realm of masters, and advancing feels as swift as riding a train. While I'm merely a third-tier warrior, struggling for every inch of progress, it's infuriating how people can be so vastly different. At this moment, on a distant island, a young man named Whack furrowed his brow and murmured, Li Xuanzi must have obtained some formidable inheritance. Otherwise, there's no way he could surpass me. He is a terrifying opponent. And should we meet, I must eliminate him. He cannot become a stumbling block on my path to becoming a lord. On another island, James felt a cold sweat break on his forehead. Shit. This is truly monstrous. He had already lost the desire to compete with Li Xuanzi. They were simply not on the same level, of course. Some saw the changes in rankings as a greater motivation. The competition had only just begun. Since Whack could seize an opportunity and briefly surpass Li Xuanzi, why couldn't he? Li Xuanzi, however, remained oblivious to all this, deeply immersed in his gratifying training and completely unaware of the channel system. In the final 14 minutes, he consumed another 8 third-tier low-grade blood crystals, pushing his cultivation to the pinnacle state of the 6th-rank master, poised to break through at any moment. Yet, he refrained from doing so. As the distinction between the late 6th rank and early 7th rank was substantial, particularly in a place like the Ninefold Demon Abyss. Returning to the Ninefold Demon Abyss, he swiftly cleared the 13th circle, even the 12th, all the way to the 11th 5 circle, when Li Xuanzi found it necessary to break through his cultivation to progress further. While he could have tackled the 11th 6 circle, he preferred not to waste time. He directly exchanged for 11 third-tier demon spirit fruits, leaving him with only 3,260 demon hunting points. Upon returning to the safe zone, he activated another hour of 1,000-fold auxiliary training. After consuming 11 third-tier demon spirit fruits, Li Xuanzi's cultivation finally reached the limit of the 9th rank master. What lay ahead was the realm of true persons. Li Xuanzi concentrated on understanding the related information regarding true persons from the Divine Dragon Stabilizing Sea Scripture. True persons are practitioners seeking the true self, marked by the condensation of the Dharma form. The Dharma form, which can manipulate natural forces and influence the environment and life within a certain range, signifies the initial ability to comprehend the laws of the world, serving as a foundational step towards a more formidable realm. Thus, the realm of true persons is considered a transitional stage. The realm above true persons is called celestial beings. Perhaps due to the stark contrast between celestial beings and the preceding realms, this is merely Li Xuanzi's conjecture. What he needed to do now was to condense his Dharma form and break through his current realm to achieve the status of true person. He promptly consumed the soul 4th-tier demon spirit fruit and boundless vital energy, blood essence, and a previously unseen power began to converge. This was spiritual power, which the system had earlier mentioned could be used for cultivation but did not specify which realm. It likely did not anticipate his rapid breakthrough. The Dharma form is generally related to the cultivation method, and since Li Xuanzi practiced the Divine Dragon stabilizing sea scripture, his Dharma form naturally manifested as a divine dragon. As his training progressed, a faint ethereal shadow appeared behind him. His Dharma form's shadow. The realm of true persons involves condensing the Dharma form and transforming the ethereal into the tangible. Finally, I have broken through. Li Xuanzi took a deep breath. Yes, he had successfully ascended to the early first rank of true persons, though his divine dragon Dharma form remained quite ethereal and required further cultivation to solidify. Now, not only did he possess the highest battle power, but he also ranked first in realms, for at this moment, Whack, despite having advanced, was merely at the mid-9th rank master level, far behind Li Xuanzi. Ding, congratulations, host, for advancing to the true person realm. You meet the conditions for upgrading the source radar, and the upgrade is in progress. The radar is upgrading. Finally, it has upgraded. Li Xuanzi felt a surge of excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. This was his trump card, his greatest advantage. Chapter 92. Radar upgrade. Li Xuanzi seems a bit agitated. The audience watching the live broadcast also noticed his unusual demeanor. Excited? If it were you who had just broken through, I wonder how you would react. It is evident that Li Xuanzi's cultivation has broken through again. The question is, what realm is he in now? How foolish! The 10,000 stars ranking and the blue star ranking, even the 10,000 stars battle power ranking all reflect it. He is in the early first rank of true persons, leaving all other contestants far behind. Dual first in both realm and battle power, he is indeed the strongest. An enthusiastic supporter of Li Xuanzi exclaimed, I think I just saw an ethereal divine dragon behind Li Xuanzi. Perhaps I was imagining things? Someone questioned, and I believe I saw it too. Could this be the hallmark of the true person realm? That seems likely, especially since there were no such phenomena when Li Xuanzi was previously cultivating. It's a pity we cannot communicate with him. Otherwise, we could inquire. Li Xuanzi remained unaware that his excitement stemming from his cultivation breakthrough was being elaborated upon by the audience, thereby concealing the overwhelming exhilaration brought about by the radar's upgrade. Ding, the origin radar has successfully upgraded to level 3, now capable of scanning a radius of 10 kilometers. Additional functionalities await exploration by the host. Yet another call for self-exploration. In comparison to the user-friendly interface of the Myriad Races battlefield system. The origin radar exhibits certain deficiencies in intelligence, relying entirely on personal investigation. Li Xuanzi sat within the four-cornered courtyard, employing the radar system to scan the surrounding 10-kilometer area, within a 5-kilometer radius. Not a single red dot appeared, for this was the extent of his current safe zone. However, between 5 and 10 kilometers lay a vast expanse, within which 7 clusters of red dots were notably concentrated. Oh? The nests of the golden claw beast, the hellhound, the windwolf, 7 common beast layers, along with second-tier spiritual medicinal water fruits and third-tier spiritual medicinal red fire blood ginseng. The first-tier radar could only display red and green dots, while the second-tier radar revealed the cultivation levels of the beasts and the grades of the spiritual herbs. To his surprise, the third-tier radar could intricately display the species of the beasts, their names, and even the names of the spiritual herbs. Besides the 7 major clans, there was also a considerable number of scattered red dots. With an enlarged scanning range, it would likely be much easier to clear these areas. Li Xuanzi mused. Not only that, subordinate. Li Xian, cultivation, 9th grade late-stage warrior, reverence value, 95, loyal, evaluation. A strategist of remarkable potential, capable of becoming the host's right hand. Even upon contract termination, his loyalty would remain unwavering. The radar had become more detailed, now including a reverence value. It seemed the changes were quite significant, indicating that further exploration was necessary. Li Xuanzi withdrew his focus, temporarily setting aside the radar. His cultivation had surged tremendously, correspondingly depleting his resource reserves. Currently, he possessed neither a third-grade blood crystal nor a magic spirit fruit, and even the energy beads and blood essence beads of the magic guardian level had been entirely consumed, leaving him devoid of all resources above second tier for cultivation. The remaining 42 third-grade low-tier blood crystals and 43 second-grade magic spirit fruits, along with the energy and blood essence beads obtained from 2 previous assaults on the 9-fold demon abyss, had all been bestowed upon his subordinates for their cultivation, resulting in a dramatic transformation in their abilities. The Bodhisattva had reached the 5th grade late-stage master level, followed by Suawiya at the 4th grade mid-stage master level. Then Wanshan at the 3rd grade late-stage master level, and Ada at the 3rd grade mid-stage master level. Even Li Xian, the one with the least promising aptitude, had attained the 9th grade late-stage warrior realm. As for Xiaoju, its cultivation had also reached the 3rd tier 3-star late stage, all thanks to the 1,000-fold cultivation boost. How is everyone's situation? Li Xuanzi inquired, feigning ignorance. My lord, this method of cultivation is incredibly exhilarating. I have never experienced such delight in my life. I never imagined that cultivation could be this effortless, with infinite resources and a 1,000-fold enhancement. This place is truly a paradise for cultivators. Even the usually reticent Bodhisattva couldn't help but express his excitement. I had thought, given my aptitude, that I would never reach the warrior realm in this lifetime, yet here I am, already at the 9th grade late-stage warrior, merely a step away from becoming a master. I am profoundly grateful for my lord's generous revival. Li Xian was also experiencing this train-like method of cultivation for the first time. If everyone could cultivate like this, it would transform the process into something exceedingly simple. Of course, such a notion is impossible. Regrettably, my lord has stated that this place will only exist for 3 days, and today marks the 2nd day. Soon, it will come to an end, and such opportunities may never arise again. Suawiya contemplated the future, and the atmosphere grew somber. All of this has been granted by our Lord. We should express our gratitude, for we have experienced what other cultivators could only dream of, a rapid elevation in realms during our youth, which will greatly benefit us in the future. We must not be insatiable, Wanshan concluded. The younger one is, the higher the realm attained, the greater the potential for the future. This is a universally accepted truth across the cosmos. For apprentices, warriors, and even masters, lifespan does not increase. Once one reaches the master realm, however, lifespan can be extended. According to Li Xuanzi's knowledge, a master has a lifespan of 30 cosmic years, while a true sage enjoys 360 cosmic years. 1 cosmic year is approximately 13 blue star years. Thus, in terms of blue star's calendar, a master may live to 390 years, and a true sage to 4,680 years. Cultivation is a gradual process. If one cannot break through swiftly before their lifespan is exhausted, it will be too late. You are all mine. During this novice period, I will do my utmost to facilitate your rapid advancement. However, beyond this novice zone, acquiring resources will necessitate your own efforts and contributions. This is the benefit granted to me by the novice zone, and in turn, the benefit I extend to you. Li Xuanzi laid down the ground rules. He is a master, not a caretaker, and cannot perpetually expend his resources on them. Such assistance must ultimately yield returns. Additionally, the help he provides is finite. My lord, you have already treated us exceptionally well. We dare not harbor further aspirations. Li Xian bowed deeply. Thank you for your nurturing, my lord. Now, I shall assign you 2 tasks. First, organize the spoils I have brought back. Second, I will return to eliminate the last outpost, and you must continue the extensive cleansing beyond the safe zone to expand our territory. Li Xuanzi instructed. Chapter 93. S-level certificate. Since there exists a silver level, could there potentially be a gold level as well? He was uncertain. Yet this did not hinder his attempts, regardless of whether it was 10 kilometers or 20. He would persist in trying until the 3 days had elapsed. Yes, upon departing the safe zone, Li Xuanzi swiftly arrived at the final outpost. The deep crimson light beams were blinding. This was an outpost of hellish difficulty. Securing it would yield an S-level certificate, if not first. A spot in the top 3 was certainly assured. Outpost, Demon Clan, Micro Scale. Clan Leader, 9th grade Peak Master, 32 Guardians, 8th grade Late Stage Masters, 64 Chiefs, 7th grade Late Stage Masters, 192 Elites, 6th grade Late Stage Masters, 384 Captains, 5th grade Late Stage Masters, 36 Soldiers, 4th grade Late Stage Masters. Evaluation. Presently, it poses little threat to you, as the Demon Clan here lacks the Heavenly Demon Grand Array and the Heavenly Demon Cannons. Upon Li Xuanzi's return, the radar's evaluation had changed, and in truth, even if they possessed the Heavenly Demon Grand Array and cannons, they would still pose no threat to him. Li Xuanzi boldly strode to the entrance of the outpost. Human, was it you who previously ambushed our outpost? Do you dare approach again? The guard soldiers fumed at Li Xuanzi. Considering your impending demise, I shall overlook this, Li Xuanzi retorted without further ado in the next instant. He vanished from his spot, reappearing within the outpost, leaving behind a trail of dissipated black smoke in the wake of the vanquished demons. As he advanced, he slaughtered soldiers, captains, elites, chiefs, and guardians alike, all while keeping his hands behind his back. The aura radiating from him obliterated the surrounding demons. Human, you are formidable. I am no match for you. However, I have my mission. Come. The demon clan leader, fully aware of his doom, still charged forth with his blade. You are a brave warrior. I shall do you the honor. Li Xuanzi finally made his first genuine strike, granting the demon leader the utmost respect. As expected, the leader fell, and Li Xuanzi cleared the level. Congratulations! You have withstood 1 minute before the sacred tablet, fulfilling the completion criteria. You have earned 1S level certificate. Once the green prompt text disappeared, a deep red certificate materialized in Li Xuanzi's hand. This was not the END.in addition to the certificate. He also acquired a high-grade life fruit. Name. High-grade life fruit. Evaluation. Possesses the ability to resurrect those below the esteemed realm. As anticipated, it was indeed so. The low grade corresponds to warriors and masters, the mid-grade to masters and true sages, and the high grade to celestial beings in that unknown sixth realm. Regrettably, there was only one. Just as Li Xuanzi finished reflecting, another line of green text appeared. As the first contestant to clear a hell-level difficulty stage, you have received an additional reward, 1 low-grade forbidden stone. What the heck? Yet another forbidden stone. It has appeared again. The live broadcast room erupted in excitement. I never expected to obtain a forbidden stone. Wasn't it said that these items are exceedingly precious? They seem to have become easier to acquire. It can be said that, in the eyes of the Blue Star inhabitants, forbidden stones are the most coveted treasures. Other treasures lack corresponding references, but as Boba mentioned, a low-grade forbidden stone could be exchanged for a first-level planet or 10 original planets like Blue Star. Li Shan is mighty. Li Shan is incredible, unbelievable, utterly terrifying. Another 10 planets have been credited. By the way, regarding the previous 3 forbidden stones, we only saw Li Shan use one. The other 2 remain a mystery. If they are still unused, that leaves 3 in total, truly enviable. Not only the Blue Star audience, but viewers from across the galaxy were also ecstatic. They never anticipated that such a plethora of forbidden stones would emerge in this round of the 10,000 stars selection, a scenario that had not occurred in the previous thousands of rounds. They wondered if something monumental was about to transpire. A certain powerful civilization's audience expressed their concerns. Meanwhile, donations and bets poured in relentlessly. Even though the probability of Li Xuanzi advancing during his novice phase had reached an impressive 97, it could not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. After all, there remained a tantalizing 3 potential for profit. However meager, and time was of the essence, with merely a day remaining. The forbidden stones, such splendid treasures, a smile involuntarily graced Li Xuanzi's face. These were far superior to the 4th-grade demonic fruit, which had propelled him from a 9th-grade peak master to a 1st-grade nascent immortal. However, the inferior forbidden stones could enable him to swiftly ascend through the 1st-grade realm even at the 6th stage. Securing the forbidden stones, Li Xuanzi turned his gaze towards the distant pillar of light, which represented his forthcoming objective. Boarding the celestial vessel, he directed it towards the nearest deep crimson light pillar. Given the distance, he estimated that with swift flight, he could arrive in no more than 15 minutes. Yet, unexpected events often occur in the most unanticipated moments. As Li Xuanzi approached approximately 35 kilometers from the speed of light, the vessel seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, being gently repelled. Simultaneously, a line of deep crimson text materialized. This is the novice zone barrier. Passage by flight is prohibited. To access other novice zones, one must traverse the perilous land. Upon reading these words, Li Xuanzi furrowed his brow. Muttering softly, is this the reason why no 2 contestants have encountered each other until now? Indeed, he had been attentive to the channel system while aboard the vessel. Numerous individuals had attempted to reach other novice zones, yet none had succeeded. Thus, as the celestial vessel descended, Li Xuanzi's radar was inundated with deep crimson dots, increasingly numerous as he descended. Those were ferocious beasts, a veritable ocean of danger. Below was not a suitable landing area. Forced to concede, he exited the celestial vessel and hovered in midair, retracting the vessel. Now, he possessed the ability to fly, a privilege reserved for those at the nascent immortal stage. From the land, he easily traversed the barrier between novice zones, arriving in a completely new wasteland. Was this the perilous zone? Surprisingly nestled between two safe zones, it was truly remarkable. Observing the situation, Li Xuanzi could not help but feel a sense of awe. There was no time for contemplation, as a swarm of high-tier ferocious beasts had already launched an assault against him. A collective. These creatures, as large as the blue star's golden cats, bore fiery red exoskeletons, moving in throngs reminiscent of a crimson SEA. Name. Crimson Fire Legion Ant, Soldier Ant, Level, 2nd Tier, 4 stars evaluation. The Crimson Fire Legion Ant appears in swarms, leaving no trace of vegetation in its wake. Once it has targeted its prey, even a 9th-grade Peak Master will be devoured to the last scrap. Note: beware of the Ant Queen. It possesses potent venom. Chapter 94. Amethyst Coins Without Needing the Radar. Li Xuanzi gazed upon the seemingly endless horde of Crimson Fire Legion ants, nearly all of which were 2nd-tier ferocious beasts. For others, this would be a dead end, but for him, it was a treasure trove, an abundance of points. Li Xuanzi felt exhilarated. Drawing forth the 3-star Shattered Star gun from his Chinquan bracelet, he recognized that while this weapon had become somewhat obsolete due to his advancement, the exchange system was temporarily closed, leaving him no choice but to make do. With a flick of the Shattered Star gun, a wind blade spanning 40 meters erupted from the tip, sweeping forth and instantaneously clearing a path before him, likely eliminating hundreds of the Crimson Fire Legion ants in one fell swoop. This surely amounted to tens of thousands, perhaps even 100,000 points in reward. Yet, Li Xuanzi's expression suddenly froze. What in the world? Why were there no points awarded for slaying these ferocious beasts? The audience from Blue Star was equally dumbfounded. They had expected to see a flurry of green notification texts. Yet the reality was starkly silent, save for the sound of the ants scuttling. Hadn't it just been indicated that this was a perilous zone? Could it be that only within the novice zone could one earn points? Nay, for had not Li Xin earned points in the 9-fold Demon Abyss? Although the Abyss appeared as a secret realm, it was still encompassed within the boundaries of Li Shan's novice zone, thus making the accrual of points entirely reasonable. Perhaps it was not that the perilous zone lacked points, but rather akin to the hunting value in the 9-fold Demon Abyss, that killing beasts significantly below one's realm yielded no points? The spectators pondered, and soon enough, Li Xuanzi arrived at the same conclusion. There was but one way to ascertain the matter. With a newfound determination, he took off from his position, soaring above the Crimson Fire Legion ants while employing his radar to scan. Name: Crimson Fire Legion Ant, Elite Soldier Ant, Level, 2nd Tier, 9 stars kill, no notifications. Name: Crimson Fire Legion Ant, Lieutenant, Level, 3rd Tier, 4 stars kill, no notifications. Name: Crimson Fire Legion Ant, General, Level, 3rd Tier, 9 stars kill, still no notifications. Name: Crimson Fire Legion Ant, Ant Queen, Level, 4th Tier, 3 stars evaluation. The Ant Queen is the supreme commander of this vast horde of Crimson Fire Legion ants. Though her realm is high, her combat prowess is relatively weak. Note: the Ant Queen seldom fights personally. To slay her, one must first eliminate her guards. Guards? Li Xuanzi's attention was immediately drawn to the formidable ants flanking the Ant Queen. Larger and more ferocious than their counterparts. Name: Crimson Fire Legion Ant, Guardian, Level, 4th Tier, 1-star evaluation. The Ant Queen's personal guard, capable of self-sacrificial protection for her. Perfect. ASA 1st grade nascent immortal. Li Xuanzi was on par with the 4th Tier 1-star beast. Slaying a Guardian would be a fair match. He would see if there were any notifications. If not, he would eliminate the Ant Queen and leave without hesitation. The Divine Slaughter Technique. Kill. Li Xuanzi initiated with his strongest move, directly targeting a Guardian. The other Guardians instantly encircled the Ant Queen, forming a protective barrier. They emitted strange sounds, causing the entire legion of ants to halt, then frantically converged towards him, enveloping the Ant Queen in a peculiar shell. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 4th Tier 1-star ferocious beast, Crimson Fire Legion Ant, and receiving 1 amethyst coin. With the notification chiming, a beautifully crafted purple crystal manifested in Li Xuanzi's hand. Amethyst coin? Not points. What could this be? Suspended in midair, Li Xuanzi regarded the amethyst coin with curiosity. Name. Amethyst coin level. None evaluation. One of the most mainstream currencies in the myriad races battlefield. Sourced from the amethyst mines of the fallen immortal continent, usable for cultivation and trade. Battlefield currency? This must be a more advanced form of currency than points, Li Xuanzi surmised. Regardless, it was a valuable item. And he promptly stowed it away, for at that moment, 6 Crimson Fire Legion ants had taken to the sky, attacking him with fervor. These were indeed the 4th-tier guardians. Come at me. What followed was a merciless slaughter. The guardians of the same realm posed no threat to him. With each strike, he dispatched one beyond that. After eliminating the guardians, he wielded the shattered star gun and plunged into the Ant Queen's vicinity. Commencing a rampage, as he drew nearer to the Ant Queen, he could sense her growing unease. Suddenly, an onslaught of Crimson Fire Legion ants surged towards Li Xuanzi, self-destructing in a chaotic frenzy. Although their levels were merely 2nd and 3rd tier, the chain reactions of their explosions proved taxing. His blood surged, nearly sending him plummeting from the sky. Truly a grotesque scenario, Li Xuanzi retreated and ascended to a higher altitude, finally stabilizing himself. In a wonder, the radar had indicated that encountering Crimson Fire Legion ants could spell doom even for 9th-grade peak masters. Not only were there tens of thousands of them, but they would also resort to collective self-destruction. How could one possibly contend against such odds? After several attempts, he found himself unable to approach within 100 meters of the Ant Queen. Reluctantly, he abandoned this experimental target. Time to leave. Li Xuanzi was pragmatic. Having acquired 7 amethyst coins, he deemed this venture not entirely fruitless. Following the guiding light pillar, he swiftly navigated towards the edge of another novice zone. Suddenly, he halted, to his astonishment. In addition to the legion ants, there awaited another ferocious beast. A flying creature obstructed his path, and though he attempted to circumvent it, it had already marked him as its target. Name: 4-eyed hawk level, 4th tier, 3 stars evaluation. The reigning champion of its generation, a sovereign of the skies, it boasts a flight speed twice that of yours. Escape is futile. Escape? Li Xuanzi came to a standstill. Establishing a standoff with the creature in midair, fight. Only by vanquishing this beast could Li Xuanzi safely reach the other novice zone, leaving him no alternative. More importantly, he was eager to ascertain whether his current strength was sufficient to defeat this 4-eyed hawk. As his combat power was recorded at 41663.28, equating to that of a 1st-grade nascent immortal. Engaging in a rapid exchange, the 2 opponents clashed for 2 rounds, their speed so swift that viewers in the livestream could hardly catch a glimpse of their shadows without employing a slow-motion feature. It appeared that the leaderboard was indeed reliable. After 2 rounds, Li Xuanzi had gained the upper hand. With a deft maneuver, he executed a reverse strike, driving his weapon deep into the creature's eye. With a splatter of blood, he immediately followed up with a powerful thrust of the shattered star gun, shattering the hawk's skull with overwhelming force. Chapter 95. The Neighbor Ding. Congratulations on slaying the 4th tier. 3-star ferocious beast, the 4-eyed falcon, and earning 4 purple crystal coins. Point 4. What is the logic behind this? Is it that only by defeating beasts of 4th tier or higher can one acquire purple crystal coins? Or does it relate to my cultivation level? Li Xuanzi pondered. I previously vanquished a 2nd-grade demon general in the 9-fold demon abyss, corresponding to a 4th tier, 2-star beast, yet I did not receive purple crystal coins. Instead, I earned points. Could it be that there is a distinction between the novice zone and the perilous zone? Unfortunately, there are no answers at present, for all of the aforementioned possibilities could hold true. One can only await further encounters of more contestants with these creatures to gather more data for a final determination, or perhaps the myriad races battlefield will provide notifications later on. Regaining his composure, he stowed his spoils in his spatial belt and directly passed through the barrier of the novice zone. Arriving at another novice area, in a good mood, Li Xuanzi addressed the live stream, saying, "Dear friends, this is the novice zone closest to me. Look, all 5 light pillars are still standing. I wonder if the contestants in this zone are still present." What he did not realize was that as soon as a contestant chose to forfeit or perished, the corresponding novice zone would be dismantled. The mere existence of this zone indicated that the contestants were still active. Of course, the audience was unaware of this, for once a contestant died or forfeited, that livestream would be permanently shut down. The governments of various countries on Blue Star, along with major factions, Utilize these permanently closed live streams to gauge the current number of active contestants. Upon passing through the barrier, Li Xuanze ascended into the sky once more with a clear target in sight, the deep red light pillar, which also belonged to the demon race. Upon reaching the entrance of the encampment, he discovered that this hell-level encampment was identical to his own. The next steps were simple. Given his current cultivation, clearing the hell-level encampment would only take around 15 minutes. After the deep red light pillar completely vanished, he received a message. Congratulations, you have persisted for 1 minute before the sacred steel, fulfilling the clearance conditions. You are rewarded with 1 S-grade voucher. As the green prompt text faded, a deep red voucher fell into Li Xuanze's hand. Following this, the encampment disappeared, and a top-grade life fruit landed in his grasp, all of which were to be expected. However, he did not leave immediately but instead lingered for a moment. Regrettably, contrary to his expectations, he awaited something that never came. Was it only the first contestant to obtain an S-grade voucher who received a reward, or could it be that the same individual could only be rewarded once? Li Xuanze furrowed his brow, murmuring in surprise. Yet, upon hearing this in the live stream, the audience erupted, buzzing with excitement once again. I thought Li Shun was waiting for something. He actually wants another reward. I don't know why, but seeing Li Shun's disappointed expression strangely excites me. What is this mindset upstairs? Yet, why do I feel a bit thrilled as well? Li Shun is already impressive. He should leave some scraps for others. Otherwise, there will be no competition left. Now, let's place bets. Do you think the Myriad Races battlefield will grant some contestant hacks to catch up with Li Shun? After all, that Waker clearly had hacks. This is interesting. I'm in. Unbeknownst to them, the direction of the discussion had shifted, yet no one felt the need to correct it. As long as they were happy, that sufficed. Although Li Xuanze had not received a second reward, his momentary frustration dissipated quickly. Gazing at the S-grade voucher in his hand, he mused. With the second one in hand, I wonder if obtaining 3 S-grade vouchers will allow me to synthesize an even more formidable voucher? Zhang Yuan, a resident of Huagua on Blue Star, found himself unexpectedly transported to the Myriad Races battlefield. On the first day, he was too timid to venture out, but later, he mustered his courage and emerged, earning a few points, albeit only a meager amount. After much effort, he had finally elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of intermediate apprentice. With a bit more striving, he could reach advanced apprentice. He had perused the discussions within the channel system and examined the 3 major rankings. Realizing the vast gulf between himself and others, without any fortuitous opportunities, he was certain he would be eliminated. Coming to terms with this, he felt no urgency. His character was one of tranquility, and he thought to himself that since elimination was inevitable, he would strive to enhance his strength or acquire some valuable items before forfeiting. Even if he returned to Blue Star, he could still lead a decent life. Upon learning the details of the competition that night, he decisively chose to forfeit. The reason was simple. Even the easiest encampments were 10 kilometers away from the safe zone, and it was nighttime. For him, that distance felt insurmountable. He could not stray too far from the safe zone even during the day, let alone at night. Thus, he merely wandered around the vicinity of the safe zone, having no intention of participating. However, just over 10 hours after the competition commenced, he casually glanced up in a certain direction and was taken aback. The 4 light pillars in the novice zone adjacent to him had vanished. At that moment, he realized that his neighbor was undoubtedly a renowned powerhouse. After another 10 hours had passed, even the deep red light pillar had disappeared. He was not foolish. Casting a glance at the Myriad Stars ranking, even a fool could guess who it was. Goodness, Li Xuanze is actually my neighbor. If he had cleared the hell-level encampment, would he not be considering encroaching upon the surrounding novice zones? Was it my direction? Or, initially, he felt a wave of anxiety, but soon, that anxiety faded. After all, it did not concern him greatly. Besides, he had no intention of claiming those vouchers, and having the first on the Myriad Stars ranking as a neighbor was a matter of pride. If they could meet in person, that would be even better. He could boast afterward. Once he forfeited a few hours later, when Zhang Yuan looked up again, he was stunned, completely frozen in place. Had it not been for the roar of a beast nearby startling him, he might have lost his life outside. He quickly returned to the safe zone, patting his racing heart, muttering, "Did the Great Li come to visit me?" As of now, only Li Xuanze had cleared the hell-level encampment. And with the deep red light pillar in his novice zone having vanished, There was only one possibility left. Li Xuanze had gained an additional S-grade voucher on the second ranking. What a pity! My strength is too weak. Otherwise, I could have witnessed the prowess of the Great One, Zhang Yuan whispered. Yet, shortly after, he was astonished to discover that the red light pillar had also disappeared. Is the Great One aiming to claim it all? Zhang Yuan frowned. Although he could not obtain it, this was his novice zone. If the Great One swept through, leaving nothing behind, it would certainly leave a bitter taste in his mouth, tarnishing his first impression of Li Xuanze significantly. Chapter 96. Bestowing an A-grade voucher lacking strength. What was the point of such thoughts? Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan dismissed these musings from his mind and resumed hunting. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed and Zhang Yuan, exerting all his effort, finally succeeded in slaying a leader-level beast with the aid of traps. Just as he reveled in his joy, a voice plunged him into an icy abyss. Hello? Hello? Where did that voice come from? Li Xuanze? Indeed. Zhang Yuan turned abruptly to see Li Xuanze descending from the heavens, landing gracefully without stirring a single speck of dust. As if he were an otherworldly being. Hello? Zhang Yuan stammered. He was not within the safe zone and felt exceedingly vulnerable. He had already resolved that if Li Xuanze intended to harm him, he would immediately choose to forfeit, and he simultaneously opened his livestream, wishing to let everyone witness Li Xuanze's tyranny. My name is Li Xuanze. What about you? Li Xuanze smiled gently, introducing himself. My name is Zhang Yuan. I never expected to be neighbors with the illustriously, the number one on the myriad stars ranking. It's an honor. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, stating, What illustrious one? What number one? Those are mere titles. I just recently annihilated 2 encampments without greeting you. I hope you don't mind, Li Xuanze remarked. As for how the other party deduced his identity, it was not difficult to guess. And no worries, no worries. Please, Great One, feel free, I have no use for it anyway. Zhang Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. Li Xuanze possessed a radar that could clearly discern the other's situation. As for cultivation, he noted that Zhang Yuan had a decent character, which was why he had come to greet him. Had this been someone of poor character, he would have flown away long ago, unwilling to waste time here. I never take advantage of others. The rules for tonight's event are as such. I need that S-grade voucher. I just casually acquired an A-grade voucher, and I'm giving it to you, Li Xuanze said, placing the previously acquired A-grade voucher before Zhang Yuan. Casually? Zhang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. A great one indeed was a great one. Why would he waste time dealing with an extreme difficulty encampment? The reasons were simple. First, points. Second, life fruits. Third, it was genuinely casual. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Zhang Yuan gazed at the A-grade voucher in his hand, his heart racing, and he could not help but swallow a few times. After a struggle, he rejected the temptation, attempting to return the voucher to Li Xuanze. Great One, this is too precious. I cannot accept it, and the rules may not permit it. Zhang Yuan said, already possess an S-grade voucher. This item is worthless to me. As for the rules, fret not. There are already transactions occurring for these vouchers within the channel system, and the system has not prohibited it, indicating that it is tacitly allowed. Everything here closely resembles reality. As long as it occurs, it is permitted, Li Xuanze explained. But Zhang Yuan still felt the voucher burning in his hand. Take it. Consider it a gift from a friend. Who knows? You may rise in the future, and when that time comes, don't forget to look after me, Li Xuanze offered a way out. Alas, my time is limited, and I must venture to other novice zones. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that, he departed, leaving no room for refusal. This scene was captured by both live stream rooms, igniting a tremendous public uproar across Blue Star once more. We express our gratitude to the esteemed Li for his kindness towards our Yuan. Although Zhang Yuan may not possess exceptional strength, he is of decent appearance and possesses commendable character, garnering a modest following during this period. While the number of fans may not be vast, Li is truly remarkable. One cannot help but feel a tinge of envy towards Zhang Yuan. Does he not seem to have won effortlessly? Indeed, he has. It is noteworthy that currently, only Li and Waker have attained the A-grade credentials on the 10,000 stars leaderboard. Thus Zhang Yuan has effectively landed himself in second place on the Blue Star leaderboard and third on the 10,000 stars leaderboard. One must ponder if this counts as an effortless victory. It certainly does, at least for now. Although the night is not yet half over, those who can obtain A-grade credentials are undoubtedly part of the second tier. The first tier is reserved for Lee and Waker, who have achieved S-grade credentials. I believe Lee stands unrivaled, firmly in the first tier, while Waker occupies the second tier, followed by the third. I feel that Lee should reconsider his actions. Is he not inadvertently creating future rivals for himself? Furthermore, is this not excessively altruistic? Why bestow such a privilege upon Zhang Yuan? Will he extend the same to other competitors later on? Goodness, I had not contemplated this point. The night is still in its early stages, and it is evident that Lee cannot possibly satisfy 2 S-grade credentials. Will the subsequent contestants be as fortunate as Zhang Yuan? The excitement among the Blue Star audience is palpable, and the entire cohort of 10,000 Stars contestants is equally ablaze with fervent discussion. Who is Zhang Yuan? How did he suddenly ascend to second place and third on the 10,000 Stars leaderboard? Remarkable. Has this Zhang Yuan perhaps encountered some grand fortuity that facilitated his rise? Regardless, it is a source of joy for us from Blue Star. After all, we now occupy 3 spots on the 10,000 Stars leaderboard. Who else? Though I lack a fortuitous encounter and am not acquainted with Zhang Yuan, I still rejoice for him. He is a source of pride for Blue Star, and his name bears a striking resemblance to that of our flower-growing kin. Observing the names, it seems that all 3 individuals on the 10,000 Stars leaderboard hail from our flower-growing family. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanzi, soaring through the skies, the discussions unfolding on Blue Star and within the channels are beyond his awareness. His decision to grant Zhang Yuan an A-grade credential is primarily based on 3 considerations. First, as the current leader of the 10,000 Stars leaderboard, he has attracted considerable attention, with many regarding him as a thorn in their side. Although he remains unperturbed by this, it would be prudent to cultivate friendships where possible. Did not a great man once proclaim that it is wise to minimize enemies and maximize friends? Second, while A-grade credentials may appear highly valuable to others, to Li Xuanzi, they are akin to mere scraps of paper, serving only the purpose of exchange within the channel system. Points or treasures? In terms of points, an individual cannot accrue much. He has long since lost interest in such trifles. As for treasures, the truly precious ones are difficult to obtain, serving as others' support, while the ordinary ones hold no allure for him, given his ample collection. Including them in his achievements would be a waste, for he possesses S-grade credentials, rendering the lower-tier credentials inconsequential. By granting Zhang Yuan this credential, he may secure a commendable reward through rankings, and perhaps rise to prominence, thereby becoming a potential ally in the future. Chapter 97. Kuenyo III. His elimination of the second encampment was indeed a matter of convenience. After all, it yielded over 10 million points and 3 medium-grade life fruits. The A-grade credential was merely an incidental reward. This is a dangerous zone. Proceed with caution. If you wish to pass, please traverse by land. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xuanzi found himself once more at the boundary of the novice zone. Upon crossing over, he was met with a throng of ferocious beasts, and he could sense that these creatures had seemingly been drawn together by an invisible force. Name: Kuenyo level, 4 tier, 4-star evaluation. This is a formidable opponent. Beware of its charges and tramplings. If you are struck directly, your life may be in peril. Note: its weakness lies in speed, with its most significant vulnerability located at the rear. Goodness, is this radar serious? Li Xuanzi inwardly scoffed. Alas, had I possessed a 4-star shattering spear, the situation would have been far more manageable. However, now is not the time for such musings. Li Xuanzi concentrated all his energy on dealing with these ferocious beasts. He faced not merely one Kuenyo. While the other Kuenyo may not be as powerful, they still posed a considerable danger. Li Xuanzi scrutinized his surroundings and his adversaries. The area was wooded, with towering trees providing cover. Although it was nighttime, his cultivation level rendered night vision a non-issue. To his sight, there were a total of 13 Kuenyo. The most formidable among them was the 4-tier, 4-star one, accompanied by 3 4-tier, 3-star, and 9 4-tier, 2-star Kuenyo. This constituted a high-tier beast horde, significantly more powerful than the Crimson Fire ant swarm he had previously encountered. Li Xuanzi contemplated his approach to these foes, opting to eliminate the weaker ones first before focusing on the stronger adversaries. With a decisive plan, Li Xuanzi utilized his nimble physique and formidable dragon transformation technique to swiftly navigate through the forest. Weaving between the Kuenyo, with a swift movement, he closed in on a 4-tier, 2-star Kuenyo, and from a distance of 20 meters, he unleashed the shattering spear, piercing its eye. He then propelled himself upward, landing atop the beast's head. The Kuei-nyo let out a pained roar as the spear penetrated its eye and emerged from the top of its head. At that moment, Li Xuanzi found himself above the Kuei-nyo, catching the spear without concern for the creature's fate. Utilizing the air as leverage, he changed direction and soared towards another target. In an instant, he resembled a woodland sprite, darting swiftly while dispatching or wounding each Kuei-nyo he encountered. The 4-star Kuei-nyo, while furious, could only watch helplessly as this detestable human continued to reap the lives of its kin. With a thunderous roar, the Kuei-nyo altered its strategy, retreating to regroup with the remaining 3-star Kuei-nyo, while 6 of the 9 2-star Kuei-nyo lay dead, and the remaining 3 were grievously wounded, unable to move. A standoff ensued. Li Xuanzi glanced at the shattering spear in his hand. Noticing several nicks on the tip and cracks along the shaft, the 3-star spear was no longer keeping pace with him, teetering on the brink of collapse. Alas, I lack proficiency in sword techniques. He possessed a 4-tier, superior-grade demon blade and a 4-tier, superior-grade demon armor. Seizing the opportunity during the standoff, Li Xuanzi swiftly donned the demon armor, significantly enhancing his defense, albeit at the expense of some speed. However, given the Kuei-nyo's speed, they would not be able to catch up with him. In other words, if Li Xuanzi chose to flee, they could not detain him, but such a tempting target was not something he could willingly abandon. Furthermore, he required combat against opponents of similar caliber to augment his own combat prowess. The Kuei-nyo, unable to contain their impatience, initiated their charge, with the leader leading the charge alongside the 4 massive beasts, each exceeding 40 meters in height, racing toward Li Xuanzi at alarming speed. Li Xuanzi's expression grew serious as he too surged forward to meet the 4 Kuei-nyo. However, just as the two sides were about to collide, Li Xuanzi, utilizing his agile form, darted beneath the bodies of the Kuei-nyo. As he emerged from behind the hind legs of a Kuei-nyo, he propelled himself off the ground, executing a reverse strike. The shattering spear, surrounded by an endless surge of energy, directly struck the Kuei-nyo at its most vulnerable point. In an instant, the beast let out a soul-piercing wail. Li Xuanzi was not yet finished. Summoning all his strength, he thrust the other end of the spear with force, causing it to penetrate the Kuei-nyo's body, shredding its innards before emerging from its mouth, effectively perforating the creature from end to end. Simultaneously, Li Xuanzi retrieved a black gold dagger from his spatial belt, leaping onto another Kuei-nyo and plunging the dagger into its eye. He repeated this technique, swiftly moving to the next 2 Kuei-nyo, blinding them and obliterating their brains. The first Kuei-nyo leader crashed heavily to the ground, tears of humiliation streaming from its eyes as it departed from this world, unable to find peace in death. Shouldn't something be said here?